Reverend Insanity Chapter 689 to Chapter 739. Underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels, you actually collected all of these ingredients? Fang Yuan inspected them and looked at Tai Baiyunxing in astonishment. Tai Baiyunxing, with his own strength, had actually obtained the food of the worldly wave trace goo without anyone noticing. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. After I displayed landscape as before immortal goo, I was welcomed by many goo immortals. They took the initiative to befriend me, and there are already goo immortals inviting me to join Xianxia blessed land. But this matter can only be approved by more than half of the elders in Xianxia blessed land. Tai Baiyunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Xianxia blessed land was the #1 lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. The goo cultivators who joined Xianxia blessed land were mostly lone cultivators, but it was different from Snowy Mountain blessed land. Snowy Mountain blessed land was the headquarters of the demonic path, and was in opposition to the righteous path forces. Meanwhile, Xianxia blessed land was a mix of righteous and demonic. It had more goo immortals than Snowy Mountain. There were many factions, and they jointly controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Xianxia blessed land became the best place for goo immortals to dispose of stolen goods. Tai Baiyunxing was a lone cultivator, and most importantly, he had landscape as before immortal goo, which many goo immortals needed. But goo worms were hard to snatch, and Tai Baiyunxing could self-destruct landscape as before with just a thought. It was completely understandable that goo immortals wanted to recruit Tai Baiyunxing as one of their own. Tai Baiyunxing continued, I bought a sufficient amount of underworld jellyfish in Xianxia blessed land. After receiving Junior Brother's letter, I left Xianxia blessed land and prepared to find a secluded island to use Stargate goo. Coincidentally, I met an immortal zombie on the way. He called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance and was bringing a large amount of goods to Xianxia blessed land to sell. He had a large amount of deep-sea lightning eels. If these eels reached Xianxia blessed land, there would definitely be many buyers. I stopped him and wanted to buy them in advance. Shark Demon was unwilling at first. However, after knowing that I was Tai Baiyunxing, he immediately changed his mind. He was willing to sell all the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but he wanted me to help him repair a secret blessed land. So I agreed, and without wasting any Xianyuan stone, I managed to get this deep-sea lightning eel. This Shark Demon actually trusts you that much? Fang Yuan frowned. Tai Baiyunxing chuckled. He said lightly, oh, he has a rule path immortal goo, it is called Death Date is Coming. I took the initiative to cooperate and accepted the exposure of death is coming in exchange for his trust. Death Date awaits. This is a rank 7 immortal goo, it is a rule path goo worm that can determine the time of death of others. Once death arrives, even goo immortals will die. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Not bad. This Shark Demon is a rank 7 immortal zombie. Tai Baiyunxing chuckled. Old Bai, you are giving him a weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the immortal goo, it is not a problem for now. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Baiyunxing, sighing. Tai Baiyunxing laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's thigh. He could not reach Fang Yuan's shoulder. He purposely explained, you think I am doing this for you? That's not it. That secret blessed land. It is not owned by Shark Demon, but Yulu blessed land. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Unfortunately, Yulu blessed land's entrance is already destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before. To repair the entrance. By gaining his trust, I will be able to obtain the qualifications to explore Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Baiyunxing deeply, not continuing on this topic. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake skeleton in the blood pool melted. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of black blood. He used this black blood to feed Calamity beckoning immortal goo. Then he used the jellyfish and eels that Tai Baiyunxing brought back to feed worldly wave trace immortal goo. Tai Baiyunxing had indeed helped Fang Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, worldly wave trace immortal goo was indispensable. After Fang Yuan fed this goo, he no longer had to worry about it. He checked his assets. Fang Yuan had 29.5 immortal yuan stone. 17 green grape immortal essence. Without any hesitation, he used almost all the immortal yuan stone he had. He refined them all into green grape immortal essence, obtaining 46 green grape immortal essence beads. Only half space immortal yuan stone was left. 46. It is still not enough. Fang Yuan borrowed from Fairy Li Shan and Land Spirit of Langia. Fairy Li Shan lent Fang Yuan 30 immortal yuan stone without saying a word. Land Spirit of Langia, on the other hand, took a long time to persuade him, and finally obtained 15. He had made 3 transactions with Land Spirit of Langia, but their relationship was not deep enough. Fang Yuan had wanted to borrow immortal goo, but seeing this situation, he no longer fantasized. He refined the 45 immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. This way, his green grape immortal essence reached an unprecedented number of 91. The power of the river of time could not be stopped by anyone. Time passed, it was finally the day of He Lulan's immortal ascension. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing went through the Stargate according to the agreement, arriving in northern plains. Looking around, all he could see was the spread of frost and silence. In the world of ice and snow, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were already waiting. This is... Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai Bai Yunxing had already answered, this is the extreme ice battlefield at the north of northern plains. Legends say that reckless savage demon Venerable fought a strong enemy here, destroying this place and turning it into nothingness. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extreme frost profound ice, freezing this place again. That's right. Fairy Li Shan nodded, thus, this place has little life force, and the heaven and earth chi is not as dense as normal places. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan and chuckled, you purposely chose this place to undergo tribulation, were you worried that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? However, the lack of heaven and earth chi will affect the foundation of your immortal aperture blessed land, and your potential to advance to goo immortal in the future. Fairy Li Shan opened her palm, and a handful of goo worms appeared in her palm. If there is not enough heaven and earth chi, we will use these goo worms. Fang Yuan looked over and his heart jumped, oh? It is actually an ancient chi path rank 5 goo, small family chi goo? This is the first time I have seen it. Legends say that this goo worm can absorb all kinds of chi in heaven and earth and store them. If it advances further, it would be the immortal goo great family chi. The Qi Dao appeared earlier than the Strength Dao, and also declined earlier. Fairy Li Shan was about to explain, but to think that Fang Yuan actually knew about it, she could not help but praise, Fang Yuan, you are very knowledgeable, not bad, not bad. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and his eyes brightened, this goo worm is good. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are formed when the heaven and earth chi is too dense. With this goo worm, can't we indirectly control the heaven and earth chi, and influence the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? During the 10 extreme immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are very terrifying. Sigh, if not for this small family chi goo, I would not have the confidence to let little Lan advance to goo immortal realm. Fairy Li Shan sighed, looking at He Lulan with a gaze full of worry. Shortly after, she turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, if He Lulan passes the tribulation successfully, you will only need to return half of the immortal yuan stone I borrowed from you, and I will also give you the recipe of the small family chi goo. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shone with joy, while Fang Yuan nodded expressionlessly. What I am worried about now, other than the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, there is also that old ghost He Qing. The last time I went out to northern plains, that old ghost immediately found me. Evidently, he left a tracking method on me, but I could not find him no matter how hard I tried. After pausing for a moment, He Lulan continued, we need to plan for the worst. He Qing's tracking method is not simple. If he attacks at the crucial moment, the possibility of me diverting my attention to deal with him is very small. But if I can endure the Qi intake step, my body will be cleansed by the 3 Qi, strengthened by the Dao seal, cleansed and purified, even He Qing's immortal tracking method will be cleanly removed. As long as we pass the second stage, we can directly leave. I understand, go ahead. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded, slowly closing her eyes. The first step of immortal ascension, shattering the aperture. The 10 extreme aperture was different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the goo master to continuously use primeval essence to attack the aperture walls, while the 10 extreme aperture walls were already unable to endure it. He Lulan undid the seal of the goo worms on her aperture, and the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally flawless body now had a hole, and a huge suction force towards the heaven and earth chi suddenly erupted. Clouds started to form in the originally blue sky. The icy plain under her feet slightly shook, and cracks started to appear on the thick ice surface. Hei Lulan relaxed her body, allowing the formless force to form between heaven and earth to lift her delicate body up into the air. Her skin was as white as snow, her black hair casually drooped down, and she wore a black warrior robe, making her body look even more graceful and graceful. The wind started to blow. In just a dozen breaths of time, the wind became fiercer. From a small breeze, it turned into a fierce gale. The clouds in the sky connected into a huge patch, covering the entire sky above Hei Lulan's head. On the cracked ice layer, there were many cracks, from which smoke and dust rose. This was the sign of earth chi being drawn out from the depths of the ice layer. Soon, snow started to fall from the sky. The cloud layer became thicker, and the color changed from gray-white to dark black. Everything within 1,000 li was dark and gloomy. The wind howled, causing bone-chilling ice and frost to fill the entire world. At the same time, earth chi erupted, and with puffing sounds, the earth chi spread out like a fountain. Tai Baiyunxing and Fairy Li Shan retreated, concealing their figures. Only Fang Yuan was left standing on the spot, looking up at the sky. His tall body was like an unchanging stone statue, even the fierce wind and snow could not move him at all. This was the ordinary wind and snow. No matter how big it was, it could not pose any threat to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The intense wind continued to howl, becoming louder and louder, like the cries of ghosts and deities. As expected of the tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques, the heaven and earth chi here is so thin, but it can still attract so much of it. If this were in other parts of northern plains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tai Baiyunxing was hiding far away. His figure could not be seen, but seeing this situation, he could not help but feel shocked. In the wind and snow, the heaven and earth chi became denser. Hei Lulan started to sprinkle small family chi gu. With small family chi gu, I have a way to influence heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Fang Yuan observed quietly at the side. The wind howled, the snow swept, and the hail that was as hard as iron continuously smashed onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan did not move at all, his immortal zombie body did not suffer any damage. Bang bang bang, Hei Lulan continued to throw out small family chi gu. When these ancient chi path gu worms reached their limit in absorbing heaven and earth chi, she immediately retrieved them. During this process, many small family chi gu self-detonated, the absorbed heaven and earth chi returned to heaven and earth. When a gu master becomes a gu immortal, heaven and earth chi will fluctuate intensely, be it mortal gu or immortal gu, they will suffer backlash. Even though Hei Lulan had prepared small family chi gu, it could only affect the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slightly, it could not control it. As time passed, it was inevitable that the chi of heaven and earth would become denser and denser, reaching the point where the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would occur. In the howling wind, Hei Lulan's black hair danced in the wind. The ends of her hair and the snow slapped against her face. Clothes made from gu worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, but they were still tenacious. Fang Yuan secretly felt strange. Why haven't there been any natural disasters and earthly calamities at this time? His eyes shone with a strange light as he activated his gu worm to observe carefully. Even the snow and wind could not obstruct his vision. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. There were many types of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. Some were grand and powerful, some were strange and terrifying. No one knew what would happen. Gu masters could only rely on their luck and prepare as much as they could. Counter every move. Woo woo woo, and the sound of the wind grew sharper and sharper, almost piercing his eardrums. Fang Yuan felt annoyed and irritated as he listened. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, forcefully activating the investigative gu and looking into the clouds. Suddenly, a violet-colored chime took shape. It rotated slowly, emitting a humming sound. As it turned out, the natural disaster had already quietly formed. The whimpering grew louder and sharper. Mixed with the wind, it spread for hundreds of miles. Even if Fang Yuan covered his ears, he couldn't block out the sound. Even though he had prepared some sound path mortal gu. But his sound path attainment was extremely low, he could not effectively defend against it. His heart was beating rapidly along with the sharp whistling sound. and all the blood in his body began to flow in reverse. The other side. He Lulan grunted. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his condition was even worse than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan squinted as cold light flashed in his eyes. This is a heart-shocking sound tribulation. Once a Gu master hears it, their blood will flow backwards and their heart will beat faster. Over time, the blood would rush to the 7 apertures. The heart exploded. I have the body of an immortal zombie, my corpse blood is cold. It hardly flowed, so it was less affected. However, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, so her qi and blood were the most vigorous. Thus, she was restrained by the shocking sound tribulation. We must destroy the source of the sound tribulation, the purple chime. When he thought up to here, Fang Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He activated his light illusion bat wings and soared into the sky. The closer he got to the purple chime, the more shocked he became. When he was 300 steps away from the tribulation cloud, his heart was beating at an extreme speed, even the muscles in his body were twitching. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body froze, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green zombie blood. Just now, his heart could not take it anymore and exploded. But Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, his heart was no longer his weakness, such an injury instead aroused his ferocious nature. He laughed strangely, raising his 8 arms and activating a killer move. Icy drill stardust, 8 starlight lumps quickly formed and shot towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud and hit the purple chime. The chime was not sturdy, it shattered instantly. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Fang Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled, heaven and earth gathered, and a purple chime was about to form again. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. How could a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be destroyed so easily? This change was not out of his expectations. Icy drill stardust, he gathered his 8 arms and activated an offensive killer move again, creating a huge icy drill stardust lump. Within the deep blue starlight, stardust sparkled like diamonds, colliding with each other. Fang Yuan gave a light shout, his 8 arms pushed the starlight lumps deep into the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lumps, the slower their speed. But after destroying the purple chime that formed again, a large number of starlight lumps remained at the spot, emitting cracking sounds as they self-detonated. Heaven and earth gathered, forming the purple chime, but they were instantly destroyed by the starlight lumps. The starlight lumps melted at a visible speed, but the heart-shocking demonic sound did not enter Fang Yuan's ears again. Fang Yuan successfully suppressed the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let his guard down. How could it be so easy for a 10 extreme physique to advance to Gu Immortal? He continued to use Icy Drill Stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, it had extraordinary power, and after fusing with Do Min Jun's inheritance, it was worth 4 immortal yuan stones. The Icy Drill Stardust was continuously replenished, and the purple chime was constantly being destroyed. Fang Yuan took some time to look down at He Lulan. The latter's breathing stabilized again, her eyes were still shut. Her expression was resolute as she sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her fair and beautiful face, there were traces of dried blood. But the great strength true martial physique's recovery speed was astonishing. It could be said to be number 1 among the 10 extreme physiques. He Lulan's injuries had already healed completely. Her hands moved continuously, scattering small family chi gu with one hand and retrieving them with the other. She had clearly changed her battle strategy, scattering small family chi gu on the ground and rarely flying into the sky. From this, it could be inferred that there were not many small family chi gu. After all, they were ancient chi path gu worms. Even with the gu recipe, the gu refinement materials were very hard to find. Even though He Lulan had prepared for a long time, she did not have many left. Fang Yuan had just retracted his gaze, when at this moment, he heard a sobbing sound. The sound was mournful and pitiful, like the crying of a resentful woman in the palace, or the murmur of a young girl thinking of her lover in her dreams. The voice was suppressed, full of tenderness, but also resentment and resentment. When Fang Yuan heard this sound, even with his immortal zombie body, he felt waves of weakness. It was as if he could not exert any strength. He was a hero who was short of breath. He fell into an endless land of tenderness, his lofty ambitions could not be fully unleashed. His sturdy fists and legs felt like they were stuck in cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a serious illness. He felt weak and powerless. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly. He activated investigative goo and looked up, seeing that not far away from the purple chime, there was a pink chime. The chime continued to vibrate, emitting a sobbing sound. This was decadent sound tribulation, before Fang Yuan could activate his killer move. After breaking the pink chime, a demonic sound pierced his ears. Dong dong dong, the sound was like thunder, it was like a giant beating a drum. Every sound seemed to strike the depths of Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, his thoughts could not circulate, they were shattered by the thunderous sounds. Thought tremor sound tribulation, immortal zombies had rigid thoughts to begin with. This heavenly tribulation countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt an intense dizziness. He was unable to think, his body shook intensely, he almost fell from the sky. At the moment of danger, he activated delight in water and mountain goo with just a trace of clarity. 3 beads of green grape immortal essence were poured into delight in water and mountain goo, the majestic joyful will gushed out and spread throughout Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his body. Swoosh, suddenly, a sharp sound entered his ears. It was rapidly approaching. Fang Yuan subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. At the next moment, his 5 fingers were directly cut off, the 5 fingers were engulfed by the wind and snow, vanishing in the boundless snow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the sharp sound did not stop, it approached Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods. Finally, he could vaguely see transparent threads mixed in the snow, they were extraordinarily sharp, they formed a huge net that enveloped Fang Yuan from all directions. These transparent threads were not tangible, they were formed from sound. Fang Yuan's hair stood on end, this is flying blade sound tribulation. Hair armor. Light illusion bat wings. He activated a defensive killer move, before activating a movement killer move. Fang Yuan continued to move, the black armor broke into pieces, after leaving the hair armor, the pieces turned into black zombie hair. Fang Yuan moved left and right, he finally found a gap and broke through the sound net. But the transparent threads continued to attack him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths of time before it reached its limit, shattering loudly. Fang Yuan snorted, he quickly activated a defensive killer move, forming a new hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right, his body was like a phantom, at the same time, icy drill stardust rained down on him. When the stardust came into contact with the sound net, it was completely intercepted and cut into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Yuan's fingers quickly grew back, and a shattered heart also formed back together. Hell hell hell, without the stardust to replenish him, the first purple chime finally grew out. Ghostly cries resounded again, Fang Yuan's blood flowed in reverse, his heart that had just recovered started to beat wildly again, heading towards self-detonation. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. Be it icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings, or hair armor, they were all activated to their limits, but they could not resist this danger. This was only He Lolan's heavenly tribulation, the earthly calamity had not completely formed because of the small family Qi-Gu suppression. In Fang Yuan's mind, a huge amount of joyful will was expended, in just a short period of time, 1/10 of it had already been expended. My current battle strength is already at upper tier rank 6, but I can't do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity of the 10 extreme physiques are truly terrifying, it is several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed, his heart sank. He found that in the depths of this tribulation cloud, there were 4 chimes of different colors, slowly forming. Earlier, the 4 chimes had already made Fang Yuan tired of dealing with them. Now that there were 4 more, Fang Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Tai Baiyunxing was speechless as he watched from the dark. It seems that the difficulty of the 10 extreme physiques is not just several times, it is at least 10 times that of ordinary Gu masters. He had thought that his tribulation was already very difficult. To think that He Lolan's difficulty was even higher than his, by a lot. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, they can spread over 880 li, shaking heaven and earth and killing gods and immortals. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, also saw the 8 chimes and recognized them. She almost wanted to help them. 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. If all 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, the power will be overwhelming. This tribulation will fail prematurely. There is no hope of success. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. The more difficult the situation was, the more his battle intent surged. Crack, crack, crack. Throughout the process, the mortal goo he used were exploding continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth caused him to lose a large number of mortal goo. But Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. He had more than enough spare goo worms. His killer moves never stopped. From He Lulan's eyes, a dazzling light burst out. The light condensed into a solid pillar of light that pierced through the tribulation clouds and shot towards the 2 chimes. With a loud sound, the chimes shattered and vanished, unable to be formed again. The pillar of light flashed as He Lulan closed her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, it only lasted for a breath of time. This was the light of divert disaster. He Lulan used immortal goo divert disaster. The power of an immortal goo was truly extraordinary. It was a clear contrast to Fang Yuan's mortal killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. He Lulan calmed down for a while before opening her eyes. 2 beams of light shot out in a flash, extinguishing 2 more chimes. Fang Yuan was shocked. Such power is not a simple use of divert disaster immortal goo, it is a combination of mortal goo. Through the attack of her gaze, the light of divert disaster is more solid and precise. In other words, this is an immortal killer move that He Lulan has already developed, using divert disaster immortal goo as the core. He Lulan was extremely talented. Not long after obtaining divert disaster goo, she had already developed an immortal killer move. This made Fang Yuan feel incredulous, but the facts in front of him spoke louder than words. At this time, He Lulan opened her eyes again and destroyed 2 chimes. But this time, when she closed her eyes, 2 streams of blood flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled as her body shook. In her hand, the divert disaster goo that she was holding had cracks on it. It was emitting a faint sound. This immortal killer move that was developed in a hurry was not complete, it had a strong weakness. 2 chimes left. He Lulan did not care about anything else, she gritted her teeth. She forcefully opened her eyes again and destroyed the final 2 chimes of the heavenly calamity. Guh, guh. Her beautiful eyes shattered at this moment. 2 streams of blood flowed out. Blood gushed out from her empty eye sockets. With a loud sound, divert disaster immortal goo in her hand also exploded. The fragments turned into specks of light that leaked out from the gaps of her fingers before vanishing completely. He Lulan was completely blinded. Although she had the great strength, true martial physique, and her recovery ability was astonishing, she was unable to withstand it. But his eyeball was injured. He forcefully used immortal goo divert disaster. Luck path Dao marks remained in her eye sockets, preventing her from recovering. The rank 6 divert disaster immortal goo was also destroyed. It became a masterpiece. He Lulan was extremely resolute. She had the heart of an ambitious person. She paid a huge price to eliminate the heavenly calamity. Now, only the earth tribulation was left, at this moment. Fang Yuan couldn't help but praise in his heart, decisive. When the 10 absolutes ascended to immortality, the heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters were extremely terrifying. What was worse was that there might be powerful enemies who would disturb them. The huge pressure of survival forced He Lulan to give up divert disaster immortal goo, as well as her eyeballs. This was a decision that ordinary people would find hard to make. This kind of abandonment allowed He Lulan's ambitious and ruthless heart to be completely displayed. The sky hung down like a clear waterfall. Earth chi surged upward. It was like a golden fountain. The deep foundation that He Lulan had turned into a huge wave of human chi. Suddenly, it exploded. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Tai Baiyunqing was dumbfounded as he watched from afar. He Lulan's human chi was several times that of Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing's combined human chi. The human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely abundant. The main reason for this was the 10 extreme apertures. Even though they were mentally prepared, the spectators were still shocked. The 3 chi were separated, forming a huge chi cocoon that enveloped He Lulan. At this point, she entered the second stage, taking in chi. Hei Lulan focused on balancing the three qi. She recalled the small family qi gu. She could not fight the enemy for the time being. Crack crack, the glacier cracked, heaven and earth shook. Right at this time, a thunderous roar resounded, a huge violent ape jumped out of the glacier. With a loud sound, the violent ape landed on the ground, creating two deep pits. The edges of the pits were covered in ice shards. The violent ape patted its chest, raising its head and roaring. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation clouds froze. Its body was white as snow, its eyes were red like blood, its fur were like icicles that pierced towards the sky. It was hundreds of feet tall, as large as a mountain. It had an overwhelming aura and was extremely ferocious. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a tiny beetle in front of a cat. The earthly tribulation has appeared. It is actually an ancient desolate beast tribulation. This is an earthly tribulation that only rank 7 Gu immortals can face. Tai Baiyunqing's heart sank. Fairy Li Shan's mind was echoing with a name, Icefall Divine Ape. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was cast down. This was rank 7 battle strength. If it still had a mortal Gu on it, it would be even worse. It would be even more difficult to fight against it. Hei Lulan was focused on balancing the three qi. Hei Qing had not appeared. Fairy Li Shan and Tai Baiyunqing were hiding far away. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He patted his chest, activating his trump card in advance. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self, Fist Qi burst out. It was vast and majestic, like a gushing river or a raging sea. In a few breaths of time, over 10,000 Fang Yuan strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan's main body from all directions. In the sky and on the ground, they formed into a spherical formation. To prevent the battle from getting too intense and not having enough time, Fang Yuan had activated the immortal killer move Myriad Self many times before coming to Northern Plains. The strength path phantoms were stored in his immortal aperture. The strength path phantoms could be maintained for some time. They were not living beings. They were not affected by the death energy in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan released a portion at this moment. He immediately regained his momentum. The Icefall Divine Ape had been itching to attack, but seeing the army of strength path phantoms hovering in the sky, it immediately opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its muscles tensed up, and it chose to confront them. Wind and snow howled. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. His body was like a rock as he pointed at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the three armies moved together. Battle cries resounded in the sky. An army of tens of thousands of strength path phantoms surged towards the Icefall Divine Ape like a tidal wave. Such power! Tai Baiyunqing's mind was shaken. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self, back in Langya Blessed Land. He had seen it once when Fang Yuan was beating up the desolate beast swamp crab. But back then, Fang Yuan had only expended one bead of green grape immortal essence. 10,000 phantoms shot out. Yet now, an army of tens of thousands had charged over in unison. As the might of the army spread out, it naturally carried a vast aura that covered the heavens and the earth. The army charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape, splitting into 4 groups along the way. One went to the left, one went to the right. One went to the left, one went to the right. The Icefall Divine Ape became ferocious. It advanced instead of retreating. It charged forward. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom army moved like an extension of his body. Under his will, they spread out with a loud rumble. It was like a huge net. It trapped the Icefall Divine Ape. Kill! Kill! The strength path phantoms roared. They were like ants as they attacked the Icefall Divine Ape. The Icefall Divine Ape charged left and right, destroying countless strength path phantoms, but it could not break through Fang Yuan's army's blockade. There is actually such a powerful killer move in this world. Together with his enslavement path master attainment, no wonder little Lan values Fang Yuan so much. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. Strength path phantoms flew out. They continued to fly out of his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had over 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture, but only 80,000 came out. These strength path phantoms. The most ordinary ones had 2 arms, followed by 4 and 6. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall Divine Ape roared angrily. It fought fiercely. Its huge body and monstrous strength, as well as the icicles all over its body, caused injuries to the strength path phantoms. If they touched them, they would die. But when the fist chi dissipated, a portion of it would be expended, while the remaining portion would condense into strength path phantoms again. This change greatly slowed the rate at which Fang Yuan's army was being expended. During this process, the joyful will in Fang Yuan's mind was being expended rapidly. Commanding an army of tens of thousands, the joyful will expenditure was terrifying. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already used delight in water and mountain immortal goo close to 10 times. Strange, this icefall divine ape is an ancient desolate beast, but it has no immortal goo. It does not even have a single mortal goo. Where did this earthly calamity come from? Fang Yuan could see the icefall divine ape's weakness. It did not have an immortal goo or even a mortal goo. This ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly reduced. In that case, it is time to get rid of you. Fang Yuan's lips curled, a fierce light shined in his eyes. He personally went up, pouncing. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply. He was like a meteor. Along the way, sonic booms could be heard. In a few breaths of time, he crossed a huge distance. Like a demon god descending, he arrived above the icefall divine ape's head. Come, group strength boost. Fang Yuan screamed in his mind. Immediately, the 45 group strength goo in his immortal aperture activated at the same time. Group strength goo had already been incorporated into Fang Yuan's myriad self system. Now that it was activated, myriad self underwent a new change. Hundreds of strength path phantoms dissipated. Their strength was gathered on Fang Yuan's body under the effect of group strength goo. Fang Yuan raised his right arm, smashing it down on the icefall divine ape's head. There was a loud bang. His entire forearm smashed on the divine ape's head with unparalleled force. The huge rebound caused Fang Yuan's forearm to explode. His bones broke into pieces, his flesh and blood turned into powder. And on the icefall divine ape's head, there was a huge hole. Soon, cracks spread out from the hole, affecting the ape's entire head. The icefall divine ape's head exploded. Seeing this scene, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Baiyunxing, both of them were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? The entire ape's head exploded? Impossible, this is an ancient desolate beast. Myriad self was perfected by him. He was the one who added group strength goo. He was clear of the amplification of group strength. At most, the icefall divine ape's head would bleed, but the ape's head would not explode. Be careful. Right at this time, Tai Baiyunxing could not help but appear, warning loudly. Fang Yuan turned around, his pupils shrunk. Without Fang Yuan noticing, the icefall divine ape's fist had silently approached. Like a venomous snake, it smashed down at lightning speed. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was like a fly that was swatted away, flying back. He flew through the air like lightning, before smashing onto the hard ice. Rumble, ice shards splashed. The enormous force caused Fang Yuan to shoot through the ice layer like a cannonball, only stopping after a few thousand steps of distance. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, lying on the ice. Even with his immortal zombie body, he could not move. His body was like a tattered sack, green corpse blood flowed out. He was covered in wounds, his bones were broken, some were embedded in his flesh, some were protruding out of his body. 8 arms, only 3 were left. A severed arm fell on the ice path not far from Fang Yuan. This long ice path was created by Fang Yuan using his own body. Cough cough cough. Fang Yuan kept coughing, his eyes were wide open as he looked in disbelief. The icefall divine ape that had lost its head was still standing upright. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even if it was an ancient desolate beast, it would immediately collapse after its head was smashed. But this icefall divine ape not only did not fall, it even gave Fang Yuan a powerful counterattack. Fang Yuan thought back to that huge punch earlier. According to common sense, such a huge force should have created a sonic boom. However, the entire process was completely silent. This was not something an icefall divine ape could do. Because there were no signs of goo worms on its body. Fang Yuan tried to move his body, his immortal zombie body shook, but he was still lying on the ice, his efforts were in vain. But Fang Yuan could feel it. His body was rapidly recovering. Zombies used death energy to replace life energy. As long as they were not instantly destroyed, they would be filled with death energy. he would always recover at a strange and fast speed. Fang Yuan. Tai Baiyunxing flew over. At the same time, rays of black light shot out from his hands and landed on Fang Yuan. These pitch-black lights were specially prepared for Fang Yuan by Tai Baiyunxing. They were not ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms. It brought life force and stimulated life force, but it was useless against an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to strengthen the aura of death. The stronger the death qi, the faster his recovery speed. Therefore, zombies were also known as the living dead. With the help of Tai Baiyunxing, Fang Yuan's recovery speed soared. Very good. Fang Yuan grinned. Soon, he regained his mobility. He stood up from the ice. With a bang, the icefall divine ape suddenly underwent a shocking transformation, and itself detonated. After the explosion, a large group of Pegasi took the place of the icefall divine apes. These Pegasi were definitely not ordinary, they were not the current winged Pegasi. They were larger, 2 to 3 times the size of the winged Pegasi. On their backs, there were at least 2 pairs of wings. Some even had as many as 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasi, the more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. For winged Pegasi were beast emperors. 6 winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, ancient Pegasi were already extinct. And right now, most of these Pegasi were 4-winged Pegasi, there were even a few with 6 wings. The Pegasi group roared as they collided with Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. As the battle unfolded, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai Baiyunxing flew rapidly towards Fang Yuan, and seeing this, he could not help but stare with wide-opened eyes. The ancient Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army fought each other, creating a chaotic situation. Fang Yuan was at a great disadvantage. Because the originally loose formation of the Strength Path Phantom Army was to deal with giant beasts like the Icefall Divine Ape. Now that it was the united Pegasi group, because their forces were scattered, the Pegasi group could easily cut through them. Even though the Strength Path Phantom Army cooperated well with each other and formed small battle formations, they still lost more than they won, suffering heavy casualties. The massacre continued, and there were no corpses. The Strength Path Phantom Army was formed from fist force, so it was fine. The key was that the Pegasi group did not have physical bodies. After killing them, they turned into nothingness. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. He racked his brains, searching for answers in his memories, and finally, a thought flashed in his mind, making him think of an indistinct possibility. This possibility made him turn back to look at He Lulan. He did not see He Lulan. He Lulan was wrapped in a huge 3-colored ball of air, and she was nowhere to be seen. As long as she digested this 3-colored ball of air, her potential after becoming an immortal would definitely be extremely deep, and her future would be bright. Fang Yuan turned back to face the Pegasi group. His eyes narrowed into slits, he smiled and waved his hand behind him. At the same time, he sent a message to stop Tai Baiyunxing, who was rushing over. Old Bai, retreat to the side, help me control the formation. Then, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. He actually charged all the way, charging into the chaotic battle between the Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army. Immediately, countless ancient Pegasi swarmed over, charging towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he had poked a hornet's nest. He activated his hair armor, raising his arms to protect his head. After identifying his target, he suddenly shouted and pounced forward, forcefully pressing an injured 4-winged Pegasi from the sky to the ground. With a bang, the man and the Pegasi fell heavily to the ground, the ice surface shattered, and a deep pit was formed. Fang Yuan's body was covered in wounds, many of his bones were fractured, and his flesh was torn. His body that had just been repaired was shattered again. When he charged into the chaotic battle and pressed down a 4-winged Pegasi, he was attacked by countless Pegasi. These Pegasi naturally would not let him go. A large number of Pegasi gathered into a white stream, charging down from the sky. Their target was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his strength to suppress the struggling 4-winged Pegasi below him. On the other hand, his will was surging like boiling water in his mind, it was being consumed intensely. In the sky, Two strength path phantoms coordinated with each other, cutting the charging Pegasi group in half like a pair of giant scissors. At the same time, inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, a large number of strength path phantoms appeared and quickly spread, forming a circular formation above Fang Yuan's head. They disregarded the sacrifices and defended against the Pegasi group's attack. The four-winged Pegasi below Fang Yuan was not obedient, it neighed and struggled intensely. The immense strength was shocking. Even Fang Yuan, an 8-armed immortal zombie, a strength path Gu immortal, could not hold back. Time was pressing. There was no time to lose. Fang Yuan raised his fist and smashed down, immediately destroying the Pegasi's head. But the headless Pegasi continued to struggle, as if it was not affected at all. Fang Yuan punched with his 8 arms, punches landed on the Pegasi's body. On the thick ice surface underground, it could not hold on. It shattered into pieces. Ordinary 4-winged Pegasi were equivalent to beast emperors, they had rank 5 battle strength. But against Fang Yuan's ferocious might, even a powerful wild Gu would be smashed into meat paste. This strange 4-winged Pegasi did not have any Gu worms on it, it dissipated after being smashed by Fang Yuan. No fur, bones, or blood was left behind. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. His eyes opened wide. Following the destruction of the 4-winged Pegasi, a formless will entered his mind, his eyes were filled with shock and joy. At once, he half knelt on the broken ice surface, his movements paused like a statue, he ignored the attacks above him, as if he was in a nightmare. Fang Yuan. Tai Baiyunxing saw this and was extremely worried, he flew over again. Come back, don't disturb him. To him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fairy Li Shan suddenly transmitted. Tai Baiyunxing squinted his eyes, replying angrily, it seems you know what this tribulation is? Fairy Li Shan. We are allies, we are here to protect He Lulan during her tribulation. You have been deceiving us all along. What are your intentions? This is not deceiving, don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance, if I had deceived you, I would have died long ago. This was only a guess, it has been verified now. Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only concealed this crucial information, but that did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allies, they could not share every secret. Fang Yuan would not be able to do this. Tai Baiyunxing's breathing paused, he flew as he questioned angrily, then why are you still not telling me, what bullshit guess is this? Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air, speaking quickly, Tai Baiyunxing, you know the origin of this icy plain. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed a corner of northern plains, turning this place into nothingness. To make up for it, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, spitting out extreme frost profound ice to freeze this place, forming a huge icy plain. Get to the point. Tai Baiyunxing shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Baiyunxing's emotions, she did not blame him, continuing to explain, as everyone knows, reckless savage demon Venerable is a strength path Gu Venerable, the ancestor of strength path, he also created transformation path. Any rank 9 Venerable is the child of the great Tao, they are the closest to the truth of heaven and earth. Not only does their words follow the law, their every action contains true meaning, even their gaze contains the profundities of nature. Even if they die, their trump card killer moves will be engraved in heaven and earth, forming a type of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Baiyunxing could not help but think of formless hands, yes, I knew this long ago. Fairy Li Shan continued, back then, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix, spitting out profound ice to create our current icy plain. Don't forget, Ice Phoenix is a transformation path killer move. Thus, as the creator of the icy plane, reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path is engraved in this world. Among a few Gu immortals, there is a guess, or more accurately, a rumor. As long as a strength path or transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in the icy plane, Tao marks will resonate and draw out reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Baiyunxing's body shook, then, doesn't that mean? That's right. The Icefall Divine Ape is only an illusion, the ancient Pegasus is also the same, they are only the true meaning of strength path and transformation path, manifested through the earthly calamity. Completely shattering these external manifestations, the small portion of true meaning contained within will burst forth and pour into the body. What is true meaning? It is the understanding towards heaven and earth, the great Tao, and laws. Fang Yuan has just shattered the Pegasus, and received the true meaning pouring into his body. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving reckless savage demon Venerable's teachings. Fairy Li Shan said these shocking words, but at the same time, she also revealed a strong feeling of envy. Obtaining the teachings of a rank 9 Venerable, what a great opportunity this was. Fairy Li Shan continued, sighing, the rumor of reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning is said to have originated from Northern Plains rank 7 domination immortal Chu Du. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu immortal 300 years ago, he underwent tribulation in this icy plain. But after so many years, Gu immortals have become rare. Among these new Gu immortals, transformation path is rare, and strength path is even rarer. Thus, this conjecture has always been hard to prove. Tai Baiyunxing snorted coldly, no longer approaching Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had deceived him and Fang Yuan, he had obtained such a huge benefit, Tai Baiyunxing's resentment had mostly dissipated. He turned around and looked at He Lulan with a profound gaze. He Lulan was wrapped in the 3 chi cocoons, everything was progressing smoothly. The chi cocoons were shrinking in an orderly manner. This woman's ambition is really huge. She is not satisfied with becoming a 10 extreme true immortal, she still wants to learn from reckless savage demon Venerable. She is not afraid of not having enough strength and bursting her belly. Speaking of which, this adventurous style is very similar to Fang Yuan, they are both lunatics. Tai Baiyunxing sighed inwardly. As expected, these are true unexpected manifestations, ahahaha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his expression was in high spirits as he slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position. He looked at the ancient Pegasus group in front of him again. This time, his gaze had already changed. His gaze had become extremely passionate, like a pervert who had endured for thousands of years seeing a peerless beauty. He was like an insatiable thief who had seen the greatest treasure in the world. I have advanced to a strength path Gu immortal, but my strength path foundation is still shallow, my strength path attainment is only at quasi-grandmaster. Every slight increase in my attainment is extremely difficult. I need to trigger a qualitative change from the accumulation of quantitative changes over a long period of time. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning manifestations, I can rapidly raise my strength path attainment to true grandmaster realm. With 500 years of hard work and experience, Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the difficulty of raising one's attainment level. Realm represented one's understanding of the great Tao. Strength path realm was a Gu master's understanding of strength path. They were roughly divided into normal, quasi-master, master, and quasi-grandmaster. Master level, great grandmaster level. Most Gu masters, in their entire lives, they were all at normal rank. Quasi-master level were those geniuses or experienced Gu masters who were old and experienced. Master level was already 1 in a million. For example, in the Imperial Court contest, the huge Northern Plains heroes gathered. Only Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were master pilots. Enslavement path masters were Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. In terms of refinement path great grandmasters, in the entire history of the human race, there were only long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. Every time one's realm increased, it would result in an earth-shattering increase in one's battle prowess. This was because a higher cultivation level meant a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. It could allow Gu masters to refine even better new Gu, create even more killer moves, and display the greatest advantage of their path. Fang Yuan's understanding of the various paths. The highest was blood path. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a famous blood path grandmaster, thus his battle strength was outstanding. He created many new blood path Gu. These new Gu even surpassed blood sea ancestor in some aspects. He also created many blood path killer moves. Even though these were mortal killer moves, they were extremely powerful. Fang Yuan now had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. It was a killer move created by squeezing out all of his potential, learning from nature and using wisdom Gu. It was a new starting point for the fusion of enslavement and strength path. But even with such a killer move, in terms of battle strength, he was not the match of the blood path peak in the 500 years of his previous life. Feng Yuan could suppress the immortal killer move Myriad Self just by using the combination of his blood path killer moves from his previous life. He even used his Grandmaster attainment level to create some remnant recipes of brand new blood path immortal goo from scratch. Of course, the completion rate of these remnant recipes was very low. This was the world of goo worms, and also the world of goo masters. The nurture, use, and refinement of goo worms, the main body was still the goo master. Generation after generation of goo masters innovated and used their abundant creativity to research new goo worms and create new paths. Only then could there be a splendid goo path that encompassed all aspects and was full of splendor. Only then could there be stars shining brightly, heroes appearing in large numbers, and the grand history of humanity. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. The sages of the past had created many pinnacles. Even if people looked up to them, it was a great achievement that the later generations could not surpass. But all in all, the overall strength of the 5 regions was constantly improving, becoming more profound, surpassing the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and so on. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo. In the end, they are all the exploration and learning of nature, heaven and earth, and the great Tao. Be it a Xianxia world, a magical world, or a scientific world, they are all the same, they are all exploring and learning the whole of nature. It is just that according to the laws of the world, the methods of exploration are different. Only by constantly exploring could one learn. Only by learning could one accumulate. Only by accumulating could one transcend. And in this world, the step-by-step result of learning the great Tao of heaven and earth is the attainment level of each path. The Great Tao is a wordless heavenly book. Goo masters explore and learn the world, they need to use goo worms to probe around, they need to constantly summarize, comprehend, and need inspiration, they need sufficient experience and experience. But right now, I have obtained the true meaning in fusion. It is like standing on the shoulders of a giant and looking at the world. It is to let reckless savage demon venerable translate the wordless heavenly book into words that I can understand, and then let me read it directly. This is such a wide shortcut, an extremely rare opportunity. It will save me a lot of hard work in the future. The more Feng Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Hey Lulan. You are a lunatic. You actually want to learn from reckless savage demon venerable and obtain the true meaning in fusion while learning from nature. Humph, aren't you afraid you won't be able to comprehend it and become flustered, causing your immortal ascension to fail? But I like your greed. I'll accept all of your generous gifts without hesitation. Feng Yuan shouted in his heart, with such great benefits in front of him, he decided to not leave anything behind. Myriad Self. Myriad Self. Myriad Self, he continued to activate immortal killer moves. For the first time, disregarding the cost, he activated them crazily. Countless strength path phantoms were created by him, instantly forming a strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. The scale was much larger than before. At the same time, the mortal goo used to form the immortal killer moves were destroyed in large numbers. This was the backlash of heaven and earth. This was also the result of Feng Yuan's crazed activation. But Feng Yuan did not feel any heartache, as long as his core cleansed soul immortal goo was fine. He had made ample preparations for this trip. He had a large number of substitute mortal goo. Come. Feng Yuan opened his chest, countless strength path phantoms shot out from his immortal aperture. The strength path army was like a flood, pouring down on heaven and earth, sweeping over mountains and rivers. The sparse army was immediately replenished. Soon, it surpassed its original limit and reached a new height. A large number. No. A vast number of strength path phantoms filled the entire battlefield. There are at least 300,000. This scene stunned Tai Baiyunqing and Fairy Li Shan. The ancient Pegasus group was tightly surrounded by the strength path phantom army. At this moment, the battle between the two armies had reached a climax. Feng Yuan walked calmly. He walked on the icy surface of the battlefield. In his mind, joyful will was produced and expended rapidly. Under his command, the army formed a tacit understanding and cooperation. Waves of military power, like giant hands, beat down the four-winged heavenly horses one by one without caring about the losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together. The four-winged Pegasus were forcefully pressed down on the icy surface. After that, Fang Yuan slowly walked over. He raised his 8 thick giant arms, creating a curtain of fist shadows as he ruthlessly attacked. Amidst the cries of pain, the Pegasus were smashed into pieces. True meaning poured in. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken by the impact. The profundity of the great Tao was quickly absorbed by Fang Yuan. His movements were stiff for a few breaths of time, but he soon regained control. Like this, Fang Yuan slaughtered the ancient Pegasus crazily. This feels good. After receiving another true meaning infusion, he excitedly raised his head and roared. His gaze was like blood, one could not look straight at him. His strength path realm that had been slowly rising for several years, was rapidly rising with each true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Baiyunqing did not speak. Fang Yuan's craziness caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Fairy Li Shan's side also became silent. After half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity changed again. The Pegasus group fused together, turning into 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were covered in hard black armor that looked like shields. Their defense was very strong. The snake heads were as big as houses. When they landed on the ground, they occupied the terrain to defend. They became shield snakes again? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. His body did not move, but the strength path army in the air pressed down like a dark cloud. After occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend from above. It was no longer like flying in the air, where there were openings to attack from above and below. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell sharply. After a long time, he finally commanded a large force to move a shield snake. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally, pouncing forward. The shield snake was covered in injuries, but before it could raise its head, it was attacked by Fang Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength of 45 group strength Gu directly smashed the shield snake's head into pieces. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous one charged into Fang Yuan's mind. Half of the snake's body that had lost its head suddenly split into small snakes, forming a sinister and slippery snake sea in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan comprehended the true meaning of the great Tao. His body could not move, he fell into the snake sea. The snake sea attacked crazily, quickly submerging his huge body. Fang Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. Earlier, when the true meaning infusion was used, Fang Yuan was like a Pegasus, from birth to death, from small to large. His 4 hooves galloped on the solid ground, his wings flapping as he soared in the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of the Pegasus, he sensed the usage of all kinds of strength, and the ingenuity of exerting strength. And now, he had turned into a snake. From the moment he broke out of the snake egg, he started to devour his prey like a glutton. He could feel the twisting of the snake's body, the strength of the snake's coiling body, the rhythm of the snake's muscles as it swallowed its prey, the movement of the snake's head as it attacked like lightning. Not only did his strength path attainment rise, his transformation path and even his flying master attainment rose. Fang Yuan. Tai Baiyunqing's shout could be heard from afar. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, waking up from the sea of snakes. There were snakes everywhere, from head to toe. Countless snakes coiled around his body, trying to kill him and gnawing at him. If not for Fang Yuan's hair armor's protection, he might have already been devoured by these snakes. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He was not shocked, but happy. He stretched out his 8 giant hands and clenched, instantly crushing dozens of snakes. Dozens of true meanings assaulted his mind. His consciousness blurred for a moment before recovering. As he gradually adapted and his attainment level increased, the speed at which he absorbed the true meanings also became faster. In a state of intoxication, he even removed his hair armor and opened his mouth, inhaling deeply. Immediately, countless snakes slid into his mouth. He opened his mouth and chewed, his sharp teeth crushing the snake's body, then he swallowed. The snake's body parts vanished into nothingness as soon as they entered his mouth. Waves of true meaning unceasingly filled his mind. Strength path true meaning and transformation path true meaning were rising bit by bit. At the same time, these advancements also gave Fang Yuan a deeper understanding of other domains, as if he had a deeper understanding of them. For example, flying attainment. After Fang Yuan killed the 3rd shield snake, his strength path attainment finally broke through from quasi-Grandmaster realm to Grandmaster realm. Strength path Grandmaster, that was to say, as long as Fang Yuan was given some time, he could reach his previous life's blood path attainment. Because his blood path attainment level was Grandmaster. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and inspirations. His understanding of strength path had risen to a whole new level. He could create many brand new strength path goo worms, he could create many mortal killer moves related to strength path. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied, the slaughter continued. The earthly calamity could not transform into Icefall Divine Ape, Ancient Pegasus, or Shield Snake group. Finally, it transformed again, into a group of rockmen. Fang Yuan commanded the army to kill the rockmen. Crush their skulls, devour their bodies, and experience the power of honesty. The earthly calamity turned into a swarm of bees. Fang Yuan continued to self-destruct his strength path phantoms to experience the power of craftiness. The earthly calamity then turned into a rhinoceros. Fang Yuan killed it and comprehended the power of collision. His strength path realm slowly rose. After stabilizing the Grandmaster level, he was sprinting toward becoming a quasi-Grandmaster. Right at this moment, two rays of light, one black and one white, tore through the sky and descended. I finally found you. It really is the ice plains. The rainbow dissipated, revealing Heiqing and Xianxia. The enemy had finally arrived. So many strength path phantoms, what's going on? Xianxia's pupils first shrunk, then immediately emitted a scorching light. Eh? This was actually. It seemed like the rumors were true. Transcending tribulation in the northern ice plains might really attract reckless savage demon venerables' true intent. Heiqing scanned the battlefield with his spectral eyes. Then, it stopped on the three-colored cocoon. After such a long time, He Lulan had yet to completely absorb the three qis. Her human qi was simply too high. He, He Lulan, you have nowhere to run this time, why don't you obediently submit? Heiqing laughed heartily, opening his right hand and revealing an immortal goo. This immortal goo shone with eerie blue light, it was a rank 6-time path immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura surged, causing the 2-time path immortal goo in Tai Baiyunqing's body to vibrate at the same time. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed, she appeared and blocked He Lulan, saying coldly, immovable blink? This was the rank 6-time path immortal goo immovable blink, it could stop the target's time for 6 moments. With this goo, He Lulan did not need to worry about Fang Yuan using fixed immortal travel to escape. Heiqing saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze slightly focused, saying with deep meaning, to think that the true mastermind was you, Fairy Li Shan? What is your intention in sowing discord between us father and daughter? Indeed, which goo immortal would not covet the yin-yang life extension method in my possession? At the end, Heiqing chuckled, his laughter was filled with mockery towards Fairy Li Shan, as well as full confidence in himself. Fairy Li Shan had a solemn expression, her voice became louder and louder, gradually resounding in heaven and earth, Heiqing, you are destined to fail today. Don't even think of touching a single hair of Little Lands, because the one stopping you is me. Saying so, Fairy Li Shan no longer concealed herself, she erupted with the surging aura of a rank 7 goo immortal. At the same time, the ice surface shook and shattered, countless tree roots grew rapidly like thick pythons, coiling around each other and slithering around. The trees grew rapidly, becoming verdant and lush. In a few breaths of time, pear blossoms bloomed. The pear blossoms were like snow, the fragrance of the flowers permeated the surroundings. Several Li Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree, her figure was covered by the lush leaves, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, He Lulan was still mediating the 3 qi, floating above the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had actually reached rank 7 without anyone noticing. Heiqing, you need to be careful, third leader cultivates both earth and wood, she set up this battlefield in advance. I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, due to the alliance agreement, I cannot fight against Fairy Li Shan. Xianxia immediately reminded. Fairy Li Shan normally traveled in northern plains, showing her rank 6 cultivation level to others. There were very few people who knew her true cultivation level. Heiqing had a calm expression, his gaze paused on Fang Yuan, Tai Baiyunqing, and Fairy Li Shan, before finally stopping on He Lulan. An immortal zombie, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and a rank 7 Gu immortal. Heiqing muttered, he snorted coldly and said to Xianxia, go deal with that immortal zombie and that rank 6 Gu immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan, I will capture He Lulan. His words were filled with determination and confidence. Even though Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength was at the lower tier of rank 7, there was still a gap between her and Heiqing. Okay. Throwing the hardest bone to Heiqing, Xianxia immediately agreed. He flew down towards the earthly calamity. He was a knowledgeable person, he knew that the earthly calamity contained the demon Venerable's true meaning, even though he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal, he wanted a share. Gu immortals would study a wide range of paths to supplement their main path, who would complain about their own attainment level being too high. You are courting death. Fang Yuan saw Xianxia charging towards him, he shouted angrily, a fierce light shining in his eyes. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie dares to boast so shamelessly. Xianxia snorted in disdain, getting closer. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought with Heiqing, he only focused on retreating and escaping. Thus, he did not expose his true battle strength. Heiqing and Xianxia analyzed and felt that Fang Yuan's two-movement immortal Gu were likely lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting intensely with the earthly calamity. But firstly, the earthly calamity was mostly destroyed, secondly, killer moves of a large scale were very common, thirdly, most immortal zombies had lower battle strength than ordinary Gu immortals, and fourthly, Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals with him. Xianxia subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Xianxia was extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, he was above Fang Yuan's head. I will let you have a taste of my power. He shouted as he pushed with both hands, using killer moves. Wind and snow swaying. Iceberg drill. Snow sparrow crisis. He actually used 3 killer moves in one go. Xianxia's extraordinary control over Gu worms was displayed. These 3 killer moves were all offensive killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew, snow filled the sky, countless snowflakes turned into flying birds, they were like fish in water in the wind and snow, they were full of spirituality, there were thousands of them. Icicles were the size of small mountains, 20 to 30 of them were covered in sharp icicles, they crashed towards Fang Yuan, looking like they were going to pierce through Fang Yuan and crush him. Fang Yuan sneered, he waved his hand, the myriad army moved, myriad self raised their heads bravely, their battle cries shook the sky, everywhere they went, icebergs shattered, snow sparrows cried out, and romantic scenes stopped. Xianxia's expression changed, only in a true battle could he truly sense the power of myriad self, seeing the myriad self army charging towards him, Xianxia shouted angrily, his hair and beard fluttered as an icy aura burst out. In an instant, the icy aura expanded rapidly, forming a crystalline land in the air. Battlefield killer move, snow domain. Everlasting pine tree, ice hair dragon flow. Xianxia shouted again, activating 2 defensive killer moves. Immediately, the pine trees in the snow domain grew from nothing, from small to large, the pine trees grew thicker, the branches intertwined, forming thick walls. His snow-white hair that could reach the ground suddenly grew longer, dragon roars could be heard in the air. His long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice dragons, coiling around his body and forming a castle, protecting Xianxia at the center. However, when the myriad self-army charged over, the pine trees fell, the ice dragons crumbled, the snow domain lasted for a while before collapsing. It is an immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Xianxia's face was pale, his eyes were filled with fear, he retreated towards the sky, even faster than when he came, he was in a pathetic state. At the same time, Heiqing and Fairy Li Shan were already fighting intensely. The battle between the two had just started, but it had already reached its climax. Heiqing activated Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to the limit, 3 dark arrows shot into the pear orchard, moving around and searching for Fairy Li Shan's true body. In the pear orchard, there was a dense forest, pear blossoms were falling. Tree roots intertwined and grew, suddenly, hundreds of sunflower king lotuses appeared. The lotuses bloomed, shooting out pillars of hot light towards Heiqing. Heiqing's body shook, black liquid flowed out of his black robe, occupying a part of the sky. This was also a battlefield killer move, called Night Veil. In the night veil, black balls shot out, raining down like rain. The black balls smashed into the pear orchard and expanded, forming a huge dark vortex. It was the killer move that He Lulan had once used in the Imperial Court contest, Dark Vortex. The dark vortex expanded, corroding the surrounding trees and flowers, forming huge holes in the pear orchard. Rays of hot sunlight tore holes in the night veil. Both sides fought, the light pillars became sparse, but the dark vortexes increased in number. He Cheng soon gained the upper hand. Found her. He Cheng's eyes suddenly shined, he laughed sinisterly. He had an investigative killer move. He found Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately activated Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to the limit. 3 dark arrows flew out, shooting towards their target. The pear orchard erupted, countless tree roots extended out like dragons, moving and moving, trying to block these 3 dark arrows. At this crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her eyes shining brightly like lamps. She shouted in her mind, Earth Flower Consecutive Vault. The ground exploded with a bang, and a huge man-eating flower drilled out at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth and swallowed the dark arrow. Immediately after, the whole man-eating flower shrunk to less than half its original size. It actually trapped the dark arrow. He Cheng snorted, his gaze shined. The swallowed dark arrow was about to be shot out, causing a sharp protrusion to form on the surface of the man-eating flower. But more and more man-eating flowers came out of the ground. The second man-eating flower swallowed the first man-eating flower, its size shrunk. Next, the third man-eating flower swallowed the second man-eating flower. This cycle repeated. After 17 or 18 man-eating flowers, He Cheng's senses towards this dark arrow had weakened by 30%. He Cheng knew that this dark arrow would not be able to escape in a short period of time, thus he focused his attention on the remaining 2. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale. She shouted, Heavenly flowers darken. The sky was filled with pear blossoms. They were white like snow, fluttering in the air and turning into specks of light. The dark arrow was extremely fast, but there were many specks of light. They were densely packed. As they flew, they were contaminated. These specks of light landed on the small dark arrow, sparks were produced, and white specks were left on the dark arrow. Be it speed or power, they were falling. He Cheng snorted, he knew that the other party was prepared. He was out in the open while the other party was in the dark. His Immortal Goo dark arrow was widely known, thus he was targeted. But he was not easy to deal with. Even though he did not create an immortal killer move with Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. He had already tried many times, and the result was that he obtained several mortal killer moves. They were specially used to guide the transformation of the dark arrow. He Cheng stared, activating a set of Mortal Goo in his immortal aperture. The 2 arrows suddenly flew towards each other and collided in midair. They fused together and became one again. After the fusion, the dark arrow was pitch black and deep, without a single speck of light. He regained his speed and power. The black arrow was as fast as lightning. It fiercely shot into a huge tree trunk in the pear garden. In He Cheng's vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice actually resounded from the other side, You have been tricked, He Cheng. The trees and flowers shed tears. A fresh flower bloomed on the tree trunk, and a rich nectar flowed out from the center of the flower, filling the air with fragrance. The dark arrow had only hit a wooden puppet that looked like Fairy Li Shan. The honey fluid spread from all directions and enveloped the dark arrow. Shortly after, the honey solidified like amber. It firmly sealed the dark arrow inside. He Cheng, you will definitely lose today. Fairy Li Shan's true body stood proudly on the crown of a tree. Although her face was pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, her eyes were bright and she was full of vigor. A large part of He Cheng's strength was due to Dark Arrow Immortal Goo. This was an offensive killer move. Fairy Li Shan only had 1 Mountain Pledge Goo, she could not defend against it directly. She could only think about it and use 3 mortal killer moves to temporarily imprison the Dark Arrow. With the Dark Arrow blocked, He Cheng lost his strongest defensive method. Is that so? You really think this is all I can do? He Cheng stood in the night sky, looking down at Fairy Li Shan as he showed a mocking smile. Under Fairy Li Shan's gaze, he stretched out his hand and slowly opened his palm, revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was the size of a rice bowl. it was black and shiny, like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface of the pearl, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast that was sleeping soundly. Fairy Xian saw this pearl and her eyes widened, showing a look of shock and fear. "This is Dark Prison?" Heiqing nodded. "That's right, this is my He tribe's rank 6 immortal goo house, Dark Prison." His voice was plain, but there was pride in it. Heiqing was not He tribe's first supreme elder, but to ensure this trip, he had already borrowed this item from He tribe's first supreme elder without caring about the price. This is bad. Fairy Xian's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast pen. Inside it was the ancient desolate beast Sharp-Tusked Boar. If it was released now, Fairy Xian's side would be doomed. Be it pear orchard, earth flower vault, dim heavenly flower, or tree flower weeping, they were all mortal killer moves. To deal with Heiqing's dark arrow immortal goo, Fairy Xian had racked her brains, using 3 killer moves to barely seal the dark arrow. But because of this, she was mentally exhausted and had a splitting headache. Even though she occupied the pear orchard battlefield, she was already at a disadvantage against Heiqing's dark veil. She could only hold on, hoping that He Lulan would succeed her tribulation and come to reinforce her. However, Sharp-Tusked Boar was an ancient desolate beast. Destroying pear orchard was as easy as destroying a vegetable garden. Once pear orchard was destroyed, the 3 tricks attached to pear orchard would have their power greatly reduced, and the dark arrow would be able to break free. This way, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Fairy Xian gritted her teeth. Right at this time, she heard Tai Baiyunqing's warning, be careful of what?" Fairy Xian turned around and saw a dark arrow shooting towards her silently. It was less than a foot away from her. "How can this be? I set up the surroundings." Fairy Xian was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow pierced through her forehead, piercing through her skull and coming out from the back of her head. "Little ant!" He Lulan shouted. She had finally digested the 3 qi and regained her mobility. But when she opened her eyes, she saw the pitiful scene of her family member, who had always taken care of her, being pierced through by a dark arrow. "It's over." Heiqing stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Xian had only sealed 2 dark arrows. The moment the 2 arrows merged together, Heiqing had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using Dark Prison to attract Fairy Xian's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves to coordinate with the dark arrow. Fairy Xian's defenses quietly crumbled. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Xian returned to the previous moment. All her injuries were gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Goo Man as before, far away. Tai Baiyunqing breathed roughly. "That was close, I almost missed it." Heiqing's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. He was not angry at Tai Baiyunqing for destroying his battle results. It was because Xianxia did not use his full strength. They had agreed that he would be in charge of killing Fairy Xian, while Xianxia would be in charge of killing Tai Baiyunqing and immortal zombie Feng Yuan. But the result? Tai Baiyunqing could actually interfere in his battle. Xianxia. Heiqing gritted his teeth. He looked at the other battlefield in the distance. Next, Heiqing saw that Xianxia's robe was in tatters. He was fleeing with a panicked expression. His long hair was now shaved short. He almost went bald. His face was covered with bruises. It was swollen, his whole body was covered in blood, one of his arms was hanging down, it was clearly fractured. Heiqing's pupil shrunk. Xianxia naturally had healing goo. To goo immortals, a fracture was not a serious injury. But the crucial thing was, the enemy's attacks did not even give Xianxia time to heal his fracture. How strong was he? As if to answer his question, the 200,000 strength Path Phantom Army. Battle cries shook heaven and earth. It was a huge field, even thicker than the tribulation clouds in the sky. They chased after Xianxia alone. This was too much of a bully. This rank 7 goo immortal Heiqing frowned deeply. What's going on? Why haven't these strength path phantoms been exterminated, and there are even more of them? Next, he saw that the strength path phantom army split into half and charged towards him. Heiqing snorted coldly. He willed and activated several sets of mortal killer moves. Thousand Demon Rampage. Dark Fire. Black Wind Break. Kill. The myriad self-army charged forward. After a few breaths of time, the demons screamed in pain, the dark fire ignored them, and the black wind whimpered. Heiqing, who had been calm and composed, had a change of expression. This power is an immortal killer move. This unremarkable immortal zombie is actually the strongest? The myriad self-army surged forward, charging into Heiqing's dark battlefield without any politeness. The dark battlefield that occupied one side of the sky was quickly scattered. It was like a beggar's clothes were hanging in the sky, ragged. Heiqing's eyelids twitched. He could only retreat. He was handsome and elegant. Even when retreating, he still looked outstanding. His hands moved like butterflies, unleashing mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the myriad self-army's advance. It was like a torrential flood. No matter how outstanding the mortal killer move was, it was like a fragile reef in front of this flood, or a lowly fish. They were swept away and devoured. Heiqing squinted, his expression turning dark. He finally understood Xianxia's feelings. Facing the myriad self-army, he was a Grand Rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous Northern Plains expert, but he actually felt a sense of helplessness and powerlessness. The army had already formed an overwhelming momentum. It was simply unstoppable. This immortal killer move, even if I use Dark Prison and release Sharp Tusk Boars, I might not be its match. Heiqing was forced to retreat by the army. In this situation, if Heiqing wanted to turn the situation around, he would have to use a dark arrow to kill Feng Yuan's main body. But 2 of the dark arrows were already trapped by Fairy Li Shan. The remaining one could not do anything to Feng Yuan, who had worldly wave trace immortal goo. This lunatic, how much immortal essence did he use? Heiqing cursed in his heart, his gaze fixed on Feng Yuan who was on the ground. Feng Yuan absorbed another demon venerable's will. He sensed Heiqing's dangerous gaze. He turned around and smiled at Heiqing in disdain. At the same time, an army on the ground charged towards Heiqing. This guy. Heiqing finally showed a trace of nervousness on his face. Being attacked by 2 armies, he could only dodge and retreat in the air. He used countless mortal killer moves, but they only managed to slow down the army slightly. Thus, the battle became, 2 Gu immortals were being chased by Feng Yuan alone. Junior brother, good job. Tai Baiyunqing clenched his fists in excitement. Fairy Li Shan stood on the tree crown, her expression froze as she saw this. She did not expect the situation to turn out like this. On the other side, Feng Yuan's main body had finally gotten rid of the earthly calamity. He obtained all of the true meaning in fusion, but his strength path attainment level was still Grandmaster. He had not broken through to the next level. But his transformation path attainment level had risen instead. He had reached transformation master level. Furthermore, his flying attainment had also risen greatly. He broke through master level and became quasi-grandmaster. But Feng Yuan was still not satisfied. He shouted at He Lulan, "Quick, don't you have small family Qi Gu? Release all of the earth Qi you collected. You might be able to attract even more earthly calamities." Everyone heard this and were speechless. He Lulan immediately rolled her eyes. The infusion of 3 Qi had elevated her life essence. She had transcended mortality and become a Gu immortal. Her body had been purified completely, thus the injuries to her eye sockets had completely healed. I still need to keep these small family Qi Gu to refine immortal Gu. Time is limited, let's retreat first. He Lulan rejected Feng Yuan's suggestion, shouting. Feng Yuan licked his lips. He had not had enough, but he could not do anything about it since she did not agree. Everyone gathered together and entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield reluctantly, before activating fixed immortal travel. 3 breaths of time later, he vanished, returning to snowy mountain-blessed land. We are letting them leave just like that? Xianxia also gathered with Heiqing. Heiqing raised his brows, saying coldly, "Even if I have instant movement, can you break through the defense of this strength path phantom army?" Snowy Mountain's 3rd peak, in a quiet room. The weather outside the window was perfect, the sky was clear and the air was cool. The white snow on the mountain combined with the vast blue sky formed a tranquil and distant scene. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea gradually spread. Feng Yuan was half lying down, his body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly. Small streams of corpse blood flowed down from the wounds on his body, forming a puddle on the ground. But he did not care, he did not feel any pain at all. He had been resting with his eyes closed for almost 15 minutes. Other than him, there were 3 other people in the quiet room. Tai Baiyunqing stood beside Feng Yuan, his hands were moving rapidly as black lines shot out, healing Feng Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan sat at her usual spot by the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, but most of her attention was on He Lulan who was beside her. He Lulan sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her expression solemn like a jade statue. Immortal Ascension had 3 steps: shattering aperture, taking in qi, and releasing gu. She had completed the first 2 steps in the icy plane. After returning to the quiet room using fixed immortal travel, she proceeded to the 3rd step. With her foundation, it was certain that her immortal aperture would explode. Right now, she was probably refining immortal gu in the newly formed immortal aperture, resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in the immortal aperture. It seemed that she wanted to complete this step, and did not want outsiders to help her. But if things went wrong, He Lulan would immediately ask for help. At that time, Feng Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Baiyunqing would quickly enter He Lulan's immortal aperture to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When the new tea boiled, He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air. She slowly opened her eyes. This action immediately attracted the other 3's gazes. Fairy Li Shan immediately stopped, not caring about the teapot. She asked in concern, "You succeeded?" He Lulan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath, her eyes were red, her face was filled with excitement and gratification, she choked with sobs. "Xiao Lan, you had the great strength true martial physique, now it has become the extreme immortal physique, you have a top-grade blessed land." His potential was extraordinary. This is really like seeing the blue sky after the clouds have parted. If my sister knew this in the underworld, she would definitely be very happy. Ordinary gu masters ascending to immortal. There were 3 grades of blessed lands. The 10 extreme physiques risked a great deal of danger in ascending to immortality, so naturally, there would be greater benefits. Once they succeeded in their immortal ascension, their blessed lands would all be top-grade blessed lands. The top-grade blessed lands had 7 to 9 million areas. Drawing upon a large-scale tributary of the River of Time. With over 30 beads of green grape immortal essence, he could use the remaining heaven and earth qi in his immortal aperture to raise his vital gu and core gu to immortal gu. As for the special grade blessed land, it was even more vast. It had an area of more than 10 million mu, and it could draw upon a huge tributary of the River of Time. The amount of green grape immortal essence required was more than 50 beads. If there were no accidents, he would obtain at least 2 immortal gu. He Lulan had a calm expression. "Even though I became a gu immortal, I did not kill that old scoundrel." In a calm tone. It contained a bone-deep hatred. "He Lulan, forgive me for speaking bluntly. If we want to kill He Qing, with the 4 of us working together, even if we deal with him alone, the chances are slim." Tai Baiyunqing coughed and said. "That's right, defeating a gu immortal is easy, but killing one is difficult." Feng Yuan also sat up, sighing deeply. His injuries had basically healed. Last time, when he fought with Western Desert gu immortal Plump Lady, he had the upper hand, but Plump Lady ran away. This time, when he fought with He Qing and Shuesong Zi, even though he had the upper hand, he could not trap the gu immortals, they had to retreat safely. Myriad Self might be strong, but if the enemy did not fight you head-on, there was nothing you could do. Gu immortals were astute people, they knew the logic of avoiding the enemy's attacks. In fact, Feng Yuan's battle with He Qing could only be considered a draw. It was true that Feng Yuan had the upper hand, but he could not maintain it for long. After a long time, the strength path phantoms would dissipate on their own, and it would be He Qing's turn to counterattack. Immortal killer moves could indeed create a huge advantage, but they could not turn into an absolute victory against He Qing. Thus, when He Lulan asked to retreat, Feng Yuan did not object. He knew when to stop, he activated fixed immortal travel and brought them back here. He Lulan looked at Feng Yuan, smiling. "This time, I was able to resist the enemy and pass the tribulation, it was all thanks to Feng Yuan's strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other." Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This time, he helped He Lulan. Next time, Crane Gate attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Due to the alliance agreement, they had to help Feng Yuan. Both sides were mutually beneficial. According to the agreement, this is the recipe of small family Qi Gu. Also, you only need to return half of the 30 immortal yuan stones that I lent you. Fairy Li Shan said. She now knew some of Feng Yuan's nature, only genuine benefits suited Feng Yuan's taste. Feng Yuan received the small family Qigu's recipe on the spot. He pretended to sigh. In this battle, although I won, I lost. I spent over 60 green grape immortal essence beads. As for the 15 immortal yuan stones I owe you, I'm afraid I will need some time to return them. Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of He Lolan's immortal ascension. She immediately said, no rush, Feng Yuan, when you have enough money, you can return them to me. I will not charge you any interest. Also, didn't you want us to inquire about the wisdom path inheritance on your behalf? Don't tell me you have some clues? Feng Yuan was inwardly joyful. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, there is a clue. You also know that several months ago, the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfeng Naganori, passed away. He left behind a complete wisdom path inheritance for his successor, Dongfeng Yuliang. But Dongfeng Yuliang was only a mortal. He could not protect the Gu immortal inheritance, especially when it is a wisdom path inheritance. According to the information, this wisdom path inheritance was set up by Dongfeng Naganori in a secret location. Even Dongfeng tribe's other Gu immortals do not know the exact location. Only Dongfeng Naganori has a crucial clue. Before Dongfeng Naganori died, he had made an agreement with the Huangjin tribes and super forces not to attack each other. But he did not make an agreement with the demonic path Gu immortals. His influence was not at the level where he could devour both sides. Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance had already attracted the covetous eyes of many demonic path Gu immortals. Even Dongfeng tribe's other Gu immortals had thoughts of it. Thus, Dongfeng Naganori set up these methods to completely conceal his wisdom path inheritance, leaving it to his acknowledged successor, Dongfeng Yuliang. Feng Yuan could not help but think, although I have the wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain, I can only use it crudely. I cannot display the essence of wisdom path. Although wisdom path Gu worms were sold in jewel yellow skies, they had never sold a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path Gu worms are easy to obtain, but wisdom path inheritances are hard to come by. If I can obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance, I believe I can deduce even more things with fewer wills and thoughts. When Dongfeng Naganori was alive, he was publicly recognized as the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. His inheritance naturally moved Feng Yuan. But in front of Feng Yuan was the colossal super force, Dongfeng tribe. Although Dongfeng tribe had lost Dongfeng Naganori, they still had several Gu immortals to maintain the situation. In contrast, Feng Yuan had just fought He Qing. He had expended most of his green grape immortal essence. He could not display the might of the myriad self-army again. Right now, many demonic path Gu immortals have already secretly gathered together to scheme for Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. Back then, when Dongfeng Naganori was alive, Northern Plains righteous and demonic paths suffered losses from him. Many fell into his schemes and fell into his hands. It is said that his successor, Dongfeng Yuliang, has greater talent than Dongfeng Naganori. Most Northern Plains Gu immortals do not want a second Dongfeng Naganori to appear. Fairy Li Shan continued. A few days ago, some demonic path Gu immortals found me, hoping to use my mountain pledge Gu to form a temporary alliance for the wisdom path inheritance. But I have already made an alliance agreement with Dongfeng Naganori. I cannot attack Dongfeng tribe. Feng Yuan, if you need it, I can help you to join this alliance. They have more detailed information. It will be of great help to you in the fight for the inheritance. Feng Yuan heard this and did not refuse, but also did not immediately agree. Let me think about it first. This matter is not urgent. He Lulan said, right now, the biggest matter in Northern Plains is that Qin Baixing has captured Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He has grasped the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already attracted most of the Northern Plains righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. Even those rank 8 old monsters are rumored to be coming out of seclusion. He Lulan revealed a mocking expression. Qin Baixing is a rank 7 Gu immortal, an expert among lone cultivators. His wood path battle strength is strong, even slightly stronger than that old scoundrel He Qing. But this luck path true inheritance is too troublesome. Almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortals want to deal with him. Right now, Gu immortals are running around everywhere, trying to make connections. With Qin Baixing's strength alone, even if he occupies the blessed land, he will not be able to resist them, his days will not be easy. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He said, "You and I are lucky survivors of the wind veil of assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are insiders, they are involved in this. Even though they escaped early, they know our information. They will be a hindrance to us in northern plains in the future." Ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88-point Xinyang Tower collapsed, formless hands brought many immortal Gu to all parts of northern plains, the whole of northern plains Gu Master world was in chaos, there was unrest, battles of all sizes occurred. Later, most of the immortal Gu that were left in the wild were captured, the situation calmed down. But now, news of Qin Baixing capturing Ma Hong and Zhao Lianyun had spread, northern plains' current situation was surging. It revolved around Qin Baixing and the luck path true inheritance. As time passed, it would definitely develop into a huge storm that would affect the whole of northern plains. Compared to other Gu immortals, Fang Yuan had a greater reason to get involved in this. But to get involved in such a huge storm, Fang Yuan's current strength was still too weak. Not long after, Fang Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. He Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's headquarters. The Blessed Land was huge, it was big at the top and small at the bottom. Thanks to He Tribe's first-generation sages' unique elites, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was only a small area, the higher one went, the larger the space. In the vast sky that far surpassed ordinary Blessed Lands, there were countless spherical wooden eagle nests. These eagle nests were on small mountains, countless iron eagles were resting in them. Eagle cries resounded, when the eagles flew, there were millions of them, covering the sky, it was a magnificent sight. At the top of the Blessed Land, there was a courtyard floating in the air. On the fake mountain in the courtyard garden, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders sat around a square stone table, they had different expressions. First Supreme Elder had a solemn expression, Second Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed, Third Supreme Elder was frowning in deep thought, Fourth Supreme Elder was sweating profusely. The atmosphere was oppressive, it was like the calm before the storm. "My Lord Third Supreme Elder, how long do you want to consider?" Fourth Supreme Elder urged impatiently. Urge, don't you know this is a crucial moment? If I make a mistake now, my decades of hard work will go down the drain. Third Supreme Elder chattered on, he was getting more and more anxious. He looked at the First Supreme Elder on the opposite side, then looked at the Second Supreme Elder on the left side, but the expressions of the two did not change. The Third Supreme Elder could not see any clues, and could not help but feel the pressure in his heart increase. At this time a figure slowly rose from below, quickly getting close to this pavilion. He Tribe's Second Supreme Elder opened his eyes slightly, saying leisurely, "Oh. So He Qing is back." He Qing entered the pavilion, greeting the 4 Supreme Elders one by one. These 4 Grand Elders, whether it was in terms of qualifications or cultivation, were higher than his. As for their battle strength, they would need to fight to know. But in the tribe, Gu immortals would at most spar, how could they fight for real, and among righteous path forces, other than Central Continent sects, the other 4 regions' clans had always looked at bloodline and seniority. Even if He Qing had higher battle strength. When he saw these 4 Supreme Elders, he still had to pay respects to a junior Grand Elder. This is the Black Dungeon. He Qing bowed to each of them before returning the rank 6 Immortal Gu House to First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder received the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and said, "You did not use Dark Prison, it seems that this operation went smoothly?" During the conversation, the gaze of the First Supreme Elder. He was still staring at the surface of the stone table, asking He Qing casually. He Qing smiled, "Thanks to the 4 seniors, this trip was smooth sailing and I successfully suppressed the Qiao family." Qiao tribe was a large-scale tribe, He tribe's entire tribe perished in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Qiao tribe, which was originally He tribe's vassal, immediately became restless, attempting to leave He tribe. Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Dong became an immortal under my guidance. A few decades passed. Have you also developed disloyalty? The Second Supreme Elder's tone was indifferent. So, this time, I made a move and taught Qiao Dong a good lesson. Within 5 years, there shouldn't be any accidents. He Qing smiled calmly. The so-called suppressing Qiao tribe was naturally an excuse that he had prepared long ago. He Qing wanted to deal with his own daughter, He Lulan. It was an act that went against the righteous path. He could only do it secretly. He borrowed dark prison to suppress He Lulan and prevent her from self-detonating. But to the first Supreme Elder, he could not say this directly. Thus, he used Qiao tribe's excuse and said, to ensure that he could suppress Qiao tribe, he borrowed dark prison. 5 years? Second Supreme Elder chuckled, shaking his head. Right now, Northern Plains is in chaos. True Yan building has collapsed and the culprit has not been found. Wild immortal goo are popping up one after another, all sides are fighting. Especially with the commotion caused by Qin Bai Xing, it is getting bigger and bigger. It concerns Giant Sun's true inheritance. Those rank 8-old monsters are getting restless. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed, True Yan building has collapsed, Imperial Court Blessed Land is also gone, that means there is no need to hold the Imperial Court contest anymore. What should we do next? It is hard to say what the Huangjin tribes and super forces will do. He Qing understood his intention, nodding. Junior understands. I will definitely look after the tribe, especially Qiao tribe, Hua tribe, and Shui tribe, these 3 vassal tribes. That's right, this time, He tribe's entire tribe died in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Northern Plains cannot be without He tribe's reputation. He Qing, go to the other Blessed Lands and choose a portion of the tribesmen, send them to Northern Plains and rebuild He tribe. Third Supreme Elder thought hard about the problem as he instructed. Yes, Third Supreme Elder, don't worry, I have already arranged it. Half a month later, Northern Plains He tribe will be rebuilt. He Qing replied. Alright, we can be at ease handing the tribe's matters to He Qing. Third Supreme Elder, you still have the heart to care about these matters, why don't you quickly think of a solution? Which card do you want to play? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered, he was hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing 1 card. At the same time, he shouted, 3 cards. In an instant, the other 3 Supreme Elders had different expressions. First Supreme Elder could no longer maintain his solemn expression, he laughed loudly and pushed his card down, haha, I won. Ah. Third Supreme Elder slapped his thigh and scratched his snow-white beard, feeling annoyed. If I knew this, I would not have played 3 cards, I would have played 60,000 instead. Hearing this, it was the second Supreme Elder's turn to glare. He pushed down his cards and said to the third Elder, then you should play 60,000. This card of mine is really a pity. 40 or 60,000 each, it would be fine. Alright, stop arguing, quickly make the deal. I am still waiting to win back my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here, this is a goo recipe that I spent over 30 years to research. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss, he slammed an east window goo on First Supreme Elder's table. First Supreme Elder kept the east window goo. Alright, let's move on to the next round. Good rules, you cannot use any goo worms to cheat. Give your wager first, I have 2 immortal yuan stone here. Ancient goo recipe, crescent moon goo. 20 grey heart stones. A dragon eye fish group with a mermaid emperor. Swish swish swish, 8 hands rubbed the stone table as they started to shuffle the cards. He Qing stood at the side silently, he was already used to the gambling of these 4 Supreme Elders. This game they were playing was called 4 Sparrow Battle Method, it was invented by a mortal genius in He tribe in the early years, it was mainly to suck up to First Supreme Elder. Since the First Supreme Elder obtained it, he and the other 3 Supreme Elders would take time out every day to spar with each other, fighting to their heart's content. He Qing was in charge of almost all of He tribe's external affairs. Elders, this junior will take his leave. He Qing said. Go. The Supreme Elders waved their hands and started to draw their cards, replying perfunctorily. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion, flying around and crying. Suddenly, the eagle group dispersed, revealing 3 rank 6 desolate eagles. One was a dragon eagle, they had a grand aura. The 2 iron-crowned eagles were extremely powerful. Go. Third Supreme Elder waved his sleeves in displeasure, so noisy. He. First Supreme Elder had a benevolent smile, he waved his sleeves and threw out a lot of food that scattered in the sky. The eagle group cried out happily, fighting in the sky for food. Heiqing left Iron Eagle blessed land, flying towards the southwest direction. After a few minutes, he saw Xianxia. Xianxia had rested, he was no longer in a sorry state, but after seeing Heiqing, he sighed, "Things have become troublesome, I just received information." "Do you know which force controls fixed immortal travel immortal goo?" Heiqing said, "You want to talk about Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Crane Gate? You already know?" "When?" Xianxia's tone was slightly unhappy. Heiqing snorted coldly, "Not long ago." Earlier, Dongfang Naganori deduced that the case of 88-point Xinyang Tower is related to Central Continent. Right now, that mysterious immortal zombie beside He Lulan also has fixed immortal travel. They are likely to be the same group. Xianxia squinted, falling into silence. Honestly speaking, he did not expect this news. He had thought that he was only dealing with a mortal girl, but to think that a huge entity like Crane Gate was involved. Even though he joined Snowy Mountain, it was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Gu immortals were usually selfish, they were not as united as the righteous path. Heiqing's situation was also awkward. Even though he was a He tribe Gu immortal, how could he expose such a vile matter like dealing with his own daughter? Even though many righteous path Gu immortals would act one way in public and another way in private, they would at least look righteous. Heiqing's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone, even using dark prison. He had used other excuses. I only wanted to slap a cat to death, but to think that I provoked a tiger. Heiqing, I don't care. Anyway, I have your weakness, I want 500 immortal yuan stone. Give me a copy of the Yinyang life extension method as well. Xianxia broke the silence with a ruthless expression. He was not cooperating with Heiqing to begin with, and now that he realized that Fang Yuan and the rest had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat. Heiqing's eyes flickered with a dangerous cold light. He stared at Xianxia and said slowly, "You are clear of my situation. If you force me into a corner, I will have a life and death struggle, you won't get anything." "You. Aren't you afraid?" I can't capture He Lulan, I can't absorb her lifespan, I am about to die, why would I care about my reputation?" Xianxia was shaking from anger at Heiqing's shameless behavior, his eyes were bloodshot. To think that the great Lord Heiqing would have such an attitude. Heiqing shrugged indifferently, "Hee, think whatever you want." "Xianxia, you are too naive. Do you think you can extricate yourself now that things have come to this? He Lulan is extremely vengeful, she also has Fairy Li Shan's support. Do you think Snowy Mountain will value you, the 7th Peak's leader, or the 3rd leader? There is another piece of information I need to tell you. Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting restless, the 10 great ancient sects have formed an alliance to invade Northern Plains. Right now, the whole of Northern Plains is in chaos. I think with Fairy Li Shan's methods, she can borrow the power of Central Continent's Gu immortals to kill her. It will not violate Snowy Mountain's oath, right? Heiqing, you are actually threatening me. If you anger me, I will make you do all these dirty things in broad daylight. Xianxia shouted furiously. Heiqing sneered, "Then do it quickly. I will tell you the truth, Xianxia is a pawn of your Snowy Mountain. Decades ago, she purposely arranged a trap for me to get close to me and enter He tribe's higher-ups. The so-called Xian night elopement was just a scheme. Not long after, Su tribe was exterminated. Do you think it was done by my He tribe? It was your Snowy Mountain who cleaned up the mess for Xianxia. What? Why do I not know about this?" Hearing this shocking news, Xianxia was in disbelief. "What do you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. Snowy Mountain's higher-ups will always only have 3 leaders. I know you do not believe me, but I have concrete evidence." Heiqing took out an east window goo and threw it to Xianxia. Xianxia received the east window goo and used his divine sense to inspect it. After a while, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Heiqing looked up at the sky and sighed, his eyes showing a trace of melancholy. "Back then, although I was a publicly recognized Gu immortal seed, I was young and ignorant, falling into a scheme. Xian night elopement, Xian night elopement, it was only a meticulously planned scheme by the righteous and demonic paths to infiltrate each other. I married Xianxia and had Lulan. I thought my days would continue to be blissful. But one day, a Gu immortal suddenly appeared in front of me and gave me concrete evidence. What you've seen is only a portion of the evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Shuasongzi mumbled. With this evidence, everything was turned upside down. Even if Heiqing used the Yinyang life extension method. He schemed against his beloved wife, but this was a matter of opposing righteous and demonic paths. Heiqing's righteous action was justified. There would be no criticism. Instead, everyone would praise him. You tricked me. You tricked me. Shuasongzi pointed at Heiqing, extremely furious. He originally thought that he had always been in the active position and had something to use against Heiqing. He didn't expect that he would be framed by Heiqing instead. Shuasongzi followed behind Heiqing in a daze, hunting He Lulan, then fighting with Fairy Li Shan and the rest, causing him to be in a worrying situation. He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan. And the power of the ancient sects of Zhongzhou state had become a shadow in Shuasongzi's heart that could not be dispelled. Heiqing collected his emotions, turning his gaze back to Shuasongzi, and now. I've got new evidence. Do you still remember how He Lulan addressed Fairy Li Shan? When she was undergoing her tribulation? Fairy Li Shan and Su Xian'er were very likely related by blood. I have Su Xian'er's blood and He Lulan's blood in my hands. When he confronted the Great Snow Mountain in the future. Another solid piece of evidence. Shuasongzi took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. What a good black castle, it is indeed extraordinary. I have only extorted a few dozen immortal yuan stones from you, but I was already dragged down by you and jumped into the pit. That's right, I have to admit, even if you attacked He Lulan and tried always to capture her. You can also push the blame of being a father disciplining his children. I hope that she will realize her mistake and turn back. As long as you do not use Yinyang life extension method on He Lulan, I will not have any evidence against you. But your scheme ends here. You are alone, the other party is working together with Central Continent forces. He Lulan has already become a strength path extreme immortal, it will be even harder for you to capture her. Heiqing fell into silence. The more Shuasongzi spoke, the quicker his thoughts became. My situation is worrying, but your days will not be good either. You harmed Su Xian'er, He Lulan's desire for revenge is deep in her bones, Central Continent forces might also find trouble with you. So, the two of you are already tied together, only by cooperating with us will you have a chance of victory. A female voice suddenly interrupted Shuasongzi and Heiqing's conversation. Who is it? Shuasongzi was shocked. A graceful figure gradually appeared. This was a female Gu immortal, she wore a purple robe and had an alluring smile on her beautiful face. Shuasongzi was not ignorant, he was stunned for a moment before reacting, so it is Fairy Jiangyu. He then turned his gaze towards Heiqing. Northern Plains Gu immortals all knew that Fairy Jiangyu was Heiqing's 27th concubine, she was also a dark path Gu immortal, she had immortal Gu dark limit, it could conceal spiritual opportunity and interfere with deductions. The reason why He Lulan could last for so long without self-detonating due to the great strength true martial physique was because Fairy Jiangyu had used dark limit immortal Gu to conceal and seal the aura of the 10 extreme physiques for He Lulan, preventing heaven and earth from sensing it. But when Heiqing saw Fairy Jiangyu, his attitude was extremely cold, he snorted, you came after all. Many years ago, when I brought evidence of Su Xian's night elopement to you for the first time, I said one thing, when you need me to appear, I will appear. A mysterious smile appeared on Fairy Jiangyu's face. How about it? I said it before, you cannot capture He Lulan by yourself, it will only cause more trouble. You can only have hope by cooperating with us. Shuasongzi looked at Heiqing, then at Jiangyu, his gaze moving back and forth between the two. Heiqing and Jiangyu's attitude made him inwardly shocked. Fairy Jiangyu's identity was not simple, she seemed to be the representative of a mysterious force. The reason why Heiqing could see through Su Xian's night elopement was because of Fairy Jiangyu's reminder. Heiqing lowered his gaze, Fairy Jiangyu was able to get so close to him without being discovered, this made Heiqing's wariness towards Jiangyu increase by another level. Although Fairy Jiangyu was a lone cultivator of northern plains on the surface, and Heiqing's beloved concubine, she was actually shrouded in mystery. Heiqing fell into deep thought. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan's myriad self-army, in fact, he felt some disdain towards it. Even though he did not have methods to fight against the myriad self-army, Gu immortals fought in all aspects. Just from the fact that the myriad self-army could not catch up to He Qing, the myriad self-army did not pose much of a threat to He Qing. In the previous battle, if not for He Lulan's side taking the initiative to retreat, when the strength path phantoms dissipated, He Qing would have undoubtedly gained the upper hand and even won the battle. Even Xianxia. After being chased around by the myriad self-army, he was not worried about fighting with Fang Yuan again. The reason was, myriad self was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had invested too much immortal essence into it. But it could not truly kill the enemy. As long as Xianxia used immortal killer move, he would be able to hold on. After expending it several times, as an immortal zombie, how much immortal essence could Fang Yuan have left? Once he loses, it would be time for Xianxia to show his might and take care of Fang Yuan. He Qing was wary of Fang Yuan's background, Crane Gate. A central continent Gu immortal. He had not expected that the investigation of fixed immortal travel would involve such a huge force. The collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower. Dongfang Naganori had already deduced that it was a central continent Gu immortal who was behind this. Central continent Gu immortals could even destroy giant sun immortals' arrangements. Not to mention dealing with a mere He Qing. Like He Qing, Xianxia also had the same worries. They were all frightened by Fang Yuan's background. If they knew that Crane Gate was trying to deal with Fang Yuan by all means, they would not be so nervous. Now it seems that I can only succeed by cooperating with you. But before that, as a sign of sincerity, shouldn't you tell me which force you represent? He Qing thought about it and asked Fairy Jiangyu. Fairy Jiangyu was silent for a while. She knew that He Qing was a difficult person to deal with. If she lied or refused, the other party might just leave in a huff. Thus, she decided to tell the truth. There is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread across the 5 regions. It is called Shadow Sect. He Qing and Xianxia looked at each other. Central Continent, Hu immortal blessed land. 28 green grape immortal essence beads, half an immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan inspected the wealth in his hands. After the Battle of He Lulan's tribulation, the capital that Fang Yuan had painstakingly built up was immediately reduced to its original state. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had 91 green grape immortal essence beads, but myriad self-killer move had been activated close to 50 times, forming an army of 500,000 strength path phantoms. During the intense battle, Fang Yuan had activated Delight in Mountain Immortal Gu, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu and others, expending over 10 green grape immortal essence beads. Thus, he had less than 30 green grape immortal essence beads left. Not only that, I still owe Fairy Li Shan 15 immortal yuan stones and Land Spirit of Langia 15 immortal yuan stones. I will drag on Fairy Li Shan's debt for as long as possible. I need to return the immortal yuan stones I owe Land Spirit of Langia as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the higher the interest. The relationship between Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langia was only ordinary. When Land Spirit of Langia lent Fang Yuan immortal yuan stones, although she did not ask for an exorbitant price, she still charged 10% interest according to convention. That is to say, Fang Yuan had to return at least 16.5 immortal yuan stones to Land Spirit of Langia. If it was more than a month, she would have to add another 1.5. 2 months would mean 3 immortal yuan stones. And so on. Even if it was less than a month, she would still have to pay a half immortal yuan stone. This was the so-called minimum interest. If there were no benefits to speak of, why would others lend it to others for no reason? Originally, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had an agreement. In the alliance agreement, if one side supported the other, the price they paid would be doubled. This agreement had been fulfilled when Fang Yuan fought He Qing. But this time, Fang Yuan not only paid the price, he also obtained huge benefits. His strength path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, his transformation path attainment rose from nothing to master level, his flying attainment rose to quasi-Grandmaster level. There was also the small family Qi Gu and the 15 immortal yuan stones that were waived. These benefits far exceeded the price Fang Yuan paid. Thus, Fairy Li Shan would not compensate him. Now that I think about it, this He Lulan might have purposely set this up, trying to use the demon Venerable's true meaning to make me work for her. Now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that he had fallen into He Lulan's trap. If not for the demon venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence to form the strength path phantom army. If the situation was not good, Fang Yuan could retreat. After all, the alliance agreement did not have a clause to fight to the death. The Snowy Mountain alliance agreement between him and He Lulan was very loose. The underground cave was filled with the colorful light of wisdom. Short mushroom forests were growing everywhere. Wisdom Gu was lying on the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Fang Yuan sat not far away, using the light of wisdom to deduce. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. The second immortal Gu recipe is completed. He looked at his green grape immortal essence. He did not have much to begin with, only over 20 beads. Now that he had deduced two 80% remnant recipes, he only had 11 beads left. The third immortal Gu recipe is 86% complete, 11 beads of green grape immortal essence should be enough. Fang Yuan looked at the delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu in his mind. It was shining brightly, there was nothing strange. Many days had passed since He Lulan underwent tribulation. Because it was used frequently during the intense battle, cleansed soul immortal Gu was already weak from hunger. Delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu had also been used many times, but it was in good condition and did not complain of hunger. Fang Yuan felt it was strange at first, but after asking Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture, he understood the reason. It turned out that Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished from time to time. Mo Yao did not have fake will Gu, he used many Gu worms to transform delight in mountain and forest into fake will. Thus, during the feeding process, he first paid attention to delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu. Delight in mountain and forest was fed by Mo Yao's fake will. It was not like Fang Yuan had guessed earlier. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had been using delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu frequently, there was still some time before he could feed delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu again. This was clearly a good thing. After all, if an immortal Gu was hungry, it would cause the immortal Gu to die. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was already complaining of hunger. As a result, the risk of Fang Yuan using myriad self-killer move had increased greatly. Maybe once he used this immortal killer move, cleansed soul immortal Gu would not be able to hold on and be destroyed. Deducing immortal Gu recipes was Fang Yuan's main method of making a living. If delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu went on strike, Fang Yuan would no doubt fall into a predicament again. Fang Yuan activated delight in mountain and water immortal Gu again, deducing the third immortal Gu remnant recipe. This time, he had obtained the infusion of the demon venerable's true meaning. It was a great help in deducing immortal Gu remnant recipes. This was because the true meaning imbuement absorbed the reckless savage demon sovereign's understanding of cultivation, directly increasing Fang Yuan's foundation and raising Fang Yuan's cultivation realm. As for deducing Gu recipes, it was based on one's own foundation. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the efficiency of calculation. Although it mainly focused on refinement path. But there were many factors to consider, including strength path, transformation path, etc. 2 days later, Fang Yuan finished deducing and obtained 3 complete immortal Gu recipes. He brought these immortal Gu recipes with him. They arrived at Xianxia blessed land. He had completed the handover with the land spirit of Xianxia. Not only did he pay off his debts, but he also earned a net profit of 11 pieces of fairy yuan stone after deducting the loss of green grape immortal core. Everything was back on track. 8 days later, Fang Yuan handed the 3 complete immortal Gu recipes to the land spirit of Xianxia, completing the 5th transaction. At this point, he had 36 pieces of fairy yuan stone, and 27 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did Fang Yuan relax slightly. After the battle with He Qing, he almost went into a deficit and his economy collapsed. According to the economic terms on Earth, he almost caused a rupture in his cash flow. Although the power of the immortal killer move myriad self is extraordinary, it consumes at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence every time it is used. The more I use it, the greater the consumption. I need to use it cautiously in the future, otherwise I will become poorer the more I fight, and even if I win, I will still lose. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. When Gu immortals cultivate, they need to consider all aspects, not just victory in battle. Just like the example of Liu Bang and Xianxia on Earth. Liu Bang could not defeat Xianxia and lost every battle, while Xianxia won every battle. But Liu Bang took care of the economy and had a stable base. Thus, even though he lost every battle, he had the capital to rise up again, thus he could fight every battle. In contrast, although Xianxia won every battle, he did not have a good management. As time passed and the number of battles increased, the gap between him and Liu Bang shrunk. In the end, Liu Bang won every battle, and it was a complete victory. For Gu Immortal Cultivation, it was the same logic. Battle was only a part of cultivation. Victory or defeat was not so important, what was important was the benefits behind the victory or defeat. One had to look forward, they could not be short-sighted. Although Fang Yuan had sent He Qing and Xianxia fleeing everywhere, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, He Qing and Xianxia's immortal essence expenditure was much less than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan's economy almost collapsed, but He Qing and Xianxia were in good condition. If Fang Yuan fought with them again now, Fang Yuan's battle strength would definitely fall by a level or two. The more they fought like this, the more obvious the outcome of the battle would be. He Qing had the rank 6 immortal Gu House Dark Prison, could he not risk his life? It was not that he could not, but he had to assess the situation. Those who could become Gu Immortals were not hot-blooded boars, they would calculate their gains and losses in every battle. Of course, if not for the Demon Venerable's will, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence. Even if I run out of green grape immortal essence, I can refine immortal Yuan stone again. But the Demon Venerable's true meaning is a rare opportunity. If I accumulate it step by step, it will take at least decades. Fang Yuan calculated clearly in his mind. When Fang Yuan perfected 2 more immortal Gu remnant recipes, Tai Baiyunxing finally returned. From Snowy Mountain. You did not see the scene of a super-grade blessed land, Sai, I saw it with my own eyes. It occupies an area of over 5 million square kilometers, the time flow in the blessed land is 38 times that of the outside world. It is full of vitality and great potential, even I cannot help but feel jealous. I feel that the biggest winner of this tribulation is He Lulan. Tai Baiyunxing returned and chattered endlessly, full of emotions. He Lulan had requested Tai Baiyunxing to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Tai Baiyunxing was fortunate enough to enter Lulan blessed land, it was an eye-opener. A super-grade blessed land is like this, after all, one of the 10 extreme physiques is treading on thin ice, seeking life in the midst of death. Compared to this, I am more concerned about how many immortal Gu He Lulan refined in the 3rd step of her immortal ascension. Fang Yuan asked. She used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu to detonate her immortal aperture. This Strength Path Immortal Gu was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Gu is now her vital Gu. She also raised her original core Self-Strength Gu to rank 6. Other than these, she also obtained a rank 6 Strength Chi Gu. Tai Baiyunxing answered. When Tai Baiyunxing was undergoing immortal ascension, using the remaining heaven and earth Chi, he obtained man as before and landscape as before, 2 immortal Gu. Whether He Lulan had more heaven and earth Chi than Tai Baiyunxing, outsiders had no way of knowing. But Fang Yuan knew that she had many small family Chi Gu, these Gu worms contained a lot of heaven and earth Chi. Fang Yuan evaluated He Lulan's assets, this means that He Lulan already has 4 immortal Gu. They are Flying Bear Strength Gu, Self-Strength Gu, Strength Chi Gu, and Slavery Gu. The original rank 7 Divert Disaster Gu. It was destroyed during the tribulation. But don't forget, she had once destroyed Flying Bear Phantom and seized Flying Bear Phantom Gu to suppress it. From then on, I lost contact with Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Gu. I don't know if this Immortal Gu was seized by formless hands or if it is still in her hands. He Lulan's strength grew rapidly, she had at least 4 Immortal Gu. Now that she was a Gu Immortal, she soared to the sky with a bright future. Moreover, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. With Fairy Li Shan's help, she directly surpassed the initial stage of becoming a new Gu Immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack immortal Yuan stone, with a large amount of resources invested, Lulan blessed land would develop rapidly. He Lulan, who has a super-grade blessed land, will greatly surpass me in cultivation. I have a high-grade blessed land. Compared to other Gu Immortals, it is already very fast. But He Lulan seems to have grown wings and is flying. Although we are in an alliance with them, the alliance has a time limit. If we exceed the time limit, we need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a wide circle of friends, while He Lulan is a formidable character. Tai Baiyunqing said with a worried tone. As a genius, He Lulan's rapid growth gave Tai Baiyunqing, a senior, enormous mental pressure. And Fang Yuan was in an even worse state. His cultivation had stagnated. As long as he did not get rid of his immortal zombie status, his cultivation would not be able to advance. As long as He Qing does not die and Ma Hongyan's matter is not resolved, we will have the foundation to cooperate with He Lulan. Don't be too careful on this trip to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon is not someone easy to deal with. If you need help, just use moving perspective cup goo. Fang Yuan said to Tai Baiyunqing. Tai Baiyunqing rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for 2 days before rushing to Eastern Sea. He was poisoned by Death's End Immortal Goo. He had promised the Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Shark Demon to explore Yu Lu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to leave quickly. Fang Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, deducing goo recipes and earning Immortal Yuan stones, while also dealing with the feeding of Immortal Goo. After he completed the 6th transaction, the number of Immortal Yuan stones had risen to over 60. Woman's Heart and Connect Luck also showed signs of weakening. It was evidently due to hunger. Together with Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan had 3 Immortal Goo to feed. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo to feed. Connect Luck Immortal Goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast, the worldly sand gull. Poison Path Immortal Goo Woman's Heart needed the heart of a woman to feed it. He had no clue about the first 2, so Fang Yuan decided to start with the easier and harder ones. Western Desert. Sand dunes stretched endlessly. The land had a vast and soothing pulse. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. The air was so hot that it felt like it was going to steam people. A large caravan was moving forward. Camel bells were ringing, carriage shafts were making noises. The accompanying goo masters used all kinds of goo worms. Some lowered the temperature, some blew wind, some created clear water, and some scouted the direction. Who is it? The caravan leader shouted. In front of the caravan, a malevolent monster suddenly appeared. This monster was 6 meters tall. It had bulging muscles and a tall and sturdy body. It had 8 arms, a green face and sharp fangs. Its eyes were red like blood. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart tighten, feeling a formless pressure. The caravan became restless. 2 rank 5s, 17 rank 4s, over 40 rank 3s, this is quite a strong group. The monster spoke. Its voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Sir, who are you? I am the leader of Mo Clan's caravan, Mo Yen. One of the rank 5 goo masters in the caravan had a nervous expression as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently, his 8 sharp claws spread out. The name of a super force, Mo Clan, was useless against him. He was like a demon god descending, charging into the caravan and creating a storm of blood. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the massacre finally ended. The stench of blood assaulted everyone's nostrils. Corpses were everywhere on the yellow sand. Fang Yuan stood among the corpses, summoning Woman's Heart Immortal Goo. The Immortal Goo rose up slowly, floating in the air as it let out a dark purple light. The light covered the silent battlefield. After a few breaths of time, all the female corpses on the battlefield started to shake. The shaking of the corpses became more intense. Finally, with loud sounds, hearts broke out of their bodies, flying towards Woman's Heart in the air. Before they got close, these bloody hearts were assimilated by the dark purple light, turning into lumps of dark purple light. The lumps of light flew towards Woman's Heart like swallows returning to their nest. Poison Path Immortal Goo Woman's Heart shook slightly, letting out a shrill cry, as if it was happy because it was eating. A moment later, all the hearts on the battlefield became food, feeding Woman's Heart. Fang Yuan called back Woman's Heart. This Immortal Goo's hunger was alleviated, but it was still not full. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. According to this speed, to completely feed Woman's Heart Immortal Goo, I need at least 4,000 more hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered is quite powerful. Such a large scale is rare in Western Desert. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm and pressed on the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared out of nowhere, landing on the battlefield. With continuous explosions, rocks and sand flew, corpses burned. It turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move. It was just a simple stacking of fire path mortal goo. Fang Yuan threw out several brown and black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire. He immediately increased the intensity of the fire, burning the battlefield and destroying all traces. After doing this, Fang Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying into the sky. He flew towards the northeast direction, passing several large oases, before finally finding his target, a small oasis. Looking down from the sky, the oasis was like a jewel, embedded in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis, it was blue and clear. The surroundings were lush with trees, there were many people living inside. The market was bustling with people, it was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fang Yuan did not hide his tracks. He appeared in the cloudless sky. It was exceptionally eye-catching. A group of goo masters rode on their seagulls. He flew up from the oasis. What kind of monster is this? It looks like a zombie. There was no lack of youngsters among these goo masters, and when they saw Fang Yuan's sinister and terrifying appearance, they could not help but whisper. Almost all of them were rank 2, and only one was a rank 3 goo master, the leader. This group of people flew until they were 300 paces away from Fang Yuan. The leader's face was full of wariness. He cupped his fists and said, "This is the porridge thin oasis. It will be hosted by our Lan family. The area above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope you can land immediately." If you wanted to enter the oasis, we have related goo masters in charge of receiving foreign goo masters. You only need to follow the procedures and meet the relevant criteria to enter the oasis. Fang Yuan was still looking at the oasis, using his goo to scout. He was checking if there were any goo immortals hiding in the oasis. Only goo immortals posed a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, this kind of small oasis would not have any powerful forces, and should not have any goo immortals. If there were goo immortals, they would have already expanded or modified the oasis. After the leader finished speaking, he saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved, and frowned, saying coldly, "Did you hear that? Flying above the oasis is forbidden, this is common knowledge in Western Desert. You are flying above Lan family, this can be seen as a provocation. I hope you can land immediately, otherwise don't blame us." Bam! Before the leader finished speaking, Fang Yuan flicked his pinky finger and sent out a rank 5 attack. The rank 3 leader could not react in time, and directly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood, scattering everywhere. Ah! Lord Elder! The other rank 2 goo masters were stunned for a moment before letting out ear-piercing screams. At this moment, incomparable fear filled their hearts. The family elder, who was usually very prestigious, didn't even have the chance to react before he was killed by the opponent in a single blow. This attack was too fast and sudden, the rank 2 goo masters could not even see clearly what killed the leader. Lord Elder is dead, he was killed in an instant. Retreat, this person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The rank 2 goo masters shouted loudly, and scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fang Yuan snorted, lightly waving his palm. Bam bam bam, under the continuous sounds of explosions, these rank 2 goo masters exploded into pieces of flesh and blood without exception. Even their mounts, the sand gulls, were not spared. A deafening alarm resounded in the oasis. Everything that happened in the air was seen by the goo masters guarding the oasis. Fang Yuan looked down from above, and saw the mortals panicking, running around, and the bustling market was in a mess. Large numbers of mortal goo masters came out of the buildings, and looked up at the sky, looking at him with enmity. All living beings are like ants. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and put on his hair armor, the light illusion bat wings on his back flashed, and he charged towards the oasis like a meteor. Coming! Attack! Be careful, the enemy is very strong, he is at least a rank 4 goo master. He is very likely a rank 5 goo master. So what if he is strong? He is just one person, attack! The Lan clan goo masters in the oasis roared furiously, and attacked vigorously like fireworks. But Fang Yuan's momentum did not decrease, and easily broke through these obstructing firepower, directly crashing into the clan leader pavilion at the center of the oasis. Boom, the loud sound was deafening, and the huge impact caused the ground to tremble. The clan leader pavilion was also defended by goo worms, but it was of no use, and was completely destroyed in an instant. Rocks and soil flew, bricks and tiles flew everywhere, and air waves surged, causing dust to soar into the sky. The dust gradually dispersed, and Fang Yuan's tall body. 8 monstrous arms appeared in front of the Lan clan goo masters. He is not dead. Damn it. The clan leader pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestral tablets are all inside. Kill this monster. Everyone was riled up, and surrounded Fang Yuan tightly. All of you, shut up. Suddenly, an old man shouted, and walked out of the crowd. Lord Clan Leader. The surrounding people bowed to the old man. The old clan leader was scared witless. No one understood the defensive strength of the clan leader pavilion better than him. The patriarch's pavilion was the core of a family. It had deep defenses. Even if 10 old patriarchs joined hands, they would not be able to withstand it. Even if 10 old clan leaders joined hands, they might not be able to charge in. But Fang Yuan directly crashed down, and with just one strike, he destroyed the clan leader pavilion. Destroyed in one strike, what kind of concept was this? The old clan leader forcefully suppressed his palpitations. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Our Lan clan has been neutral for generations, and can be said to be aloof from worldly affairs. I don't know how we have offended you, but our Lan clan will definitely compensate you to your satisfaction. Once he said this, it immediately caused an intense backlash from the goo masters. Lord Clan Leader. What are you talking about? This monster that is neither human nor ghost. He destroyed our patriarch's pavilion, and even Elder Lan Duan died in his hands. Clan Leader, our Lan clan is not cowardly. The other party is already riding on our heads. We need to chop him into pieces to vent our hatred. He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. His voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Everyone frowned when they heard it. There is actually someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances. That's right. Such a small oasis is sandwiched in between the other large forces. If he does not adapt to circumstances, he might not be able to stabilize his position as clan leader. Then listen carefully. I will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to collect 6,000 hearts. Remember, these hearts should not be damaged, they must be women's hearts. Men's hearts and young girls' hearts are useless. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts? This is a demon, a lawless demon. He actually wants to instruct our clan to be his lackey and collect hearts for him. The goo masters were in an uproar. The old clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was not a small number. There were indeed many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was definitely not enough. Thus, to reach the standard of 6,000, Lan clan's clansmen must be sacrificed. This way, the old clan leader's position would come to an end. No one would support such a person as the clan leader. Your request is a little too unreasonable. Sigh, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. How can you do such a vicious and sinful thing in broad daylight? Please forgive Lan clan for not being able to cooperate. The old clan leader sighed compassionately. Then there is no other way. Although this is a little troublesome, forget it. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his killing intent pervading the air. Light illusion bat wings flashed behind his back, and the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie's monstrous claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck and easily lifting him up. So fast. The old clan leader's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. He was completely shocked. How did he get captured in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he was not a mortal, but a goo immortal? A horrifying thought emerged in the old clan leader's mind. He quickly shouted, "Juan, everything can be discussed. Please have mercy, subordinate, ugh." With a cracking sound, the old clan leader's neck was directly crushed by Fang Yuan. The old clan leader's head was crooked to one side, his eyes were wide open, he died with remaining grievances. It was not that he did not want to use goo worms to counterattack, but Fang Yuan had many mortal goo in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress them. He killed the old clan leader. No. Lord Clan Leader. You cannot die. Take revenge for Lord Clan Leader. The Gu Masters reacted, they roared furiously and rushed towards Fang Yuan like a surging tide. At once, they displayed their abilities and unleashed dazzling attacks. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he stood on the spot and did not move, letting the endless attacks land on his body. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths of time before becoming sparse. Gu Masters had limited primeval essence, such an intense burst could not last for long. Is he dead? He must have been smashed into pieces. Sigh, pitiful old clan leader, we did not manage to retrieve his corpse. However, when the smoke dissipated, the Gu Master's eyes were wide open as they saw Fang Yuan still standing proudly on the spot. Even though the surroundings were in a mess, the black armor on his body was still intact, even the broken spikes were rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's hair armor recovered to its original state, there was not even a trace of smoke. Hair armor was a mortal killer move, it was activated by hundreds of Gu worms, there were dozens of rank 5 Gu worms. And with the immortal zombie body as the foundation, its defense was not something these Gu Masters could break. Among the people attacking Fang Yuan, the only rank 4 Gu Master, the old clan leader, was already dead. There were less than 10 rank 3 Gu Masters left, the rest were rank 2 Gu Masters and rank 1 Gu Masters. Their attacks were very chaotic, many of them were exhausted internally, they could not pose any threat to Fang Yuan. This is your attack? It's not even enough to scratch an itch. Fang Yuan chuckled, his laughter was not loud, but it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. A boundless chill rose in the hearts of the surrounding Gu Masters, spreading rapidly. In this hot weather, they felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. You, who the hell are you? Everyone shivered, endless fear filling their hearts. Monster, this is a monster. Someone screamed, already on the verge of collapse. Escape, quickly escape. Their morale fell to the lowest point, one person escaping caused a large area of collapse. Fang Yuan was not surprised, the old clan leader was dead, they no longer had a backbone. At the same time, he purposely resisted the attacks, it was to crush the morale of these mortals. Swoosh. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently, immediately chasing after a female Gu Master. The female Gu Master's body froze, staring blankly at a monstrous claw growing out of her chest. Next, the monstrous claw retracted, taking the female Gu Master's heart with it. Elder Lon Xian is also dead, quickly run. The surrounding Gu Masters saw this and were scared out of their wits, running even faster. Fang Yuan waved his hand, large numbers of fireballs rained down in the sky, causing the houses to collapse and flames to spread everywhere. He waved his hand again, countless wind blades flew, cutting and slaughtering along the way, leaving corpses in pieces. No, I beg you, don't kill me. It was a mortal woman, she had a beautiful face and a slim body, she had maintained herself well, she should be the wife of a Gu Master. Bam! Fang Yuan flicked his finger, the mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon, the headless corpse fell to the ground. Fang Yuan walked past this corpse, he opened his hand slightly, the female corpse's heart broke out of her body and was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful cry, it stopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder, letting out a dark purple radiance. Be it the heart in Fang Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses, as long as they met the criteria, they were assimilated by the purple light and absorbed by woman's heart. Fang Yuan moved like a chariot, wherever he went, he slaughtered. Along the way, there were pitiful cries and rivers of blood. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was already hungry, using myriad self was risky and wasted immortal essence. Icy drill stardust could not be used either, because the explosions in the starry clusters would grind the fragile mortal bodies into dust, even the hearts were no exception. Fang Yuan only used mortal Gu, he did not use killer moves, it was purely a simple accumulation of numbers. But even so, the killing efficiency was not low. Western Desert's terrain was different from the other 4 regions, Fang Yuan had his reasons for choosing this place. There was a vast desert here, the oases were like islands, even if mortals escaped from the oases, they would not be able to escape far. The desert was boundless, it was very easy for Fang Yuan to chase and kill. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the porridge oasis, the smoke from kitchen chimneys in the past was replaced by thick smoke and flames today. The tranquility and serenity had vanished without a trace. The houses and buildings had collapsed and turned into ruins. In the ruins, on the streets, by the lake, under the trees, pools of blood and corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan returned to the clan pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken tiles, he stored the poison path immortal Gu woman's heart into his immortal aperture with satisfaction. After slaughtering for half a day, woman's heart was finally full. Woman's heart combined nurturing and refinement. If he continued to feed it, woman's heart would enter the Gu refinement process. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger woman's heart would be. But Fang Yuan did not have any plans to refine Gu for now. With his strength alone, slaughtering mortals was easier than slaughtering pigs and dogs, but there were so many mortals, he still wasted half a day. Moreover, woman's heart was a one-time consumable immortal Gu. No matter how strong it was, it could only be used once. The investment prospects were not great. Unless Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the ruins of the clan pavilion, the hundreds of Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were activated at the same time, investigating in all directions. After 2 breaths of time, Fang Yuan found an underground entrance. He walked close to the entrance and stomped on the ground, destroying it and revealing an entrance. This entrance could allow ordinary people to enter and exit, but it was too small for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan forcefully tore it down. After hundreds of steps, the space became wider. It was enough for Fang Yuan to walk with his back bent. A moment later, a huge stone door appeared. It appeared in front of Fang Yuan. On the door, there were large words, "Restricted area of the clan treasury, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." Fang Yuan sneered. He directly broke the stone door. Hundreds of golden blades of light slashed at Fang Yuan's body. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded. This was Lan clan's method to defend against thieves, but unfortunately, not even one of the barbs on Fang Yuan's hair armor was damaged. Fang Yuan entered the stone door and saw a large pile of yuan stone. Fang Yuan roughly estimated. It was more than 100,000 yuan. If Fang Yuan was still immortal, these yuan stones would be a huge fortune. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was now an immortal. With unlimited Jin yuan, the demand for yuan stone had dropped to the lowest point. However, he still kept the yuan stone in his immortal aperture. It was just a matter of convenience. After a while, he broke through the second stone door. Enter it. He saw a large pile of Gu refinement materials, arranged according to their categories. They were all ordinary materials. Although Fang Yuan needed them, there were not many of them. If Fang Yuan really wanted to refine Gu, he would need a lot of them. They still needed existences like Gu immortals to purchase them in large quantities. But it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan did not leave empty-handed, he also entered the immortal aperture. Then the third, fourth, and fifth stone doors. They were all Gu refinement materials, but they were of different types. The storage requirements were also different. Fang Yuan collected all of them. At the sixth stone door, he finally found a Gu worm. A large number of mortal Gu were stored here. This was Lan clan's Gu worm storage, the foundation of the clan. Fang Yuan took them all. With his rich memories and experience, he could recognize these mortal Gu. They were all dispensable. But for mortal Gu masters, these Gu worms were not lacking in rare Gu worms. There were also rank 5 and rank 4 Gu. If one of them was obtained, their entire life might change, or even their life trajectory might change. This was like how Fang Yuan obtained the liquor worm on Qing Mao Mountain, the bone-flesh connection Gu on Baigu Mountain, and the all-out effort Gu in Xianxia City. There were 3 such Gu worm secret repositories. There were 5 yuan stone storage. Other than these, there was also a storage within a storage and a small hidden storage. None of them escaped Fang Yuan's search. Some storage rooms were already in a mess. There were Gu master corpses and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Fang Yuan massacred the living beings on the surface, some greedy Gu masters knew that Lan clan was finished, so they barged in and snatched all the resources they could use. They fought here, snatching treasures that could be taken away, and some died to the storage's defensive Gu worms. Fang Yuan was calm as he walked past these storage rooms, following a main tunnel underground. Along the way, there were more and more Gu master corpses. There were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like the combination of ostriches and seagulls. Their legs were thick and muscular, and their wings were wide, they could use air currents to soar in the sky. Sand gulls could run quickly in the desert, and could also fly with people. They only ate water and grass, they were easy to feed and had a gentle temperament. They were the most common means of transportation for western desert goo masters. The only flaw was that sand gulls had low fertility. 10 sand gull eggs, only 3 or 4 could hatch into healthy sand gulls. However, Lan clan raised a lot of sand gulls, surpassing other forces. When Fang Yuan went on a killing spree, he killed many sand gulls. He guessed that Lan clan might have some unique method of breeding sand gulls. If they really had it, then this would be the only thing in the entire Lan clan that Fang Yuan was interested in. Fang Yuan walked down thousands of steps, he saw more and more goo master corpses. Finally, at a certain area, he found a large number of goo master corpses, as well as many sand gulls. It seems that the goo masters who entered here were obstructed by sand gulls. After an intense battle, they all died here. They took the risk to come here, there must be huge benefits enticing them. Fang Yuan analyzed. Gulp gulp gulp, after walking another few hundred steps, Fang Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were over 100 sand gulls, the sand gull 100 beast king among them had fresh injuries, it should have fought with the goo masters not long ago. How could a mere beast group be Fang Yuan's match? After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued forward. The tunnel clearly extended downwards, the depth surprised even Fang Yuan. After dealing with over a dozen waves of sand gulls, Fang Yuan walked out of the tunnel, his vision immediately widened as he arrived at a huge underground cave. This cave was so big that it was like a square. At the center of the cave, there was a huge stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a huge bird egg, it was the size of a house, it was sandy yellow in color, rough and dim. Around the stone platform, there was a thick layer of yellow sand. The yellow sand was extremely soft and slightly warm, stepping on it felt like stepping on cotton balls. One by one, the eggs were laid out in the yellow sand, sinking slightly into it. Some of these eggs were big, some were small, there were even broken eggshells. These eggs are sand gulls' eggs. This is the breeding ground of Lan clan's sand gulls. Fang Yuan walked into the cave. In order to protect their homes and eggs, large numbers of sand gulls flew up and surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent. With a wave of his palm, he first scattered a wind blade, cutting down most of the sand gulls like cutting wheat, and then sprinkled a smear of frost to freeze the other half. The number of surviving sand gulls was small, and they were no longer as aggressive as before. Instead, they fled in panic. Fang Yuan was not in the mood to chase after them. As he got closer and closer to the stone platform, his eyes were gradually attracted by the giant egg on the stone platform, and his eyes revealed an even more joyful light. Could this egg be the egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan stepped onto the stone platform and came in front of the giant egg. He reached out and stroked the rough eggshell. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes, from which transparent egg white constantly flowed out. These egg white fell on the stone platform, flowed along the channels carved on the surface of the stone platform, and flowed under the surrounding yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient wild beast sand gulls of heaven and earth. The life born in the egg had long died. The egg white was leaking out, it was clearly a dead egg. Sand gulls had a low hatching rate, and for the same bloodline sand gulls of heaven and earth, the hatching rate was even lower. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Just using the egg white in such a crude manner greatly increased the hatching rate of the sand gull's egg. Fang Yuan did not obtain the hatching method he had expected, but he obtained the dead egg of an ancient desolate beast. This was an unexpected surprise. As expected, after connecting luck, there are fortuitous encounters? After slaughtering a small tribe, I obtained something useful to me. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. His connect luck immortal goo needed the sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast sand gulls. This sand was called sand gull soil, it was a special resource formed after ordinary sand was infected by the sand gulls of heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan wanted sand, he would have to buy it from others, or find the nests of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, and take a huge risk to sneak in and collect the sand gull soil. But now that he had the dead egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn the ordinary sand into sand gull soil. To feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo, I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. There is still enough life essence in this dead egg, it should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it can help me get through this difficult period. Connect Luck Immortal Goo does not have to be fed to its fullest, it can be used even if it is only half full. After all, for the next period of time, there will not be any suitable targets, Connect Luck Immortal Goo might not be used. With a joyful mood, Feng Yuan stored this dead egg. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he immediately started to make arrangements. He was a Blood Path Grandmaster in his previous life, and now he was a Strength Path Grandmaster. These two paths were related to life and blood. He quickly thought of a method, using over 600 mortal goo to form a goo formation and extract the life essence in the dead egg to form a huge amount of blood and qi. With the help of Wisdom Goo, Feng Yuan modified this method, condensing the blood and qi into a light yellow liquid. Ordinary sand would turn into sand gull soil after soaking in this liquid for a day and a night. 3 days later, Feng Yuan obtained enough sand gull soil to feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo. This way, he was only left with the problem of feeding Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. To feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, it needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late Antiquity era, Soul Path was flourishing. This goo worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately, now, even in jewel yellow skies, White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were rarely seen. Husband, Huang Er has already been like this for over 3 months. What should we do? If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Kim Hong, sobbing softly. She was a Grand Spirit Affinity House Goo Immortal, she was graceful and elegant in the past. But now that it concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her sense of propriety, she no longer had her usual carefree demeanor. And in front of her, Feng Kim Hong was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, he was in a posture of polishing his aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet, her golden eyebrows were long and slender, there was a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, with her father, Feng Jioga's heroicness, she looked dignified and graceful, but also extremely handsome. She had outstanding talent, far surpassing her peers in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Feng Yuan disrupting her ascension, Feng Kim Hong would already be the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Her skin was white as snow, her eyes were closed, her breathing was even and long, as if she was sleeping soundly. Over 3 months ago, Feng Kim Hong was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture walls. But during this ordinary cultivation, an accident happened. From then on, she fell into a deep slumber, no matter what method anyone used, they could not wake her up. Ever since they found out that Feng Kim Hong was in a strange state, Feng Jioga and Bai Qing had been thinking of ways to save their beloved daughter, but there was little effect. They invited Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elders and tried all sorts of methods, but they were all helpless. Husband, do you think our Huang Er will never wake up from her slumber? Will she never be able to open her eyes to look at us? Fairy Bai Qing thought of the terrifying possibility, she could not help but feel sorrow. Feng Jioga heaved a long sigh in his heart, he stretched out his arms and hugged his beloved wife. He consoled her, Qing Er, don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say so? Our daughter discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo, she fell into a state of emptiness. His entire soul had entered some kind of mysterious and unexplainable state. She did not lose her life. She was still alive and well. We should trust her. Maybe this will be a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Jioga and Bai Qing did not wake up Feng Kim Hong, their attempts were not in vain, they had already ascertained that the reason why Feng Kim Hong was in a deep sleep was Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Fairy Bai Qing leaned into her husband's embrace, feeling Feng Jioga's firm and strong chest. Her heart calmed down, she said hesitantly, when Huang Er was 3, Dream Wings Immortal Goo came to me of its own accord. My heart was constantly on tenterhooks. We have never seen this Immortal Goo before, even after going through all of Spirit Affinity House's records, there was no information about it. The effect we found out before is that it consumes souls. A pair of dazzling wings appeared. Now it seemed that. I'm afraid this is not the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Feng Zhouge nodded in agreement. Your analysis is very reasonable. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine gu worms that they do not know of. They will often make new discoveries as they use them, and finally understand the details of the gu worm. Even for famous gu worms, there are some aspects that are not known to others. And gu masters and gu immortals always keep the precious experiences they obtain to themselves, to prevent others from finding out about them. When Huang Er wakes up, I am sure she will have great gains. I think we will definitely have great gains. We will know how to truly use Dreamwing's immortal gu. I will go to Northern Plains this time. I will be relying on you. When Huang Er wakes up, inform me immediately. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had planned for countless years, expending countless manpower and resources, painstakingly making arrangements. Only then did they achieve some results in 88-point Xianxia Tower. In the end, Feng Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, turning these arrangements into his own. Eventually, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, and 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed. When the news arrived, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had been planning for a long time, were undoubtedly a nightmare. As the leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, they were facing pressure from all directions, from the other 9 great ancient sects, and also from Spirit Affinity House itself. The plan to take 88-point Xianxia Tower started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has always been the leader, and we have the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only do we need to clear our suspicions, we also need to investigate the truth. As the #1 battle strength of our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter's side, regretfully, the other elders want me to investigate. Feng Zhouge sighed. Husband, you need to be careful in Northern Plains. If the situation is bad, retreat first. After all, that is not Central Continent. If something happens, there will be no one to help. Don't trust the gu immortals of the other 9 sects too much. Back then, you fought against the 10 great sects and won every battle without a single loss, causing so many people to lose face. All these years, you are publicly recognized as the #1 expert of the 10 great sects, suppressing them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, for you and our daughter, I will be careful. Feng Zhouge caressed Fairy Bai Qing's face, lightly kissing her lips. After their lips parted, he took out a rank 5 messenger green bird gu. This is a letter from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That rascal called Feng Yuan has accepted Huang Er's challenge. Feng Zhouge said. It's him? Since Huang Er was born, Feng Yuan was the only one who suffered a huge setback. After Huang Er returned, she was indignant and swore to take revenge. Earlier, she sent a challenge letter to him, but there was no reply. To think that he would suddenly reply now, what is his motive? Fairy Bai Qing had a deep impression of Feng Yuan. Feng Zhouge's gaze was solemn. Ever since Huang Er failed, we have investigated this rascal Feng Yuan in detail. His background is not small, he has a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to take advantage of the situation and take Hu Immortal Blessed Land from under the 10 great ancient sects' noses. But Crane Gate thought himself clever and admitted that he is from Crane Gate, causing us to be unable to do anything. This way, Crane Gate can exclude our 9 sects and take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. If it were me, I would probably do the same. Fairy Bai Qing said. More than a year has passed in Central Continent, even Northern Plains' True Yang building has fallen. The laughable thing is, Crane Gate still did not succeed. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is still in this rascal's hands. What a joke. Feng Zhouge sneered in disdain. You can't say that. In the last year, Crane Gate had to expend a lot of effort to capture the ancient desolate beast spirit rhinoceros, and many of our gu immortals were trapped in the reincarnation battlefield. Now, Great Heavenly Sword Sect, which is under our jurisdiction, wants to become independent. Crane Gate is overwhelmed and under pressure. Moreover, after our 9 sects learned of the truth, we secretly pressured them many times and indirectly obstructed them from attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not fall. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Zhouge shook his head. The force behind Feng Yuan has always been shrouded in mystery. We have yet to find out. Yesterday, Crane Gate publicly announced that Feng Yuan was disloyal because he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. and viewed him as a traitor of the sect. Clearly, their conciliatory tactic did not work. It seems that Crane Gate's big move against Who Immortal Blessed Land will happen in the next few days. I want to see what force can challenge our 10 great sections. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She suddenly realized something, saying, I know this Feng Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Crane Gate, but he seems to have sensed that Crane Gate wants to deal with him. Thus, he replied and wants to establish relations with the outside world, using our spirit affinity house to restrict Crane Gate. But now, Crane Gate has the moral high ground, while Feng Yuan is a traitor of Crane Gate. Crane Gate can openly attack Who Immortal Blessed Land, but we cannot interfere in this matter. Feng Zhouge said. Fairy Bai Qing was unresigned. Is there really no way to interfere in this matter? If Crane Gate obtains Danghun Mountain, the entire sect's foundation will rise by several levels. Righteous sects naturally have their own rules and regulations. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent watching them. If the 10 great sects break the rules first, how will they be able to command others in the future? Although Crane Gate deceived them first, the 9 sects were indeed deceived for a while. After all, there is a Fengjing in Crane Gate, we can make use of him. Since Crane Gate won, we have to admit it. At least this time, we cannot interfere. But if Crane Gate fails in their attack on Who Immortal Blessed Land, our 9 sects will have a chance to interfere. After all, everyone is aware of this situation. They are only feigning ignorance because of the rules and reputation. If Crane Gate fails this time and still wants to take Who Immortal Blessed Land for themselves, our 9 sects will not agree. Feng Zhouge analyzed. He paused before continuing. Before going to Northern Plains, I intend to give my own Wei-gu to Crane Gate. Ah? Husband, what do you mean? Fairy Bai Qing was slightly shocked. Feng Zhouge strategized. Feng Yuan's strength is unknown, whether he can protect Who Immortal Blessed Land or not is still unknown. If he wins and Crane Gate loses, our 10 great sects will work together and divide Who Immortal Blessed Land. If he loses and Crane Gate wins, we can use the reason of my own Wei-gu to get a share of the benefits on Danghun Mountain. Who Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Declaring me as a traitor of the sect, this means that Crane Gate's attack on Who Immortal Blessed Land is imminent. Feng Yuan looked at the information in his hands with a heavy heart. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was not full yet. In this situation, activating the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self was very risky. In the worst case, he might lose Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. This way, without Myriad Self, Feng Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Crane Gate declared me as a traitor in advance, but did not attack immediately. They are clearly trying to lure the force behind me to make a move, so that they can have a good fight. This is indeed the style and confidence of the 10 great sections. Feng Yuan thought about it and knew that Crane Gate's attack this time would be extremely fierce. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. At the same time, he needed to gather funds and store enough Green Grape Immortal Essence. Most Immortal Gu needed Immortal Essence to activate. Without Immortal Essence, no matter how many Immortal Gu they had, they could not display their full power. What was war fought for? Money. In this world, what did Gu Immortals fight for? Immortal Essence. And Immortal Yuan Stone. Sigh, this is not a small problem. My economy, which had just recovered, is going to suffer a heavy blow again. 2 battles in a row will cause my weak economy to collapse. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain peak, discussion hall. Gu Immortals sat in a circle. They were brimming with immortal energy. They were discussing the matters of Crane Gate. Lingxi's condition has worsened. I need to purchase a large number of materials to refine healing Gu that can alleviate the condition. But to completely cure Lingxi, I need a large number of healing Gu recipes to research. My initial estimate is 360 Immortal Yuan Stone. Gu Immortal Shuji Gu said loudly. Immediately, a Gu Immortal frowned and asked, Lingxi is an ancient desolate beast, it is very strong. But its condition has already persisted for half a year, why has it not recovered yet? Shuji Gu, are you purposely delaying Lingxi's condition so that you can reap some benefits? A Gu Immortal said loudly. Hearing this, Shuji Gu's brows furrowed and he roared, Fan Shi Lu, go F***ck yourself. Isn't this because you used a poison path Immortal Gu to capture it? Back then, I had already persuaded you not to use it, not to use it. But to save trouble, you poisoned Xianxia. Now that there is trouble, I need to deal with it. You are the one talking nonsense. Do you know how hard it is to capture a Xianxia alive? It's easy for you to say that. Fan Shilu did not back down, he shouted. Ding. At this time a bell rang, it was clear and melodious. The voices of the Gu immortals were assimilated by the bell sound, thus, the bell sound became louder and louder. No matter how Shu Ji Ge and Fan Shilu spoke, their voices would only become louder and louder. They shut up. Everyone's gazes turned towards the source of the bell sound. That was the main seat at the center. An old man sat there. He was the most authoritative person in Crane Gate, the rank 8 first Supreme Elder who was in charge of the overall situation. It was Crane Gate's first Supreme Elder's voice. His voice was deep and calm. Now, Shu Ji's suggestion is that we need 360 immortal yuan stone to purchase Gu worms, Gu recipes, and heal Xianxia. I do not agree. 360 immortal yuan stone is too much. I only asked for 200 immortal yuan stone in my previous budget. Is it more important than healing a Xianxia? More important than healing Gu immortals? Fan Shilu was the first to object. A Gu immortal beside him pondered, Xianxia is important, but it is not a crucial moment. The urgent matter at hand was still the situation in the northwest. I give up on this decision. Regarding the Great Heavenly Sword School, there will be an important discussion. Right now, we're only discussing the matter of healing Xianxia. The Grand Supreme Elder interrupted. I object. The third Gu immortal said concisely. Before I give my personal advice, I would like to hear Madame Xianxia's. The reason why my sect spent so much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, Spirit Rhinoceros, was to use its blood to develop an even more secretive information path Gu worm. I wonder how Madame Xianxia is progressing? The fourth Gu immortal looked at Madame Xianxia. Lady Xianxia was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Hearing this, he smiled. I am ashamed. Currently, there is little progress, because Xianxia's body is covered in poisonous blood. The research on letter Gu is progressing very slowly. The fourth Gu immortal nodded. This means that the future of this area is bleak. In that case, I object. Of the 8 Gu immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Ji Ge only obtained 200 immortal yuan stones. Obviously, there was a big gap between the 360 yuan he asked for and the price he asked for. Shu Ji Ge snorted coldly, muttering to himself. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding. Another bell rang, regardless of whether Shu Ji Ge was satisfied or not. The Grand Supreme Elder said, next, we will discuss the matters of reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a tall and sturdy body, his blue hair reaching the sky. I have been in charge of the affairs of reincarnation battlefield for over 30 years. I believe everyone has a deep understanding of the importance of reincarnation battlefield. In the middle of this year, our sect suffered a huge loss in reincarnation battlefield. Even though we sent reinforcements in time and stabilized our situation, the current situation is still terrible. I need the support of a rank 6 Gu immortal or 3 desolate beasts, and among these desolate beasts, there must be at least a 9 palace crane. He Fengyang immediately retorted, a Gu immortal's battle strength? Do you know the current situation of Crane Gate? Mu Xiaoxiao is recovering from heavy injuries, Lin Sanmei is in closed cultivation, their battle strength is lacking. You still have the cheek to make such a request? Lei Tan snorted coldly. If Crane Gate is chased out of reincarnation battlefield, He Fengyang, can you take responsibility? He Fengyang sneered, we have already invested a lot of resources into reincarnation battlefield, we have 2 Gu immortals inside, we can defend and maintain stability. Our reinforcements will not solve the problem, because our competitors in reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sections. If we send reinforcements, the other 9 sects will also send reinforcements, or even more. Shu Ji Ge nodded, I agree. Reincarnation battlefield situation is already stabilizing, we should take a conservative approach and stabilize our territory first. The rest of the people looked around and expressed their opinions one by one. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the support of 2 desolate beasts. He looked at He Fengyang with hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding. Next, we will discuss Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Gueli heard this and his expression shook. He sat up straight. Facing everyone's gazes, he said, Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been subordinate to Crane Gate for close to 1,000 years. With our protection, they have been operating for a long time and now have 3 Gu immortals. They want to get rid of their vassal status and leave our sect. Once they succeed, our sect's control over the northwestern region will be greatly reduced. Crane Gate's reputation will also be greatly damaged. Even though there is no evidence, I have deduced several times, I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect leaves us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation will be even worse. We are adjacent to Myriad Dragon Dock, the territory around Great Heavenly Sword Sect will be annexed to Myriad Dragon Dock. We all know the severity of this matter. There is no need for you to elaborate on this. I will ask you directly, which Gu immortal are you planning to instigate in Great Heavenly Sword Sect to defect? How confident were they? Could it be a ploy by the other party? And most importantly, how much do we need to pay to instigate a Gu immortal to defect? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a large force, it could not afford the cultivation resources of 3 Gu immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects were firmly in control of Central Continent. About 60% of Central Continent's cultivation resources were split among the 10 great ancient sections. Only the 10 great ancient sects could provide for a large number of Gu immortals. Like Great Heavenly Sword Sect. It was a vassal of Crane Gate to begin with, it needed to pay a large amount of resources every once in a while. The Gu immortals in Great Heavenly Sword Sect lacked resources. From this point, if they were given huge benefits, there was a possibility of them defecting. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu immortals, if one was removed, there would only be 2 left. If their forces fell, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Gueli thought about his words before saying, there is an old saying. There is no such thing as cheap goods. After all, we are not trying to recruit a mortal, but a Gu immortal. I promised him the same treatment as us, after all, this is the standard for joining Crane Gate. Other than that, there are also some resources. They are worth about 75 immortal yuan stones. After pausing for a while, Gueli continued, in my humble opinion, it is best if we do not use force in this matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, the deadline for Great Heavenly Sword Sect to be our vassal is up. They want to break this relationship and leave us, it is perfectly justifiable. We cannot forcefully interfere. There is no justifiable reason. Great Heavenly Sword Sect is also at the border, it might give Myriad Dragon Dock an excuse to interfere. From start to finish. Gueli did not reveal which Gu immortal he wanted to recruit. The second Supreme Elder did not pursue the matter. The Gu immortals present were all Supreme Elders of Crane Gate, but there were internal conflicts between them. Where there were people, there were conflicts of interest, and conflicts of interest led to conflicts. If Gueli said it now, there might be unnecessary twists and turns. The matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect was an important matter that everyone in Crane Gate attached great importance to. After some discussion, Gueli's suggestion was passed. Ding. A bell rang. First Supreme Elder said slowly, next, we will be discussing the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Fengyang, tell us. Lei Tan snorted coldly, immediately giving He Fengyang a malicious gaze. He Fengyang stood up from his seat, showing a solemn attitude, everyone, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 blessed land, although Hu Immortal did not manage it well, it is Danghun Mountain. As everyone knows, Danghun Mountain's Guts Gu can greatly increase the sect's foundation, it is also very helpful to us Gu immortals. Before he finished speaking, Gu immortal Lei Tan spoke, He Fengyang. It has already been over a year, why have we not obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land yet? There is no progress at all. Don't you know, the other 9 sects are already laughing at us. He Fengyang was prepared, he said unhurriedly, those who achieve great things will have to endure the ridicule and mockery of others, if we cannot even endure this, how can we have any achievements? I am here to discuss matters, not to listen to lectures. No matter what, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has not been taken back, this is an indisputable fact. Lei Tan said. For the past year, I have been working on this matter, I have not relaxed for even a moment. A few days ago, I have already publicly announced that Feng Yuan is a traitor of our sect. He will be dealt with in a few days. These days, I have spread informants to monitor the other 9 great ancient sects, but I have not found any sect that is showing any special reaction. The crucial people for this mission have already been trained. We only need old ancestor Qin Yang and fairy Xingyu's help to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Fengyang said. Old ancestor Qin Yang has rank 7 battle strength, while fairy Xingyu is not bad among rank 6. You have the nerve to make such a request. You are also a grand Gu Immortal, but you need the battle strength of 3 Gu Immortals to deal with Immortal. You are using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Is this the result of your 1 year of preparation? Lei Tan mocked without restraint. He Fengyang's eyelids twitched. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked around and said calmly, to ensure nothing goes wrong, I have no choice but to make this request. I am sure everyone here is aware of the situation. My sect used Fengjing to deceive the 9 great ancient sects, taking over Hu Immortal Blessed Land and name. But after the 9 great sects found out the truth, they have been coveting Danghun Mountain and obstructed us many times in the dark. This mission must succeed, it cannot fail, otherwise they will interfere. At that time, the situation will not be something our sect can control. Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed, they have already obstructed us. He Fengyang, I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. He Fengyang's heart shook. First Supreme Elder, please speak. Forget it, take a look yourself. First Supreme Elder flicked his finger, a rank 5 messenger green bird Gu flew out. He Fengyang received it and sent his divine sense in. Looking at the contents, his expression turned ashen. Who is it? They actually want old ancestor Qin Yang to go to Northern Plains? In He Fengyang's plan, old ancestor Qin Yang had the highest battle strength. He had offensive immortal Gu and was a heavyweight. But before He Fengyang even set off, he had lost this general. Second Supreme Elder said, there is no way to reject him. True Yang building collapsed for no reason. It caused our 10 sects alliance to fail prematurely in our plan to overthrow True Yang building. Many years of hard work went up in smoke, countless investments were wasted. This matter is too important, we need to organize a group to go to Northern Plains and investigate the truth. At the same time, all sorts of immortal Gu have appeared in Northern Plains, thus there is another important goal in this trip, that is to capture as many immortal Gu as possible. If the Gu immortals we send have low battle strength, not only will we not get any benefits, we might even be ostracized and turn into shields, suffering losses everywhere. But Lord Qin Yang's departure concerns Danghun Mountain and the ownership of Guts Gu. He Fengyang still wanted to fight for it. Feng Jiuge is publicly recognized as the number 1 battle strength of the 10 great sects. He is also the leader of the Northern Plains group. We have no reason to reject his request. You are clear about the sect's lack of battle strength. Even if we reject him forcefully, I believe the other 9 sects will use the excuse of not needing a burden to pressure us. Hearing First Supreme Elder say this, He Fengyang's expression turned ashen. Lei Tan smiled silently, not concealing his gloating attitude. He Fengyang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He forced himself to continue watching. Suddenly, his expression froze. He had mixed feelings. This Feng Jiuge is actually lending me one's way immortal Gu? And he has already raised one's way immortal Gu to rank 7. Rank 6 one's way immortal Gu is an expendable Gu worm, it can only be used 3 times. But rank 7 one's way Gu can be used continuously, it just requires a lot more immortal essence. What? I remember that He Fengyang's one's way Gu only has 1 use left. To think that Feng Jiuge actually refined one's way Gu to rank 7. No wonder he asked for one's way immortal Gu, it was premeditated. But his luck is really good. Immortal Gu are hard to refine, the chances of success are very small, and one's way Gu is not his vital Gu, but he actually succeeded. Guili spoke. Shuji Gu said, Spirit Affinity House is a huge force, they have a close relationship with Celestial Court, their foundation is much deeper than our Crane Gate. It is not strange for him to refine a rank 7 immortal Gu. With one's way Gu, he will not be suppressed by the blessed land, he can use mortal Gu freely. Madame Sang Xian looked at He Fengyang. Feng Jiuge is really scheming. On one hand, he borrowed one's way Gu, after our sect successfully takes Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he will be able to interfere. On the other hand, he sent old ancestor Qianyang out. In fact, he lowered our sect's strength in attacking Who Immortal Blessed Land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. The third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, finished the Ascension wine in his bowl and crushed it. Damn it. The 9 great ancient sects have targeted Who Immortal Blessed Land and obstructed our sect more than once. He Fengyang. The matter of Who Immortal Blessed Land was handled by you. I hope that you can succeed this time and not give the other 9 sects any chances. Hit them hard in the face. I want them to shamelessly cooperate with us for the guts go. I understand, Third Elder. He Fengyang nodded. The Gu Immortals discussed for a day and a night. They decided on the direction and actions of Crane Gate for the next few months. 2 days later, Fangjing pushed open the stone door and entered the blood pool. Fangjing, you've trained so hard, and you've finally come to this moment. Today, we will take revenge for your clan, we will gain merit for the sect, and we will benefit the people. We must succeed. In the aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled as Master Tenchuru's voice resounded. Yes, Master. We will definitely succeed. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, his expression was firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood cover most of his body. Next, he breathed in deeply and activated Iron Blood Goo. His blood turned black, and his skin also turned black. Next, Fangjing activated Blood Edge Goo at the same time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, from all over his body, hundreds of iron blood flying blades shot out in all directions. On his body, there were hundreds of wounds, as molten blood flowed out. An intense feeling of pleasure assaulted his heart. Fangjing gritted his teeth and proceeded to the crucial step, activating Blood Mix Goo. At the same time, on Tianti Mountain, 2 Gu Immortals arrived. One was a young man, gentle like jade, wearing a green robe and with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. The most eye-catching thing was his pair of eyebrows. They were dark green and slender, extending all the way to his waist. It was the rank 6 Gu Immortal of Crane Gate, known as Feather Crane Flying Immortal, He Fengyang. The other was young and beautiful, with a graceful figure, a face like a flower, eyes like autumn waves. She wore a pink and blue flowery skirt, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind. She was also a rank 6 Gu Immortal of Crane Gate, Fairy Xianxia. The two slowly walked up Tianti Mountain, arriving at Who Immortal Blessed Land. In front of them was a verdant forest. It was very ordinary. Who Immortal Blessed Land was a small world, different from the large world of Central Continent. As long as the Blessed Land did not have any loopholes, or its doors were not open, there would be no abnormalities from the outside. If one did not know the details, even if a Gu Immortal passed by, they would not be able to sense that there was a blessed land hidden here. Fairy Xianxia looked around at the verdant green mountains. The occasional chirping of birds added to the tranquility. There was not a single person in sight. But she smiled at He Fengyang. There are quite a lot of people here today. There are many familiar faces. She and He Fengyang did not conceal their movements. In fact, if the commotion was too big, they would not be able to conceal it. Thus, when they moved from Feihe Mountain, the other 9 great ancient sects had already received information. Right now, the 9 Gu Immortals from the 9 great ancient sects were already hiding in the sky and on the ground, observing He Fengyang and Xiangyu's movements, gathering first-hand information. He Fengyang waved his Gu worms as he praised. I have long heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move called Micro Thought. It can be sold for 5 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. It is indeed very effective. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind. It was only a fortuitous encounter in the past. I obtained it in reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Xianxia smiled charmingly. In today's battle, I will need Fairy's help. He Fengyang's attitude was very gentle. Lord Flying Immortal is too polite. How can this little girl's methods compare to the grand Feather Crane Flying Immortal's myriad crane soaring? It would be great if I could witness it today. Fairy Xianxia clicked her tongue in admiration. He Fengyang smiled. While they were talking, he had already thrown out close to 10,000 mortal goo. After several minutes, the arrangements were finally completed. Next, we will wait for the opportunity. Fairy, please. He Fengyang waved his sleeve. A white cloud flew out. The white cloud was only 10 feet above the ground, forming the shape of a cushion. He Fengyang jumped up and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion goo, rank 5, it could assist goo masters in their cultivation and increase the effect of primeval essence nurturing the aperture. Although the effect was not great, it would accumulate over time and would be considerable. After He Fengyang ascended to goo immortal, the white cloud cushion goo lost its effect on him, it was only used as a cushion. The white cloud cushion was huge, He Fengyang had specially left some space for Fairy Xianxia. But Fairy Xianxia only took a glance and did not get on the white cloud cushion, she flicked her finger and shot out a woodpath goo worm. The goo worm drilled into the ground, and in a few breaths of time a peach tree grew out, its branches tangled together and formed a comfortable bed with peach blossoms. Fairy Xianxia giggled and climbed onto the peach tree bed, half lying down, her eyes closed as she dozed off. At the same time, in Fuhu Blessed Land, Fengjing had already reached the final step. He activated failed blood demon flower goo, his entire body's flesh and blood became the nourishment and soil for the demonic flower's growth. Countless laughing vines drilled out of his skin and coiled around his body. Bright and bewitching blue chrysanthemums bloomed fiercely. Intense pain came from all parts of his body, even iron blood goo had no effect. Fengjing gritted his teeth, his expression was distorted as he endured with all his might. Quickly use cold blood goo to lower the temperature. Master Tenchiru's soul was monitoring Fengjing's condition at all times, and after a while, he reminded. Fengjing endured the inhuman pain and successfully mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood goo. His body shivered intensely for a while before the temperature of his boiling blood dropped, avoiding the tragic fate of being cooked alive. Use blood sensing goo. Master Tenchiru instructed. Fengjing gritted his teeth until blood flowed out. He activated this rank 5 investigative blood path goo with great difficulty. This goo allowed him to sense existences with the same bloodline as him. Moreover, the closer the bloodline, the stronger the effect. But this time, no matter how Fengjing tried, he could not sense any image. How can this be? You are brothers with Feng Yuan, your bloodline is the thickest and closest. Moreover, failed blood demon flower goo can increase the effect of blood path goo worms. Why can't you sense anything after so long? Fengjing was already in so much pain that he could not speak, but Master Tenchiru was still trying to sense it. After a long time without any effect, he became nervous and shouted strangely. Fengjing, persevere. You have trained for so long, you have gone through inhuman trials, all you have to do is gamble on this. My Sex 2 goo immortals have already moved out, they are waiting for you to guide them. You must persevere, you cannot relax. Master Tenchiru shouted anxiously. Fengjing's body was trembling intensely, he could not reply, he could only use his actions to show his obedience to his master. You still can't sense it? Strange. This is too strange. Fengjing, you need to follow the whole earth goo in the blood pool and extend your senses out. If that whole earth goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not destroyed, then this whole earth goo is connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It will be of great help to you in sensing Feng Yuan. Master Tenchiru continued to remind him. But Fengjing had already extended his senses along the whole earth goo, but there was little effect. To him, it was like he was in darkness, the target he was looking for was that bit of light in the darkness. But be it Fengjing or Master Tenchiru, they did not know about the change in Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan had become an immortal zombie, the blood in his body had already turned from healthy red to dark green and cold zombie blood. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fengjing's senses. No matter how hard Fengjing tried, he could not sense Feng Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tenchiru was extremely anxious. According to his past training experience, Fengjing had a limited amount of time. 90% of the time had already passed, he was about to reach his limit. Don't tell me I really have to use that trump card? Master Tenchiru was conflicted in his heart. To ensure the success of this mission, He Fengyang had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Fengjing's body. Together with the goo worms placed in the blood pool, they formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. Master Tenchiru was hesitant. On one hand, he received orders from He Fengyang, he had a difficult mission. Reason told him that for the sake of Crane Gate, sacrificing this mortal kid Fengjing was the best choice. But on the other hand, his emotions stopped him. Humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Spending time with Fengjing, watching him grow step by step, watching Him make mistakes sometimes, watching him cultivate hard for revenge, he was very much like his past self. Master Tenchiru could not bear it. Fangjing, you brat, how many times have I taught you? This is the most basic refinement path technique. I'm sorry, master. Fangjing's palm emitted smoke, the goo worm in his palm had already turned into a pile of charcoal. Fangjing, practice, practice, practice again. I am Master Tenchiru's disciple, but I can't even arrange the flying crane arrow formation. If this gets out, where would I put my old face? Master Tenchiru shouted angrily. I'm sorry, master. I will definitely work hard, ugh. The more nervous Fangjing was, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. The two groups of cranes in the sky collided with each other due to his mistake. At once, the cranes wailed in pain, the sounds of bones breaking could be heard, they fell down like dumplings in a pot. Seeing this scene, the spirit incubating flea in Fangjing's aperture froze, it immediately flew into a rage. You big idiot. Master, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Locked in the confinement room, Fangjing faced the wall and apologized to Master Tenchiru. Silly kid, why are you apologizing? Well beaten. Ah? Master. Isn't the sect rule forbidding disciples from fighting? Humph, Zhang Nan's master is Xianxia. Back then master was already unhappy with Xianxia. You beat him into a pig's head. I have been locked here longer than you. Although I am already dead, as my disciple, how can you be bullied like this? Master Tenchiru sneered. Master. Fangjing choked with sobs. His eyes were red and tears were rolling down his cheeks. Idiot, what are you crying for? A man doesn't cry easily. Master Tenchiru lectured. Yes. Master. I'm sorry, master. At this critical moment, time seemed to be stretched out endlessly. Scenes from the past. It appeared in Master Tenchiru's mind. The words master echoed in his ears. Master Tenchiru roared in a deafening voice, Fangjing, you must do your best. Have you forgotten the pain Feng Yuan brought you? Have you forgotten that you were bullied by your fellow disciples when you first came to the Crane Gate? He had forgotten about the ghosts in his family. Have you forgotten that your uncle and aunt died in the hands of Feng Yuan? Your hatred. Your hard work depends on this moment. You cannot fail. You cannot give up. I must sense it. I must sense it. Fangjing heard Master Tenchiru's roar and his spirit was lifted. However, in his senses, there was still endless darkness. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, he could not sense any signs of it. Why? Why? Fangjing's state of mind was in turmoil. Scenes of the past that he could not bear to recall appeared in his mind again. Ever since he was young, the shadow that Feng Yuan had cast on Fangjing seemed to have become one with the darkness in his senses. It gave Fangjing infinite pressure. Everything was dim. Fangjing seemed to have become a tiny, tiny dot in this vast darkness. Hesitation, helplessness, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of negative emotions filled his mind. I'm sorry, master. I failed. Fangjing cried. His body had reached its limit and his state of mind was on the verge of collapse. No. You cannot fail. Absolutely not. Master Tenchiru was anxious as he shouted. But Fangjing could not hear him anymore. He was about to fall unconscious, just like in the previous training. Damn it. Damn it. Master Tenchiru cursed in his heart. At this moment, he thought of his possession plan. He thought of the punishment Feng Yang would give him when he returned after the mission failed. Fangjing, you bastard. It's a waste of my effort to nurture you. But in the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that's the case, let me help you. Master Tenchiru's thoughts flickered as he finally convinced himself. The situation forced him to make this choice. He revealed his trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool started to shine brightly, sweeping away the darkness. The goo worms hidden around Fangjing's blood pool started to activate. Ah! Fangjing's body shook like he was electrocuted. He raised his head and opened his arms, clenching his fists, his nails digging into his palms. An unparalleled pain assaulted his heart, causing him to roll his eyes. Almost at the next breath, Fang Jing's scream stopped as he lost consciousness. But under the effect of the goo worms, he was still activating the failed blood demon flower goo and using the blood-sensing goo to sense Fang Yuan's existence. The blood pool started to boil and gurgling. Creak, the failed blood demon flower grew rapidly, emitting a hair-raising sound. Fang Jing maintained his posture of raising his head and spreading his arms, motionless like a statue. The demonic flower's vines were as thin as needles. But now, these vines grew thicker than a finger. The largest vine grew out from the depths of Fang Jing's throat like an anaconda. It burrowed out of his mouth and grew upwards. Other than that, vines also grew out of his ears and nostrils. Soon, vines drilled out of all the pores on his skin. Fang Jing had completely turned into the demonic flower's nourishment, his flesh was torn and his appearance was unrecognizable, like a well-trimmed flower statue. Brat. Seeing Fang Jing in such a miserable state, Master Tenchiru's anxiety and nervousness vanished. He felt an emptiness in his heart, it was unbearable. Soon, this unbearable feeling turned into deep guilt, filling Master Tenchiru's heart. Brat, Master, has let you down. Master Tenchiru's soul, which was hiding in the spirit incubating flea, was also shedding soul tears. Oh? He Fingyang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu Hu blessed land. Crane Gate's third supreme elder slowly opened his eyes, muttering. He thought of what He Fengyang had specially asked him to do before he left. Thus, the third supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon, expended his immortal essence and activated an immortal goo, flying out of the hall in a flash. This immortal goo was not Lord Tiger Demon's, He Fengyang had borrowed it from Lady Xianxia, it was a rank 6 information path immortal goo, called empathy. 10 breaths of time later. The immortal goo descended above the blood pool, above Fang Jing's head. This is an immortal goo? Master Tenchiru stared with wide eyes, his heart shaking. Empathy immortal goo let out a grey-white pillar of light. The pillar of light was like fog, covering Fang Jing. After a few breaths of time, the grey-white pillar of light was dyed blood-red by Fang Jing. Where is this? Fang Jing's remnant consciousness. He looked around. It was complete darkness. No matter where he went, no matter how far he walked, it was still darkness, deep and vast. But at this time a blood-red light appeared in front of Fang Jing. Ah? That is. Fang Jing tried to walk over, and as he got closer, he sensed a familiar aura from this blood-red light. He sensed a familiar aura. This is Big Brother. No, it is Fang Yuan's aura. Master, did you hear me? I succeeded. I finally sensed it. Fang Jing was extremely excited, he tried to speak, but could not speak. His mouth was wide open, almost deformed from the thick demonic flower vines. But at the corner of his eyes, a tear of joy flowed down. Sensing this terror, Master Tenchiru's soul shook intensely, he fell into a deathly silence. Fang Jing got close to the blood-red light, suddenly, the light burst out with an extremely strong suction force, the unprepared Fang Jing's remnant consciousness was completely sucked in. At this moment, Fang Yuan, who was in Hu immortal blessed land, gasped lightly, he slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a blood pool, he sensed Fang Jing's body, he sensed the flourishing failed blood demon flower, he sensed the spirit incubating flea in his aperture, he sensed the information path immortal goo above his head, so it was like this. Fang Yuan sneered, my adorable little brother, are you finally going to die? No, in the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the collective? He. What happened? Tai Baiyunqing, who was sitting at the side, quickly asked when he saw Fang Yuan speak. On his other side, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were also looking at Fang Yuan with questioning gazes. What a coincidence, I wanted to discuss the Gutsgu business, but the Crane Gate attack came knocking on my door. Fang Yuan laughed, intentionally lowering his eyelids as he waved his hand, the other party used my brother and also used the immortal goo same sense. Everyone, leave Dang Hun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal goo same sense could allow both sides to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Fang Jing and Fang Yuan sensed each other's situation through blood sense and empathy immortal goo. Of course, because of the difference in strength between them, Fang Yuan could see everything about Fang Jing, but Feng Jing could only see things through Feng Yuan's eyes. Feng Jing's perception was limited, he could not even sense the location of Feng Yuan's aperture or immortal aperture. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other, they could see each other's heavy mood. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, they could not avoid it, they could only brace themselves and fight alongside Feng Yuan. On Tianti Mountain, He Fengyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the white cloud cushion Gu, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe. His eyes shined with brilliance as he took out an immortal Gu. Expand space immortal Gu. Fairy Xianxia heard the commotion and called out softly. This immortal Gu belonged to the second supreme elder of Crane Gate, it could expand the blessed land space, He Fengyang borrowed it to use as the core of an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, breaking door entry, over 10 green grape immortal essence beads were expended in an instant, an enormous aura rose as translucent ripples appeared in the air. Crack crack, like the sound of glass shattering, space shattered in front of He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia, revealing a corner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's terrain. He Fengyang slowly put away expand space immortal Gu, he looked at Fairy Xianxia and invited with a graceful demeanor, Fairy, please. Fairy Xianxia smiled charmingly, she took a step forward and was about to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fairy Xianxia immediately felt a great sense of danger. The lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the sky and creating a thunderous sound. Although there are many Gu immortals here, our sect's scheme 1, according to the rules, the 9 great ancient sects should be watching from the sidelines. If not for the Gu immortals of the 9 sects, which demonic path Gu immortal would dare to risk universal condemnation and mess with my Crane Gate? In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fairy Xianxia's mind like lightning. At the same time, her movements were not slow, her slender fingers moved as she was about to activate a killer move to resist the lightning. But at the next moment, He Fengyang stopped her, Fairy, wait. Saying so, he pulled Fairy Xianxia to the side, opening up the hole in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The lightning did not care about the two of them, it followed the hole and plunged into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Using this chance, Fairy Xianxia also saw the lightning's true appearance. This is the earthly calamity blue charm lightning shadow? He Fengyang smiled lightly, this is an earthly calamity targeting Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After Feng Yuan cut off a large portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also threw it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not dissipate, it has been hiding on Tianti Mountain all along. Great. The blue charm lightning shadow's battle strength is not bad, it is equivalent to rank 6 middle stage battle strength. With it as the vanguard, we will have an easier time. Fairy Xianxia's brows relaxed, showing a smile. This lad Feng Yuan is decisive, he is indeed a character. He actually gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Unfortunately, his strength is lacking, no matter how many schemes he has, it is useless. He Fengyang sighed, stepping into Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fairy Xianxia. Once they entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a heavenly power was exerted on them, attempting to restrict all the mortal Gu in their hands. But immediately, an orange-yellow light rose from He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia's bodies at the same time. This was the effect of the rank 7 self-way immortal Gu on them, it allowed mortal Gu to not be suppressed by the blessed land and could be used normally. Fairy Xianxia closed her eyes, and after a few breaths, she opened them again. We are at the west of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the blue charm shadow is already heading towards Danghun Mountain in the center of the blessed land. He Fengyang nodded. As I expected. Within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the safest opponent was Danghun Mountain. The blue charm shadow's first target was the blessed land's owner. Back then, Immortal Fox. Caught off guard, he was killed by the blue charm shadow. Since it was heading straight for Danghun Mountain, it meant that Feng Yuan was hiding in Danghun Mountain. Let's follow it. Alright. I've long wanted to see what the legendary Danghun Mountain looks like. Fairy Xianxia chuckled. With the blue charm movie as the vanguard, we can also find out if the enemy has any ambushes. He Fengyang said. He activated Expand Space Immortal Gu and used another Immortal Killer move to mend the hole in the blessed land behind him. Immortal Killer move, Closed Door Bolt. Crane Gate is so stingy, they don't even let us take a look. In this round, if Crane Gate loses, we will take over regardless of whether the door is closed or not. If Crane Gate wins, whether the door is opened or not, we will retreat. Letting us take a look will not affect the big picture. Humph. They are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person. Do they really think we will act out of greed? Outside Tian-Ti Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 9 great sects were conversing with their divine senses. Bai Wang, do you think Crane Gate has a high chance of succeeding this time? Gu immortal Zhang Wenjiu casually asked. It might be quite high. Even though we are secretly suppressing Crane Gate, forcing them to send only 2 Gu immortals to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. But they have the battle strength of 2 Gu immortals after all, and they also use the blue charm lightning shadow. Fang Yuan, who controls Hu immortal blessed land, is only a mortal junior. How can he stop Crane Gate? Bai Wing replied. I don't think so. According to our Spirit Butterfly Valley's investigation, Fang Yuan refined fixed immortal travel in 3 Kings blessed land and came here alone. But how is that possible? He is immortal, how can he refine an immortal Gu, and how can he know about Hu immortal blessed land's situation? There is clearly a mastermind behind him. Since the other party could snatch Hu immortal blessed land like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, then the battle strength defending Hu immortal blessed land will be quite impressive. Maybe they can resist Crane Gate's attack? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Xianxia said. Immortal Concubine's words are not without reason. Gu Immortal Du Ting chuckled. If Crane Gate fails this time, should we compete on the spot and decide the winner, or should we wait for the 10 sects to discuss before deciding? This was a crucial question. The Gu Immortals of the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course we will wait for a later date. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not hyenas that snatch food. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Immortal Guan Chaozhe immediately spoke. Among the Gu Immortals present, Guan Chaozhe's battle strength was at the bottom. If they competed on the spot, he would be at a huge disadvantage. This is not good, this is not good. Green Phoenix Boy shook his head. Cut the Gordian knot, it is only a blessed land, let's settle it this morning and not waste time. Great Lord Blazing Sun pretended to be confused. Strange, didn't your Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend just come out of closed cultivation? Why did they send you for this contest for Hu immortal blessed land? Poison Count Liu sneered, directly pointing out Guan Chaozhe's weakness. The Gu immortals immediately agreed that if Crane Gate fails, they would compete on the spot to decide the ownership of the blessed land. If Crane Gate wins, they would also compete, and the winner would compete with Crane Gate on the spot to complete the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could increase a sect's foundation, it was helpful to Gu immortals. No sect could monopolize it, the other 9 sects would work together to pressure them, they would have to sell it even if they did not want to. You. Guan Chaozhe snorted angrily, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. While the 9 sects Gu immortals were scheming against each other, in Hu immortal blessed land, He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia were also slowly flying towards Danghun Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, He Fengyang looked at the ground in astonishment. He found a huge blood pool in Hu immortal blessed land, it was so large that it could even be called a blood lake. Humph, another remnant of the blood path. Fairy Xianxia frowned, speaking in a disdainful tone. Blood path cultivation harms all living beings, the crucial point is that it can increase one's battle strength. Thus, there are countless Gu masters. They choose this path. Every 10 years, the Celestial Court issues the Demon Judgment Board, and there are many blood path Gu masters. Blood Sea Ancestor, he really harmed many people. He Fengyang criticized without restraint. He pressed his palm down, immediately, jade lightning crashed down. Boom boom boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the blood pool was destroyed and turned into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the 2 immortals continued flying towards Danghun Mountain. Along the way, Fairy Xianxia repeatedly shook her head, the management of this Hu immortal blessed land is too terrible. It could almost be said to be a wasteland. I heard he used to be here. We've been flying for so long, but we haven't even encountered a single pack of 10,000 foxes. Fox packs are rare. There must be a lot of stone men. Fang Yuan was immortal after all, he only thought of using Guts Gu to increase the Rockman population. Little did they know that this was neglecting the essentials. Hu immortal was an enslavement path Gu immortal, her blessed land mainly had enslavement path laws. He is most proficient in raising fox groups. He Fengyang sneered disdainfully. Who immortal blessed land has fallen into his hands? It was like casting pearls before swine. Now that you have joined our sect, who immortal blessed land will definitely develop greatly. But I wonder who in the sect can snatch such a juicy piece of meat. Fairy Xianxia sighed. Speaking of this, He Fengyang also sighed. According to the rules, after we take it back, who immortal blessed land will become Crane Gate's public blessed land, and we will only be fighting for the management rights for a period of time. But this management rights is also very lucrative. It is all because of Danghun Mountain at the center of the blessed land. This is a huge gold mine. The most terrifying. This gold mine will never dry up. Fairy Xianxia nodded in agreement. The two talked along the way, not meeting any obstructions. The scene of the blessed land's decline. This caused the two's confidence to grow. Their flying speed became faster and faster. When they arrived at Danghun Mountain, they were already talking about the topic of if who immortal blessed land was managed by them, what should they do? In the sky above Danghun Mountain, the blue charm shadow screeched continuously, sometimes diving down and colliding with Danghun Mountain. But although it was formed from an earthly calamity, it was still a living being. Danghun Mountain shook its soul, it was its forbidden land. Fang Yuan, come out. You should know that Danghun Mountain can block the blue charm shadow because it has no goo worms. Even if you use Danghun Mountain's power to its limit, it cannot stop two goo immortals. He Fengyang shouted, his voice resounding in the sky. Fang Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is standing beside you, then you should know by now that who immortal blessed land cannot suppress the mortal goo on us. Moreover, we have an immortal goo on us. Fairy Xianxia immediately spoke, pressuring Fang Yuan. Thereupon, Fang Yuan walked out, standing at the peak of Danghun Mountain. He Fengyang's heart tightened, but soon relaxed. The one who came was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had a huge flaw, they could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would collapse after a certain period of time, thus their battle strength was lower than ordinary goo immortals. Crane Gate can't endure it anymore? You want my blessed land, aren't you afraid that I will destroy Danghun Mountain? Fang Yuan spoke. You are. Fang Yuan? He Fengyang squinted, finding it hard to believe. It had only been a year, how did Fang Yuan become an immortal zombie? While He Fengyang was hesitating, Fairy Xianxia beside him smiled and said, we came prepared this time, how could we let you destroy Danghun Mountain? If you think you can use Danghun Mountain to threaten us, then you are gravely mistaken. Oh, right, we can even weaken Danghun Mountain's power to the point where it is almost non-existent. At that time, we don't even need to make a move, just this blue charm shadow will be able to kill you. Fang Yuan looked at the blue charm shadow above him, this human-shaped lightning was roaring as it charged down, but was forced back by Danghun Mountain's power. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Xianxia immediately felt that there was hope, she urged. As long as you give up the blessed landowner position, our Crane Gate can let bygones be bygones, we can even accept you as our sect disciple. But I remember that Crane Gate's condition back then was to give me the position of an elder, right? Fang Yuan asked. He Fengyang sneered, times have changed, Fang Yuan, you are a smart person, don't tell me you can't see the current situation? Fang Yuan heard this and muttered, oh? The current situation is like this, let me take a good look. He had just finished speaking when the aura of immortal goo burst out from his body. This is? Fairy Xianxia's expression changed. Immortal goo, so many immortal goo. He Fengyang could not tell what immortal goo it was, but the aura was undoubtedly that of an immortal goo, his eyes shined with greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Fang Yuan. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunqing, and Fairy Li Shan, 2 rank 6s and 1 rank 7s. Not only that, each of them emitted intense immortal goo aura, they did not conceal it. Fairy Tsong Yu's expression changed greatly. He Fengyang's gaze also turned from greed to shock that could not be concealed, the strength of Fang Yuan's side was beyond his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beasts charged towards Danghun Mountain from 8 directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Sowing Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Azure Dragon Vine, 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. He Fengyang growled, his body shivering slightly. Fairy Xianxia suddenly felt helpless and her face turned pale, unable to say a word. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped growling. 8 desolate beasts approached, surrounding He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia. It's all real. Fairy Xianxia had an excellent investigative killer move. After observing for a while, her beautiful face turned even paler. He Fengyang looked around, only to see. To the east, there was an ice-spiked divine ape. Its size was only slightly smaller than Danghun Mountain. It was overflowing with frost energy. As it moved, it left behind a path of pure white frost. Its fur was like icicles, covering the surface of its body, giving the two immortals an oppressive feeling. The scare of its eyes was emerald green, and its pupils were a frosty blue. This showed that this ice-spiked divine ape's bloodline was very dense. If its eyes were frost blue, then it would be an ancient desolate beast icefall divine ape. Its battle strength could match rank 7 Gu immortals. To the west, there was a phoenix feather crocodile floating in the air. This crocodile was only 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary crocodile. It was not as large as the ice-spiked divine ape, but its aura was surging. Every breath it took caused a scorching heatwave. Its crocodile armor was thick, it was brownish red in color, its long and slender crocodile tail was over 6 meters long. There were no scales on it. Instead, it had phoenix feathers that were beautiful and colorful, like flames. To the north, there was a golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge, its head could reach the chest of the ice-spiked divine ape. It had 6 hooves that looked like they were carved from metal, its muscles were bulging, its body was strong like a dragon, and its whole body flickered with a dark golden luster. Only its 6 hooves were dark and deep. To the south, there was a green dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast, it was a plant. The vine condensed into the shape of a long dragon. When its roots pierced into the soil, its defense and recovery were extremely shocking. It was most suited for prolonged battles. If it pulled out its roots, it could fly in the sky like an azure dragon. To the southeast, there was a swamp crab. It was the king of the swamp. Its mountain-like body could reach a quarter of Danghun Mountain's height when it stood up. Its eyes had regressed to nothingness, its thick carapace made He Fengyang feel powerless in front of a tortoise's shell. It had a total of 19 pincers, especially the first pincer. It could break mountain rocks with a light pinch. Even with Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body, he did not dare to try the power of this pair of pincers. Northeast. Squatting there was a peach wolf. This wolf was the smallest, like a newborn puppy. It looked extremely simple and adorable, with a round body and chubby claws. A pink, tender tongue. Black, round eyes. It looked harmless, but He Fengyang's pupils shrank. If he had to choose a direction to break out of the encirclement, he would first reject this direction. An iron-crowned eagle circled in the northwest. The eagle hovered in the sky, its valiance threatening. Its pair of eagle eyes locked onto He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia. Its wings were broad and heavy, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. The eagle's claws were hard and ferocious as it clenched down. It could crush rocks and tear apart dragons and tigers. Finally, in the southwest, stood a desolate earth pillar beast. It had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. Its face was like that of a bat, and its nose was pointed upwards. Its ears were conspicuous, and its entire body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 meat whips around its chest, each of them was over 60 feet long. On the surface of the meat whips, there were suction discs. Once one was entangled, it would be extremely difficult to escape. At the front of the meat whips, there were chrysanthemum-like holes that would shoot out milky white liquid at crucial moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms that could drill into a person's pores, entering their body and wreaking havoc. These 8 desolate beasts were all borrowed by Feng Yuan from the land spirit of Xianxia. More accurately speaking, Feng Yuan had directly borrowed the rank 7 beast enslavement gu of the land spirit of Xianxia. This immortal gu could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast king, beast emperor, as well as desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts could battle rank 6 gu immortals, especially when the wild gu in their bodies were unknown. They were even harder to deal with. The 8 desolate beasts surrounded He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia, eyeing them like tigers eyeing their prey. The two were silent, they no longer had the carefree attitude from before. He Fengyang turned his solemn gaze towards the peak of Danghun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Feng Yuan and the rest. Desolate beasts could not use killer moves, but Gu immortals had enough intelligence to use and research killer moves. He Fengyang's heart sank to rock bottom. He forced himself to remain calm as he shouted at Feng Yuan, "Who are you?" Feng Yuan and the rest, other than Feng Yuan, the other 3 were wearing masks. He Lulan was wearing a black bear mask, Fairy Li Shan was wearing a green bird mask, while Tai Bai Yunqing was wearing a deer mask. The 3 were covered in a layer of light, concealing their true appearances and isolating He Fengyang and Fairy Li Shan from their detection. Feng Yuan chuckled, "Before asking for our identities, shouldn't the 2 of you first introduce yourselves?" He Fengyang was silent for a while. He looked at Fairy Li Shan, sensing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They had thought that this would be an easy task, and in the worst-case scenario, the other party had the battle strength of a Gu immortal. But they had never thought that the other party's force would be so strong. Thus, they had an arrogant attitude earlier, persuading the other party to surrender and not introducing themselves. "I am He Fengyang, a rank 6 enslavement path Gu immortal from Crane Gate." "I am Song Yu, a rank 6 water path Gu immortal from Crane Gate." The 2 immortals spoke one after another. Their attitude was no longer as high and mighty as before. They called themselves I and I respectively. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become Gu immortals were all geniuses among geniuses. Now that Feng Yuan was forcefully pressuring them, He Fengyang and Song Yu decisively changed their attitude, lowering their proud heads. Although Gu immortals were easy to defeat but hard to kill, He Fengyang had expand space immortal Gu. He could destroy Hu immortal blessed land and leave directly. But they did not know Feng Yuan's background. If Feng Yuan had an immortal Gu that could prevent him from escaping, it would be terrible. "So it is brother He, ferried Song Yu." Feng Yuan's tone was very polite. "I am Feng Yuan, welcome to my blessed land." These words were somewhat piercing to He Fengyang and Song Yu's ears, giving them a feeling of mockery. He Fengyang could not help feeling stifled. He had clearly asked for these people's true identities, but Feng Yuan pretended to be confused and gave an irrelevant answer, saying his name. Who in the 10 great sects of Central Continent did not know his name? Feng Yuan purposely avoided this topic, but He Fengyang was in a disadvantageous position and did not dare to ask forcefully. "I wonder why the 2 of you have come?" Feng Yuan asked again. He Fengyang was silent. He cursed inwardly, "What else can we come for? We are here to seize Hu immortal blessed land and Danghun Mountain." This brat is asking even though he already knows the answer. Fairy Song Yu snorted coldly, "Sir, why must you be so sarcastic? Where is your mockery? Sir's strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Since when did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today, the 2 of us admit defeat. After all, your excellency is the one with the strategy and skills. What will be the next course of action? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why the need for such nonsense? We will accompany you to the end. At most we will die here with our blood splattered everywhere." These words made Feng Yuan take another look at Fairy Song Yu. Shortly after, he smiled, "Fairy is brave, I really admire you. I can roughly guess your purpose in coming here. It should be the Gutsgu on Danghun Mountain." "That's right." He Fengyang admitted frankly. At this point, he had no choice but to admit that he had painstakingly planned for over a year to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. It had completely failed. But at the same time, he could not help but feel some hope. If Feng Yuan wanted to fight, he would have done so long ago. But now, he is clearly wary of Crane Gate's power. As long as I make good use of it, I might be able to escape easily. Feng Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. "You came at the right time. I have been wanting to sell Guts Gu for a long time. What do you think of this Gu?" Saying so, a rank 3 Gu worm flew out of his hand. The Gu worm was in the hands of 6 Gu immortals, 8 desolate beasts. Under the gaze of a blue charm lightning shadow, it slowly flew some distance away. It landed in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang did not know what was going on. He was worried that Feng Yuan was scheming, so he carefully received this mortal Gu. This rank 3 Gu worm was shaped like a ladybug. It was the size of a bull, its head was extremely small, but its stomach was huge, occupying 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a light bulb, it was translucent, there was no carapace on its back, and no wings. In this translucent stomach, there was a goo hidden. A goo within a goo? Fairy Xianxia muttered. Evidently, this rank 3 mortal goo was a storage goo worm, specially used to store goo worms. This storage goo worm was very common, like the earth treasury flower, it was of the same type. But this goo worm in its stomach made Xianxia's gaze seem to be glued to it, he stared fixedly at it. Next, his gaze wavered as he said, "Inside, is it guts goo?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "Exactly." "What?" Fairy Xianxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Although she knew little about guts goo, she knew one thing, guts goo could not leave Danghun Mountain, once it left, it would vanish. Thus, previously, Fang Yuan was not willing to trade guts goo. Because if others wanted to use guts goo, they would have to personally come to Danghun Mountain. And allowing so many outsiders to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land was undoubtedly a huge threat to Fang Yuan's life. Moreover, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to snatch Danghun Mountain. Because guts goo could not leave Danghun Mountain, controlling Danghun Mountain meant controlling guts goo. But now, the truth was in front of her, guts goo could actually be stored and left Danghun Mountain. Fairy Xianxia immediately realized the great significance of this unremarkable ladybug-shaped goo worm. Her gaze was tightly glued to it for a moment. "This goo worm, what is it called?" Fengyang raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan as he asked with a slightly trembling tone. In fact, Fang Yuan had not thought of a name yet, he casually thought about it and said, "Airsac goo." Fengyang was silent. In an instant, he thought of many things. It was not that the higher-ups of Crane Gate had not tried this before. Back then, many goo immortals participated, but all of them failed. Now, the fruits of their efforts were in Fengyang's hands. Fengyang's palms were trembling. Once guts goo can lead Danghun Mountain, it can be sold to many places: Jewel Yellow Skies, Haishur Blessed Land, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains. How huge of a profit would that be? Even our Crane Gate could not research this, but the force behind Fang Yuan succeeded. What is their background? Maybe they had planned this for a long time, using all sorts of methods to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land, just to sell guts goo. Fang Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to, with our Crane Gate? Fengyang was thinking, when Fang Yuan spoke, "Since you two are so interested in my guts goo, why don't we do business in this aspect?" Fengyang was moved by Fang Yuan's suggestion. When Fang Yuan activated the ambush, Fengyang fell into a heavy encirclement. He had thought that this operation had failed completely, the best outcome was to use Expand Space Immortal Goo to break through the encirclement with heavy injuries. Even if he expended a lot of immortal essence in the process of escaping, he could not care less. After all, Red Date immortal essence was more important compared to his life. But back in Crane Gate, Fengyang's days were not going to be good. Crane Gate had such high hopes for him, he had prepared for over a year, but he failed. If his rival Goo Immortal Lei Tan knew about this, he would probably come to his door excitedly and mock him. Second Supreme Elder would be extremely disappointed in him. Fengyang would not be able to raise his head for years to come. This failure would be a stain on his life, he would only have a chance to be mocked and ridiculed by others. If he could trade guts goo with Fang Yuan, Fengyang would be many times better than breaking out of the encirclement. Fengyang thought, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has 4 goo immortals and 8 desolate beasts, together with the terrain advantage, it is simply impregnable. Even any one of the 10 great ancient sects has the ability to attack it. But that is only the ability, they might not be able to mobilize enough goo immortal battle strength. Even if they can mobilize them to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and engage in a chaotic battle of goo immortals, the expenditure of immortal essence and other resources would be enormous. Even if they can mobilize their battle strength and have the courage to invest a large amount of resources, the other party is also a goo immortal, they can easily destroy Danghun Mountain. By then, even if they attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their efforts would be in vain. In the outside world of Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 goo immortals, they could challenge Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sections. This was because to deal with 3 goo immortals, the resources and manpower needed to be invested was so huge that Crane Gate had to consider it carefully. If they failed, Not only would they lose their reputation, the huge losses could cause a commotion in the sect and indirectly lead to other problems. Gu immortals were easy to defeat, but killing them was difficult. Who wouldn't have a trump card to escape from this predicament? If they failed, they would thoroughly offend the Gu immortal. Provoking Gu immortals to plot against mortals, Crane Gate had a huge business. He would probably have to put out fires everywhere. Now that Fan Yuan had displayed such power, it could be said that the Crane Gate faction had lost all hope of forcibly attacking. Unless a few ancient sects joined hands. But if they worked together, it also involved many aspects, such as the distribution of benefits. If He Fengyang agreed to cooperate with Fan Yuan and establish the trade of Guts Gu, then this would be the result. It was definitely not a complete failure. Because Crane Gate's main goal was to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was the Guts Gu. Being able to obtain the greatest benefits with the least amount of effort was what the Grand Elders of the Crane Gate were most concerned about. Before this, Crane Gate had already requested Fan Yuan to open the transactions of Guts Gu. If I can establish a trade with them, I won't need to break out of the encirclement with heavy injuries. I can save a lot of immortal essence and have an explanation when I return to the sect. He Fengyang thought for a long time. Fan Yuan observed his expression. Even though He Fengyang was very shrewd and expressionless. But thinking for a long time showed that he was moved. Thus, Fan Yuan continued, my Guts Gu, put them in jewel yellow skies, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 100. I will sell them to Crane Gate, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. However, in exchange, I need Crane Gate to recognize my Hu Immortal Blessed Land as your sect's vassal force. And this vassal can leave at any time. With this vassal status, if the other 9 ancient sects wanted to deal with Fan Yuan, they would not be able to avoid Crane Gate. This was the rule of the righteous path. It was like Crane Gate was the boss and Hu Immortal Blessed Land was the lackey. Even if they wanted to beat up the lackey, they had to ask the boss first. He Fengyang smiled insincerely, Fan Yuan, you want to use my sect as your shield? With your strength, you can completely establish your own sect, can't you? No one is allowed to establish a sect on the Stairway Mountain. I don't want to leave Tianti Mountain, this precious land. Fan Yuan laughed. Tianti Mountain was once connected to Celestial Court, even Gu immortals did not dare to fight on this mountain. If Crane Gate had not declared Fan Yuan to be a traitor of the sect, they would not have rashly attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land because of the righteous cause of cleansing the sect. Moreover, if Hu Immortal Blessed Land becomes Crane Gate's vassal, wouldn't it take care of your sect's reputation? Fan Yuan continued. He Fengyang fell into silence again. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. This is an important matter, I cannot make the decision, I will have to personally report to the sect. Fan Yuan nodded, it would be best if brother he goes personally. But Fairy Xianxia will have to stay here as a guest for some time. He Fengyang and Xianxia glanced at each other. Fairy Xianxia said, Lord Fengyang, go ahead and return, I will wait here. I will return quickly. He Fengyang nodded heavily at her, then looked deeply at Fan Yuan and the others. He wanted to engrave these people in the deepest part of his heart. Land Spirit, open the door and let brother he out. Fan Yuan instructed. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. On Tianti Mountain, platinum light suddenly shone. Within the light, a vermilion-red gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse was 100 feet tall and had a 9-colored signboard. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered and rays of light formed a stairway of light. He Fengyang broke the door and entered, but when he came out, he went through the front door. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Gu immortals of the 9 great sects who were hiding nearby. They conversed. He came out. So fast? Did he not put up any resistance at all? When He Fengyang entered, he used expand space immortal Gu, but when he came out, he could already go through the front door. This is clearly a sign of success. Something is wrong, look at his expression, there is no trace of true joy of victory, nor is there any trace of calmness. Even though they were puzzled, none of them directly showed up to ask. This was a secret confrontation between the 10 great sects of Central Continent, directly confronting them would be a loss of face. He Fengyang had no time to care about their feelings, he only wanted to quickly return to Feihe Mountain. report this matter. He flew rapidly and soon left Tianti Mountain. He Fingyang's brows were tightly furrowed, he was unwilling and puzzled. Feng Yuan's force. Where did they come from? Other than Feng Yuan, the other 3 Gu immortals are wearing masks and using Gu worms to block investigations. Why do they not want to expose themselves? Don't tell me they are Gu immortals from the other 9 sects? They don't want our sect to obtain Danghun Mountain and take advantage of it. Thus, they secretly discussed with Feng Yuan beforehand? Just as he thought of this, Fengyang rejected this thought. Paper could not conceal fire, secrets were temporary. The 9 great sects would not do this, it went against the style of large sections. Then, maybe they are the alliance of Gu immortals from Central Continent's small sects. Fengyang thought. Central Continent had many sects, other than the 10 great ancient sects that occupied the peak. There were also large sections. Medium-sized sects, small-sized sects, micro-sized sections. Among the tens of thousands of sects, there were naturally Gu immortals as well. If it was really them, these Gu immortals had foundations in Central Continent, to prevent their foundations from being suppressed by the ancient sects or being split up by the ancient sects, it made sense that they did not want to expose themselves. Right. Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel. These people might not be Central Continent Gu immortals, they might be from other regions. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it is to pass through the regional walls. Every once in a while, they would need to place their immortal aperture in the immortal ascension region to absorb earth qi to stabilize the blessed land. But the other party has fixed immortal travel and can resolve these problems. Fengyang's thoughts flashed, he quickly guessed the identities of Feng Yuan and the others. But he had too little evidence, he could not be sure. In short, Hu immortal blessed land is very complicated, before I investigate the details, I cannot act rashly. I suffered a huge loss this time, the root cause is that the enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open, I suffered from a lack of information. Fengyang concluded his experience, he suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Who is it? You dare to trap me here? Fengyang raised his guard and shouted. You are very vigilant. A voice could be heard faintly, sometimes high and sometimes low, it was a hoarse male voice at the start, before turning into a clear female voice. Evidently, this person had used a Gu worm to conceal his original voice. 2 figures appeared, one in front and one at the back, sandwiching Fengyang in the middle. What changed next was the whole sky. The clear and bright sky had turned gloomy, with dense fog and vengeful spirits flying everywhere. This was a battlefield killer move, it could create a battle environment and amplify some Gu worms. It was not something ordinary Gu immortals could possess. I am Crane Gate Gu immortal Fengyang, you 2 are concealing your appearances, what is your intention? Fengyang shouted again. The 2 Gu immortals blocking him were covered in a layer of dark light, their appearances could not be seen clearly. So what if it is Crane Gate? The mysterious Gu immortal in front sneered. The Gu immortal behind was even more direct, kill them all. The moment he said that, the Gu immortal who spoke attacked. His 5 fingers opened as thousands of gray-white threads shot out of his palm. The threads approached Fengyang. Rapidly. Fengyang's heart jumped, this was a mortal killer move used to trap people. Once he was entangled by these threads, it would not be easy to escape. Fengyang quickly summoned his crane group. He had raised a vast number of flying cranes in his immortal aperture, he had never lacked troops. The crane group was a huge mass, iron beak flying cranes, pellet fire cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, stellar aurora cranes, and illusion lightning cranes were mixed together, but they were orderly, forming a tight formation. A desolate beast 9 palace crane flew out, letting out a long cry as the surrounding fog was blown away. Fengyang stepped on the 9 palace crane's back, his long hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze was like lightning as his suppressed anger erupted. Do you really think I am easy to deal with? Today, I will let you taste the power of the feathered crane flying immortal. The threads flew over, the iron beak flying cranes flew out and blocked them with their bodies. Another mysterious Gu immortal puffed up his cheeks, breathing out flames that soared to the sky. This flame was a pale green, it was even more powerful in this battlefield. The flying cranes fell to the ground from the fire. He Fengyang was not to be outdone, he activated an enslavement path killer move. Immediately, a group of illusion lightning cranes flew out, breathing out lightning that gathered into a pillar that pierced through the battlefield. Another group of pellet fire cranes flew out, their bodies burning with flames. They only harmed the enemy but not themselves. The two groups of flying cranes charged towards the two mysterious goo immortals like two heavy punches. Bam bam bam. In the battlefield, the intense battle continued. A large group of iron-beak flying cranes had bodies that were black like iron, their defense rose sharply, they did not fear death as they charged towards the two mysterious goo immortals. One of the mysterious goo immortals suddenly screeched, his voice was loud and clear, echoing in the surroundings. This was a sound path killer move, the iron-beak flying cranes formation fell into chaos as they screeched, the dense battle formation became sparse and showed many flaws. Go! The other mysterious goo immortal saw the chance and grabbed the other person's arm, the two turned into two lumps of gray-white fire, passing through the iron-beak flying cranes battle formation and attacking He Fengyang. Against enslavement path goo immortals, they could not fight too intensely with beast groups, the best tactic was to capture the leader first. He Fengyang saw the enemies approaching but he did not panic, instead he smiled coldly, "You fell for my trap." He took out a 5-hole jade flute goo and blew into it. He looked like a green-clothed young man, but he was the lord of myriad beasts. His clothes fluttered without wind, his eyes shined with divine light. Enslavement path killer move, 8-sided ambush, tens of thousands of cranes moved upon hearing the sound, groups of hidden flying cranes revealed themselves and surrounded the two mysterious goo immortals. He Fengyang had purposely left an empty space in the formation, it was a trap, he was waiting for the two enemies to fall into it. Now that the trap was in his hands, he did not stop, he played the flute loudly as 3 5-string zither goo flew out of his body. The flute music was melodious, the zither music was clear and rapid, they turned into another enslavement path killer move, formation like water, countless cranes flew outwards, while countless cranes flew inwards. The entire battle formation was like precise gears moving together, it was huge but orderly. The cranes weaved in and out, the formation was like flowing water. The two mysterious goo immortals were inside, looking at the dazzling changes of the cranes. They felt like they were beans in a millstone, about to be crushed. He Fengyang continued to blow his flute, he stood at the center of the beast group, standing proudly on the back of the desolate cranes as he looked at the cranes fighting with the two mysterious enemies. He thought, ever since they started fighting, these two have used countless killer moves, involving sound path, space path, fire path, wind path, light path, dark path, rule path, and so on. He did it on purpose because he didn't want to use his true methods to avoid exposing his identity. Goo Masters ascending to immortal. According to their foundation, as well as what goo worms they used to detonate the immortal aperture, they were divided into different sections. There were fire path goo immortals, wind path goo immortals, wisdom path goo immortals, and others who had their own immortal bodies. The immortal body is when a goo master ascends to an immortal. They were transformed by the 3 chi. The impurities were removed, and the essence of life was sublimated. The wind path immortal body had wind path Dao marks and laws, thus the effect of using wind path goo worms was better. Fire path immortal physique was cleansed by the great Dao of fire, it was closer to fire path, the effect of using fire path killer moves was extraordinary. For example, Fang Yuan. Although he was an immortal zombie, he was still a strength path goo immortal. He had a strength path immortal body to begin with, when he used goo worms and killer moves of other paths, the effect would be ordinary. The two mysterious goo immortals who tried to kill He Fengyang did not use their true methods, thus they were suppressed by He Fengyang even though they were 2 against 1. How long are you two going to hide your identities for? If you don't use your true abilities, you will die here. He Fengyang snickered, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. The two mysterious goo immortals breathed heavily, the crane group's attacks were like a torrential river, they were endless, the two immortals were tired from dealing with them. Just like He Fengyang said, if the two did not use their true methods, they would be killed. The two looked at each other and nodded, they had made up their minds. One sighed, as expected of a righteous sect. I have witnessed the reputation of the winged crane flying immortal today. The other said, but even if we do not use our true abilities, we can still kill you. He Fengyang, look around. He Fingyang's gaze quickly looked around. The battlefield that was shrouded in fog and filled with cries of pain finally changed. Dark blue soul beasts started to form in the thick mist. In just a few breaths of time, the number of soul beasts increased sharply. They were on par with He Fingyang's crane group. Don't tell me this is Soul Taker Battlefield? He Fingyang's heart jumped, he blurted out. He, winged crane flying immortal, you are really knowledgeable. The mysterious Gu immortal laughed, his voice was changing continuously, sometimes it was a male voice, sometimes it was a female voice. He Fingyang's expression sank. This Soul Taker Battlefield killer move was infamous, it was very hard to deal with. The souls of living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming soul beasts that could be controlled by the killer move's owner. Most importantly, this battlefield killer move had an even greater origin. It was created by one of the 10 venerables in history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the strongest killing nature when he was young. What was the origin of these two mysterious Gu immortals? They actually had the lost battlefield killer move Soul Taker. Once the soul beasts appeared, they immediately fought with the crane group. The battle situation changed abruptly. He Fingyang quickly commanded the crane group to change their formation, resisting the soul beasts' attacks. The pressure on the two mysterious Gu immortals decreased, they charged out of the crane group's encirclement. The size of the soul beast group was about the same as the crane group, but they could not defeat the crane group. 10 soul beasts were sacrificed to kill one flying crane. But He Fingyang became even more vigilant. The soul beasts were torn to pieces, but these pieces could condense into new soul beasts in the Soul Taker battlefield. And when a flying crane died, its soul would be extracted by the battlefield, forming a soul beast that would become the enemy's army. No matter how high He Fingyang's cultivation level was, he could not be completely unscathed. Once there were casualties, the soul beasts would gain the upper hand. The longer this dragged on, He Fingyang's advantage would weaken. Eventually, the crane group would be exterminated by the soul beasts. He Fingyang, let me tell you, we purposely showed weakness earlier to stall for time. Now that the Soul Taker battlefield has taken shape, your enslavement path advantage is gone. Feather Crane Flying Immortal, you will die here today. The two mysterious Gu immortals arrived together. Wind Path Killer Move, Tornado Dragon Whip. The wind whip was 100 meters long, it whipped from afar, destroying countless flying cranes. Poison Path Killer Move, Myriad Bee Sting. Thousands of stings rained down like a torrential rain. The lid was pressed down. The poison was so strong that any flying crane that was stabbed died on the spot. Their bones and flesh melted instantly. The two mysterious Gu immortals finally used their true methods. One was a Wind Path Gu immortal, the other was a Poison Path Gu immortal. The crane group was exterminated in large numbers. A large number of souls were extracted by the battlefield, forming batches of soul beasts. Oh no, the enemy came prepared, they had planned this out. I cannot stay here for long. He Fingyang saw this and immediately thought of retreating. Only a fool would stay in the Soul Taker battlefield. They would fight the enemy to the death. This Soul Taker battlefield is covered in fog, it is easy to lose one's sense of direction, it is hard to escape. But I have Expand Space Immortal Gu now. I need to escape. It should not be hard. He Fingyang thought of this and used his divine sense to communicate with a will in his immortal aperture. This will formed into a muscular man. When He Fingyang left Fei He Mountain, he hid in his immortal aperture and used Gu worms to observe the outside world. He Fingyang's experiences along the way, from leaving Fei He Mountain to entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he was attacked by Fang Yuan and the rest, He Fingyang left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Then, he entered the Soul Taker battlefield and was attacked by two mysterious Gu immortals. This will was very clear. He Fingyang requested, Lord Tiger Demon, please use your immortal killer move again to break out of the battlefield and leave this place. This will was Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will. He sat cross-legged in the air as he opened his eyes expressionlessly. You know, every time I use Unravel Door, I expend 2 beads of red date immortal essence from my main body. He Fingyang quickly said, Junior understands, I will definitely compensate you when I return. Tiger Demon's anger will nodded and did not speak. He grabbed 2 beads of red date immortal essence and threw them to Expand Space Immortal Gu. At the same time, a large number of mortal Gu also flew up. After a moment of preparation, He Fengyang opened his palm and took out Expand Space Immortal Goo from his immortal aperture. The immortal goo was covered in a layer of yellow light. He Fengyang struck towards the left. The yellow light shot out and immediately destroyed the Soul Taker battlefield, creating a hole. He Fengyang was overjoyed. He stored Expand Space Immortal Goo as the 9 Palace crane below him screeched and flapped its wings, flying out of the Soul Taker battlefield. Outside the battlefield, the sky was still clear and cloudless. Oh no! He actually has Expand Space Immortal Goo, he escaped. He Fengyang, don't run if you have the guts, let us fight for 300 rounds. 2 mysterious Goo Immortals shouted from behind him, they sounded quite anxious. He Fengyang laughed heartily, he was filled with pride, even Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap me. No matter who you are, I will remember the grudge of ambushing me today. Don't think I cannot find out who you are just because you concealed your appearances. You too used your true methods. When I return to the sect, I will investigate thoroughly. I don't believe I cannot find out who you are. No. Suddenly, He Fengyang sensed something amiss, his expression changed. He had always been vigilant and calm, he restrained himself. Why was his mood soaring after leaving Soul Taker battlefield? As if he had won a battle, he had failed in taking over Who Immortal Blessed Land, he had let down Lord Tiger Demon's nurturing and expectations, his mood should be heavy. Oh no! An intense sense of danger rose in his mind. He Fengyang turned around in shock. He saw a Goo Immortal with a small body like a child, covered in a layer of dark light, holding a dagger-shaped Goo worm, flying behind him, less than 30 centimeters away. A third Goo Immortal. There was actually a third Goo Immortal lying in ambush. This was the true killer move, a plot within a plot. Taking advantage of the moment, He Fengyang left Soul Taker battlefield and relaxed his mind. A fatal assassination was carried out. He Fengyang was shocked and furious. He stared with bloodshot eyes. His anger was boiling. He did not retreat. Instead, he had the urge to fight to the death with this person. Dodge. The other party is an emotion path Goo Immortal. He can influence your emotions and interfere with your judgment. Inside the immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will shouted anxiously. It's too late. The third Goo Immortal raised his dagger and lightly stabbed at He Fengyang. The dagger-shaped Goo worm suddenly erupted with an intense immortal Goo aura. He Fengyang's eyes were bloodshot, he was horrified. The other party had an offensive immortal Goo? Seeing that the dagger immortal Goo was about to stab him, He Fengyang's heart was filled with anger, fear, confusion, unwillingness, and all sorts of other emotions. They were boiling like lava, greatly affecting his actions. Am I going to die here today? He Fengyang could not help but have this thought. But right at this moment of danger, the desolate beast 9 Palace crane below him suddenly let out a clear cry and flipped its body. This way, He Fengyang was sent flying, while the 9 Palace crane stood in front of the Goo Immortal who was trying to assassinate him. Poochie. With a soft sound, the dagger immortal Goo stabbed into the 9 Palace crane's chest. The third Goo Immortal had a look of shock on his face. He had thought that by interfering with He Fengyang, he would be able to affect the 9 Palace crane. After all, He Fengyang was an enslavement path Goo Immortal, he enslaved the 9 Palace crane. If he was affected, the 9 Palace crane would not be a problem. He used several emotion path killer moves to interfere with He Fengyang, but he did not expect that at the crucial moment, this 9 Palace crane would actually protect its master. Little 9. He Fengyang fell down. Seeing the 9 Palace crane in trouble, he cried out in pain, his face was covered in tears. He had nurtured this 9 Palace crane meticulously, he had never used any methods to enslave it. When he was young, he went out on a mission and was chased down, his life was hanging by a thread, but he met the similarly injured 9 Palace crane. After a series of coincidences and accidents, he and the 9 Palace crane helped each other out of their predicament. The 9 Palace crane was on the verge of death. He Fengyang brought it back to the sect, using all his wealth to barely hold on to the 9 Palace crane's life force. For the next few decades, He Fengyang risked his life for it. He earned money, he saved the 9 Palace crane bit by bit, slowly pulling it back from the brink of death. From this man to the crane. They had a deep relationship, they were closer than brothers. Later, due to an accident, the rank 5 Goo Master He Fengyang failed his mission. He was heavily injured, the resources he had were only enough to save him alone. If he saved the crane, he would die. If he saved the crane would die. At this crucial moment, He Fengyang thought for 3 days and 3 nights, he finally decided to sacrifice himself to save the crane. This caused the third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to sigh. With his help, He Fengyang and the 9 Palace crane were saved. Afterwards, He Fengyang lived up to expectations and became a Gu immortal. Thus, he attached himself to Lord Tiger Devil's faction. The 9 Palace crane let out a mournful wail. Its huge and slender body was covered in a layer of gray light. Within the gray light, its body rapidly shrunk. It was actually growing in reverse from an adult to a youth, and then to a child. This was the power of an immortal Gu. The dagger-shaped immortal Gu was actually a time path immortal Gu. It could restore the target's body to a younger state. Let's withdraw. Don't let down that friend of yours. Inside the immortal aperture, the tiger demon let out a long sigh. Little 9. He Fengyang roared, ignoring the tiger demon's advice. He turned around and pounced forward. The clothes on his body fluttered about, turning into a crane feather cloak. His eyes were wide open, releasing bloody light. His long and slender green eyebrows fluttered about, looking as agile as snakes and dragons. The mysterious Gu immortal showed a surprised expression. Earlier, He Fengyang could have escaped, but to think that he would actually turn around and attack. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He Fengyang raised his palms and pushed, sending out surging jade-green lightning. The mysterious Gu immortal snorted coldly, raising his dagger and colliding with it. At the same time, he activated an emotion path killer move, hoping to influence He Fengyang's emotions. But He Fengyang was filled with anger, he could not be influenced. Boom, with an explosion, the mysterious Gu immortal was sent flying. He Fengyang's body shook intensely, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, forcefully pulling himself together and grabbing the young 9 Palace crane. Little 9. He Fengyang hugged the 9 Palace crane, turning around and escaping. He had no intention of staying any longer. The 9 Palace crane had already turned into the size of a white goose. He Fengyang held it in his arms, chirping lightly. The emotion path Gu immortal was left far away, he could not catch up in this short while. The other 2 mysterious Gu immortals left the battlefield and rushed over. Sigh, we let him escape in the end. The wind path Gu immortal sighed in regret. This guy is clearly an enslavement path Gu immortal, but he is not weak in close combat. That jade lightning killer move earlier seemed to have reminded me of something. The emotion path Gu immortal said. Humph, if not for the fact that we could not gather enough people in such a short time, would we not be able to take him down? If we chase after him, we might be able to. The poison path Gu immortal said unwillingly. He has expand space immortal Gu, Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly, we cannot stay here for long. The wind path Gu immortal was very calm. That's right, this ambush was only an improvised plan. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small mistake, exposing our identities and affecting Master's plan. Let's retreat. The emotion path Gu immortal came to his senses and shouted. His status seemed to be higher than the other 2 mysterious Gu immortals, he had the power to make the final decision. I'm leaving. The wind path Gu immortal flew into the sky, quickly turning into a small black dot. Humph. The poison path Gu immortal landed on the ground, directly burrowing into the ground. The emotion path Gu immortal paused for a while, seeing that the 2 had left, his figure vanished in the air, as if he had never appeared. He Fengyang flew rapidly, returning to Feihe Mountain without stopping, directly entering Fu Hu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing at the edge of a huge rock pit, looking at the 10,000 rockmen working in the pit. Junior was incompetent, I have failed Lord's trust. He Fengyang saw Lord Tiger Demon and bowed. He was injured and had an ashamed expression. You are injured? Go and heal yourself first. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask He Fengyang anything, he only waved his hand and that anger will flew out of He Fengyang's immortal aperture, entering his mind. In an instant, he understood everything that He Fengyang had experienced. His gaze flickered as he activated Anger Will Gu, producing another surge of Anger Will. The Anger Will flew into the sky, out of Fu Hu blessed land, flying towards the peak of Fei He Mountain. When it reached the discussion hall at the peak, the three wills that were left behind sensed something. These three wills came from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of supervising the sect, and also handled some small matters that the sect leader could not handle. As for the important matters, they would gather all the Gu immortals to discuss them after a certain period of time. Tiger Demon's anger will landed in the hall, first fusing with the previous will, and told them about He Fingyang's matter. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills fell into silence, thinking rapidly. At the same time, their bodies shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. After shrinking to half their original size, Second Supreme Elder's will said, the matter of Hu Immortal Blessed Land will be decided by Lord Tiger Demon. First Supreme Elder's will continued, He Fingyang was ambushed and was attacked. This matter is even more serious than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Where did the culprit make the move? Saying so, a goo worm flew out of the hall, turning into a map made of light and shadow. Here. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elder's will nodded, saying solemnly, this location is the best for setting up an ambush. It is not close to the front or back, this is the greatest concealment. It seems the culprit is very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. Since when did someone dare to kill Gu immortals of our 10 great ancient sects? Second Supreme Elders will shouted angrily. This is what I am worried about. Elders, where do you think these Gu immortals came from? Lord Tiger Demon's anger will said. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills looked at each other, showing a grave expression. Third Supreme Elder is worried that these Gu immortals are Central Continent Gu immortals? First Supreme Elder said in a low voice. Tiger Demon's anger will began to speak, that's right. How many years has our 10 great ancient sects controlled Central Continent? These years, the situation has been getting more and more difficult. Why is that? Our Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions, with Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable as the leader. We had already reformed and established a sect system in the remote antiquity era. In the remote antiquity era, sects were rare. In the olden antiquity era, clan forces far surpassed sect forces. In the medieval antiquity era, sects and clans had intense conflicts, they were neck and neck. In the late antiquity era, clans showed weakness, while sects prospered. Now, there are countless sects in Central Continent, there are almost no clans left. The clan system only selects clan disciples as Gu masters. The sect system, however, allows mortals to step on the path of Gu cultivation. Our Central Continent's history is the history of the struggle between these two systems. After over 3 million years of struggle, evolution, and accumulation, thanks to the sect system, the number of Gu immortals in Central Continent far exceeds the other 4 regions. They are increasing in number and are about to break away from our 10 great sects' control. How many Gu immortals do our 10 great sects have? The number of other Central Continent Gu immortals is several times that of us. These small sects Gu immortals, demonic path Gu immortals, and lone cultivator Gu immortals need more cultivation resources to continue cultivating. Conflicts are unavoidable, because our 10 great sects control 80% of Central Continent's cultivation resources. Haven't there been examples of great heavenly sword sect before? It was only that our 10 great ancient sects suppressed them secretly. But these last years, new sects have been emerging, new ideologies and new paths are common. Extraordinary geniuses, monstrous geniuses, and monstrous geniuses are constantly emerging among mortals, while our 10 great ancient sects have limited space. Even though we recruit talented people every year, Central Continent is simply too big. Saying this, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will side. The 2 elders remained silent. The 10 great ancient sects controlled 80% of Central Continent's resources, but when it was distributed to each person, to each Gu immortal, how much was left? The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more resources they needed to manage their blessed land. Especially when the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were stronger, after each tribulation, there would be huge losses. They would need to invest more resources to recover and reach a higher level. The Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects could not share their resources with others. In the past, even though there were many sects outside of the 10 great ancient sects, they did not have many Gu immortals. There was a difference between mortals and mortals. there was a huge gap in battle strength between mortals and immortals, thus they could be suppressed. But now, there were more and more Gu immortals outside of the 10 great ancient sects. Even though these Gu immortals did not have much battle strength, their huge numbers created a huge impact on the 10 great ancient sections. Lord Tiger Demon continued, our 10 great ancient sects have been in a bad situation all these years. It can be said that we're treading on thin ice. It's like we're stuck in the crater of a volcano. Sooner or later, the magma at the bottom of the crater will erupt and cause a great impact to the 10 major sects. What Third Elder said is the general trend of Xianxia state. However, the general trend is like this, how can it be changed? The will of the second Supreme Elder sighed. Lord Tiger Demons will continued, the example of the great heavenly sword school is right before our eyes. The group of Gu immortals in who immortal blessed land could be from another region's forces, but they were more likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators. And the ones who attacked He Fengyang today might also be a Gu immortal force of this prefecture. But if that's the case, then it's terrifying. The second Supreme Elder nodded. Indeed. The power that attacked He Fengyang obviously did not want Hu immortal blessed land to remain in the hands of Feng Yuan's side. If He Fengyang dies, our Crane Gate will have to forcefully attack Hu immortal blessed land to protect our reputation. Although this is a very obvious move to shift the blame, our Crane Gate has no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. The dignity that the 10 great ancient sects had maintained for millions of years was not to be offended. If they could not even take revenge for the death of their own Gu immortals, then their reputation would fall to the ground, people's hearts would waver, everyone would want to offend Crane Gate. The Crane Gate was surrounded by beacons, and it would no longer be able to control such a vast territory and resources. When the time came, the Crane Gate would be strained and show signs of fatigue, which would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious circle. Once one fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape. The 3 Grand Elders of the Crane Gate were all very experienced. The old monster with plenty of life experience had long since calculated this terrifying prospect in his heart. Not only them, how could the other 9 great ancient sects of the central continent not understand this, in today's Xianxia state? His strength was expanding, but his resources were limited. He was like a bucket that was getting bigger and bigger. As for the 10 great ancient sects, they were sitting on the barrels. If they weren't careful, they would be blown to smithereens. Tiger Demon. Today, you used this as a pretext to make a big fuss. You must have your own views. Why don't you just say it? The first Supreme Elder said directly. The Tiger Demon laughed heartily. His words were shocking. My current decision is to agree to Feng Yuan's condition, to admit that Hu immortal blessed land belongs to our sect. At the same time, they investigated the identity of the Gu immortal who killed He Fengyang. Once we figure out who these rogue cultivators are, we'll join hands with the other 9 sections. Carry out a large-scale plan to slaughter immortals. Immortal slaying? The will of the second Supreme Elder heard this. His eyes shone with excitement. First Supreme Elders will closed its eyes and said slowly, Tiger Demon, I won't hide it from you. This suggestion of yours was made by Combat Immortal Sects Gu Immortal Shirley many years ago. They even wrote to the Celestial Court, asking the Celestial Court to intervene. Organize the 10 great ancient sects to carry out this grand plan. Oh. That immortal Monkey King? That's right, even though our 10 great ancient sects have changed our names in history, we've always been orthodox in our roots. It's always been the rotation of branches and main branches, all of which are inextricably linked to the Celestial Court. The 10 sects working together to slaughter immortals is a huge matter, it involves countless benefits. Only the Celestial Court can convince the masses and lead us to victory. The Tiger Demon's anger will agreed. But the Celestial Court rejected this suggestion. They even warned our 10 great ancient sects not to target the other sects or lone cultivator Gu immortals. We cannot kill them casually, those who disobey will be punished. The first Supreme Elders will said. What? The Tiger Demon's anger will exclaimed in shock. Why don't I know about this? The second Supreme Elder also mumbled. The first Supreme Elder heaved a long sigh, looking at the sky. The meaning of the Celestial Court is providence. Providence cannot be violated, providence cannot be measured. He Fengyang arrived at Hu immortal blessed land again. Fang Yuan and Fairy Xianxia were walking on Danghun Mountain, observing the growth of Guts Gu. Tai Bai Yunqing was standing far away, looking at Fairy Xianxia. As for that blue charm lightning shadow, it was surrounded by 8 desolate beasts. Every once in a while, a desolate beast would attack it, using a rotation tactic. Brother, he is a bit slow. Fang Yuan looked at He Fengyang and said with a light tone. He Fengyang first looked at Fairy Xianxia, seeing her nod. Implying that she was unharmed, he turned to Fang Yuan and said, "My sect has already agreed to recognize your sect as our vassal. The vassal relationship is indefinite, you can leave at any time. At the same time, we will establish the Guts Gu trade. The price is 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. This is the rank 6 immortal Gu, promise." Immortal Gu, promise, was also an information path Gu worm. It had similar effects to Mountain Pledge Gu and Sea Vow Gu. Immediately, He Fengyang activated the immortal Gu and made the promise. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, he received the immortal Gu and inspected it, expending green grape immortal essence to make the promise. The promise was like a lump of gold, the two sides exchanged it as a guarantee. Fairy Xianxia finally let out a sigh of relief, the trade was established, she was finally safe. Fang Yuan also let out a sigh of relief, his painstaking plan had finally succeeded. Fighting to the death with Crane Gate was definitely not a good idea. Crane Gate was a huge force, if they were truly angered, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be lost. Fang Yuan's finances would not be able to support a Gu Immortal level battle. But He Fengyang's next words made his heart jump. On the way back, I was ambushed by 3 Gu Immortals, my life was hanging by a thread. The other party was clearly trying to frame your sect. My sect is currently investigating. I wonder if your sect has offended any force. What? In Central Continent, there are Gu Immortals who dare to kill Gu Immortals of the 10 great sects. Fang Yuan did not conceal his astonishment. He clearly remembered that such a situation would only happen after the 5 regions' chaotic war had lasted for a period of time. At that time, the 5 regions would be filled with flames of war, people would have no way of making a living and all sides would be fighting endlessly. Celestial Court's authority was also useless, the 10 great sects Gu Immortals were repeatedly ambushed and killed, there were revenge from the other 4 regions, and also Central Continent's lone cultivator Gu Immortals trying to fish in troubled waters. The situation became more and more chaotic. Fang Yuan could even lead a group of demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Tianti Mountains Hu Immortal Blessed Land, eventually killing Feng Kim Hong. For some reason, Fang Yuan immediately thought of that mysterious force that had ambushed him in jewel yellow skies over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not casually expose this information to He Fengyang. Thus, he shook his head. I occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land and do not leave, how can I offend other forces? I have no intention of offending Brother Crane. But thinking about it, Crane Gate is indeed more conspicuous than us. Maybe some force wants to deal with you and wants to use us to divert their attention? He Fengyang did not obtain any information, he was somewhat disappointed, but he could not force Fang Yuan. Crane Gate had its own concerns, Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie. But the force behind him was enough for both sides to speak on equal terms. He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia did not stay for long, Fang Yuan opened the door of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He sent them out. Fang Yuan stood at the door, bidding farewell to them. Seeing this, the Gu Immortals of the other 9 great sects immediately sensed that something had happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What's going on? Why is there an immortal zombie? He Fengyang and Fairy Xianxia came in high spirits. But when they came out, their expressions were not good. It seems there is a problem. Did they not manage to take it down? That's not possible. The Gu Immortals were confused, they made guesses. The 10 great ancient sects came from the same source, they were the overlords of Central Continent. These years, there had been many open and secret conflicts. The contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an open one, the disciples of the various sects competed to decide the ownership, but Fang Yuan took advantage of it. Now, it was a secret conflict. He could not jump out and ask questions in front of them, or he would lose face. The Gu Immortals did not know what had happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were all hesitant. Fang Yuan closed the door, He Lulan and Fairy Xiangshan congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan, I have a whole new level of respect for you. This time, you cooperated with Crane Gate. It could be said that you subdued them without fighting. It was a great victory. Fairy Xianxia praised. This was the kind of victory that Gu immortals appreciated the most. There was no battle, there was no huge investment, but it brought huge profits. Senior is not right. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me cooperating with Crane Gate, it is us cooperating with Crane Gate. To refine Airsac Gu, we need the strength chi of He Lolan's strength chi immortal Gu. As for the profits of Guts Gu, you will get 40% and we will get 60%. Fairy Xianxia heard this and her smile became even more intense. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the great prospects of the Guts Gu trade. She naturally understood that Fang Yuan wanted to stabilize the alliance between the two sides, binding them to Danghun Mountain. In the future, when Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, they would definitely be there to defend it. But in front of such huge profits, Fairy Xianxia could not help but be moved. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan deeply, saying, to think that Fang Yuan had such a method, you could actually think of Airsac Gu. To refine rank 3 Airsac Gu, you need rank 6 Strength Chi Gu. This Gu recipe is quite special. Among them, Wisdom Gu naturally played a part. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Wisdom Gu, he had been thinking about whether he could extract Guts Gu with the help of unlimited inspiration. He succeeded this time because he accidentally heard from Tai Baiyunqing that He Lulan had Strength Chi Immortal Gu. Only immortal level strength could envelop Guts Gu and allow it to leave Danghun Mountain unscathed. Fang Yuan changed the topic. To produce Guts Gu, we need a large number of souls. I will have to trouble the two of you for this. Northern Plains is warlike, there are frequent battles, beast groups and tribes move around, souls are a common thing, we can easily collect them. We will go back and deal with them. He Lulan was swift and decisive. She succeeded in her immortal ascension, her need for resources was huge, especially the lack of immortal Yuan stone, she could not rely on Fairy Xianxia. Relying on others was not He Lulan's style. Fairy Xianxia nodded in agreement, that's right, Danghun Mountain does not have many requirements for souls. We can purchase them from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and other forces. It will be more expensive than collecting them ourselves, but the price is still acceptable, we can save a lot of trouble. He. Fang Yuan waved his hand, wait, don't be anxious, follow me first, we will go and suppress a Gu immortal. This immortal is inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Oh? Who? Tai Baiyunqing asked. Fang Yuan smiled mysteriously, this immortal is right in front of you, follow me. Under Fang Yuan's lead, everyone arrived in front of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Right now, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was fighting with the Iron Crown Eagle in the sky. The petite blue shadow was clashing with the huge body of the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle, they were evenly matched. He Lulan was even more confused, the Gu immortal you are talking about, is it the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow? Fang Yuan smiled without speaking. Tai Baiyunqing's eyes shined with bright light, now that you mention it. This Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is indeed strange. That's right. Fairy Li Shan also showed a vigilant expression, logically speaking, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, its main target is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which is you, Fang Yuan. But it is fighting with these desolate beasts without showing any signs of attacking. He Lulan continued, no wonder I felt it was strange. Earlier, when the desolate beast's ambush was exposed, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow seemed to be startled and stopped roaring. This Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is strange, it might not have a proper origin. He. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, saying, there was nothing wrong with the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow earlier, but after I chased it out of the Blessed Land, a lightning path Gu Immortal captured it and refined it into a clone killer move. Next, when Crane Gate attacked my Blessed Land, this Gu Immortal took the chance to use the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow to barge in, his motive was to take advantage of the situation. If Crane Gate failed, this Gu Immortal would be able to act as the representative of his sect and strike first. Is my analysis correct, Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? How do you know it is me, Vicious Lightning Fiend? The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow could not keep up the act, it abandoned the Iron Crown Eagle and flew towards Fang Yuan. The Iron Crown Eagle chased after it, Fang Yuan waved his hand, the eagle screeched and flew away. Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They both knew that Myriad Dragon Dock was the same as Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. However, they did not know who exactly the vicious lightning fiend was. Only Tai Baiyunqing's eyes shined with bright light. After coming to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, with Fang Yuan's introduction and the information he had gathered, he knew a lot of information about Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Vicious Lightning Fiend is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He has passed 2 heavenly tribulations and once fought to a draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal. However, he had gone into seclusion several years ago. In recent years, it hasn't appeared in Zhongzhou State, Tai Baiyunqing said. A draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal? Fairy Li Shan's gaze flashed. He Lulan, on the other hand, snorted arrogantly. The blue charm film scanned the crowd and finally locked its gaze on Fang Yuan. Who are you people? This immortal killer move of mine was the result of my many years of seclusion, thinking hard on how to raise my battle strength. A year ago, I learned that there was a blue charm film on Tianti Mountain, but it refused to leave. Thus, I secretly made a move and captured the blue charm film. Several months ago, my immortal killer move was truly perfected and I was able to use the blue charm film for my own use. I have only told this secret to a few people. You guys actually have such detailed information. Speak, who are you people? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying in an unfriendly tone, Vicious Lightning Fiend, you have a bad reputation, but we are not afraid of you. You must have paid a huge price to refine the blue charm film into your clone. I am not in a good mood, you need to be careful, otherwise, I might kill your blue charm film in a fit of anger. What can you do to me then? The blue charm film immediately roared in anger, showing its violent nature. You dare. I am a Gu Immortal of Myriad Dragon Dock. Don't think you can continue being arrogant. Occupying Hu Immortal Blessed Land is only temporary. Once your identities are exposed, our 10 great ancient sects will take care of you lone and demonic cultivators. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a sinister light. You saw our previous transaction. We are already a vassal of Crane Gate. Both of us have made a promise. Even if your entire Myriad Dragon Dock wants to touch me, they will have to go through Crane Gate first. Right. Earlier, when He Fengyang was attacked by Crane Gate, don't tell me the mastermind was you, your Myriad Dragon Dock? Bullshit. Our 10 great ancient sects are like brothers. Even if we fight openly and covertly, how can we be like you lone and demonic cultivators with no bottom line? The blue charm film was furious. Fang Yuan did not speak, his gaze drifted towards He Lulan. He Lulan was a formidable character like him. She immediately cooperated with him, pretending to have a sudden realization. Fang Yuan, you are right. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, Guts Gu, these are huge benefits. If we assassinate He Fengyang, Crane Gate will attack us. At that time, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and Myriad Dragon Dock will be able to profit from our misfortune. Bullshit. How can I be such a despicable person? The blue charm film's anger soared to the sky, it shouted continuously. He Lulan laughed sinisterly, but the timing of your appearance is too coincidental. He Fengyang attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, how could the outside world know what happened inside? Why did He Fengyang get assassinated the moment he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land? You must have acted as a spy and used some method to inform the main body, then the main body set up the ambush. He Lulan displayed her dark thoughts to the fullest, her words stunned even the blue charm lightning shadow. But soon, it reacted and retorted furiously, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a world of its own, unless I have an immortal killer move, I cannot communicate with the main body in the outside world. But when I use an immortal killer move, there is such an intense fluctuation, how could you not sense it? But there was a moment when Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened its door, this way, it became one with the outside world. At that moment, you took the chance to communicate with the main body. He Lulan immediately said. Get lost. Bullshit. I am a righteous person, how could I be that kind of person? No, I almost got confused by you. He Fengyang getting ambushed, what does that have to do with me, the blue charm film's information? Even if the other party does not know what happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they can still plot against He Fengyang. There is no relationship between the two. The blue charm film shouted. He Lulan said sinisterly, we don't care whether there is a relationship or not. We will tell this information to Crane Gate, explain it to Crane Gate. Go ahead, I am a righteous person, why would I be afraid of these malicious words? The blue charm film tried to maintain its composure. At this time, Tai Baiyunxing spoke, oh. I remember, didn't Great Heavenly Sword Sect's plan appear in Crane Gate's territory recently? There are rumors that Myriad Dragon Doc is behind this Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter. Hehe, I know. If we kill He Fengyang, Crane Gate's main focus will be on attacking our blessed land. This way, Great Heavenly Sword Sect will have an easier time. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect joined Myriad Dragon Doc and became their vassal, then Immortal Crane Sect's northwest territory would be rightfully annexed by Myriad Dragon Doc. At that time, even if Crane Gate takes down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their strength will be greatly reduced. By then, it will be too late to deal with Myriad Dragon Doc's matter, and they will not have the strength to do so. Tai Baiyunxing's words not only stunned the blue charm film, even Feng Yuan was shocked. Even though Tai Baiyunxing was a good person and had a kind nature, he was a shrewd old fox, his words were like a stab to vicious lightning fiend's weakness. The blue charm film finally fell silent. After more than 10 breaths of time, it spoke, damn. You sinister scum, you can even turn the dead into the living, you can even turn white into black. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to release the shadow clone of mine? He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing did not speak, they looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, demanding, vicious lightning fiend, I am very interested in your immortal killer move that can refine the blue charm film into a clone. Why don't you teach it to me? Bullshit. This is a trump card that I, your father, had painstakingly cultivated in seclusion for 4 years and finally comprehended with great difficulty. You want to snatch away my hard work with just a few words, keep dreaming. Even if I have to destroy this shadow clone, I will not let you succeed. The blue charm film was furious, rejecting him. But Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories, he knew Vicious Lightning Fiend's bottom line. He chuckled, saying slowly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, this immortal killer move of yours is just a hastily created creation, the success rate is definitely not high. The blue charm film has rank 6 battle strength, if you give it up like this, won't you feel heartache? How about this, I will take a step back. I don't want your immortal killer move, I only want your blood deity remnant recipe. The blue charm film's expression sank, how do you know I have blood deity remnant recipe? There are only a few Gu immortals in Myriad Dragon Doc who know the secret. Humph, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world, even if few people know about it, don't tell me I don't have Gu worms to deduce it. Feng Yuan showed an unfathomable attitude. Good, very good. I am even more interested in your true identities now. Humph, I admit defeat this time. The blue charm film gritted its teeth as it agreed. We will transact through jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan said. No, the transaction with jewel yellow skies will expose the blue charm film clone, my immortal killer move will be exposed in advance. The blue charm film rejected him. Feng Yuan sneered, Vicious Lightning Fiend, don't think I don't know, after coming out of closed cultivation, you are going to travel the world and imitate Sword Immortal Bo Qing, challenging experts from all over the world to test your sword skills. Your first target should be Immortal Liao Mao. You really know a lot. The blue charm film's tone was cold, but its heart was shaken. The other party's information was too detailed, it felt very passive. Feng Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to open connecting Heaven Gu and connect to Jewel Yellow Skies, contacting Vicious Lightning Fiend's main body. After the two sides negotiated, Feng Yuan sent the blue charm film in as merchandise. Immediately, treasure light soared to the sky, attracting countless divine senses. Vicious Lightning Fiend quickly took out Blood Deity's Immortal Gu remnant recipe, causing countless Gu immortals to gasp in shock. Rascal, quickly transact. Vicious Lightning Fiend's divine sense shouted. Vicious Lightning Fiend, you are being unreasonable. The Blood Deity remnant recipe you have is 70% complete, are you trying to take advantage of my ignorance, you actually took out a 40% remnant recipe? Feng Yuan replied slowly. Vicious Lightning Fiend was shocked. How can I have a 70% blood deity remnant recipe? I am not in a hurry. The longer the blue charm film is exposed, the more people will know about it. Feng Yuan said leisurely. Vicious Lightning Fiend almost coughed blood from anger. Lad, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a wisdom path goo immortal backing you and can deduce things. I will remember you, just you wait. Saying so, he still took out the 70% blood deity remnant recipe. Such a high completion immortal goo remnant recipe actually appeared. Since when can the Calamity Blue Charm film be transacted? The goo immortals who were fortunate enough to see this transaction fell into deep shock. Fang Yuan did not make things difficult for Vicious Lightning Fiend this time, the two quickly completed the transaction. Under the gazes of He Lulan and the others, Fang Yuan kept the immortal goo remnant recipe, sighing inwardly, I had schemed so hard in my previous life but failed to obtain it, to think that it would be in my hands in this life. 70% blood deity immortal goo remnant recipe, combined with my previous life's accumulations, and with the help of wisdom goo, I should be able to truly complete the blood deity immortal goo recipe. He thought of Vicious Lightning Fiend. This expert had a fiery and vicious personality, he had reached rank 7 in his previous life and had immense battle strength. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity to accumulate 8 rank 6 battle strength experts like the Blue Charm film. After Feng Jioge died, he fought with immortal monkey King Shirlei for 3 days and 3 nights in order to obtain the number 1 rank 7 battle strength expert, but he lost in the end. The first thing Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life was the immortal goo blood deity. He had once schemed to snatch the immortal goo remnant recipe from Vicious Lightning Fiend, but his plan failed and he escaped with heavy injuries. In Central Continent time, 3 days after extorting Vicious Lightning Fiend, Crane Gate announced, Fang Yuan is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a vassal force of Crane Gate, and can leave at any time. This shocking news was like a boulder being thrown into a lake, it immediately caused ripples. At once, Central Continent's goo immortal world was shocked. Earlier, Crane Gate had publicly announced that Fang Yuan was a traitor of the sect and would be punished. This kind of thing often happened in Central Continent. Many goo masters, after obtaining fortuitous encounters, were unwilling to have their gains split by the sect, or because they were recruited by other sects, would choose to betray their original sect. The cohesiveness of a sect was indeed weaker than a clan system that was united by bloodline. Among sects, the 10 great ancient sects had the strongest cohesiveness. But it was not unheard of for traitors to appear in ancient sections. In the past, Guyua's generation had obtained a blood path true inheritance and betrayed Crane Gate, going to southern border and concealing his identity. In recent years, Myriad Dragon Doc's disciple Song Zixing had also betrayed the sect. He had matured in battle and was now a rank 7 goo immortal, known as Blood Dragon, a famous demonic path expert in Central Continent. Thus, Fang Yuan's betrayal of Crane Gate as a rank 5 goo master was only a small piece of news. But now, Immortal Crane Sect sent a huge commotion to attack Fang Yuan, and out of everyone's expectations, they got such a result. At once, many people who had thought that Fang Yuan was courting death heard this news and were dumbfounded. Next, even more insider information spread from Crane Gate, Vicious Lightning Fiend, as well as Fang Yuan himself. The legendary Danghun Mountain, the enormous strength of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the rise of a mysterious force. Vicious Lightning Fiend's immortal killer moves all became eye-catching highlights. And among them, the most eye-catching was the trait of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could actually lead Danghun Mountain and be traded. The huge benefits contained in this piece of information tempted the various forces. Goo Immortals finally understood why Crane Gate made such an announcement. It was because of the huge profits. For Guts Gu, giving up some reputation was nothing. Moreover, Fang Yuan had admitted that he was a subordinate of the Crane Gate, which could be considered as giving face to this ancient sect. The other 9 great ancient sects scolded the Crane Gate for being shameless. At the same time, they contacted Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's Guts Gu had not officially started selling, but he had already received a large number of information path Gu worms, and they were still not ending. Regardless of the size of the forces, Fang Yuan replied to them one by one. He had to familiarize himself with them first. Take this as an opportunity. Fang Yuan finally stepped onto the stage of Zhongzhou State. As an immortal zombie and the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered the eyes of all the Gu Immortals and forces of all sizes. A few days later, He Lulan delivered the first batch of souls. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, most of them were wild beast souls. Fang Yuan threw everything into Danghun Mountain, whose immortal land spirit released all of Danghun Mountain's power. These souls were shattered into pieces, and countless soul essences scattered on the surface of Danghun Mountain. They gradually condensed into Guts Goo. Letting the Guts Goo grow on this side, Fang Yuan started his preparations on the other side. He ordered all the hairy men under him to refine basic goo worms. For 7 days and 7 nights, he worked in 3 shifts, refining large numbers of goo worms. He also ordered the Rockman tribe to send manpower to build a stone nest. Half a month later, the first batch of souls had already disappeared. Large numbers of Guts Goo were born on Danghun Mountain. He Lulan brought the second batch of souls to Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Fang Yuan brought her to the stone nest near Danghun Mountain. He Lulan stood at the edge of the stone nest, looking at the huge object below, feeling astonished at Fang Yuan's great work. This stone nest was several hundred square meters in size. It was dug to a depth of over 100 meters. Outside the stone nest, there was a circular hole. It was man-made, it was straight up and down. The circular hole was 1 li in diameter, and at least 3 li deep. It was like a long cup. At the center of the circular hole, there was a thick and huge stone pillar. The stone pillar had a radius of 150 meters, this length was slightly more than half of 1 li. Thus, the stone pillar and the circular hole were not connected, there was a gap of 450 meters between them, there was even a space left behind. The stone pillar was like an ant hill, the structure inside was complex, it extended in all directions. Be it the outer walls of the stone pillar or the inside of the circular hole, there were countless rooms dug out. In each room, there was an old hairy man, they were all equipped with basic goo refinement tools and materials. Fairy Lulan, please. Fang Yuan brought He Lulan to the top of the stone pillar, standing at the center. He Lulan continued to use investigative goo worms and found that be it this stone pillar or the hole in the pillar, there were many goo worms arranged at intervals of distance. These arrangements were very complex. He Lulan was dazzled by them, she could only sense that these goo worms were not arranged randomly, they were all connected and affected each other, there was a deep meaning behind them. Don't tell me. Just as He Lulan was guessing, Fang Yuan spoke, Fairy, I have finished my preparations, we are just waiting for Strength Chi Immortal Goo. Oh? Please advise me. Fairy, you only need to activate Strength Chi Immortal Goo and let your strength spread out freely. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan acted according to his words, the grand Strength Chi gathered into air currents that spread everywhere. The Strength Chi became denser, it gradually turned into a fog that spread out and covered the entire stone nest. Countless mortal goo were activated in the stone nest, they shined with all sorts of lights, like the stars in the night sky. Under the combined efforts of these goo worms, the Strength Chi that was like a sea of fog was drawn out bit by bit. After a few breaths of time, all of the Strength Chi filled the space between the stone pillar and the circular hole. More than 10 breaths of time later, this Strength Chi continued to move, forming a whirlwind that moved around the stone pillar. Goo refinement, begin. Fang Yuan gave the order, the hairy men in the room were ready to go, they opened their eyes and started to refine goo worms. Whenever they needed Strength Chi as goo refinement materials, the rapidly moving Strength Chi outside the room would enter the goo. This scene made He Lulan praise, Fang Yuan, your stone nest is huge. It can actually hold thousands of hairy men to refine goo at the same time, it is truly a wondrous idea. Fang Yuan smiled, didn't I tell you that I am also a goo refinement master? The truth was. This stone nest was an invention of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war. The continuous battles caused huge losses to goo masters and goo worms, all the large forces needed to replenish their goo worms, they gradually created this stone nest that could hold many goo masters and refine goo together. I named it Fang Yuan's stone nest, it is a place to refine mortal goo in large numbers. I will refine air sac goo. It is divided into more than 10 steps. The hairy men in the room at the highest level will finish the first step and send the half-finished product to the room at the next level. After processing it at the next level, the half-finished product will be sent to the 3rd level. This way, the hairy men will focus on one step, not only will the goo recipe not be leaked, they can also get familiar with it faster. This will increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He took the invention of someone else in his previous life as his own. He Lulan could not help but praise, this is the best way to refine mortal goo in large numbers, to a certain extent, it can even lower the standards of the goo refiner. After all, they only need to complete one of the steps. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan, you will not have to worry about the repetitive refinement, you only need to control the materials. There are also some goo recipes that require the refiner to practice continuously. Thankfully, airsac goo does not need to do that. Feng Yuan said. He Lulan nodded, I was worried that the airsac goo would be too few, it would affect the sales of guts goo. After all, each airsac goo can only store one guts goo. But now that I have seen this stone nest, I am at ease. These guts goo. How do you intend to sell them? Feng Yuan already had a plan, I will mainly sell them to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as their whole earth goo. I have already constructed them. From now on, I will use whole earth goo to exchange for the goods. The remaining small portion will be sold in jewel yellow skies. You are not intending to sell some to the other sects of Central Continent? No need. Right now, Central Continent is dominated by the 10 great sects, our identity and status are already very sensitive, we do not need to provoke the ancient sects at this time. The peace we have now is not easy to obtain, we only need to quietly earn some profits. He Lulan heard this and nodded, this time, she was completely at ease. Time passed quickly, another half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The first batch of guts goo had already been sold. After deducting the cost and the 40% of profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan obtained 43 Immortal Yuan stones. A month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the second batch of guts goo was sold, Feng Yuan's Immortal Yuan stone storage increased to 46. The third batch of guts goo earned 47. The market feedback was very good, the demand from the 10 great ancient sects was increasing every time. Jewel Yellow Skies' sales were even more explosive, often, they would be sold out in a day or two. Guts goo was once a treasure that even spectral soul demon Venerable revered, its efficiency in strengthening the soul was extremely high, more than 10 times that of ordinary methods. In fact, not only soul path goo masters needed it, enslavement path, refinement path and other related paths also needed the foundation of the soul. When a goo master ascends to goo immortal, the soul was also an important factor in the density of human chi, no one would complain that their soul was too strong. Feng Yuan started to experience the benefits of monopolizing a business. He could control the market and the situation. He could sell to whoever he wanted, he could sell as much as he wanted. But he did not raise the price carelessly, because guts goo was not the only method to strengthen the soul, if the price was too high, others would use their original methods instead. This way, Feng Yuan's profits would fall instead. After the 3 batches of guts goo were sold, Feng Yuan had over 100 Immortal Yuan stones in his possession. He started to purchase large numbers of hairy men and excavate more rooms in the stone nests, increasing the scale of production. The more hairy men there were, the higher the proficiency in goo refinement, causing Feng Yuan's profits to increase with each batch of guts goo sold. 5 months later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his profits finally stabilized, with each batch of guts goo, he could earn 48 Immortal Yuan stones in profit. This was a genuine windfall profit. What was even more terrifying was that guts goo was a one-time consumable goo, it was gone once used, and the market's demand was endless. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan started to feel like they were burdens. Because they were in charge of collecting souls. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Bam bam bam, the huge ice-spiked divine ape's every footstep was like the rumbling of a drum. When it reached the cloud building, it stopped and raised its head to roar, the roar shook the wind and clouds, spreading far and wide. Feng Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya were standing far away, chatting, but when they heard the roar, they looked over. This little monkey. Land Spirit of Langya stretched out its left hand, stroking its beard as it laughed heartily. The chi path restriction on it had already decreased from over 10 layers to only 6 layers. It was all thanks to Northern Plains Inkman King's help. Thus, Land Spirit of Langya's left hand could already move freely. Only its right hand was left, it could not move. Feng Yuan smiled as he looked at the cloud building slowly rising, revealing the cave under the cloud soil foundation. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, gradually covering the ice-spiked divine ape. the ice-spiked divine ape slowly stepped into the cave, its mountain-like body gradually disappearing from Feng Yuan's vision. Finally, the cloud building slowly descended, sealing the cave again. The goo worms in the cave were activated as the ice-spiked divine ape fell into a deep slumber. Not far away, the other cloud buildings were also experiencing the same situation. It was just that the ones buried in the cloud building's foundation were not ice-spiked divine ape, but phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, and other desolate beasts. Ice-spiked divine ape, phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, azure dragon vine, swamp crab, peach dragon, iron crown eagle, earth chief desolate beast. I have returned the 8 desolate beasts you lent me to you in perfect condition. Actually, it is beneficial to let them out for a walk every once in a while. I always let them sleep, although it saves food, it affects their battle strength. But it will affect their battle strength. Feng Yuan said. Land Spirit of Langia rolled its eyes. Rascal, you think I can't tell what you were trying to say? You want to borrow my desolate beasts in the future? Help you fight? Humph, these desolate beasts of mine were accumulated with great difficulty, they are Langia Blessed Land's main defensive force. Next time you borrow them, you cannot borrow 8 at once. Feng Yuan smiled nonchalantly, stretching out his hand. All right, I have returned your desolate beast, according to the agreement, I will return it to you. You should return man as before and landscape as before to me. When the land spirit of Langia heard this, his aura immediately dropped, and he smiled embarrassedly. This Feng boy. No, brother Feng, man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo are truly profound and extraordinary, I have not researched them thoroughly. Why don't you give me a few more days? Feng Yuan's face darkened. Don't even think about it. Give it to me. Brother Feng, no, brother Feng, you can't be so heartless. You have to know that my chi path is sealed, I can't use my full strength, I can't do anything about it. I'm at a huge disadvantage in this transaction. The land spirit of Langia cried out. You have to be willing to do business. I'm not forcing you. If you suffer a loss, it's your own business. You want to go back on your word now? Too late. Quickly hand it over, don't forget that we swore using mountain pledge goo. And it also involves your friend Imo Tansang. If anyone goes back on their word, they will have to pay with their life. Feng Yuan snickered. O land spirit, you should return the immortal goo. Imo Tansang hurried over and looked at the land spirit of Langia anxiously. The land spirit of Langia looked at Imo Tansang, he could not endure the latter's gaze, he stomped his feet and reluctantly returned man as before and landscape as before to Feng Yuan. Brat, you get the better end of the deal every time. I'll give them to you, you sly scoundrel. The land spirit of Langia chattered endlessly. Feng Yuan snorted in displeasure, I got the better end of the deal? How did I get the better end of the deal? I fed all 8 of your dire beasts until they were full. There were no fierce battles. It was just like a warm-up. I saved you some expenses, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Settled a score, what score? Didn't I raise your Azure Cloud Immortal Goo as well? In order to buy food, I paid a lot of Immortal Yuan stones too. If you want to settle the score, let's settle the score and see who paid the most. The land spirit of Langia stomped his feet and retaliated. Feeding desolate beasts was much simpler and cheaper than feeding immortal goo. Feng Yuan could not win against the land spirit of Langia in this aspect, but he knew the weakness of the land spirit of Langia, thus his aura did not falter. He sneered, Land spirit of Langia, do you still want to research man as before and landscape as before? Do you want to? The land spirit of Langia's expression changed, he gave a fawning smile, I want to even in my dreams. Just think about it. Feng Yuan patted the land spirit of Langia's head, is there any meaning in being calculative? Who asked you to be worried about me and keep my Azure Cloud Immortal Goo as insurance? Get lost. The land spirit of Langia pushed Feng Yuan's hand away in anger, rascal, you have no respect for your elders, I am your XXX senior. Feng Yuan's eyes widened as he showed the 2 immortal goo in his hands. The land spirit of Langia's expression immediately changed, he patted Feng Yuan's leg while chuckling, Feng Yuan, kid, I have no choice, you are pleasing to my eyes, we are good friends. Mo Tan Sang, who was standing at the side, was speechless as he witnessed this. Fang Yuan placed the 2 immortal goo into his immortal aperture and took out 3 immortal goo recipes. During the 5 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had already completed 6 transactions with the land spirit of Xianxia. The more incomplete the immortal goo recipe, the more green grape immortal essence would be expended during the deduction, and the longer the time required. The 3 immortal goo recipes that Fang Yuan handed over were originally only 60% complete. He had spent half a month to barely complete them. The land spirit of Xianxia received the immortal goo recipe and took a look, shaking his head and sighing. Kid, I have to say, you are indeed a genius in deducing goo recipes. It is a pity that you have degenerated into an immortal zombie. Fang Yuan took the opportunity to ask, I also want to find a way to get rid of my immortal zombie body. Do you not have any methods? Of course there are a lot of methods, but almost all of them are old methods that cannot keep up with the times. Some have high risks, some have low chances, some materials have already gone extinct long ago, and some methods that even I am not sure about. The land spirit of Xianxia shook his head. I am a land spirit after all. I do not normally consider the problem of becoming an immortal zombie. Brother Fang might be able to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups are immortal zombies. They have been researching on how to get rid of their immortal zombie bodies. Methods to recover life. Moreover, some years ago, I had heard some rumors that there are people in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance who have made a breakthrough in this aspect. He has made a breakthrough in this aspect. Mo Tan Sang suggested. Fang Yuan nodded. I also have such a plan, but it is not good for me to show my face. I destroyed 88 Point Xinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land. It is not good for me to show my face in public. If I am deduced, that would be terrible. Now that Dongfang Naganori is dead, I am afraid there are no other Gu immortals in Northern Plains who can deduce Brother Feng's background. Mo Tan Sang said. It's hard to say. There are some 1,000-year-old monsters. Or wisdom path Gu immortals hiding in the dark. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. Eh? Kid, aren't you a wisdom path Gu immortal? You can deduce so many immortal Gu recipes. Your wisdom path attainment is already extremely high. You can use your own wisdom path methods to prevent others from deducing you. I remember that many wisdom path Gu immortals have done this before. The land spirit of Xianxia said. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. How was he a wisdom path Gu immortal? He was only borrowing some of the rank 9 wisdom Gu's power to make up for it. He was shameless. At this moment. He could only say this, my wisdom path methods are extremely focused on deducing Gu recipes, I am much weaker in other aspects. Moreover, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are living witnesses, they have personally experienced the changes in Imperial Court Blessed Land. I am afraid my appearance has already been interrogated by Qin Baisheng. Speaking of Qin Baisheng, Mo Tan Sang's gaze shone, he could not help but praise, this person is truly amazing. I had thought that he only had outstanding battle strength. But to think that his schemes are also brilliant. He captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, and obtained the essence of the luck path true inheritance. He was about to be exterminated by the alliance of Northern Plains Gu immortals. But in this month of Northern Plains time, he formed alliances and gave up on his own benefits, persuading Fairy Li Shan to come forward. Using Mountain Pledge Gu, he gathered a large number of lone cultivators, even Yi Lui tribe was persuaded by him. A huge battle was about to break out, but because of his efforts, it was resolved. He even held an auction in his blessed land, specially auctioning the luck path true inheritance's core immortal Gu. Even Ma and Zhao Lianyun became the auction items. After saying this, Mo Tan Sang looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. He knew that Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had a close relationship. Back then, when Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Xianxia to borrow a desolate beast, he was present. The land spirit of Xianxia rejected him with a firm attitude, because desolate beasts were the main defense of Xianxia Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan had evil intentions and was in cahoots with the forces that attacked Xianxia Blessed Land, the land spirit of Xianxia would be in danger. But Fang Yuan unexpectedly took out Mountain Pledge Gu. Using this Gu to swear an oath, he completely dispelled the worries of the land spirit of Xianxia. Next, he used man as before and landscape as before, these 2 immortal Gu to lure the land spirit of Xianxia, attacking the weakness of the land spirit of Xianxia. Earlier, the land spirit of Xianxia had not hesitated to ask Tai Bai Yunqing for 5 immortal yuan stone in order to research landscape as before. The land spirit of Xianxia was moved by the 2 immortal gu, and was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He lent out 8 desolate beasts at once. Qin Baixing knows when to give up, he knows when to adapt to the situation, and has powerful methods. He can be said to be well versed in both literature and martial arts. He is truly admirable. Fang Yuan added lightly, before changing the topic, asking the land spirit, do you have any clues about White Lotus giant silkworm gu? Fang Yuan had cleansed soul immortal gu, he had not fed it yet, it had become weaker over this period of time. And to feed cleansed soul immortal gu, he needed White Lotus giant silkworm gu's flesh. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already asked the land spirit of Xianxia, but the land spirit did not have the gu recipe of White Lotus giant silkworm gu, not even an incomplete recipe. Thus, this time, Fang Yuan only asked for clues, and did not mention the gu recipe. The land spirit of Xianxia shook his head. Lad, this White Lotus giant silkworm gu was created by spectral soul demon Venerable. My main body experienced the 2 eras of thieving heaven and giant sun, and finally died of old age. Spectral soul demon Venerable rose up after giant sun immortal. At that time, I, the land spirit, had already stayed in the blessed land. Where would I get any clues? Oh? Since it involved thieving heaven demon Venerable, Fang Yuan could not help but feel interested. Is this the rumored familiar face? Regarding the immortal killer move, familiar face, there were many interesting records in gu master history. Thieving heaven demon Venerable used familiar face to change his appearance and form. He had once used rank 6 cultivation level to deceive a rank 8 gu immortal, Deng Zuiyan, making him think that he was his good friend, Wan Zhen. In the end, Deng Zuiyan led a wolf into the house, and thieving heaven demon Venerable used this chance to steal many of the treasures in the blessed land. After the incident, Deng Zuiyan vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. In a fit of rage, he sought out Wan Zhen and fought for 300 rounds. Wan Zhen was quite puzzled and tried his best to explain but to no avail. In the end, he took a risk and didn't try to defend himself, allowing Deng Zuiyan to hit him with 3 moves. After 3 moves, Wan Zhen was on the verge of death, which finally made Deng Zuiyan believe in their friendship. Filled with regret, Deng Zuiyan treated Wan Zhen's injuries at all costs. Not long after, they found out the truth and treated thieving heaven demon Venerable as an enemy they had to kill. The 10,000 chariots were severely injured and Deng Zuiyan was about to face the natural disaster and earthly calamity. Unwilling to implicate his good friend, he secretly left. But who could have thought that thieving heaven demon Venerable would use this chance to disguise as him and deceive Deng Zuiyan? He pretended to be sick and extorted countless cultivation resources from Deng Zuiyan. After that, thieving heaven demon Venerable left. Deng Zuiyan lost a great deal of his foundation and died in the heavenly calamity and earthly tribulation not long after. Wan Zhen was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood when he heard that his good friend had died. His body, which was already severely injured and weak, was finally unable to recover from this setback. He died a few days later. This was the greatest achievement of the immortal killer move, familiar face. It was not an offensive killer move, but it indirectly killed 2 rank 8 gu immortals. In history, apart from this rich and colorful record, there was no one else. There were countless records of thieving heaven demon Venerable using this move to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger, or to disguise as an expert to swindle others, or to transform into a snowman to wreak havoc in Inkman City, resulting in a war between the snowmen and Inkmen. The land spirit of Xianxia glared at Fang Yuan and shook his head repeatedly. Familiar face? How dare you dream? It was an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude gu. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. But I have this killer move. It is indeed closely related to familiar face. It can be said to be the predecessor of familiar face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is just enough for you to use. Oh? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Seeing that he had successfully aroused Fang Yuan's interest, the land spirit of Xianxia chuckled. He continued, this killer move is called unfamiliar face. But if you want it, you have to do me a favor. Fang Yuan already knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He nodded and said, go ahead. The land spirit of Xianxia revealed his plan. My 12 cloud pavilions are guarded by a wild beast. In the end, they were attacked by goo immortals of unknown forces. 2 of them died in battle, they were heavily injured afterwards, and 1 died of illness. There were only 9 desolate beasts left. I want you to enslave a desolate beast with outstanding combat strength. I will not only give you the corresponding immortal yuan stone according to the market price. Moreover, I will also give you this mortal killer move, unfamiliar face. Fang Yuan was slightly happy. He had made transactions with the land spirit of Xianxia to deduce immortal goo remnant recipes, and also used mountain pledge goo to dispel his suspicions. After returning the desolate beasts, his relationship with the land spirit of Xianxia had advanced greatly. If it were in the past, the land spirit of Xianxia would not ask Fang Yuan for such a favor. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed. Next, he obtained 3 new immortal goo remnant recipes from the land spirit of Xianxia. After saying goodbye, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Junior brother, you are back, did it go smoothly? Tai Baiyunxing was staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now that the 8 desolate beasts had been returned, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan could not stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After Fang Yuan entered Xianxia Blessed Land, Tai Baiyunxing was the only goo immortal left. This trip was quite smooth. Fang Yuan said as he handed landscape as before, goo and man as before to Tai Baiyunxing. Shark demon is rushing me urgently, I will go to Eastern Sea now. Tai Baiyunxing received the 2 goo and left in a hurry without inspecting them. Fang Yuan did not stop him, he only reminded him to be careful. Finally, he was alone, he started to think about his next step. After resolving the huge crisis of Immortal Crane Sect's attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I was finally able to stand my ground and enter the righteous path as a vassal. I can also sell Guts Goo and use this to open up some space in Central Continent. In the past, Fang Yuan was only immortal, he did not even have the qualifications to speak with goo immortals. Even though he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, it was like a child carrying yuan stone in a bandit's nest. When the bandits saw Fang Yuan, they thought of how to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Now that Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he had some qualifications. They also formed alliances and raised their banners, temporarily intimidating Crane Gate and the other sections. Using the Guts Goo trade, they formed a relationship of benefits. The child had grown up into a young man. Seeing the bandits, he started to give out yuan stones. The bandits wanted to snatch them, but they were afraid of the young man's retaliation and damaging their own teeth, thus they took these yuan stones and satisfied their appetites. Moreover, these bandits were also on guard against each other, they were also restraining each other, their attention was divided, the young man was temporarily safe in this bandit's nest. But Fang Yuan was clear, in the future, as the Guts Goo trade got bigger and bigger, the profits would get heavier and heavier, it would attract even stronger attacks and robberies. Especially during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the various forces would not let go of anything that could increase their strength. Even though the young man gave out some yuan stones and satisfied the appetite of some bandits. But as the number of yuan stones he had increased, it would definitely cause another fight. Thus, Fang Yuan was willing to lower his head and become a subordinate of Crane Gate in name. This way, the young man became a small bandit. Bandits could not plunder as they pleased, they had to follow rules. But rules were only formless restraints, the longer time passed, the greater the benefits, the more powerless they would be. And this young bandit was not as strong as he appeared to be. For goo immortals, 8 desolate beasts, they are only a powerful illusion that I created by borrowing strength from all directions. The Snowy Mountain alliance with He Lulan had a time limit. Xianxia Blessed Land is facing strong enemies, it is hard to protect itself, the 8 desolate beasts cannot be borrowed at any time. Even though we forced Crane Gate to retreat and established a trade relationship with the 10 great ancient sects, since we have already surfaced, these sects will definitely use all sorts of methods to investigate me. They have not made a move yet because they do not know my background. Once they know my background, they will make a move again. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. If he were to use an analogy to describe the situation. Then when Fang Yuan first obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a storm with lightning, it was extremely bad, only by risking his life could he have a chance of survival. After Fang Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he became an immortal zombie, when he returned to Hu immortal blessed land, the situation was like dark clouds covering the sky and land, strong winds were blowing. His future was bleak, only by meticulously planning, being careful and haggling over the smallest details, grasping every opportunity, could he climb out of this quagmire step by step. Right now, after Fang Yuan forced Crane Gate to retreat, he started to sell Guts Gu. The situation was like the wind had dissipated, the dark clouds were thinning and a corner of the sky was lifted, revealing the blue sky. There was a trace of light in front of him, but the dark clouds were still rumbling. If he was careless, they would cover the sky and land again, lightning and rain would strike. It was like a person who had just escaped from a quagmire, standing at the edge of a deep pool, barely managing to stabilize himself. If he took a step back, Fang Yuan would fall into the quagmire again. If he wanted to climb out, he would need to struggle with all his might, and also depend on his luck. But if he took a step forward, Fang Yuan would walk more steadily, he would truly be stepping on a wide path. Even if there were thorns along the way, he would not be struggling between life and death like before, struggling at death's door. Every step was dangerous. For the next period of time, I need to use this peaceful period that I have obtained with much difficulty to move forward. I need to accumulate my foundation and raise my cultivation level, becoming stronger and stronger, to the point that the surrounding forces will not dare to target me. Fang Yuan thought about it. There were still several problems in front of him. The first problem was the feeding of immortal Gu. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was the first. Land Spirit of Xianxia and Fairy Li Shan did not have any clues about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Even though he bought some from Jewel Yellow Skies at a high price, he could only barely maintain Cleansed soul immortal Gu and not let it starve to death. To feed Cleansed soul immortal Gu, he needed over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Even if Gu Immortals had some collections of these Gu, the quantity would be small. Unless Fang Yuan obtained the Gu recipe and refined it in large quantities, he would not be able to solve this problem. Looking at the other immortal Gu, they also had problems feeding them. Although they had managed to survive the ordeal this time, the next feeding would still be a problem. The six-headed snake's bones had already turned into black blood, supplying calamity beckoning immortal Gu. The problem of delight in water and mountain immortal Gu's feeding had not been solved yet. It was only because Mo Yao's will had fed it previously that it was delayed. Worldly wave trace Gu needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Even though the former had a large quantity, as long as there was enough immortal yuan stone, it was not hard to buy them. But the latter was also rare in the market. If it wasn't for Tai Bai Yunxing meeting the shark demon and sacrificing himself to take the risk, he wouldn't have been able to purchase enough. Rising Azure Cloud Gu was in the hands of Land Spirit of Xianxia, he could not consider it for now. Connecting Cloud Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. According to the situation of the dead eggs of the worldly sand gull, it could produce another 15,000 kilograms, it could support 3 more feeding sessions. The feeding of a woman's heart was more troublesome. Massacres would attract the attacks of righteous path Gu immortals if they were done too often. After all, it was not the 5 regions' chaotic war yet. In the 5 regions, the righteous path suppressed the demonic path, order had the upper hand. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal yuan stone now, but feeding immortal Gu was not something that could be solved with just immortal yuan stone. Actually, feeding immortal Gu was often linked to the Gu Immortals' blessed land, it was related to the Gu Immortals' cultivation. To be continued, for example, a water path Gu Immortals' blessed land would be a sea. After obtaining worldly wave trace Gu, the Gu Immortal would raise underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels and others in the blessed land. This way, he could feed immortal Gu worldly wave trace with local materials and be self-sufficient. For example, Tai Bai Yunxing's 2 immortal Gu could be used to manage his own blessed land and obtain food from it. He Lolan's Lulan blessed land contained a large amount of heavy gold ores. These heavy gold ores were the food of strength Qi immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan's situation was different from theirs. Most of their immortal Gu were refined from their vital Gu and core Gu during their immortal ascension, they were of the same path as their own. Fang Yuan's immortal Gu were mostly obtained through scheming. Although his vital Gu was spring-autumn cicada, he did not have a time path inheritance, he walked the path of strength path. Fang Yuan's immortal Gu were very messy, they involved time path, space path, water path, wisdom path and many other paths. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's blessed land was dead. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture. Whatever he planted would die. He could no longer develop it like a normal blessed land. He could not feed immortal goo easily, and could not produce immortal essence. This caused the burden on immortal yuan stone to become even heavier. Feng Yuan's immortal essence not only had to be used for transactions, he also had to refine a portion into green grape immortal essence and feed immortal goo. After the intense battle with He Qing, Feng Yuan's finances almost collapsed. The main reason was this. Thus, the second problem in front of Feng Yuan was his immortal aperture blessed land. His immortal aperture blessed land was dead, his cultivation was stagnant. Blessed lands involved many aspects, they were a huge burden to Feng Yuan. When Feng Yuan truly got rid of his immortal zombie body, only then could he start his goo immortal cultivation. But after getting rid of his immortal zombie body and returning to his human body, Feng Yuan would not be able to rely on the light of wisdom. This was another problem. As for the final problem, it was battle strength. Right now, cleansed soul immortal goo was weak from hunger, it could not be used. Feng Yuan's trump card, immortal killer move myriad self, could not be used for the time being. As a result, Feng Yuan's battle prowess declined. Whether it was facing the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent in the future, or the pursuit of Northern Plains goo immortals, seizing Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, or helping the land spirit of Langia capture the desolate beast, obtaining the thieving heaven inheritance of Luopa Valley, dealing with fairy Jiangyu and seizing dark limit immortal goo, they all needed strong battle strength. The aspect that affects the goo immortal's battle strength. There were 4 main ones. The goo immortal's own battle attainment, immortal goo, killer moves, and immortal essence. Now that he had the guts goo business, he did not lack immortal essence. A goo immortal's battle attainment was a foundation accumulated over time, it could not be raised in a short period of time. As for immortal goo, Blood God's remnant recipe was enough. I can deduce the complete blood deity immortal goo recipe, but my current wealth is far from enough to refine an immortal goo. Feng Yuan thought about it. Even if he could refine a blood god, he didn't want to do it. Blood path had already been labeled as a demonic path. Even when the 10 great ancient sects researched blood path, they had to do it secretly, not daring to make it public. Moreover, the Celestial Court had Demon Judgment Board. Feng Yuan did not want to become famous so early. Moreover, Feng Yuan had immortal goo. He could barely feed them. The burden of feeding them was too heavy, and he had to add new immortal goo. Feng Yuan himself lacked confidence. Thus, in front of Feng Yuan, the only thing that could raise his battle strength quickly was killer moves. And killer moves included immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. Now that I have enough immortal yuan stone, I have much more money than before. Not only can I buy more and better mortal killer moves, I can also experiment, deduce, and recreate some powerful killer moves from my previous life. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan acted quickly and immediately started. Central Continent. With Feng Jioga at the lead, a group of goo immortals stood in front of a huge wall of light. The wall of light was extremely wide, connecting heaven and earth. The white light condensed into a solid wall. Golden light flickered inside, it was grand and majestic. This was Central Continent's fetal membrane, known as the Saint Regional Wall. The 5 regions of the Goo Master World, Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains were all covered in a layer of fetal membrane, forming the limit of heaven and earth, isolating each other. Old Oracle, what are the results of your deductions? Kanyang Laojun asked a young Goo immortal in the group. The young Goo immortal slowly opened his eyes were filled with clouds and mist, they were constantly changing. After a long while, the clouds dispersed, his eyes returned to normal black pupils and white pupils. The young Goo immortal said with a slightly joyful tone, "Alright, this regional wall is rather weak, it is the 3rd weak point we have found these days. But it is much more stable than the 1st and 2nd weak points. I suggest we use this as a breakthrough point, we can break through the regional wall and enter Northern Plains." Ha ha ha, good, we have searched 1,000 locations, we have finally found an ideal weak spot. Old man Tian Long laughed loudly. Fairy Ling Mei let out a breath of turbid air, sighing, after searching for so many days, we have finally found a good result, it was not easy. We have already wasted a lot of time, let's begin. Feng Jioga said concisely, who will go first? Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei looked at each other. They stood up together and said, "This time, our Heaven's Envy Manor will be the vanguard." Saying so, they activated the immortal killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. The core of this killer move was a rank 7 Crescent Moon Immortal Goo, with 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo assisting it. The immortal killer move expended a lot of immortal essence. It also involved one's mind. A single Goo immortal could not display its power, 2 Goo immortals were needed to activate it together. When the immortal killer move was activated, a green crescent moon was formed. The crescent moon was not big, it was only the size of a water vat, but it was condensed into a solid form, shining brightly like a beautiful work of art. Only the terrifying aura that leaked out occasionally let people know that it was not as harmless as it looked. The surrounding Goo immortals quickly moved away from Ao Shui and Ling Mei. The 2 fairies had gathered enough energy, they shouted together and let out a green crescent moon. The crescent moon flew at an extremely fast speed, the moonlight was gentle, the whole process was silent. The green crescent moon slashed on the Saint Regional Wall, creating a path of 76 steps. As expected of one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves, creating a path of 76 steps. Amazing! Goo Immortal Chen Jinqi praised. Feng Jioge took the lead, the other Goo immortals followed behind, entering the Saint Regional Wall. Once they stepped into the Saint Regional Wall, many people's expressions changed, their bodies suddenly became heavy, their thoughts also became sluggish, the immortal apertures in their bodies also started to shake. "Quick, hurry up," Feng Jioge urged. Everyone walked 74 steps, they could not go any further. In just this short period of time, the Saint Regional Wall had already recovered, the original 76 steps had already been reduced by 2 steps. Kanyang Laojun stood up, next. "Let me show my skills." He took out an immortal goo. The immortal goo was like a half-burnt candle, the tip was burning with a weak candlelight. Kanyang Laojun got close to the candlelight and blew it with his mouth. The candlelight flickered, following the direction of the air current that Kanyang Laojun blew. Countless sparkling specks of light scattered. The specks of light landed on the white gold Saint Regional Wall, the regional wall melted like snow, quickly forming a path of 63 steps. Everyone quickly moved forward, Old Man Tian Long also stood up and activated an immortal goo, creating a path of 67 steps. Like this, the Goo immortals took turns to work. They either activated immortal goo or used immortal killer moves. They created a path and went deep into the Saint Regional Wall. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on their bodies, it even turned into a huge force that dragged them backwards, as if this world did not want them to leave Central Continent. The thoughts in their minds were also becoming slower, this made it extremely difficult for Goo immortals to activate immortal killer moves. As a wisdom path Goo immortal, Old Oracle had to use all sorts of methods, even immortal killer moves, to reinforce the minds of other Goo immortals. But even so, Ao Shui and Ling Mei could not use their Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. The most crucial thing was the immortal apertures in their bodies. The deeper they went, the greater the tremors in their immortal apertures, the ground in the blessed land cracked, rocks rolled down, countless living beings died tragically. These Goo immortals from the 10 great ancient sects all had outstanding battle strength, they were all famous experts. After walking a few hundred steps, most of their faces were pale, some with weaker cultivation level were even starting to sway. After 1,000 steps, most of the Goo immortals were covered in sweat, some were pale. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were already supporting each other as they walked. Only Feng Jioge was still walking at the front with his head held high, his expression was normal. Every time he attacked, he used an immortal killer move, creating a passage that was over 100 steps long. After walking about 3,000 steps, the platinum light in front of them was already thinning, and there was a hint of green in it. "Old Oracle, you divined well, this is indeed the weakest area of the Saint Regional Wall. We have only walked about 3,000 steps." Someone immediately praised. "After the Saint Regional Wall, we will reach Northern Plains Licorice Regional Wall. Let's work harder and break through it in one go." Kanyang Laojun was gasping for breath as he tried to boost the morale. The young Goo immortal, Old Oracle, was somewhat worried. "My ability is limited, I can only deduce to the Saint Regional Wall. I hope this Licorice Regional Wall is not too thick." About 7 minutes later, the Goo immortals left the Saint Regional Wall and entered the Licorice Regional Wall. This regional wall was completely different from the Saint regional wall. The Gu immortals went in and felt a formless and enormous force pushing them away. The tremors in their immortal apertures were even greater. Many Gu immortals felt heartache over the losses. I hope we can subdue 1 or 2 immortal Gu in this trip to Northern Plains, otherwise it will be a huge loss. Old man Tianlong said. Sigh, when I was young, I also passed through the regional wall and went to Northern Plains. The whole process only took 5 minutes, it was very easy. Gu immortal Hong Chi-ming sighed deeply. When he passed through the regional wall, he was only a rank 4 Gu master. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to pass through the regional wall. Half a day later, this group of people had no choice but to stop. They were in the licorice regional wall. There was green fog everywhere. In the fog, grass grew wildly like a sea of snakes, like strands of hair, constantly twisting and twisting, blocking their advance. The leader, Feng Jioga, was sweating profusely, his lips pale. We can't go on, this licorice regional wall is very sturdy, we need to change direction, even if we have to walk a bit more. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Feng Jioga's decision. Old Oracle started to deduce. During this period, the regional wall continued to recover, the Gu immortals retreated. This way. Finally, Old Oracle deduced a direction. The Gu immortals changed directions. After a day and night, they finally broke through the licorice regional wall and arrived at Northern Plains. Let's rest for 3 days before we talk about other things. Feng Jioga said weakly. Flying cranes cried out, flying in the sky leisurely, showing off their beautiful bodies. A cool breeze blew, causing the pine trees on Feihe Mountain to rustle. The sun was high up in the sky, but the bright sunlight could not shine into this dark underground secret room. The underground secret room was simple and crude, with stone walls all around. Other than the stone bed in the center, there was nothing else. The moist water vapor caused moss to grow between the cracks of the stones. On the stone bed, there was a rotting young rank 5 Gu master. It was Gu Yue Fengjing. In order to sense Feng Yuan's location and cooperate with He Fengyang to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fengjing was schemed against by Master Tenchiru and lost control of the failed blood demon Flower Gu, causing him to lose too much blood and his soul to be on the verge of collapse, falling into a state of unconsciousness. You want to revive Fengjing? He Fengyang stood beside the stone bed, looking at the spirit incubating flea floating in the air. The spirit incubating flea stored Feng Yuan's Master Tenchiru's soul. At this moment, a firm voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Yes, Lord, I am willing to give up the chance of possession, please save Fengjing. He Fengyang looked at the unconscious Fengjing, saying softly, his injuries look terrifying, but it is not serious. I do not need to do anything, the sect has many methods to heal him. The most troublesome part was his soul. He forcefully sensed it, causing his soul to be greatly damaged, and is only a step away from collapsing. Actually, the current situation is suitable for you to possess. This body's aptitude is a grade to begin with, and it has a rank 5 aperture. Its soul is also extremely weak. If you want to possess it, you will not be able to do so. There is no suspense in the battle of the soul. Possession was your plan all along, wasn't it? Master Tenchiru laughed bitterly. Ever since he used his methods to harm Fengjing. In the bottom of Master Tenchiru's heart, Fengjing's face would always appear, and he would always recall the times he spent with Fengjing. Fengjing's innocence and dedication to justice always reminded him of his youth. Fengjing's revenge was so similar to his own experience. Your subordinate's original plan was indeed to possess Fengjing. However, at this moment, in this subordinate's heart, it was filled with reluctance and guilt. Logically speaking, he is Gu Yue's bloodline, but he keeps calling me master. He trusted me and never thought I would harm him. He believes in justice, just like I used to. If I kill him, the possession will succeed. From now on, she would live in his body. How can I face myself? Master Tenchiru sighed. He Fengyang was silent for a while. He suddenly raised his hand and lightly touched Fengjing's forehead. Green light flowed out of He Fengyang's palm like water, and quickly spread to Fengjing's entire body. Wherever the green light went, the swelling would disappear, the wounds would scab, and all the injuries could be seen with the naked eye. Rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fengjing's body had completely recovered. His breathing was steady and long, but he was still unconscious. I have healed all the injuries on his body, and also maintained his soul. As repayment for your help in the past, I will give you another chance, Sky Crane. You do not need to be in a hurry to give up on the possession, I will give you some time to consider. He Fengyang said. Lord, He Fengyang retracted his hand, the possession method we have is not complete, it originates from northern plains. Right now, my sex Kanyang Laojun has already followed Feng Jioga into northern plains, he has many sect missions on his shoulders. One of them is to collect more information and perfect the possession method. When he returns to the sect, Sky Crane, you will have a better chance to possess him. At that time, you will have already considered it carefully, give me your answer. Lord, before Master Tenchiru finished speaking, He Fengyang waved his sleeves and disappeared. Who immortal blessed land and underground cave. The rainbow-colored light of wisdom shone on Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression was uncertain. Guh. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark green zombie blood. At the same time, the countless joyful thoughts in his mind crumbled. This was the first time Feng Yuan was injured after using the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan left the light of wisdom, he found a small flesh mushroom and used it as a stool to sit down. He wiped away the zombie blood at the corner of his mouth while resisting the dizziness and checking his mind. His mind was unstable, all sorts of thoughts had just appeared when they automatically crumbled. The borders of his mind were showing signs of cracks, this was the backlash from Feng Yuan forcefully thinking earlier. At this moment, Feng Yuan only needed to think for his mind to feel intense pain. He simply closed his eyes and stopped all thoughts. He remained motionless like a stone statue. A long while later, he slowly opened his eyes and checked his mind again. The tremors in his mind had disappeared, but the four walls of his mind still had traces of injuries. The speed at which thoughts were produced was slower than before, but they would not crumble on their own. This meant that Feng Yuan could continue thinking. This injury was undoubtedly a valuable experience, it allowed Feng Yuan to learn many things. Thinking in wisdom path has its risks and can be injured. Like strength path cultivation, overexerting one's strength will cause the body's muscles to be injured or even rupture. This time, I used a lot of joyful thoughts to think about the star path problem, using the unlimited inspiration from the light of wisdom to deduce countless possibilities. Finally, I exceeded the limit of my mind and got injured. I had wanted to use Wisdom Gu's power to deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe. But now, it seems that my star path foundation is too shallow. Unlimited inspiration brings countless possibilities and directions, each possibility and direction needs to be deduced. And in the process of calculation, more choices will appear. Star Shoot Gu was Star Lord Wanxiang's unique Gu worm. Together with a large number of Star Rain Gu, a small number of Spring Wind Gu, and other things, they could form the killer move, Spring Star Rain. Spring Star Rain's effect could cause many plants to grow. Feng Yuan had used this killer move several times to water his star fragment grass. But Star Shoot Gu was a one-time consumable Gu worm, it could only be bought from Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang earned a profit from this. Feng Yuan had wanted to use the light of wisdom to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe, but he did not succeed, and was injured instead. Although Star Shoot Gu is a mortal Gu, Star Lord Wanxiang had tampered with it, it is hard to reverse deduce the Gu recipe. Unless my star path attainment reaches master level, it will be hard to succeed. Feng Yuan had a sudden realization. Star path master level represented the foundation of star path, it could greatly reduce the possibilities and directions of deductions, and help Feng Yuan get the correct answer faster. Feng Yuan deduced according to the difficulty, since reverse deducing Star Shoot Gu already requires Star Path Master level. Then researching a brand new Gu recipe to refine Starlight Firefly Gu will be even harder, I should need Star Path Grandmaster level. And modifying Do Min Jun's Star Path Inheritance into a brand new Star Path Gu worm that can amplify the entire Star Path effect in terms of offense, defense, movement, and healing, that is even harder. I should need Star Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster level at least. Starlight Firefly Gu was a necessary ingredient to open Stargate Gu, the more the better. And in Do Min Jun's Inheritance, 1.5 star Gu, 2 stars Splendor Gu, 3 stars in the Sky Gu, 4 stars Cube Gu, and 5 stars Consecutive Gu, could strengthen the attack of Star Path Goo worms. If this was spread, Star Path Goo would definitely become very popular, and would have a slight influence on all the Goo Master paths. Fang Yuan's original plan was to reverse deduce Star Shoot Goo and Starlight Firefly Goo's recipes. One was to get rid of Star Lord Wan Xiang's control, and another was to obtain more Starlight Firefly Goo to use in Stargates. And raising 1.5 star Goo, 2 star Splendor Goo, 3 stars in the Sky Goo, a series of Star Path Goo's effects could be developed into a brand new Star Path killer move suitable for Fang Yuan, and raise his battle strength. But after putting it into practice, Fang Yuan realized that he had been thinking too much. Even if he had the light of wisdom and unlimited inspiration, his refinement path attainment was only master level, and his star path attainment was only ordinary. It was hard for him to realize his original plan. It seems that to raise my battle strength, I need to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses, and use my own advantages. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He was now a Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi Grandmaster, Refinement Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, and Transformation Path Master. He first eliminated Blood Path. Blood Path Goo immortals were hated by everyone, because Blood Path cultivators harmed others and raised their battle strength. The righteous and demonic paths were not willing to see such a strong threat from Blood Path Goo immortals. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the order of the regions was in chaos, would Blood Path appear. Although Fang Yuan had Blood Deity's remnant recipe, he did not want to deduce the complete Goo recipe for the time being, and did not have the financial resources to refine Blood Deity Immortal Goo. Moreover, his previous life's Blood Path inheritance had not been completed yet. He could not collect it in advance. Next, Fang Yuan eliminated Strength Path. Strength Path had once flourished for a period of time, but now, it was on the decline. Even someone as talented as Chu Du would not be able to recreate the glory of Strength Path. A path's prosperity not only depended on genius Goo Masters and Goo Immortals, but also on resources. In the modern era, most of the resources used for Strength Path had disappeared, or were extremely rare. Strength Path's prospects were not good, many Goo recipes were lost, and the future was bleak. Even though Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Immortal zombie, he did not want to walk this path. The reason he chose Strength Path was because it was convenient. It could be a springboard for him to casually change paths in the future. Later, he became a Strength Path Immortal zombie because he was forced to do so at 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Unless Fang Yuan was like He Lulan and had several Strength Path Immortal Goo, he could rely on these Immortal Goo to raise his battle strength. But this situation was not realistic for Fang Yuan. Blood Path and Strength Path were not enough. Flying Quasi Grandmaster was only a battle attainment. Refinement Path was not good at fighting. Fang Yuan's remaining options were Enslavement Path and Transformation Path. But Enslavement Path required beast groups. Especially at the level of Goo Immortals, ordinary wild beasts could not be used. The core of the beast groups had already risen from mutated beast kings and beast emperors to desolate beasts. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to think for a long time. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was flying in the air. Hair armor. He willed. The hair on his immortal zombie body grew rapidly, instantly forming a sinister pitch-black armor full of barbs. Icy drill stardust. Fang Yuan pinched with his 5 fingers. A lump of starlight formed in his hand. Small explosions could be heard from the starlight. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were countless icy drill particles inside, colliding with each other and exploding. Fang Yuan slowly pressed this lump of starlight on the hair armor on his chest. The hair armor lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to crack. After more than 10 breaths of time, the area around the damaged area was dyed blue. A light blue frost started to spread. After more than 20 breaths of time, the hair armor completely shattered, forming a small hole on Fang Yuan's chest. This result was completely within Fang Yuan's expectations. Icy drill stardust was fused with Do Min Jun's inheritance. It could be sold for 4 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. As for the defensive killer move hair armor, it was only worth 2.5 immortal yuan stone. The starlight in his hand dissipated. Fang Yuan willed and activated hair armor again. But this hair armor was different from before. It was a new and improved version after so many days of experimentation. The hair armor quickly changed. The sinister barbs were useless to begin with, but now they were disappearing. The black iron-like color also changed, turning into a brass color. This was mainly because Fang Yuan had perfectly mixed a large number of golden lion hair goo on the original foundation. Golden lion hair goo was a rank 5 mortal goo. It could allow a goo master to grow golden lion hair. The increase in defense would be more effective against metal path attacks. After a few breaths of time, the black iron barbed armor disappeared. In its place was a streamlined brass armor that was twice as thick as the black armor from before. The helmet also turned into the shape of a roaring lion, the lion mouth opened wide, revealing Fang Yuan's face. His defense had also doubled and a half. If it were to defend against metal path attacks, its defense would be twice as strong as before. Fang Yuan sent out another lump of starlight, and like before, he pressed it on the hair armor on his chest. The stardust kept grinding against the armor. But after a dozen or so breaths, when the starlight was almost exhausted, a crack appeared on the armor. "Let's call it lion fur armor," Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Then, he raised his 8 arms and released 8 balls of starlight. The starlight flew high into the sky and gathered into a large ball. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, wearing the lion fur armor. He charged into the mass of stardust. The icy drill stardust kept exploding. From all directions, front, back, up and down, it crushed Fang Yuan's lion fur armor. Fang Yuan continued to activate the killer move lion fur armor, causing the cracks that appeared to quickly disappear. Fang Yuan persisted until the cluster of stars dissipated. Only then did he fly down with his head held high. There was not a single scar on his lion fur armor. This repair speed is about twice as fast as the previous armor. If he sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would sell very well. It can be sold for 4 half-immortal yuan stone. Lion fur armor was one of the fruits of Fang Yuan's hard work. He flew into Dang Hun Palace. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was activating Connecting Heaven Goo, paying close attention to Jewel Yellow Skies. "What's the situation?" Fang Yuan asked. "Master, the other party is still asking for 4 immortal yuan stone, there is no sign of them relenting." Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit replied. Fang Yuan wanted to buy a pair of bat desolate beast wings. The other party killed this bat desolate beast and sold its corpse in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan had asked for the bat wings earlier, but the other party asked for 4 immortal yuan stone, and their attitude was unyielding, not willing to lower the price. 4 immortal yuan stone was no doubt a bit expensive. Back then, Fang Yuan had only spent 3 immortal yuan stones to buy the entire corpse of the 6-headed snake. According to the normal price, it would be 2.5 at most. Fang Yuan personally activated Divine Sense Goo, using the identity of 8 Arm Immortal to contact the seller, saying, "I am willing to pay 3 immortal yuan stone to buy your bat wings." But the seller's will shook its head, not selling, at least 4 immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan snorted, "Sir is too greedy, your desolate beast wings are damaged, normally they can only be sold for 2.5 immortal yuan stone. If not for the fact that I want to research some new goo and need this material, I would not even ask." The seller's will's tone softened, sighing, "I have no other choice, I suffered huge losses in hunting this desolate beast. This desolate beast's blood has already flowed dry, and I am heavily injured. If I cannot sell it for this price, my finances will collapse, and even my injuries will be delayed. What does your life or death have to do with me? Besides, how can I believe your one-sided story? 3 immortal yuan stone, are you selling it or not?" Fang Yuan said coldly. "Not selling." Fang Yuan heard this and immediately retracted his divine sense. A moment later, he ordered Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to ask for the price again, as he showed an attitude as if his patience was about to run out. "How about this? I am willing to pay 3 immortal yuan stone to buy your bat wings. Just say it, are you selling it or not?" This time, the seller's will hesitated, but he shook his head. "This pair of bat wings is the most valuable part of the desolate beast's corpse. If Sir wants to buy the bat wings alone, my remaining parts will be even harder to sell. If you are sincere, why don't you pay 5 immortal yuan stone to buy this desolate beast's corpse?" Little Hu Immortal and Fang Yuan conversed for a while, before answering, "I only need the bat wings, why would I need anything else? I've already wasted enough time here. 3 immortal yuan stone is already a lot, I will pay 3 half-immortal yuan stone, this is my bottom line. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. The seller's will was clearly shaken, he muttered, can I consider it? The land spirit urged, my patience has a limit, I will give you 5 breaths of time. As time drags on, I might go back on my words. 4 breaths of time passed, the seller's will heaved a long sigh. He knew that although desolate beast corpses had a huge market, his selling price was indeed too high. Gu immortals were shrewd people, there were too few who would spend money recklessly. Alright, I will sell it to you. The seller's will was about to agree, but right at this time a divine sense interrupted him. Wait, I want this bat desolate beast corpse, I will give you 5 immortal yuan stone. Oh? Sir is immortal monkey king. This change naturally made the seller overjoyed. If he sold the bat wings to Feng Yuan for 3.5 immortal yuan stone, the remaining parts of the corpse would be extremely damaged, it would be a miracle if he could sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone. Now, immortal monkey king Shirley interfered and was willing to pay 5 immortal yuan stone, the seller was naturally willing to accept this proposal. Wait, our transaction has already been settled. Immortal monkey king, you suddenly came out to disturb us, what is this? Who immortal land spirit was indignant. What settled? Shirley sneered, are you joking? Doing business in jewel yellow skies, is it first come first served? Whoever offers the highest price will naturally get to sell. Since the transaction has not been completed, then the deal has not been settled. Saying so, Shirley said to the seller's Gu immortal, hey, kid, you have made a profit this time, aren't you going to complete the transaction? The seller's will was about to nod when Hu immortal land spirit received Feng Yuan's instructions and immediately stopped him. Wait, I will pay 5.5 immortal yuan stone. Adding only half is too stingy. I will pay 7 immortal yuan stone. Shirley said in an overbearing manner. Hu immortal land spirit's tone turned gloomy, in that case, I will pay 8 immortal yuan stone. 8? Shirley laughed heartily, then I will pay 9. 9.5. Hu immortal land spirit continued. That seller's will had not expected such a change and was already overjoyed. Shirley was stunned before laughing loudly, good, Hu immortal, you are indeed a gutsgu dealer, you have so much money. I will not compete with a junior like you this time. It is merely a broken desolate beast corpse, I hope you will be in a good mood when you take it back. After laughing, the divine sense retreated, it was very straightforward. Lord Hu immortal, what you said earlier, you weren't just saying it casually, right? The seller's will had a flattering smile as he stammered. It seemed his words were not false, he was indeed a poor rank 6 Gu immortal. Doing business requires honesty, would my words be false? Hu immortal land spirit coldly snorted. Soon after, both sides completed the transaction. The seller obtained 9.5 immortal yuan stone, while Feng Yuan obtained the bat desolate beast corpse. After this transaction, Feng Yuan checked his wealth again. He had 172 immortal yuan stones, and 77 green grape immortal essence beads. Up until now, Feng Yuan had already sold 6 batches of guts gu, 1 batch every month, and each batch brought him 48 immortal yuan stones. In these 6 months, Feng Yuan had completed another transaction with land spirit of Langya's immortal gu recipe, and obtained over 20 immortal yuan stones. But after feeding 8 desolate beasts and refining large amounts of immortal yuan stones, he obtained green grape immortal essence. After using green grape immortal essence to reverse deduce star path gu recipe, he made a breakthrough in transformation path and upgraded his killer move. Not only did he modify the defensive killer move hair armor into lion fur armor, he even improved light illusion bat wings by a huge step. But to complete the brand new light illusion bat wings, he still needed to graft a pair of real bat wings onto his immortal zombie body. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to buy this bat desolate beast corpse. Immortal monkey king Shirley asked me to pay 3 or 4 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I'll keep this in mind. Shirley was a higher-up of Combat Immortal sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In his previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, after Feng Jioga died, he replaced Feng Jioga and became Central Continent's #1 battle strength. He was an Earth Path expert, but secretly cultivated Transformation Path, and obtained several inheritances of reckless savage demon venerable. Fan Yuan had wanted to raise the price of guts goo to combat a mortal sect, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. For the next half a month, he concentrated on dealing with the bat desolate beast corpse. He carefully cut off the bat wings, and did more than a dozen meticulous treatments to maintain them. Next, he used fire path goo worms and strength path goo worms to refine the bat wings. The bat wings, which were originally very wide, continued to shrink. A wind wolf lowered its head, its 4 limbs were almost crawling as it moved through the lush grassland. The prey it had set its eyes on was a pink rabbit. The rabbit's ears were perked up, listening to every movement. The rabbit's head was buried in a large flower, absorbing the pollen to eat. A cool breeze blew on this hill, the green grass was lush and flowers were blooming, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit did not notice it. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow flitted across the ground. The pink flower rabbit was shocked, raising its head. Even though immortal blessed land did not have eagle groups, it still ran away in fright, coincidentally escaping the calamity and causing the wind wolf to return empty-handed. Fan Yuan, who was flying in the air, saw this scene. Involuntarily, he had a thought: now that I have ample funds and my blessed land has become a dead aperture, I might as well manage immortal blessed land first. After my trip to northern plains, the beast groups in immortal blessed land have fallen to rock bottom, they are very sparse. I am already selling guts goo, if I carry out the rockman trade, it would be superfluous. Who immortal is an enslavement path goo immortal, who immortal blessed land is a grassland, it is most suitable for raising fox groups. If I manage who immortal blessed land and make it full of vitality, the rate of green grape immortal essence production will be higher. Little who immortal can use this green grape immortal essence to reduce my own immortal essence expenditure. When I revive in the future, if I merge to immortal blessed land, the benefits will be even greater. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. Ever since he successfully transplanted the bat wings to his back, this was his 3rd test flight. The condensed bat wings. Even with its full strength, it could not reach half the length of Fan Yuan's arm. It was yellowish-brown in color and looked rather small. It was not as impressive as the light illusion bat wings from before. But Fan Yuan did not care about the appearance, he cared more about its practical value. The brand new light illusion bat wings doubled Fan Yuan's speed, and at the same time, greatly increased his flight endurance. After all, the previous bat wings were just a shadow, but the current bat wings were real. But the bat wings now were genuine meat wings. The flesh membrane, fur, bones, and flesh of the bat wings had all been compressed and purified by Fan Yuan over and over again. In the bat wings, there were many goo worms. These goo worms living in the bat wing flesh skin goo could form the improved movement killer move, light illusion bat wings. No. It was no longer practical to use the term light illusion bat wings to name this killer move. Let's call it true solid bat wings. Fan Yuan gave this modified movement killer move a new name. He was much more satisfied with this movement killer move true solid bat wings than the lion fur armor. To be placed in the jewel yellow skies. This movement killer move. It could be sold for as much as 6 immortal yuan stone, this was because the solid return bat wings had great potential. Just having a pair of bat wings was not its limit. At most, it could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings. The owner of these 3 pairs of bat wings was at least a desolate beast. Of course, it would be even better if it was an ancient desolate beast or a primordial desolate beast. If the 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings were successfully transplanted onto Fan Yuan's back, his speed would increase by more than 3 times. Light illusion bat wings was one of the most widely used movement killer moves during the 5 regions chaotic war with the highest cost-performance ratio. Based on its foundation, if his speed increased by more than 3 times, it would be very outstanding. Even though he did not need to use movement immortal goo like worldly wave trace or rising azure cloud. But if Fan Yuan met Plump Lady again, with just the latter's light sand escape, she would not be able to escape from Fan Yuan's pursuit. The sound of wind could be heard as Fan Yuan flapped the wings on his back, his body rising into the sky. After flying to the sky, Fan Yuan closed his eyes and quietly sensed the feeling of the air currents brushing past his bat wings. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain, his sense of touch was almost zero. This was both a strength and a weakness. When Feng Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he was willing to put an effort to preserve the sense of pain and touch of the bat wings. Only by doing so could he clearly and truly feel the feedback brought by each flap of the wings. He could feel the strength of the air currents, and the state of the bat wings. Losing the sense of pain would make people numb. This allowed Feng Yuan to fight even more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required fine control, especially Feng Yuan's flying attainment. It had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by recovering his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his flying attainment. If it was the rigid bat wings, they would feel very rough, especially in intense battles. When he relied on the bat wings, the minute feeling would bring about exquisite responses and changes, while the opposite would be rough and rash. With my movement ability strengthened, I can advance and retreat at will. After gathering 3 pairs of bat wings, true solid bat wings can be considered outstanding among mortal killer moves. It is only slightly inferior to my worldly wave trace immortal goo. Feng Yuan was a strength path goo immortal, he had a strength path immortal body. Worldly wave trace immortal goo had the law of water path. When Feng Yuan used this immortal goo, water path and strength path were not perfectly compatible. There would be a disadvantage of restraining each other. If a fire path goo immortal used worldly wave trace immortal goo, their speed would be even slower than Feng Yuan. It was most suitable for water path goo immortals. Using the same immortal goo would expend the same amount of immortal essence, but the speed would be faster. Most importantly, true solid bat wings was a mortal killer move. It was much better than using worldly wave trace immortal goo. This was human wisdom. Through the combination of many mortal goo, it could form an effect that was slightly inferior to immortal goo. Using goo, nurturing goo, and refining goo, they were all profound and profound. Desolate beast corpses are rare. Even if goo immortals sell new beast corpses in jewel yellow skies, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I need to take the initiative. It seems it is time to take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 and 9 immortal apertures were called Grotto Heavens. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner was the rank 8 goo immortal 7-star child from 1,700 years ago. 7-star child had died long ago. In Feng Yuan's previous life, one day, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fell from the sky of Central Continent, breaking into dozens of immortal aperture fragments that scattered all over Central Continent. Feng Yuan was already a goo immortal, but he could not enter this Grotto Heaven fragment. The Grotto Heaven fragment world was already very weak. Feng Yuan's cultivation level was too high. If he entered, he would directly shatter the extremely weak Grotto Heaven fragment. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had Blood-Winged Demon Sect and a group of elite subordinates. After fighting with several goo immortals, everyone divided a relatively large Grotto Heaven fragment world. Feng Yuan and the other immortals sent their own goo master disciples and subordinates to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world and obtain resources. Feng Yuan left a will in the minds of his capable subordinates to monitor and guide them. Thus, he was quite familiar with the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. At this time in this life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is still high in the sky above the 9 heavens. It has not fallen or broken into pieces. I have the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in my memories, so I can use fixed immortal travel to enter the Grotto Heaven in advance and plunder resources. I remember that there are many desolate beasts in the Grotto Heaven. There are even ancient desolate beasts, among which there is a star demon bat desolate beast. I will enter this time to kill the star demon bat and obtain the bat wings. At the same time, I can also observe the situation and see if there is a possibility of capturing a desolate beast and bringing it to the land spirit of Xianxia. Feng Yuan planned in his mind. There were many places similar to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in Feng Yuan's memories. But it was not that the time was not right, it was extremely dangerous. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of a rank 8 goo immortal. It was far from being destroyed. It was many times stronger than in Feng Yuan's previous life. In my previous life, I only sent people to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world indirectly. At that time, the heavenly spirit no longer existed. But in this life, if I go in and explore, the heavenly spirit should still be alive and can activate all of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's defenses. If I had not become an immortal zombie, I would not have the qualifications to enter and explore. Feng Yuan did not know much about the current Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. he could only use his previous life's experience to make deductions. In his previous life, he was not the biggest beneficiary of this fortuitous encounter. The one who rose up with this fortuitous encounter was a rank 8 immortal zombie. All along, the 10 great ancient sects had suffered losses at the hands of this immortal zombie. Later, this immortal zombie entered the Central Continent Zombie Alliance branch and easily defeated the previous branch leader. He called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie and sat firmly on the number 1 position. He had once stirred up winds and clouds. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, he was an ambitious and ruthless overlord. As for the true starry sky heavenly spirit, Feng Yuan had not seen it personally. He did not know the conditions for a grotto heaven to recognize a master. Several days later, He Lulan brought Strength Chi Immortal Gu and arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. In Feng Yuan's stone nest, she, Feng Yuan, and thousands of hairy men worked together to refine the 8th batch of Airsat Gu. After this, He Lulan did not leave immediately. She stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and listened to Feng Yuan's information about Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. With just Feng Yuan's current strength, it would be difficult for him to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Feng Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was currently cooperating with Qin Baixing. Mountain Pledge Gu was showing its brilliance, allowing Qin Baixing to form alliances and eliminate his hostility. He was also preparing for an unprecedentedly grand auction in Northern Plains. Qin Baixing's reward to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal Gu. With such great benefits in front of her, Fairy Li Shan naturally chose Qin Baixing and gave up on this cooperation with Feng Yuan. As for Tai Baiyunqing, he was currently with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yu Lu Blessed Land in the deep sea. Even though Tai Baiyunqing wanted to help his junior brother Feng Yuan, he was affected by Death and Immortal Gu. He could not split himself and could only helplessly help. Only He Lulan was free. She agreed to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with Feng Yuan. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance's agreement, this was a joint exploration. Feng Yuan did not have the obligation to compensate He Lulan twice the amount of her losses. At the same time, the battle spoils were split according to Feng Yuan's 60% and He Lulan's 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel according to the scene in his mind. He tried 3 to 4 times, but did not succeed. Feng Yuan was not surprised. The scene in his memory was also a part of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but it had already crashed back then, and the scene had changed. Thankfully, there were many scenes in Feng Yuan's memory. After more than 10 attempts, and spending more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. The trees in front of him were lush and green, the foothills were tranquil and shrouded in mist. Feng Yuan had already activated his lion fur armor, completely protecting his body. He focused his attention and looked around, finding that he was at the waist of a mountain. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the sky. Even though he was a 6 meters tall immortal zombie, he could not even reach a third of the height of the giant trees. Looking up, he could see the sky through the gaps between the lush branches and leaves. This sky was half green, it was tranquil. In the green sky, there were 6 giant star shadows. They were like 6 full moons, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, and white respectively. Feng Yuan opened a crack in his immortal aperture and He Lulan appeared, stepping on a mountain rock. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? That's right, let's go. The desolate beast star demon bat that I want to kill should be nearby. Feng Yuan said. Because they did not know the star demon bat's location, the two randomly chose a direction to move in. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods without stopping. After becoming a Gu immortal, they had unlimited primeval essence. They could use mortal Gu as they wished. Before entering, the two had made ample preparations. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they prepared large numbers of investigative Gu worms of all paths. Not only could they observe and listen to their surroundings, they could also feel the slight vibrations of the wind when they stepped on the ground, and when they breathed, they could smell any strange odors. At the same time, their divine senses spread out, covering the surroundings. They were able to investigate all aspects. Time passed slowly, but this forest seemed to have no end. 15 minutes have passed, the situation is not right. He Lulan stopped moving, saying to Feng Yuan with a solemn expression. Fang Yuan nodded, saying solemnly, "That's right. We have entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It has already been so long, but we have not encountered a single wild beast. If it is not trees, it is mist. Whether we go up or down the mountain, or walk in any direction, the scenery is the same." Hei Lulan raised her head, "Let's fly up." The two cautiously flew up. There was nothing in the green sky. If the two of them flew into the sky, they would be extremely obvious and would be easily discovered by the beast horde. Thus, they surrounded and killed him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan chose to stick close to the ground at first. At this moment, the two of them took the risk to give it a try, but the result was disappointing. They flew higher and higher into the sky. The strange fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was so thick that it obscured one's vision, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan's investigative goo were greatly restricted in the fog. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to be cautious. They didn't want to continue taking such risks, so they returned to the ground. Could it be that the starry sky spirit has already started to target the two of us? Hei Lulan guessed. The situation here, if not for the unique laws of the Grotto Heaven, is an illusion. It is silently interfering with our sense of direction and obscuring our true perception. It was a pity. I don't have an investigative killer move yet. Fang Yuan said. Don't you have wisdom path methods? Wisdom path is also good at resolving such predicaments. Hei Lulan frowned and asked. Fang Yuan shook his head. I do have some wisdom path methods, but they are quite special. I cannot determine the direction. Do you have an investigative killer move? Hei Lulan snorted lightly, clenching her fists. I don't have investigative killer moves, but I have offensive killer moves. Self-strength. Saying so, she punched with both fists, erupting with fist chi. Fist chi gushed out in all directions, quickly condensing into strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had bloated bodies like violent bears, they had triangular eyes and uneven teeth. It was the male appearance that Hei Lulan had disguised herself as earlier. Fang Yuan took a few steps back and created enough space for Hei Lulan. These strength path phantoms charged at Hei Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged and soon enveloped Hei Lulan's main body, forming a strength path phantom giant. This killer move had incredible power. Hei Lulan had once used it in northern plains and destroyed the flying bear phantom. At this moment, she punched again. The huge fist slammed into an ancient tree at the side. The sturdy and thick ancient tree was immediately split into two by Hei Lulan. The lower half was in the ground, but it was heavily tilted, the soil rumbled and the tree's roots were exposed. The upper half was sent flying, creating howling winds as it crashed into other ancient trees along the way, knocking down 2 or 3 of them. Bam bam bam, Hei Lulan's punches and kicks flew everywhere, causing the mountain to shake. Rocks and rocks flew, ancient trees fell and the mist scattered. Fang Yuan flew into the air and had a wide field of vision. He saw that this forest was only 100 li in circumference, but he and Hei Lulan had been here earlier. Outside this forest, he could see wild beasts roaming about, insects chirping, streams flowing and wild flowers swaying with the wind. It was a scene of natural vitality. It seems that this forest is very unique. It should be an extinct tree species. The source of the information you obtained is somewhat suspicious. The place where we came in is precisely this forest. The strength path phantom giant transmitted his divine sense, communicating with Fang Yuan. Even with Fang Yuan's rich experience in his previous life, he could not recognize the origin of these trees. He smiled bitterly and changed the topic. After these trees became scarce, the forest formed no longer has the effect of trapping enemies. Why don't we collect some and plant them in our own blessed lands? Maybe we can research something. The source of the information was definitely not a problem. Because he was the source of the information. In his previous life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered into many pieces and scattered all over central continent. In the Grotto Heaven fragment world that Fang Yuan sent people to explore, these trees were no longer in scale, and many were destroyed, thus they did not show any special effects. This experience also alerted Fang Yuan, although he had the memories of his previous life, but in this life, he came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven early. The situation was different. He could not blindly rely on the memories of his previous life. The Strength Path Phantom Giant looked at these ancient trees. Even if you don't say it, I also have the same plan. When the two had collected 4 to 5 trees, a dog-shaped desolate beast charged down from the top of this mountain. The dog-shaped desolate beast roared. Its eyes revealed a fierce glint. Its target was He Lulan. He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant did not have the cover of the forest. It was very obvious. Feng Yuan looked over, seeing that this desolate beast was the size of a small mountain, its body covered in azure blue fur, glossy. Be it its head, abdomen, back, tail or limbs, they all had star-like stripes. These stripes gave off waves of weak blue light. Feng Yuan only took a glance and recognized this beast. He immediately reminded He Lulan, "This is a star-desolate hound, it should be the overlord of this mountain. We need to probe it. See what kind of battle strength the desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto have. If they are weak, don't casually kill them, it is best to capture them alive, I have other uses for them." He Lulan frowned. Although she had the strength extreme immortal physique, she had several great strength path immortal goo. It was not difficult to kill desolate beasts, but there was still some distance from capturing them alive. But at this time, Feng Yuan said, "You attack, I will support. Act according to the situation, if we can really capture them, I will use a mortal yuan stone to pay you." "Alright, it is settled." He Lulan was not a hesitant person, she shouted. The Strength Path Phantom Giant took large strides. Bam bam bam. It charged towards the Star Desolate Hound. The Star Desolate Hound looked down from above and fiercely dove down, pouncing on the Strength Path Phantom Giant. He Lulan was not to be outdone, she immediately used her fists and legs to wrestle with the Star Desolate Hound. 2 huge figures rolled from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain-like gourds. Along the way, they were like a huge bulldozer, crushing trees, crushing rocks, and crushing birds and beasts that could not escape in time into meat paste. Feng Yuan flapped his bat wings and flew down. 8 lumps of starlight condensed on his 8 monstrous claws, but they did not smash down. He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant and the Star Desolate Hound alternated between each other, rolling down and entangling like a wheel. In close combat, the battle was in a stalemate. The attacks changed so quickly that even an old demon like Feng Yuan could not find a chance to attack. Rumble, dust rose, the giant and the desolate beast rolled to the foot of the mountain, finally stopping. The Star Desolate Hound had great strength, pouncing on the giant. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth that were as sharp as swords and halberds. It was about to bite down. Feng Yuan saw the opportunity, his 8 arms swayed, and the 8 lumps of starlight that had been prepared in his hands smashed down together. Bang bang bang, amidst the successive explosions, the Star Desolate Hound angrily barked, its attack was interrupted. The huge hound's head swayed left and right, shaking off the starlight. But at this time, He Lulan had already obtained the crucial information, and launched a sinister attack. The Strength Path Phantom Giant bent its knee, aiming at the vital point between the Star Desolate Hound's 2 hind legs, it fiercely struck. Ayo! The Star Desolate Hound immediately let out an extremely mournful cry, its huge body jumped away as if it had been electrocuted, and jumped around in the dense forest. Feng Yuan immediately pounced, not giving the Star Desolate Hound any chance to catch its breath. He flew in the air, his bat wings flapping, bringing his body as nimble as a fly. Lumps of starlight smashed down, not leaving the Star Desolate Hound's eyes, mouth, anus, and other vital points. The Star Desolate Hound was beaten until it jumped around, facing Feng Yuan's crafty attacks. Its front and back were gradually unable to block them, and it held in pain. The Star Desolate Hound also had defensive wild goo on its body. But facing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, ordinary wild goo's defensive effect was not good. Instead, because of resisting Icy Drill Stardust, the defensive wild goo were rapidly dying. On the other side, He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant had already stood up. As expected of a desolate beast. He Lulan sighed inwardly. The Strength Path Killer move that had never failed before was actually unable to resist the Star Desolate Hound's tyrannical beast strength. Especially the Strength Path Phantom Giant, it was an extreme transformation of the killer move, but it was still not the Star Desolate Hound's match. In that case, let me use Self-Strength Immortal Goo. He Lulan snickered, and was about to make a move. Suddenly, from the two neighboring mountain peaks, familiar dog barks could be heard. Next, two female star desolate hounds entered Fang Yuan and He Lulan's vision. As the three star desolate hounds chased after them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan retreated. It was not that they could not defeat the three desolate beasts, but if they were to fight, they would have to use all their strength to defeat them. As for Fang Yuan and He Lulan, they were currently in the unfamiliar environment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They did not have any deep hatred with the three desolate beasts, only a person with a screw loose in his head would fight with all his strength. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were both astute people. This time they came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to explore. They should be more cautious, and preserve their battle strength to deal with any accidents. Especially the heavenly spirit of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, it had not appeared at all. The heavenly spirit controlled all aspects of the Grotto Heaven. The moment Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered, they would be detected immediately. Fang Yuan took the lead, constantly flapping the wings on his back. He flew extremely fast. He did not dare to fly high in the sky, he only flew at a low altitude. He Lulan flew much slower than Fang Yuan. She landed behind him. She could not help but look deeply at the wings on Fang Yuan's back. She secretly compared in her heart, Fang Yuan's current speed is not extraordinary, I can also reach it. But he is so nimble, his direction is so precise, he can even go around the lush treetops and branches. After traveling for nearly 10 li, the three-star desolate hounds behind them stopped. They gave up on He Lulan and Fang Yuan. They did not continue their pursuit. The two stopped on a large tree, and rested. Fang Yuan stood on the treetops, trying his best to determine his direction. The surrounding green peaks were not far from each other, but they were also connected. Some of the peaks were covered with green pines. Some of the peaks were just shrubs. Some of the peaks did not even have trees, they were covered with grass and wildflowers. These were all obvious signs of human activity. Nature would not have such neat work. Fang Yuan could see the reason. The master of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, had divided these peaks into different breeding and cultivation areas. In this way, the production of specific products could be increased. It seems like the owner of this Grotto Heaven has put a lot of effort into managing it. He Lulan walked up to Fang Yuan and looked around. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. The terrain in his memory was vastly different from the one in front of him. Could it be that a few hundred years later, the landscape of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven changed so much that it was different when it collapsed and fell? In this way, Fang Yuan's memories from his past life would no longer be able to play a valuable role as a guide. He Lulan's gaze landed on the small bat wings on Fang Yuan's back. She asked with even more interest, "Your killer move looks pretty good, where did you buy it?" According to the Snow Mountain Covenant, Fang Yuan could not deceive He Lulan, but he could choose to keep it a secret. But true solid bat wings killer move was Fang Yuan's usual method, there was nothing to hide. He answered frankly, this killer move was modified based on the previous killer move, it is suitable for my immortal zombie body. If you want to use it, I will need to transplant a pair of bat wings onto your back. He Lulan heard this and frowned. She pursued strength, she had no qualms about damaging her image. The body of a desolate beast is also an immortal body. Like our Gu immortal bodies, Dao marks are carved on them, they are closer to certain laws. Your wings should not have strength path Dao marks, they are closer to wind path. You are transplanting them so casually, aren't you afraid of strength path and wind path interfering with each other, causing the strength path killer move's power to fall? Fang Yuan chuckled. Do you know that reckless savage demon venerable can transform into all kinds of fierce beasts? Of course. Reckless savage demon venerable created transformation path, he is the ancestor of transformation path. He Lulan said. The essence of transformation path is to transform into a fierce beast or plant, possessing their strength and methods. A transformation path Gu master can transform into a wind path bird, a fire path tiger, and a water path fish. Using one path to reflect all paths. Why don't they have the interference of their Dao marks? Fang Yuan asked. A transformation path Gu master who purely transformed was not considered to have reached a higher level. A true transformation would not only change the outer appearance, the transformed beast body would also have the corresponding Dao marks. A Gu immortal who transformed into a desolate beast would not only possess the strength, defense, and speed of the desolate beast, they would also be able to amplify the effects of the Gu worms of the corresponding path. That is because every time they transform, they will only transform into one type of fierce beast, they will only have one type of Dao marks on their body, unlike you who have two types of Dao marks mixed together, like a Gu master who cultivates two paths at the same time. Moreover, after they transform, they will use the corresponding Gu worms to cleanse their body and wash away the remaining Dao marks, only then can they transform into a fierce beast with another type of Dao mark. He Lulan said. Fang Yuan smiled proudly. No, that is because their cultivation skills are not up to par, their methods are still lacking. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable is different, he devours immemorial desolate beasts and forms a desolate beast totem in his body, he can store countless Dao marks in his body and transform at any time. When you were undergoing tribulation, I obtained the Demon Venerable's true meaning infusion and became a transformation master. He Lulan was truly shocked. That means, you obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's guidance and have a method to balance different Dao marks? Fang Yuan nodded slightly before shaking his head. I am only a transformation master, I can balance 3 different Dao marks at most. There are also restrictions on transplanting and other aspects, I can transplant 3 pairs of true solid bat wings at most, this is the highest manifestation of my transformation master attainment level. He Lulan heard Fang Yuan's words and became even more interested in true solid bat wings. Sell this movement killer move to me, I will buy it at a high price. Fang Yuan naturally shook his head and refused. He had modified this killer move with great difficulty, it was his unique method, how could he sell it to others so easily, unless he no longer needed it in the future, he would consider selling the simplified version. He Lulan was slightly disappointed by Fang Yuan's refusal, but she was not surprised. If their positions were reversed, she would also refuse like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal Yuan stone now. Now I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats. What did the information say? Is the star demon bat nearby? He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan nodded, the information says it is nearby. But the terrain is different from the information. Let's take a look first. He observed for a long time but could not determine the true location. The place in his memory was a rotting poisonous swamp. But there were many green mountains here, how could there be a rotting swamp? 2 hours later. 2 figures surrounded a wild beast and began to attack. This desolate beast was transparent, it seemed to be made of dazzling diamond, it had the shape of a bear, but was as large as a mammoth, it was a rare diamond bear in the 5 regions. The ones fighting the diamond bear were He Lulan and Fang Yuan. Take this. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his 8 arms waving as he sent down lumps of starlight. The diamond bear stood up and waved its front paws, shattering the starlight. He Lulan turned into a strength path phantom giant again, she raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's stomach. The diamond bear roared, its diamond body suddenly lit up, He Lulan's strength path phantom giant's right leg broke. This diamond bear has a wild Gu worm that counters my strength path. He Lulan was shocked, she quickly retreated. Killer moves were not omnipotent, they had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear was unwilling to let He Lulan go, it pounced over. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately dove down, the starlight cluster in his hand moved even faster than before, it was like a storm. At once, the diamond bear could not raise its head from Fang Yuan's bombardment. Come, give me a big one, have a taste. Fang Yuan raised his 4 arms high, gathering a large lump of icy drill stardust and throwing it down heavily. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was being crushed by the stardust inside, it roared in pain, it was truly enraged. Bam, at the next moment, it charged out of the starlight cluster, flying into the sky. This bear can fly? Fang Yuan was too close, he was caught off guard, he was struck by the diamond bear's raised paw. Bam. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. He only stopped after smashing through dozens of towering trees. Blood flowed everywhere, 2 of the arms that blocked the bear's paw were broken, and 3 were heavily injured with fractures. Fang Yuan grinned, accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like Gu immortals, they did not have high intelligence, they did not know how many wild Gu worms they had when they first encountered them. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled He Lulan's strength path phantom, it flew up and heavily injured Fang Yuan. Only after this did Fang Yuan and He Lulan realize that the goo worms on this diamond bear were very strong. Not only were there goo worms that countered strength path phantoms, there were also flying goo worms that could carry the diamond bear's heavy body. Retreat! Fang Yuan shouted at He Lulan. He Lulan had already wanted to retreat. She stopped her killer move and escaped with Fang Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase, it picked up Fang Yuan's two broken arms and chewed them. Crack, crack, the diamond bear's teeth were sharp, it easily broke Fang Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning them into minced meat. Jade-green zombie blood flowed out of the diamond bear's teeth, an intense corpse stench spread to the surroundings. The diamond bear had a strange expression as it swallowed the corpse meat, but at the next moment, it opened its mouth and vomited the food out. It was too disgusting. The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it slammed Fang Yuan's remaining arms into the rock mountain, before angrily walking towards the cave at the peak of the mountain. A moment later, Fang Yuan and He Lulan snuck back here. Fang Yuan picked up the remaining arm, he identified it and placed it on the corresponding wound on his body. He activated a healing goo worm, using the recovery ability of an immortal zombie, he quickly reattached the arm. As for the remaining arm, it had already been chewed into minced meat by the diamond bear. Fang Yuan could not use it anymore, he sighed and decided to regrow it himself. But immortal zombies were not mortals, to regrow a limb, it would take around 6 to 8 hours. This was not a simple regrowth, it involved the replenishment of strength path Dao marks. He Lulan looked at the cave at the peak of the mountain, there is at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil in that cave. Diamond soil was actually the excrement of the diamond bear, it was extremely nutritious, it was the fertile soil that was sold at a high price in jewel yellow skies. Not long ago, Fang Yuan and He Lulan came to this mountain. Fang Yuan lured the diamond bear away, He Lulan took the chance to enter the cave and looted hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil, it was worth at least 30 immortal yuan stone. After half a day, Fang Yuan and He Lulan had explored almost the entire area, they had seen many desolate beasts, but there were no star demon bats. Your information source is a little unreliable. He Lulan sat on the ground, saying as she healed her injuries. On her left arm, there was a long bloody wound that extended from the back of her hand to her elbow. This was the mark left behind by a desolate beast flying sword rat that He Lulan and Fang Yuan had encountered earlier. The flying sword rat was small in size but extremely fast, if one was not careful, they would be injured by its sharp claws. Even with He Lulan's great strength true martial physique, strength path immortal extreme physique, and incredible recovery speed, she had to spend a lot of effort to heal this wound. This was because the wound caused by the flying sword rat's claws was filled with metal path Dao marks, it repelled He Lulan's strength path Dao marks and suppressed the recovery ability of the great strength immortal physique. After a long while, He Lulan healed the wound, forming a thin layer of pink flesh cocoon. She came to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan sat on the ground, he raised his index finger that was as sharp as steel and drew the outline of the terrain they had explored on a flat mountain rock. There were dozens of green peaks here. Most of the green peaks had a desolate beast guarding them, for example, star desolate hounds, flying sword rats, diamond bears, and others. On the peaks without desolate beasts, there would be large numbers of beast groups, as well as a vast number of goo worms living together. Evidently, Seven-Star Child had put in a lot of effort to manage Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, that was why there were so many desolate beasts living in this area. But the strange thing was, there were no ancient desolate beasts. Ancient desolate beasts had rank 7 battle strength. According to common sense, in such a well-managed Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, there should be ancient desolate beasts. This was only one of the strange things. The second strange thing was, the heavenly spirit had not appeared for a long time. Fang Yuan and He Lulan explored the area. Although they encountered many battles, they managed to escape successfully. Strictly speaking, the two of them were invaders. However, this starry sky-blessed land did not seem to have a spirit presiding over it. The encirclement and suppression that Fang Yuan had expected did not happen at all. The third strange thing was that Fang Yuan couldn't find the poisonous swamp no matter how hard he tried. According to the memories of his past life, the area he was currently in was the small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment that he had sent his subordinates to explore in his previous life. In the poisonous swamp near the ancient forest, there was a poisonous gas swamp. Fang Yuan couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that the poisonous swamp only formed after hundreds of years? I came here ahead of time, so I couldn't find the poisonous swamp. If that's the case, then my plan to kill the star demon bat will fall through. Fang Yuan stared at the topographic map on the stone. He was thinking. Suddenly, he felt a strong light shooting towards him. He and He Lulan raised their heads at the same time, seeing that in the green sky, countless stars had appeared at some point in time. These stars were increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire world. It was like a snowstorm. These are the changes in the weather of a grotto heaven. Fang Yuan stood up with a vigilant gaze. He activated his lion fur armor. He Lulan also activated her defensive killer move. She was vigilant. The stars shined brightly, illuminating everything. Beast roars came from the mountains, some were clear, some were crisp, some were long, some were hoarse. Strong winds blew, the countless stars suddenly gathered at the top of a mountain. After a dazzling blue light, the stars disappeared, a resplendent palace appeared on the mountain peak. It was exquisite and beautiful. This palace. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated, the structure of the palace was very familiar. It was obviously the broken walls scattered everywhere in the fragmented world in his previous life's memories. However, the once dilapidated walls were not damaged in the slightest. Fang Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other. The latter guessed, did the weather change at a specific time cause the palace to appear? Or maybe the heavenly spirit purposely set up a trap to lure us into it? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. The two only hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate the Star Hall. At the same time, in another area of starry sky grotto heaven, an intense battle was coming to an end. Evil beast, eat this king's fist. A stone man that was as tall as a mountain roared and punched down. In an instant, a gale was stirred up and the air exploded. The desolate beast flying bear could not dodge in time. Its head was hit by the huge rock fist. It fell to the ground with a loud sound, creating a huge pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The earth trembled. The stone giant didn't stop there. He spread out his 10 fingers and raised them up high before slamming them down. With a bang, his palms landed heavily on the snow-white, fleshy body of the flying bear. The flying bear bounced back, it could not even let out a cry. It was already riddled with injuries, the punch earlier had even cracked its skull, causing it to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Immortal killer move, Earth Root, with the 2 palms as the center, Earth Chi rumbled intensely, countless thick and sharp earth spikes shot out of the ground like spears. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the desolate beast flying bear was pierced by hundreds of earth spikes of all sizes. It raised its head and suddenly opened its eyes. After letting out a mournful howl, its body stiffened, and its strength dissipated. Its head fell to the ground again. With a thud, it was as if a drum had been struck. A cloud of dust rose up and then fell back down. Thick, boiling blood flowed down the stone pillar and quickly dyed the ground red. The flying bear was dead, there were no more movements. The rockman snorted, suddenly letting out a dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a Gu immortal stood arrogantly in the air with his arms crossed. He had short white hair and a pair of golden pupils, he had a broad back and a thin waist, he wore a martial attire and gave off a valiant aura. A ray of starlight shot over, turning into a middle-aged man. He wore a tall hat and a wide-sleeved robe. He clapped and praised. As expected of a mortal monkey Wang Da's subordinate, you only used a few minutes to kill the desolate beast flying bear. This white-haired man with golden pupils was Combat Immortal Sex Rank 7 Gu Immortal, Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley's indifferent golden pupils looked at the middle-aged man. 7 star halls have already appeared. Star Lord Wanxiang, why has the 8th star hall not appeared yet? This middle-aged man was Star Lord Wanxiang, who had sold goods to Fang Yuan many times. Star Lord Wanxiang laughed heartily. Immortal Monkey King, don't be anxious. For the 8th star hall to appear, we need to kill enough desolate beasts and let their blood seep into the ground, only then can the 8th star hall appear. Although we have already killed 6 desolate beasts, the blood is not thick enough. How many more desolate beasts do we need to kill? Shirley asked impatiently. Star-Lord Xiang revealed a pondering expression. He thought for a while and said, according to my annual explorations over the past 20 years, and my personal deductions, we only need to kill one more desolate beast. Humph. You better not lie to me. Shirley's tone was rude and unreasonable. Star-Lord Xiang lowered his head. I am merely a lone immortal. I would not dare to lie to you, immortal Monkey King. Every year in Central Continent time, I can only forcefully barge into this Star Path Grotto Heaven at this time. Moreover, I can only enter for 2 days each time. After 2 days, the Grotto Heaven's crack will close and we will not be able to leave. Time is so limited, why would I lie to you? I can't wait to plunder more resources, but a few years ago, I accidentally saw the 8th Star Hall. That Star Hall's aura was strict, and ancient desolate beasts guarded the Star Hall. It must be the core of this Grotto Heaven, and it's very likely that the heavenly spirit is there. Shirley nodded. He believed Star-Lord Xiang's words. He and Star-Lord Xiang had known each other for a period of time. He was familiar with the latter's personality. Sigh, if not for my battle with Song Zixing and expending large amounts of immortal essence, and the Blessed Land's tribulation before us, I would not have told you such an important secret. I won't tell you this important secret, Star-Lord Xiang sighed. Shirley's tone relaxed. Don't worry, I will abide by the agreement. You get 80% of the spoils, I get 20%. Also, I will not tell a third person about this secret. In the future, we will come here to explore every year. Currently, only Star-Lord Xiang had unique methods to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Shirley did not have them. Lord Shirley's reputation is outstanding, I am assured of this. According to my past explorations, there is a star demon bat not far away. It is rather easy to kill. Alright, let's go there. Same rules, when we fight, stand to the side, don't hinder me. Shirley was swift and decisive. As he spoke, he started flying. Star-Lord Xiang smiled bitterly, quickly following. Fang Yuan and He Lulan carefully entered the Star Hall. This Star Hall did not have any defenses. There was not a single person in the hall. Only 6 large wells were at the center of the hall. All 6 of these wells were brimming with water. The well water had different colors: red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. The well water was clear and translucent, emitting a faint light. He Lulan and Fang Yuan used investigative goo worms to investigate. They found that the well water and the Star Hall were all ordinary. This was impossible. How could an ordinary hall appear out of nowhere? How could ordinary well water have different colors, and even emit a faint light? The only explanation was that this Star Hall and the 6 wells were the changes in the Grotto Heaven's weather. Only like this, if the mortal goo in He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hands were not high enough, they would not be able to investigate anything. The two could not determine the profundity of the 6 wells, and fell into a predicament. This color. He Lulan observed for a while, and could not help but ponder. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking. He remembered that when the two had just arrived at Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had looked at the sky. In the sky, there were 6 star shadows, each as large as a full moon, filling their field of vision. These 6 star shadows were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white, corresponding to the 6 wells in front of them. There must be some connection. Fang Yuan muttered, activating the storage mortal goo and diving into a well, trying to get some water to research. The well water quickly calmed down. There were no ripples, it was still shining brightly. However, the mortal goo that Fang Yuan threw in had completely vanished in the well water. Fang Yuan knew that his mortal goo had not been destroyed, because he could still sense its existence. But this feeling was extremely faint and weak. The connection between goo worms and goo masters was greatly related to distance. The further the goo worm was from the goo master, the weaker the connection. When a goo master uses a goo worm, their thoughts will move, and if they give out 10 orders, they might miss out on 9, and the goo worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was only in most cases. There were also a small number of goo worms that had a very long distance connection, and could be used casually from a long distance. Some goo worms were even more special. The closer the distance, the weaker the connection, and the further the distance, the clearer the connection. Fang Yuan's connection with the mortal goo was originally very close, but now it had become much weaker, as if the distance between the two had increased. Fang Yuan followed the faint connection in his heart, and slowly found the direction, raising his head. He only saw the grand ceiling of the Star Hall. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo, and in his vision, the ceiling of the Star Hall gradually became translucent. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the ceiling of the Star Hall, and saw the 6 huge round star shadows in the blue sky. He had a feeling, and his gaze stopped on one of the star shadows. According to the remnant connection in his heart, he knew that the mortal goo that disappeared was on that star shadow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the star demon bat flapped its huge bat wings, and immediately created a huge hurricane. At the same time, countless arrows were shot out of thin air. These arrows were completely made of starlight, and their speed was extremely fast. They pierced through the air. There were many of them, and like a rainstorm, they flew towards Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Looking at the majestic attack, Shirley snorted in disdain. Merely rank 2-star arrow goo, it's just that there are a lot of them. Mortal killer move, falling gray cloak. Shirley's body shook, and a thin layer of yellow-white dust covered his body. He did not dodge. He let the star arrows hit him. No matter how many star arrows came, when they touched the dust formed by the killer move falling gray cloak, the starlight quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the number of parasitic wild goo worms on his body was huge, he could only rely on the accumulation of numbers. This effect. How could it be compared to the killing technique that human cultivators had painstakingly thought about? This time. Watch my eagle transformation. Shirley gave a loud shout, his whole body erupting with a dazzling golden radiance. The light quickly dissipated. Shirley had already disappeared, replaced by a desolate beast iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle spread its wings and circled in the air. Its sharp claws and thorns emitted a threatening aura. The size of its body was not inferior to that of the star demon bat at all. In the distance, Star Lord Xianxia quietly watched the battle and saw the scene. He sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley loved to fight, he didn't need to do anything in every battle. Up until now, Shirley had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Each time he fought a desolate beast, he had to use a different transformation path killer move to transform into a different desolate beast to fight. Star Lord Xianxia cherished his time, he had once advised Shirley to use his strongest method. However, Shirley sternly refused. He said that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate more battle experience in the transformation path and not waste any chance. He wanted to work hard to build up his foundation. In the future, when the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, he would be able to raise his transformation path realm. The iron-crowned eagle circled for a while, before suddenly shrieking and pouncing towards the star demon bat below. The star demon bat screeched, it became ferocious, it did not dodge, it flapped its wings and collided with the iron-crowned eagle. The two giant birds collided violently in midair. The star demon bat bit with its mouth, the iron-crowned eagle pecked with its beak, while the star demon bat scratched with its claws. The iron-crowned eagle's claws did not lose to it, it retaliated. Both sides exchanged a few blows in an instant, leaving wounds on each other's bodies. Immediately after, they retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. The star demon bat laughed smugly. Shirley's iron-crowned eagle's feathers withered, it flapped its wings and struggled to stabilize its body in the air. In the earlier exchange, the iron-crowned eagle suffered a huge loss, while the star demon bat had the upper hand. Not only were its feathers withered, there was also a wound on its abdomen that was filled with star path down marks. Blood flowed out continuously, rejecting the iron-crowned eagle's recovery ability. Desolate beasts were different from goo immortals. Goo immortals had weak bodies, their strength came from their goo worms. Even if a strength path goo immortal refined their body to be strong, it was still due to the accumulation of goo worms. And the strength of desolate beasts came from their bodies. Desolate beasts had innate strength, defense, and other aspects that humans could not compare to. Especially when desolate beasts grew up, their bodies would get closer to nature, they would produce more and more Dao marks. In battle, the injuries caused by desolate beasts would leave behind Dao marks. Dao mark injuries were very troublesome, not only would they reduce the body's recovery ability, they would also obstruct the healing effects of goo worms. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, it would be a different story. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked, ignoring its injuries. It pounced at the star demon bat again. The two collided in the air again. After a few exchanges, the star demon bat found a weakness. It flapped its wings and smashed the iron-crowned eagle's head. The iron-crowned eagle felt dizzy. It fell to the ground. The star demon bat flew in the air. It flapped its wings 3 times at the iron-crowned eagle. The first time, intense winds blew, thousands of wind blades shot out. The second time, starlight shined, tens of thousands of star arrows flew out. The third time, darkness gathered, forming a huge demonic shadow that charged at the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle first crashed on the ground, rocks and soil flew as a huge pit was created. But the moment it raised its head, it was slashed by the wind blades. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked. It did not retreat, forcefully enduring the wind blades as hundreds of shallow wounds appeared on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows also shot out. These star arrows had great power. They pierced into the iron-crowned eagle's body and caused a large number of wounds, but they were not deep. Next, the black demonic shadow flew over, but it did not have a physical body. It directly entered the iron-crowned eagle's mind. If it were an ordinary desolate beast, it would have fallen, but this iron-crowned eagle was Shirley's transformation. Shirley snorted coldly. Thoughts and wills surged in his mind, destroying the demonic shadow that charged in. Although he was an Earth Path Gu immortal who cultivated transformation path, he had been famous for many years. He was an experienced Gu immortal. He was proficient in many paths. He had a complete set of defensive methods against Gu worms of other paths. Immortal Monkey Wangda. At the side, Star Lord Xianxia shouted in concern. The iron-crowned eagle spoke in human language, laughing loudly. Don't interfere, stay at the side, this is my battle. The eagle's eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. Shirley flapped his wings and flew towards the star demon bat, but was sent flying again. With a loud bang, the eagle fell to the ground again. Good, interesting. Shirley cheered. His fighting spirit surged. Disregarding his injuries, he charged forward again. He gave up his advantages and chose his weaknesses. In terms of physical combat, how could he be the star demon bat's match? In the exchange of blows, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shirley lost, the more he fought. The eagle's head was raised high, its eagle eyes staring at its opponent forever. This lunatic. Star Lord Xianxia grinned as he watched. Shirley clearly had defensive measures like falling grey cloak, but after transforming into the iron-crowned eagle, he had not used them in battle. This phenomenon had occurred many times in the previous battles. Star Lord Xianxia had once asked. Shirley had replied that he had purposely not used them. It was to truly experience the joy of battle. Only then could he raise his battle foundation more efficiently. Shirley was a battle addict. He was a fierce person who truly experienced the joy of battle. Again. Shirley shouted, flapping his wings and flying towards the star demon bat. Both sides got closer and were about to collide, but this time, the star demon bat suddenly flapped its wings and displayed an exquisite flying technique, brushing past the iron-crowned eagle. Whoosh, the star demon bat suddenly spat out a meteor, directly hitting the back of the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle coughed out a mouthful of blood, its body shook and it flapped its wings repeatedly before stabilizing itself. Next, Star Lord Xianxia heard Shirley's laughter. Interesting, bullying my flying attainment level, it is only master level? Saying so, he flapped his wings again and charged forward. The star demon bat did not fight head-on, it continued to retreat, using star path, wind path, or dark path Gu worms to attack from afar. Both sides fought many times, and unknowingly, the star demon bat's body was covered in wounds of all sizes. These wounds were filled with metal path down marks. They could not be healed in a short time. Of course, the iron-crowned eagle's injuries were at least twice as severe as the star demon bat's. But Shirley's bravery and craziness had intimidated the star demon bat, causing this desolate beast that was a tyrant of the mountain to feel guilty, not daring to fight him head-on. The star demon bat had low intelligence. It was abandoning its strong points and using its weak points. It had mortal Gu on its body. Although it caused trouble to Shirley, it was not as dangerous as fighting him head-on. The iron-crowned eagle still did not need to defend. Its aura surged as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the star demon bat. With a sharp screech, the eagle's claws slashed down. The star demon bat dodged agilely, Shirley's claws missed. In terms of flying attainment, the star demon bat that had been flying since it was young was at least a flying grandmaster. The star demon bat pulled some distance and used goo worms to attack from afar again, while the iron crown eagle tried all ways to engage in close combat. Like this, both sides were in a deadlock. The star demon bat was bound to lose after defending for a while. Finally, the iron crown eagle found a flaw and used its sharp claws to break the bat's wings. The bat's wings were leaking air, and the star demon bat's flying ability fell by a level. Before it could adapt, the iron crown eagle had more flaws. Shirley chased after it, and after blocking the star demon bat's final attack, he finally killed it. The star demon bat fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The ground absorbed the blood, and just like Star Lord Xianxia had said, a formless force was activated. The stars danced around for a while and gathered in the sky, forming a brand new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was suspended in the air. It was magnificent, exquisite, and gorgeous, and it was much better than the star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My guess was right. Star Lord Xianxia said excitedly. Shirley dispelled the iron-crowned eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The wounds on his body healed, but blood flowed freely. He turned his golden eyes and glanced at the sky. No wonder you guessed that this is the center of the grotto heaven. Judging from its aura, it is most likely it. As he spoke, he grimaced in pain as he sat down cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Healing his injuries was not simple. He needed to use a large number of goo worms to get rid of the star path, wind path, dark path, and other Dao marks on his wounds before using goo worms to heal them. Star Lord Xianxia waited for a moment, and seeing that Shirley's injuries were almost healed, he finally could not hold it in any longer and urged, "Is it enough?" Time was limited. Immortal Monkey Wangda. The prerequisite for the appearance of the 8th star hall was the formation of the 7th star hall. Every time the 7 stars palace appeared, it would only exist for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. If the 7 star hall disappears, the 8 star hall will disappear along with it. Why are you in such a hurry? If you're in a hurry, you can leave first. Shirley opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star Lord Xianxia. Lord Shir, you must be joking. My combat strength has fallen to rock bottom. To break through the ancient desolate beast's defense, I will still need to rely on you, Lord. Star Lord Xianxia chuckled and did not speak further. However, his fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. If not for the fact that his strength had plummeted and the heavenly tribulation was upon him, why would he expose the location of this treasure? How could he endure such vexation? He knew Shirley's schemes and plans. Shirley was addicted to battle and had a rude and violent temperament, but he was not stupid. As long as one was in a high position, there must be something special about him. The illustrious Shirley was not lacking in shrewdness. Shirley was invited by Star Lord Xianxia to explore the starry sky grotto heaven and plunder resources. Although he was interested in breaking through to the 8th star hall, he did not want to see Star Lord Xianxia prosper and obtain large amounts of resources. She had successfully overcome the crisis and escaped his control. If Star Monarch Xianxia didn't obtain a large amount of resources during this trip, he would have died during his tribulation. He had to ask for help from others. Shirley would then be able to act. While helping him, he would also be restricting him. In this way, when he entered the starry sky grotto heaven in the future, he would not be able to do so. Shirley would be able to obtain even greater benefits. It was definitely not a 50-50 split like this time. Every year, starry sky grotto heaven would open a crack and allow goo immortals to enter. Each time, the goo immortal could only stay inside for 2 days in central continent time. The starry sky grotto heaven had many desolate beasts and rich resources. Wasn't Star Lord Xianxia the same? He was clearly just a loose cultivator. However, he relied on entering the starry sky grotto heaven again and again to strengthen himself. At his peak, he had immense battle strength, not weaker than most of the goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. Even when he was fighting with Song Zixing, that ferocious person, he had a good fight. After waiting for a while, Shirley finished his treatment, and there was not a trace of injury on his body. Due to the previous oath, Shirley could not go too far. After checking his body, he stood up and said to Star Lord Xiang, "I've made you wait for a long time. We can set off now." Star Lord Xiang smiled and waved his hand. "I was too anxious. I hope Immortal Monkey King won't blame me. Hard work pays off. I will have to rely on your strength from now on." Shirley nodded without any politeness, "Of course." Saying so, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. Star Lord Xiang followed closely behind. The two immortals flew towards the 8th star hall in the sky. At the same time, Fang Yuan and He Lulan also jumped out of the well. "This is another star hall." Fang Yuan looked around and said. He Lulan nodded. "We used many methods to probe earlier, and sure enough, these 6 wells are the transportation passages." The two looked behind them. At the center of this star hall, there were still 6 wells. But the color was slightly different from the previous star hall. In the previous star hall, the 6 wells were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. However, the water in these 6 wells emitted 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, blue, green, and white. There was 1 less purple color and 1 more green color. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. The two were astute and shrewd people. They had a sudden realization. "What did you think of?" He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan grinned, revealing his sharp fangs as he answered in a hoarse voice, "If I am not wrong, this starry sky grotto heaven has a special terrain. It is divided into 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated from each other. Outsiders can only enter and exit through the 6 wells in the star hall." He Lulan nodded and picked up a goo worm from the ground. "This mortal goo is the one I threw into the purple well. It is the best evidence. If I am not wrong, there is another piece of evidence: the sky. When we leave the star hall, the sky of this space should also have 6 round star silhouettes. But there is 1 less purple star silhouette and 1 more green star silhouette." Fang Yuan agreed with He Lulan's conjecture. Ordinary grotto heavens and blessed lands had a seamless internal space. But starry sky grotto heaven was somewhat special. It was actually divided into 7 subspaces, each with its own heaven and earth and ecology. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had explored starry sky grotto heaven's fragment world. He did not know this secret. He and He Lulan finished their discussion and walked out of the star hall, pushing open the door and looking up. Seeing the 6 round star silhouettes hanging in the sky like 6 full moons, He Lulan clapped and laughed, "Just as I guessed. Wait, someone is here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He first saw something moving and saw Shirley and Star Lord Xiang flying upwards. Following their direction, Fang Yuan discovered the 8th star hall. This star hall seems to be of a higher standard, floating in the sky and being coveted by others. It is very likely to be the core of starry sky grotto heaven. He Lulan's gaze was glued to the 8th star hall as she guessed. "There are actually people here before us." Fang Yuan mumbled. He was inwardly shocked. According to his previous estimations, starry sky grotto heaven should be uninhabited. Only the heavenly spirit existed. If not for this, starry sky grotto heaven would not have been destroyed in the 500 years of his previous life. But in the current situation, he did not see the heavenly spirit, but instead saw 2 goo immortals. As for the appearance and identity of the goo immortals, because they were too far away, Fang Yuan and He Lulan naturally did not know. But the two felt that these 2 goo immortals flying in the sky were not the owner of this grotto heaven. If they were really the owner of this grotto heaven, they would have sensed He Lulan and Fang Yuan long ago. They would not have remained indifferent until now. What is so strange about this? You can obtain the secret information regarding starry sky grotto heaven from certain channels, so other goo immortals can also obtain it. He Lulan could accept this fact more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. He had concealed the information from He Lulan, but the so-called source of information was himself. But now, it seemed that the truth was very different from his expectations. The first reason was Fang Yuan's rebirth and continuous influence, causing the butterfly effect. The second reason was that the destruction of starry sky grotto heaven in his previous life had a lot of inside information. It was just that he did not notice it in his previous life and only saw it in this life. Fang Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, leaning towards the second reason. At this time, sounds of fighting could be heard from far away in the 8th star hall. It seems that these two goo immortals have the same identity as us, they are both outsiders. But they arrived before us. He Lulan's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan did not reply, he only snickered, his laughter was very cold. He Lulan also laughed silently. These two were ambitious people, they were both schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, they both felt that they had a huge advantage, they might as well be the Oriole in this situation. Immediately, Fang Yuan and He Lulan activated large numbers of mortal goo, concealing their bodies and auras. They also used all kinds of investigative methods to investigate. The two quietly closed the Star Hall's door, getting rid of all traces and moving out of the hall. After a while, Fang Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned He Lulan, "Wait, there is a rank 5 investigative goo ahead." He Lulan carefully looked over and saw an eyeball-shaped goo worm quietly floating in the air. Her eyes moved slowly, constantly scanning the surroundings. The two were not surprised. This goo worm was not a wild goo worm, it was clearly left behind by the two goo immortals earlier. This was normal. When Fang Yuan and He Lulan were exploring Green Star space, they had also left behind similar investigative goo in the places they had passed. Goo immortals no longer lacked mortal goo. If these mortal goo were left behind, they could be used to investigate, mark and warn the goo immortals, they were very useful. He Lulan was young after all. She had just advanced to an immortal and could not recognize this goo, she cautiously suggested, "Let's go around it." Fang Yuan, however, smiled, "No need. This goo is starlight fake eye goo, it has a long-range detection range, goo immortals can connect to this place at any time and observe the surroundings through the fake eye goo. Its range is 5 li, it cannot detect invisibility, maintaining this goo not only expends primeval essence, it also exhausts the soul. We can use all kinds of methods to conceal ourselves, it is fine to just walk in." At the same time, Fang Yuan recalled and added, "This goo worm is often used together with true vision goo, it can detect invisibility." But that was during the 5 regions chaotic war, at this time, true vision goo is still in the hands of a small sect, it has not spread widely. He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, still feeling uneasy, "Are you sure you did not make a mistake? After all, goo immortals can secretly research and develop new goo, maybe this goo worm is newly invented and can see through invisibility?" Fang Yuan spoke with certainty, He Lulan chose to believe him. The two concealed their figures and swaggered past the range of star splendor fake eye goo. As expected, they did not attract the attention of goo immortals. Next, the two continued to discover investigative goo worms similar to star splendor fake eye goo on the way. Some of these goo worms were buried in the ground, some were disguised as leaves, and some were hidden in streams, flowing along with the flow. Fang Yuan used his methods one by one, concealing himself, using goo worms to target them, or burrowing into the ground and water, avoiding these investigative goo worms. The two had wanted to walk below the 8th star hall, that way, the shortest distance would be the closest to the 8th star hall. If there was an opportunity, they would be able to react quickly and rush to the 8th star hall in the shortest time possible, clearing up the mess and taking advantage of the situation. But as they walked, there was a smell of blood ahead. Fang Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, the latter's eyes revealed a puzzled light as she transmitted, "Strange, the number and types of investigative goo along the way are increasing. Let's go and take a look." Fang Yuan replied. The two became more careful, dodging or deceiving investigative goo worms, they found more and more traces of battle. After a while, they finally reached the source of the thick smell of blood. They saw a black leopard's corpse lying on a pile of broken rocks. The black leopard was huge, comparable to an elephant. Its fur was long and shiny, it had a wild charm. The remnant aura showed the black leopard's identity, this was a true desolate beast. "This is a desolate beast, vanishing shadow leopard." Fang Yuan sighed. "Who killed this vanishing shadow leopard and left the desolate beast's corpse here?" He Lulan's gaze moved around. Her beautiful eyes showed a trace of doubt. Fang Yuan squatted down, half kneeling on the ground, touching the ravine beside his feet. Next, he took out a time path goo worm and activated it carefully. This goo worm was rank 5, it was extremely rare and looked like a crystal ball. Its name was Backtrack Goo, It was a time path investigative goo that could rewind past events within a certain range. Backtrack goo activated. It displayed a blurry, soundless battle scene. On the screen, two huge figures were fighting fiercely. There was also a tiny figure standing far away. Backtrack goo was only a rank 5 mortal goo, be it Shirley, Vanishing Shadow Leopard, or Star-Lord Xianxia. They were all rank 6, their immortal bodies and beast bodies had Dao marks. Thus, the results of the reconnaissance were very limited. He Lulan leaned over. He watched for a while. The soundless battle scene was very blurry and unclear. But from the general shape, he could guess that one of them was a Vanishing Shadow Leopard. The one fighting the Vanishing Shadow Leopard did not look like a human, but a tiger-type wild beast. And far away, there was a human figure. It was likely to be a goo immortal. But his face was a blur. He couldn't see clearly at all. Not only that, but the battle was also intermittent. It was not coherent. Fang Yuan and He Lulan watched with bated breath. For a moment, there was no sound except for the gentle breeze in the forest. After activating it for more than 10 breaths of time, backtrack goo emitted smoke and the battle scene disappeared. Forcefully backtracking a goo immortal level battle scene had caused this backtrack goo to die. Fang Yuan felt a slight heartache. He placed the charred corpse of backtrack goo into his immortal aperture, trying not to leave any traces behind. Even though he had been collecting this backtrack goo in jewel yellow skies recently, he only collected 50 to 60 of them. This was still during the peaceful times of the 5 regions. During the late stages of the chaotic war, backtrack goo would be widely used and would be in high demand. They were all produced for their own use. Jewel yellow skies did not sell them at all. He Lulan was very interested. This goo worm of yours is amazing. What is it called? Did you buy it in jewel yellow skies? There were countless types of goo worms. He Lulan cultivated strength path and not time path. She only had a general understanding of it. As for other paths, she was limited to the classic goo worms. Goo worms like backtrack goo were rare. It was normal that she did not know much about them. Fang Yuan did not answer. He took out another goo. This goo was refined by him according to his memories. According to the course of history, it had appeared 300 years earlier. It was called thread trace goo. The goo worm had a unique appearance. It was like a small horsewhip, a toy for Northern Plains children. Fang Yuan held it with his huge and sinister zombie claws, making this goo look even smaller. Fang Yuan held the horsewhip in front of him and lightly whipped it. With a snap, traces of something suddenly appeared in front of the originally empty space. What is this? He Lulan's beautiful eyes stared at the traces without blinking. Snap, snap, snap. Fang Yuan continuously whipped the horsewhip-shaped thread trace goo. Immediately, more and more lines appeared in the air. He Lulan saw this and quickly realized that the location where Fang Yuan whipped was the location of the intense battle in the scene earlier. Other than that, it was also the location where that vague goo immortal was standing. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. He Lulan's pupils expanded as she blurted out, "Don't tell me these traces are Dao marks?" Fang Yuan smiled smugly. That's right, they are Dao marks. Be it goo immortals or desolate beasts, their bodies are filled with Dao marks. Wherever they stand, there will be Dao marks left behind for a period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are very weak. Even the most sensitive goo immortal cannot sense them. Unless I use the thread trace goo that I developed, they will not show up. I can observe them and see the types of Dao marks, thus deducing some information about them. Fang Yuan once again shamelessly took the creations of others in his previous life and used them on himself. Thread trace goo. He Lulan muttered. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed slightly. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where Star-Lord Xiang was standing, continuing, "Look there, the Dao marks are in the shape of a human, they are blue in color." Evidently, there was a Star Path goo immortal who was watching the battle with his arms crossed. The main body of the Dao marks has been staying there. Although there are some Dao marks around, they are all surrounding the main body. It can be seen that this Star Path goo immortal did not make a move during the entire battle. Look at the density of the Dao marks, it seems to be a rank 6 goo immortal. He Lulan's ears pricked up. She looked at the direction where Fang Yuan was pointing, paying full attention to what he was saying. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where the Vanishing Shadow Leopard died. There were black Dark Path Dao marks there. There were also red Fire Path Dao marks. He continued, the dark path Dao marks are clearly the vanishing shadow leopards. The red Dao marks should be the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard. As for their identity, whether they were human or beast, it is uncertain. Look at the dense number of Dao marks, they are intertwining with each other. It shows how intense the battle was. The dark path Dao marks are sparse, while the red Dao marks are denser. It can be determined that the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard was also a rank 6 Gu immortal. He Lulan's lips were slightly agape as she listened. Her gaze landed on the thread trace Gu in Fang Yuan's hands. Her gaze was slightly heated. Although this thread trace Gu was only a rank 5 mortal Gu, it was too useful. Using this Gu, she could obtain so much useful information. The key was the thought that went into refining it. It was very unique. Taking a different path, bypassing the norm, it was unexpected. Although He Lulan had just become an immortal, she knew the importance of information. She placed great importance on Fang Yuan's invention of thread trace Gu. If Shirley and Star Lord Wanxiang were here, they would be sweating profusely. They were currently using traditional investigative and anti-investigative methods. Thread trace Gu just happened to find a gap in their anti-investigative methods. Fang Yuan's method. After all, it originated from the 5 regions' chaotic war. It was the crystallization of the entire 5 regions' wisdom. It was equivalent to being half a generation ahead of the current Gu immortals. It had a huge advantage. Crack crack crack. Fang Yuan whipped the horsewhip a few more times. More Dao marks appeared, but at the same time, many Dao marks disappeared. These Dao marks were very weak. Under the effect of thread trace Gu, they condensed and appeared. Their lifespan was greatly shortened. The Dao marks intertwined with each other, becoming more and more chaotic. Fang Yuan finally stopped whipping the horsewhip, sighing, this thread trace Gu's effect is only so. The appearance of Dao marks can only last for a period of time. It requires the observer to have experience. Moreover, activating the immortal Gu will leave behind corresponding Dao marks. In an intense battle, many methods were used. The Dao marks were tangled together. It was very chaotic and could not be seen. But thankfully, both sides did not use many methods in this battle. We can still see the general situation. He Lulan's eyelids twitched slightly. Just a mere rank 5 mortal Gu was able to obtain so much useful information. Was he still not satisfied with it? Her gaze was fixed on thread trace Gu, until Fang Yuan stored it in his immortal aperture. She acutely discovered that thread trace Gu's whip was originally in good condition, but after using it, it was very damaged. Evidently, there was a price to pay for awakening Dao marks. He Lulan estimated that this thread trace Gu could be used at least 2 more times. Immediately, her evaluation of the thread trace Gu rose to another level. A total of 3 chances. A mere rank 5 Gu could have 3 chances to investigate a rank 6 existence and obtain so much information. Just as He Lulan was about to ask Fang Yuan if he was selling thread trace Gu, Fang Yuan took out an investigative Gu worm. This was a Chi Path Gu worm. Fang Yuan activated it and allowed it to absorb aura. Next, Fang Yuan put this Chi Path Gu worm back and took out another Gu worm. He roamed around the battlefield like this, using Gu worms from time to time. He Lulan only recognized a small portion of these Gu worms, and it was only vague, to the extent that she could not be sure. As for the rest, He Lulan was completely clueless and could not recognize them at all. She subconsciously pursed her lips. For the first time, she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable. During the trip to Northern Plains, she only felt that Fang Yuan was astute, he was her greatest enemy. She had no choice but to cooperate with Fang Yuan. She was clear that this was asking a tiger for its skin. She borrowed Fang Yuan's strength to successfully pass the heavenly calamity and ascend to an immortal. She had thought that she could suppress Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan borrowed her and Fairy Li Shan's strength to intimidate the Gu immortals of Crane Gate. The whole process was accomplished without a fight. He Lulan did not even have a chance to make a move. Since there were no losses, Fang Yuan did not have double the compensation. He achieved his goal without expending a single soldier. In contrast, He Lulan herself, in order to coax Fang Yuan into helping her, she gave reckless savage demon Venerable's precious true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was truly a ruthless person. He directly swallowed it, not even leaving any leftovers for He Lulan. Later, when Fang Yuan started the Gutsgu business, he gave the profits to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan of his own accord. Although He Lulan's strength chi immortal goo was needed in the process, He Lulan felt uncomfortable all along, as if she was being controlled by someone. Now that He Lulan saw these methods used by Feng Yuan, her heart shuddered. After He Lulan became a goo immortal, she received Fairy Li Shan's teachings, guiding her step by step, including all aspects. It could be said that she held nothing back. Thus, He Lulan's investigative methods were far beyond ordinary goo immortals. But Feng Yuan's foundation is so deep that he is far ahead of most goo immortals. Even though I have several immortal goo, can I refine new goo and modify killer moves like Feng Yuan? He Lulan shook her head inwardly. Her strength path killer moves were given to her by her mother. And to refine new goo, she needed to create new goo recipes. This process not only needed resources and sufficient foundation attainment level, it also needed inspiration and luck. He Lulan was a goo immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master, she was not even skilled in refinement path. However, these things required a long period of time and practice to slowly accumulate. At this time, Feng Yuan walked over with large strides. He said, after summarizing all the clues, I almost know the other party's identity. Oh? One is a rank 6-star path goo immortal, he has never fought before, he is quite mysterious. The other is an earth path and transformation path goo immortal, he has a strong aura, using a goo worm to reconstruct a trace of his voice, it is very likely to be combat immortal Sek Shirlei. Feng Yuan said. That immortal monkey king? He Lulan and Feng Yuan had shared most of the information, she naturally knew what kind of person Shirlei was. She frowned slightly, feeling slightly troubled. Shirlei was a rank 7 goo immortal, he had extraordinary battle strength. Even though He Lulan had several strength path immortal goo, Shirlei also had earth path immortal goo. And he had them long ago, he had even created his own immortal killer move. Not just that, he also cultivated transformation path. His battle talent could be said to be 1 in a million. He Lulan had self-strength immortal goo, she used it to activate her mortal killer move, forming a strength path phantom giant, it could be considered an immortal killer move. All along, He Lulan had been trying to perfect it, but her progress had been slow. Feng Yuan, if you use the killer move Myriad Self and join hands with me, I will be able to kill you. It might be able to resist the immortal Monkey King. But no one can deal with that mysterious star path goo immortal. He Lulan pondered. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly, I have not told you yet, because the core immortal goo is hungry. He could not use Myriad Self anymore. I can only use mortal killer moves. He Lulan took a long look at Feng Yuan, then narrowed her eyes. In that case, we should try our best to avoid fighting them head-on. Roar, roar, roar dash, high in the sky. Roars and roars could be heard. Feng Yuan looked up and said, when two strong forces fight, there are bound to be casualties. We'll just play it by ear. Although our battle strength is lower than theirs, if we have the chance, we might be able to kill the two of them. Even if things go south, I still have fixed immortal travel, we can fight them head-on and gain some time to activate fixed immortal travel. He Lulan nodded in agreement. Feng Yuan's words were to her liking. The two decided. First, they would take advantage of the situation. The corpse of the vanishing shadow leopard was a considerable amount of wealth. Even though there were large numbers of investigative goo around. There were large numbers of investigative goo worms, but it was not a problem for this old demon Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had methods that were half an era ahead, he took action, sealing or deceiving. After a while, without attracting Star Lord Wanxiang's attention, he obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse. This vanishing shadow leopard's fur can be used to refine many defensive goo, its bones can be refined into shadow attachment goo, shadow trace goo and others, its eyes are excellent materials for dark vision goo, black fog goo and others. It is a pity that its blood is all gone, otherwise it would be more valuable. He Lulan placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse into her immortal aperture, her eyes shining with joy. The other party seems to be purposely letting them bleed, it seems that the star hall in the sky is indeed an important place, they should have placed the desolate beast corpses aside for now. Feng Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy, it was not good for preserving corpses, thus he placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse in He Lulan's hands. Both of them were bold and lawless people. Even though the enemy was strong, they still dared to plot against them. Next, they followed their previous plan and sneaked forward, still trying to get close to the 8th star hall in the sky. But on the way, they soon made a new discovery. There are more investigative goo ahead, don't tell me. Hei Lulan's gaze showed anticipation. Soon, the two evaded all the investigative goo, they passed through a mountain pass and arrived at a valley. In the valley, there was a desolate beast corpse the size of a hill. It was shaped like a colt, but it was huge, its 4 hooves were thick and black like iron, its whole body was red, it had firm muscles and a strong body. The mane and ponytail on its neck were very lush and golden in color. Streams of blood flowed out of the hole like wounds on its body. The blood was boiling, the heat caused the nearby grass and trees to turn yellow. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan got closer, feeling the heat of summer. This is a desolate beast scarlet stampede divine colt. It has a large number of fire path wild goo in its body, it can walk on fire, its blood is hot, it is an excellent material for refining fire path goo worms, it is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. Hei Lulan looked at the horse's blood flowing out, she felt a heartache. The two worked for a while before getting the scarlet stampede divine colt's corpse. Star Lord Xianxia was still in the dark. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily for a while before Fang Yuan slowed down. Our destination is in front of us. But there seems to be a large number of investigative goo on the left, should we go take a look? Fang Yuan looked at Hei Lulan, transmitting. Of course. Hei Lulan replied straightforwardly. The two came to the location surrounded by investigative goo, and saw another desolate beast corpse. This was a yellow jade lion. It was like an elephant, it was lying on the ground, its eyes were almost closed, only a slit was left. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed out of the wound on its stomach. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan quietly got closer. This yellow jade lion's body actually started to tremble, it struggled to open its eyelids and slowly opened its bloody mouth, letting out a weak roar, as if it wanted to continue fighting. Yellow jade lions are brave indeed. To be able to injure this yellow jade lion to this extent, it seems that Shirley's transformation path battle strength is more outstanding than I expected. Hei Lulan praised. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He quickly took action, stealing the yellow jade lion under the watchful eyes of many investigative goo. He clapped his hands, a large number of healing goo flew out of his immortal aperture and landed on the yellow jade lion's body, quickly stabilizing its injuries and giving it its last breath. You plan to save it? Hei Lulan was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded, saving it is 100 times easier than capturing a desolate beast, why not? I will leave this desolate beast with you, protect it carefully, count it as my share. This way, as long as things progressed smoothly, Fang Yuan's promise to the land spirit of Langia would be completed. Hei Lulan kept the yellow jade lion in her immortal aperture, her gaze flashed as she made up her mind, saying, the 3 desolate beasts we encountered were purposely bled. This is likely a step that Shirley's side must complete. Or maybe the star hall in the sky appeared because of this. After all, when we were in the green star space earlier, there was nothing in the sky. How many desolate beast corpses do you think there are other than these 3 places? Fang Yuan chuckled, even if you didn't mention it, I wanted to say it. That's right, according to this situation, there are many desolate beast corpses. If a desolate beast corpse is sold well, we can get around 40 immortal yuan stone. We are simply reaping without any effort by picking up these desolate beast corpses. The profits are huge, and the cost is negligible. A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush, moreover, we might not have the chance. It is more appropriate to swallow these pieces of meat first. The two had the same idea, immediately changing their strategy and starting to search for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative goo worms openly, but the clues were quite obvious. Star-Lord Xiang's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses and deal with them when they conquered the 8th star hall. The aura of these desolate beasts was still lingering, they did not have to worry about being eaten by other wild beasts. Shirley was in charge of fighting, while Star-Lord Xiang was in charge of setting up investigative goo. Naturally, he would set up even more investigative goo near the desolate beast corpses. But he would never have thought that the gathering of these investigative goo would be the most obvious clue, the beacon for Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan. This is a chestnut yak. Its meat is like chestnut and can be eaten raw. It has a gentle nature and is a special desolate beast. Keep it, keep it. Hey Lulan laughed happily. Oh my, there is a golden pangolin. Unfortunately, its armor is damaged, otherwise it could be sold for a higher price. Fang Yuan said with some pity. Flying bear, there is actually a flying bear corpse. Good, this is great. I want this corpse. Hey Lulan was overjoyed. Star demon bat. I knew this poisonous swamp looked familiar. Unfortunately, the bat wings are mostly torn. If I transplant them, my movement speed will be affected. I wonder if I can repair them first. Fang Yuan also stole the star demon bat's corpse. He was a little regretful, but soon felt relieved. After all, if Fang Yuan did not make a move himself, why would Shirley take care of Fang Yuan's plan? Reaping without sowing was already a great bargain. He had not encountered such good luck in a long time. The two obtained close to 10 desolate beast corpses, making a fortune. Next, the two searched carefully, and after confirming there were no desolate beast corpses left, they rushed to the bottom of the 8th-star hall. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, a giant figure the size of a small mountain would fall down heavily. With a loud sound, it smashed on the ground, causing rocks to shatter and dust to rise. It is the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. The corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar was right in front of him. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were tempted, but they did not move. The two raised their heads at the same time, looking at the sky. High up in the sky, the 8th-star hall was shaking. Rumbling sounds of explosions, the roars of wild beasts came from the hall. With a loud bang, the star hall shook fiercely. A resplendent pillar of flame shot out from the roof of the star hall, creating a huge hole in the roof. The star hall was not a physical body, it was the condensation of the grotto heaven's atmosphere. The damaged area of the roof started to emit specks of starlight, the hole continued to spread outwards. A beacon of smoke shot up to the sky. Such an intense fight. Hey Lulan sighed. Fight, fight, the more intense the better. Fang Yuan muttered. The 8th-star hall was in a mess, both sides were fighting intensely. A desolate beast flame tiger that was riddled with wounds roared, spitting out a huge fireball. The fireball shot towards the giant tree. While it was still in the air, the flame tiger moved its claws, following behind the fireball, charging towards the giant tree. The giant tree moved its soft and huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar, they were like thick and supple octopus tentacles. With a paw sound, a tentacle-like branch smashed the fireball. With another smack, another branch whipped over, sending the flame tiger desolate beast behind fireball flying. The flame tiger howled in pain, flying back 100 steps and landing on the ground. Light exploded, revealing a human form. It was immortal monkey king Shirley. Shirley spat out 3 teeth, his expression was fanatical and excited. What a walking meat tree. It is indeed worthy of being a legendary item. Ancient desolate plants are indeed extraordinary. Star Lord Xianxia at the side was continuously shooting out starlight attacks from afar. Hearing Shirley's shouts, he transmitted helplessly, Immortal Monkey Wangda is very strong against humans, stop playing around, use your Earth Path Master battle power. Shirley was not someone who did not understand the situation, he said without hesitation, alright, I have already used Transformation Path battle power. He was satisfied that he had managed to kill a astral soaring heavenly boar. Next, I will use my true Earth Path Cultivation to get rid of this lively walking meat tree. Starlord Xianxia was overjoyed. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was finally going to use his true abilities. But at the next moment, Shirley sat cross-legged on the bricks of the hall and started healing. Starlord Xianxia, hold on for now, after I get rid of the fire path down marks on my body, I will be able to heal you. Then use Earth Path methods. Hearing this, Starlord Xianxia nodded. He almost cursed out loud. But he did not say anything in the end. Shirley's request was reasonable, he had fire path down marks on him, it would greatly disrupt and weaken the power of Earth Path goo worms. Starlord Xianxia had no choice but to swallow his anger and agree. He took the initiative to fly forward and face the walking meat tree head-on. Although Star Monarch Wanxiang had been beaten by Song Zixing and his foundation had been damaged, he was not a match for Song Zixing. However, his methods were still impressive. Beams of starlight shot out like pillars, giving off a majestic aura. Hit the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 of its branches to retaliate. Star Lord Wanxiang's body suddenly shook as 5 starlight clones appeared. The clones and the main body split up and occupied 6 different positions, each using a different star path killer move to attack the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit a few times, it was furious and moved more than 10 branches to retaliate. Crack crack crack. Star Lord Wanxiang's starlight clones were destroyed one by one. Star Lord Wanxiang dodged left and right among the whip shadows of the tentacles, but he was soon at a disadvantage. Fighting the walking meat tree head-on, he finally felt an enormous pressure. Crack, with a crisp sound, Star Lord Wanxiang lost his footing after defending for too long, he was sent flying. Along the way, he crashed into a thick pillar, but his momentum did not decrease as he flew out of the Star Hall. Without Star Lord Wanxiang in front of him, the walking meat tree immediately used layers of whip shadows to attack Shirley, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Trash. Shirley opened his eyes, his golden pupils were burning with battle intent. He shouted angrily as he stood up and charged towards the walking meat tree. Star Monarch Wanxiang drew a long arc in the air before finally stopping. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 8th Star Hall, showing a cold smile of success. He had purposely been sent flying so that Shirley would have to fight. I did not hesitate to expose the treasure land of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to you, but you still don't want to fight? Ugh. Suddenly, Star Lord Wanxiang coughed out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted his mind. He sucked in a breath of cold air and shock flashed across his eyes. When this walking meat tree hit me, it actually imprinted the strength path down mark in my body, causing my organs to suffer a direct blow. After discovering this, Star Lord Wanxiang did not want to charge forward foolishly and fight the walking meat tree. I will let Shirley fight, he is a battle maniac anyway. Under the walking meat tree's pressure, I need to fight with all my strength. I've already paid such a heavy price. I'd better heal the injuries in my body first. Immediately, Star Lord Wanxiang summoned a goo worm that turned into a star cloud bed. He directly sat cross-legged on the bed, floating in the air as he started to heal his injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes, his injuries were already healed. He first looked at the 8th Star Hall, before looking down and seeing the corpse of the ancient desolate beast Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar. He then looked at the other battlefields and saw desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to retrieve these corpses, considering Shirley's feelings, he gave up on this idea. Forget it, there is no need to give Shirley something to talk about for no reason. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven. I should go and join the battle first to settle the situation. Thinking of this, Star Lord Wanxiang stored the star cloud bed goo and flew away, drawing a line of starlight in the air as he returned to the 8th Star Hall. Under the dense shade of the tree, He Lulan and Fang Yuan, who were concealing their aura, finally let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuan, the goo worm you left behind successfully deceived the other party. He Lulan said excitedly. My method can only simulate an image, it cannot be used to investigate. Quick, let's not talk about this, let's take advantage of this first. Fang Yuan did not have time to be proud, he took the lead and sneaked towards the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse. The two quickly arrived beside the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse. The Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse was as large as a hill, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Fang Yuan and He Lulan purposely went around it, hiding in the shadows and making preparations before making their move. They first plundered the wild goo on the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's corpse. There were many wild goo, but in the battle with Shirley, more than half of them were destroyed. After the Flying Heavenly Boar died, another half escaped, leaving only a few goo worms. After Fang Yuan plundered for a while, he started to collect the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar's soul. The desolate beast corpses they encountered earlier did not have souls. Maybe after a long time, the soul left the body, or more likely, it was taken away by Shirley or Star Lord Wanxiang. But this Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, because the battle had just ended, Shirley's side had no time to collect it, thus Fang Yuan had a chance. But the result was disappointing to Fang Yuan. This astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul was almost completely damaged, only a tiny bit was left. It was obvious that he had suffered a soul attack in the previous battle. No wonder the star path Gu immortal from earlier did not fly down to collect this boar's soul. Fang Yuan sighed, he willed and took out hundreds of Gu worms. These Gu worms included light path, dark path, and a small number of strength path, blood path, bone path, and chi path. Under Fang Yuan's control, these Gu worms flew closely around the astral wind flying heavenly boar's body. After going one round after another, Fang Yuan nodded at He Lulan. He Lulan was already prepared. After receiving Fang Yuan's instructions, she immediately activated the dozens of Gu worms that she had prepared. With the help of these Gu worms, the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was pushed into He Lulan's immortal aperture in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the hundreds of Gu worms that Fang Yuan had activated remained at the same spot, flying according to their original trajectory. They let out bursts of light and shadows that connected into one, forming the image of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. It was extremely lifelike. At first glance, one would think that the real astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was right in front of him. Your method is really good. He Lulan praised again. Earlier, Star Lord Wan Xiang did not sense anything strange because he was deceived by this method. Fang Yuan shook his head, this is only a simple method, it cannot be inspected carefully. If it is raised into a killer move, the effect will be even better. Oh no. He Lulan's expression suddenly froze, she pointed at a place and quickly reminded Fang Yuan, there is a flaw here. Fang Yuan looked over, sure enough, the simulation of the astral wind flying heavenly boar was missing its anus. How could a flying heavenly boar not have an anus? This was indeed a huge flaw. Fang Yuan quickly controlled his Gu worms, adjusting the simulation and simulating the anus. But He Lulan said again, oh no, oh no. The anus is out, it is gone. Fang Yuan looked and blushed with shame, the astral wind flying heavenly boar's rank is too high, its body is too big, my method cannot simulate it completely, I have already reached my limit. To mend Peter, I have to tear down Paul. He Lulan nodded, her tone was bold and unrestrained as she said without any reservations, then don't change it, keep it, don't have an anus, it will be more realistic. Fang Yuan did as he was told, changing the simulation back to its original state. I say, Fang Yuan, don't tell me you specialize in researching killer moves. When we return, raise this method to killer move level, it will be easier to use in the future. He Lulan clicked her tongue. Do you think we will encounter such a good thing in the future? The method is already good enough, there is no need to raise it to killer move level. Fang Yuan shook his head, looking at the sky again. Smoke rose from the Star Hall, there was only a hole earlier, but now it was filled with holes all over the Star Hall. Loud explosions resounded, louder and more frequent than before. Just as they were looking, a broken tree smashed down from the Star Hall. With a loud bang, the roots of the giant tree fell on the ground, causing the ground under He Lulan and Fang Yuan to shake. Next, the other half of the giant tree, which was the crown, also fell down. The walking meat tree was a legendary plant recorded in Chapter 3, Section 16, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Ice Soul. Because of accident Gu's revival, he was left outside. Encountering desolate Guyue gave second sister a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Gu, the siblings went to the Blue Sea together, searching for the life gem that could revive their father, Renzu. In the end, desolate Guyue discovered the mystery of life and took the initiative to sacrifice itself, turning itself into a damaged gem of life. The Northern Dark Ice Soul took the gem of life and tried to return to his father's side to save Renzu. However, it was extremely difficult for him to enter the gate of life and death. There were two paths in the gate of life and death, one was the path of life and the other was the path of death. Regardless of which path, there would be many worry Gu. And to overcome the interference of distress Gu and enter the door of life and death, he needed the help of Courage Gu. Then, the Courage Gu was brought in by Renzu and was currently on his body. The Northern Dark Ice Soul didn't have the courage to enter the gate of life and death. He had no choice but to use Vagrant to find a solution. He walked over high mountains, crossed rivers, ran for his life while being chased by wild beasts, endured hunger in the cold, and suffered many hardships. Baimingai's soul was filled with deep guilt and anxiety. What he felt guilty about was that he had given desolate Guyue the meaning of life, resulting in desolate Guyue sacrificing himself to become a gem of life. Northern Dark-Eye's soul was the same as the murderer who killed his second sister. What made him anxious was that even though he had the gem of life, he couldn't return to his father's side. He was worried that after a long time, his father's soul would scatter in Luopa Valley, and Guyue Desolatine would also sacrifice himself in vain. He walked and walked. The purple sky above his head slowly faded and turned black. The immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. One day, it would cover all 5 regions. In the primordial era, the sky was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth intersected with each other. People could walk up to the sky from the earth, and they could also walk down from the sky. The Northern Dark-Eye's soul wandered aimlessly and unknowingly left the ground. He walked into the depths of the black sky. The black sky was completely dark, but it wasn't deathly still. There were many life forms living here. In the darkness, the Northern Dark-Eye's soul could not find the way back. He became even more anxious, terrified, and lost. He walked and walked without knowing where he was going. He didn't know how many times he had fallen and tumbled. Suddenly, he saw a ball of fire in front of him. It was the only light in the dark sky. Dark North-Eye's soul was overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the flame. He walked closer to the ball of fire and found that it was a goo. Northern Dark-Eye's soul was very curious and asked, "What goo are you? You can actually emit light in the dark sky. Please help me, I want to get out of the dark sky. Go back to the surface. I have something important to do." Goo's tone was very weak. It said to Northern Dark-Eye's soul, "My name is Fire." "And who are you?" The Northern Dark-Eye's soul said, "I am a human, my name is the Northern Dark-Eye's soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the road clearly and return to the surface." Goo sighed, "So you are a human, I have heard of a famous person, he is called Verdant Great Sunday, so it was Verdant Great Sunday. He had reputation Goo and his reputation spread all over the world. Almost no one did not know of him." The Northern Dark-Eye's soul said happily, right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Goo continued, "I can help you. But before that, you have to help me first. I am too hungry, I am about to die from hunger. Help me find some food and bring it back." The Northern Dark-Eye's soul asked, "Fire Goo, what do you eat? How am I supposed to find him in this pitch-black darkness?" Fire Goo said, "I am one of the least picky goo worms in the world, I eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." The Northern Dark-Eye's soul searched around and picked up some tree branches, throwing them to the Fire Goo. After the Fire Goo ate them, it immediately brightened up and emitted even more warmth. Its body also grew from the size of a fist to the size of a basin. It was very happy. "Can you give me more food?" The Northern Dark-Eye's soul nodded and searched around again, picking up a pile of rocks and throwing them to the Fire Goo. The Fire Goo ate for a long time before sighing, "I am too hungry, my teeth are not good, I can't chew the things I could chew before. Bring me something that is easy to digest." The Northern Dark-Eye's soul thought for a moment, "How about this, Fire Goo, follow me and light up my path. If you see anything delicious on the way, I will feed it to you, how about that?" The Fire Goo agreed and shrunk into a small ball, allowing the Northern Dark-Eye's soul to hold it in his hand. Like this, the Northern Dark-Eye's soul started his journey back, feeding everything he saw to the Fire Goo. After many times, the Fire Goo became bigger and bigger. On this day, the Northern Dark-Eye's soul stopped to rest. The Fire Goo was eating tree branches in front of him, swaying gracefully. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. The Northern Dark-Eye's soul looked over and saw a large group of trees, under the illumination of the fire, moving towards him. Not only trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insects. The Northern Dark-Eye's soul was frightened, immediately picking up the Fire Goo and running. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts and insects chased after him. Wherever the Northern Dark-Eye's soul ran to, the pursuers would follow. The pursuers shouted, "The one in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we only want to escape from the fire. The dream realm is about to catch up, do us a favor and let us use the fire to save our lives. The northern dark ice soul gasped for breath, he could not run anymore, the pursuers were about to catch up. At this time, the fire goo said to him, "Oh human, don't be afraid, these pursuers are my food, I will help you. You can just toss me over." The northern dark ice soul was forced by the situation, he could only listen to the fire goo and throw it backwards. The first thing the fire goo encountered was a large group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches of the trees were fleshy, like the tentacles of an octopus. The fire goo burned the trees, the tree trunks were burnt to ashes, the branches were burnt into pieces of cooked meat. The fragrance of the meat attracted the northern dark ice soul, he picked it up and took a big bite. He was overjoyed, saying it was delicious. Hei Lolan's eyes widened slightly as she stared unblinkingly at the broken trunk and tentacle-like branches. There was a tone of disbelief in her voice. "This is the walking meat tree?" "Absolutely." Fang Yuan nodded, his gaze similarly burning. The immemorial 9 heavens only have black heaven and white heaven left. The walking meat tree was a life form of black heaven, so it was much easier to obtain it compared to the primordial life forms of other heavens. At least black heaven was still alive. 7-star child is a rank 8 goo immortal, he has the ability to explore black heaven, it is likely that this walking meat tree was obtained from his exploration. This walking meat tree. The aura surged, he had at least rank 7 battle strength. Even better, it's a rare strength path plant. Hei Lulan licked her lips and said excitedly. Fang Yuan was also delighted. The walking meat tree was a strength path plant with branches, trunk and leaves. They were all excellent materials for refining strength path goo worms. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were both strength path goo immortals, they needed it. But when the two were about to sneak over and take the walking meat tree away, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky. This sound was unprecedented. It shook the heavens, and an invisible sound wave swept through the surroundings. The 8-star hall shook intensely, almost breaking apart. Large amounts of starlight scattered, it was close to being destroyed. Roar, a dragon roar resounded, it was not inferior to the previous explosion. It resounded in the world. Next, Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan saw Shirlei and Star Lord Wanxiang flying out of the Star Hall. A giant dragon flew out of the Star Hall. This dragon was over 1,000 feet long, it was filled with eerie aura and looked majestic. The dragon horns on its head were like silver, its eyes were half closed, and its dragon scales were like gray stones. Its 8 dragon claws were sinister and terrifying, a vast amount of pale white corpse chi was like clouds or mist. It coiled around its entire body. "Don't tell me this is a zombie dragon?" Hei Lulan blurted out this dragon's origin. A zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. It was because Fate Goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, souls in the world were not sucked away by the door of life and death. They turned into zombies. A zombie dragon was a flying dragon, after its death, its soul did not leave its body, it turned into a zombie. This zombie dragon has 8 claws, it should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, it had rank 8 battle strength. Now that it has died and turned into a zombie dragon, it has rank 7 peak stage battle strength, no wonder Shirlei was forced out. Fang Yuan analyzed. In the sky, the zombie dragon roared, its body twisted as it flew towards Shirlei. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a pale white corpse fire. Dragon fire was the attack of a giant dragon, it was its innate ability, it was like a bull's horn, a bear's paw, or a bee's sting. Wariness flashed in Shirlei's eyes, he did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly moved to the left, just as he dodged the corpse fire, he saw a huge dragon tail. Shirlei's eyes opened wide, he raised his arms to protect his chest. He could not dodge it. In Fang Yuan, Star Lord Wanxiang, and Hei Lulan's vision, they saw the zombie dragon moving elegantly, turning its huge body and swinging its tail. It hit Shirlei who had just dodged the corpse fire. With a loud sound, Shirlei was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the middle of a mountain, burrowing deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain peak shook intensely, rocks and soil rolled and fell down, burying him. Star Monarch Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. The zombie dragon was so powerful, this was the first time he had seen immortal Monkey King Shirley in such a pathetic state. But soon, he heard Shirley's angry roar from under the rocks. "Loach, you have successfully angered me. Take this immortal killer move of mine." Earth-shattering heaven. The sky split open, a small mountain pressed down on the zombie dragon. Hei Lulan's eyelids twitched. This immortal killer move activates so quickly? Normally speaking, the stronger the immortal killer move, the longer the activation time was. But Shirley's earth-shattering move defied logic. Not only was it powerful, it also activated quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge in time. But the zombie dragon did not seem to think of dodging. Looking at the small mountain crashing down, disdain flashed in its eyes. With a loud sound, the zombie dragon raised its head, smashing the small mountain. Shirley's immortal killer move did not seem to have any effect. Good, this is the kind of opponent that is fun. Shirley was surprised and joyful. He charged into the sky, crashing into the zombie dragon. One man and one dragon fought in the sky. The wind and clouds shook and the sky changed color. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This zombie dragon is not simple. Its body seems to have been affected by a defensive immortal goo worm. In the sky, one man and one dragon fought. Explosions resounded as the battle reached its climax. Star-Lord Wan Xiang was at the side, unable to interfere. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were hiding in the forest, observing from afar, waiting for a chance to attack. The giant dragon roared. Its corpse chi was vast, suppressing the famous central continent goo immortal expert Shirley. This zombie dragon is powerful. It was a wind path azure dragon when it was alive, but after turning into a zombie dragon, not only did it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed also seems to have been amplified by an immortal goo. After watching for a while, Hei Lulan gradually realized something. Starry Sky Blessed Land's owner, 7-star child, had a wind path immortal goo called Wind Sprint immortal goo. But using this goo requires immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-star child had once created a killer move that could use the effect of an immortal goo on a target for a long period of time. Now that I have seen it, it seems to be true. Fang Yuan added. The zombie dragon's defense and movement were enhanced by immortal goo. It was also experienced in battle. When its huge dragon body charged, it was extremely domineering. When it swung its tail, it gave off an aura of elegance from when it was alive. Most importantly, the corpse chi dragon flames were extremely powerful. They could match the best mortal offensive killer moves. Shirley shouted continuously. He used close to 10 different battle tactics, but could not change the situation. Often, when he recovered a little, he would be suppressed by the zombie dragon again. Be it attack, defense, movement or other aspects, the zombie dragon had no weaknesses. It had an advantage in all aspects. Hei Lulan's expression became more solemn as she watched. She said, Shirley's battle strength far exceeds my estimation. If I were him, I would only be able to hold on for a while against the zombie dragon's attacks. I would be killed by the zombie dragon. If it were you, Fang Yuan, unless you could use myriad self, you would only be able to hold on for a little longer. There would be no chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not retort. Hei Lulan's assessment was reasonable. Although she was a strength path extreme immortal, she had extraordinary aptitude, but because of her life experience, she did not think highly of herself. She was instead very humble and cautious. She knew her limits. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to last longer than her was because of this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's flying skill and the movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings. But Fang Yuan's speed surpassed Hei Lulan. Without myriad self, he could not threaten the zombie dragon. Thus, he could only flee. The icy drill stardust could not harm the zombie dragon. He had no chance of winning at all. Hei Lulan had a strength path immortal goo and half an immortal offensive killer move. Her attack power surpassed Fang Yuan, but her movement and defense were both flaws. Although she could deal damage to the zombie dragon wouldn't take a beating for nothing. In a direct confrontation, Hei Lulan could last longer than Fang Yuan. The so-called experts did not only refer to battle prowess. He was still referring to her eyesight. Based on the intelligence, he knew whether he could win or not. This was how one judged the situation. Self-awareness. Without these two things, even if one's strength was tyrannical, one would not be able to go far. Who to provoke, who not to provoke, fight or retreat, retreating was not cowardice, but cherishing one's wings. Waiting for the future to soar to the sky. We can't make a move under their watch. Let's leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. This is what I wanted to say. An accident occurred during the battle. No one can predict it. If we stay here and risk being discovered, we won't be able to do anything. We might as well retreat to a faraway place. After the two of them came to a decision, they quietly retreated. Their advantage was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. They could reap the spoils later. Right now, the enemy was strong while they were weak. They needed to maintain this advantage. After retreating far enough, He Lulan suddenly said, Actually, I've been thinking about a question. How did they get in? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. I was also thinking about this. There were no investigative goo worms near the star hall we came in from. This is not normal for goo immortals. Based on this, it is likely that they did not come from the star hall. This space was the place where they had first set foot in. And to enter someone's blessed land or grotto heaven, the most common way is to follow a loophole or crack, or use methods like whole earth goo or connecting heaven goo. He Lulan continued. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo are unlikely, they need both sides' agreement to construct them. This starry sky grotto heaven is quite strange. The heavenly spirit has not appeared for a long time. We have been here for so long, but there has not been any encirclement against us. If Shirley and the rest could obtain agreement, they would not be fighting like this. Fang Yuan said. So, loopholes and cracks are most likely. He Lulan snickered. A sinister light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He said what He Lulan was thinking. They do not have fixed immortal travel like us. It is fine if they have other space path goo worms. If they really came in through a loophole or crack, we can use this to ambush them and scheme against them. We might even have a huge harvest. If Star Lord Xianxia and Shirley heard this, they would break out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were demons full of evil tricks, but most importantly, they were quick-witted and would not let go of any small clue. They could actually guess how Shirley and Star Lord Xianxia entered the grotto heaven. But just as Fang Yuan and He Lulan were about to split up and search for loopholes, the situation in the sky changed again. Shirley could not take down the zombie dragon after a long time. He roared in anger as he was suppressed by it. His body suddenly retreated, and after pulling some distance, his body shook. Immortal battlefield killer move, rolling rock battlefield. The sky changed, turning into a gray rock battlefield. The battlefield expanded rapidly, including the zombie dragon and Shirley. From the outside, it looked as if there was a huge gray cloud of stone hanging in the sky, blocking the view of the inside and the outside. He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hearts shook. He Lulan thought, good method, it is actually an immortal battlefield killer move. To form this killer move, at least 3 immortal goo are needed, and the immortal goo have to be related to each other. Fang Yuan thought, rolling rock battlefield. In my previous life, Vicious Lightning Fiend lost to this move. To think that Shirley would have this method at this time. At the same time, Star Lord Xianxia also had a different thought. Shirley is going to fight the zombie dragon to the death. What should I do? There are no ancient desolate beasts guarding the 8th star hall, and the battlefield killer move isolates the inside and outside. I should go and scout the 8th star hall first? The more Star Lord Xianxia thought about it, the more excited he got. After a dozen or so breaths of time, he could not hold back anymore. He turned into a meteor and flew into the 8th star hall. Seeing Star Lord Xianxia's actions, He Lulan and Fang Yuan stopped their plans. The 2 knew people's hearts well. They were astute people. They immediately guessed that the star hall's defenses were weak. Let's take a gamble. Do you dare to take a gamble and charge forward? Fang Yuan and He Lulan transmitted at the same time. They flew up and flew towards the 8th star hall. The 2 arrived at the 8th star hall and found a messy battlefield. As they expected, the 8th star hall had 3 layers of defenses. The first was astral wind flying heavenly boar, the second was the walking meat tree, and the third was the zombie dragon. With the 3 layers of defenses gone, they could enter the deepest part of the star hall. The 2 activated their defensive killer moves at the same time, moving deeper into the star hall together. Soon, they found the inner hall. The door of the inner hall was open. Star Lord Xianxia had already entered. Fang Yuan and He Lulan did not dare to waste precious time. They stealthily entered the inner hall. At the next moment, they saw Star Lord Xianxia. Star Lord Xianxia was in a strange state. His back was facing Fang Yuan and He Lulan. He was standing on the spot. His body was trembling as if he was extremely terrified. Immortal Venerable, spare me. Suddenly, he shouted in a fearful tone. He knelt down on the ground. He was begging for mercy. In front of him, there was an eerie scene. There were no lamps in the inner hall. There was no light. Fang Yuan and He Lulan could only vaguely see a tall throne. Immortal Venerable? He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Humph, deceitful tricks. Immediately, Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step forward. He Lulan followed closely behind. At the next moment, their pupils shrunk to pin size, their bodies stiffened like stone. A female figure appeared in front of them. She wore a dark blue robe. Her beautiful hair was like a dazzling galaxy hanging down. Her eyes were wide open. She looked down from above, pointing at Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Two juniors, you have guts, you dare to offend me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly kneel down. Rank 9 aura surged. It was the real deal. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, by Qing Blessed Land. Sunlight passed through the window, shining on a beautiful building in the mountain. In the building, there was a warm and comfortable bed. There was a woman sitting cross-legged on it. This woman was as beautiful as a flower. Her skin was fair, her nose was straight, and her lips were red. She wore a phoenix coronet on her head. She was noble and glorious, inviolable. It was Feng Kim Hong. Because of Dreamwing's goo, she had fallen into a peculiar state. It had been a long time since she woke up. The goo immortals of Spirit Affinity House were helpless. A little sparrow chirped and suddenly flew from a tree branch outside the building to the window lattice. Seemingly hearing this sound, Feng Kim Huang's eyelashes suddenly moved. Shortly after, she slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. Huang Er, my Huang Er, you are finally awake. Almost at the same time, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, appeared in the building. Seeing that Feng Kim Hong had woken up, she cried tears of joy. She opened her arms and hugged Feng Kim Hong. Mother, Huang Er was unfilial. I made you worry. Feng Kim Hong also hugged Bai Qing, consoling her sensibly. Huang Er, it's good that you are fine. Are you injured or do you feel anything wrong? Fairy Bai Qing became nervous. She touched Feng Kim Huang's face and squeezed her shoulders, inspecting her. I am fine, mother. This time, I found out the true use of Dreamwing's immortal goo. It can actually bring me into a dream realm. Feng Kim Hong said. Dream realm? Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. At the next moment, she reacted. Her pupils dilated as she showed a bewildered expression. She grabbed Feng Kim Huang's shoulders. Daughter, are you sure? Is it really a dream realm? Yes. Feng Kim Hong nodded with certainty. I used Dreamwing's immortal goo to travel in the dream realm. I came into contact with many life forms. There were many people, goo masters, and mortals. There were many wild beasts, tigers, wolves, rabbits, field mice. I even met a desolate beast iron crown eagle. I watched it grow up. Finally, I met an old man. He had a strange temper. He kept muttering to himself. He called himself Kong Ju. He often killed people and dissected corpses. He was truly terrifying. He even blocked my path. I could only dodge left and right. I escaped for a long time. If not for that, I would have woken up long ago. Feng Kim Hong spoke excitedly at the start, but when she talked about Kong Ju, her tone turned gloomy, as if she had lingering fear. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and looked straight at her daughter. Mother, what's wrong? When Feng Kim Hong asked worriedly, Fairy Bai Qing breathed in deeply, her beautiful eyes shining with joy. Huang Er, your fortuitous encounter is here. It seems you really entered the dream realm. The Kong Ju you are talking about is likely old immortal Kong Ju. In history, he is one of the three old ones along with old eccentric Tian Nan and long-hair ancestor. The so-called three old ones are the only three refinement path great grandmasters in history. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I heard Kong Ju's name. Feng Kim Hong came to a realization, but soon, her beautiful face showed doubt. But why did I meet old immortal Kong Ju? And why did he capture me? Why is it that after I woke up, I felt like I had many refinement path methods? I have a deeper understanding of some goo worms. When I see a goo worm, I can immediately think of the goo recipe of that goo worm, the refinement materials, the cost, and so on. Fortune. Fortune. Fairy Bai Qing raised her head and sighed, tears of joy flowed down her face. Mother, what kind of place is this dream realm, why is it so mystical? Feng Qimhong asked. Fairy Bai Qing let out a breath of turbid air, she calmed her emotions and said gently, regarding the dream realm, Mother, I do not know much. However, the earliest records of dream realms are in Chapter 3, Section 16, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Ice Soul, walked into the depths of Black Heaven and obtained fire goo. In Black Heaven, he was chased by many living beings, he had no choice but to throw fire goo behind him to defend against the enemies. The fire goo ignited many of the walking meat trees and spread, igniting the bodies of many wild beasts. For a moment, creatures howled miserably, and flames soared into the sky. So much food, so much food. The fire goo shouted excitedly, its voice was no longer as weak as before, it was now majestic and sonorous, even containing a trace of brutality and madness. Dark North Ice Soul was stunned. Fire, oh fire, how did you suddenly become so huge? As I said, I'm not a picky eater. Almost everything is my food. Fire can attract fire, one spark can start a prairie fire. The fire goo proudly said. Suddenly, the flames rose like a wall, and fiercely approached the Northern Dark Ice Soul. Dark North Ice Soul quickly took a step back. The fire goo laughed loudly, oh human, don't be afraid. You saved me, you are my benefactor, you are my friend. They are afraid of me, but they need to rely on me to deal with those dream realms, so they imprisoned me and starved me. Only you can help me, you are my true friend, if you have any difficulties in the future, just leave it to me. Dark North Ice Soul's heart was at ease, he said joyfully, that's great, friend. Friend. The fire goo laughed loudly, it suddenly turned into human form and opened its arms, wanting to give Dark North Ice Soul a hug. Dark North Ice Soul took a huge step back in fright, oh fire, excessive enthusiasm is the fire of self-destruction, we should maintain our distance. The fire goo stopped helplessly, it circled around Dark North Ice Soul and said, oh human, you are so weak, it's not fun. Dark North Ice Soul was surrounded by flames, he quickly waved his hand, don't get close, don't get close. It's so hot, it's too hot, quickly make a path for me to leave. The flames had no choice but to make a path, Dark North Ice Soul kept retreating, after running for hundreds of steps, he looked at the surging sea of fire and let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a wild beast suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him and swallowed the Northern Dark Ice Soul into its stomach. It's a dream realm. So many dream realms, they are catching up. Many living beings screamed and escaped. Release my friend. The fire goo shouted angrily, pouncing towards the dream realm beast group. The dream realm beast group shrunk under the illumination of the fire, they were like candles that were rapidly burning. They growled and scattered in all directions. The fire goo continued to eat the things along the way, trying to spread towards the dream realm that swallowed Dark North Ice Soul. The dream realm escaped, but the fire goo chased after it relentlessly. The escaping dream realm became larger and stronger, its speed became faster and faster, gradually pulling apart the distance between it and the fire goo. It turned out that dream realms absorbed the emotions of their prey to strengthen themselves. Dark North Ice Soul, who was swallowed by the dream realm, had a strong desire to survive, he also wanted to save his father Renzu at all times. At the same time, he was filled with anxiety, he was worried that he would not make it in time. He was also filled with guilt and regret, because desolate Guyua died because of the meaning he gave to his life. It could be said that Dark North Ice Soul was the dream realm's best prey. The dream realm that swallowed him grew rapidly, the fire goo roared in anger, but it was getting further and further away from the dream realm. Dark North Ice Soul fell deep into the dream realm, he fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, he saw Guyua Desolatine reviving and saying to him with a smile, good brother, big sister forgives you, big sister knows you did not do it on purpose. He saw himself coming to the door of life and death, saving his father Renzu. Renzu praised him, as expected of my good son, if not for you, I would not have survived. Dark North Ice Soul's face showed a blissful smile. Many days passed just like that. The sea of fire burned furiously, it spread to a large area of black heaven, finally blocking the dream realm. Under the burning of the fire, the dream realm melted into nothingness. Dark North Eye's soul fell to the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly realized that everything in his dream was fake, there was no happiness, what welcomed him was the burning fire goo. But his face was covered in tears, he felt cold and bone-chilling. He cried loudly, questioning Fire Goo, why did you wake me up? I still want to dream, I still want to be eaten by the dream realm. Fire Goo reminded helplessly, oh human, you need to know that dreams are often the opposite of reality, they are fake. I don't want to hear it, I don't care. Dark North Eye's soul cried as he covered his ears, shaking his head. Fire Goo said anxiously, I am your friend, I don't want. Before it finished speaking, Dark North Eye's soul interrupted it, since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me. Sigh. Fire Goo heaved a long sigh, it fell into silence and opened up a path for Dark North Eye's soul. Dark North Eye's soul quickly ran out, he wanted to find another dream realm in the darkness and let it eat him again. Central Continent, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing the person in front of them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were tongue-tied, they were stunned on the spot. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was one of the 10 venerables in the history of Gu Masters. Legends about her had been passed down to this day. She was a rare female rank 9 Gu Immortal, she was the founder of Wisdom Path and also created Star Path. She was the second-generation immortal king of Celestial Court. Even after her death, she schemed against 3 demon venerables to ensure that Celestial Court did not fall. Right now, she was standing in front of Fang Yuan and He Lulan, looking down arrogantly as a grand rank 9 aura assaulted them. What in the world is going on? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? She is still alive? He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling an unparalleled pressure. Even though she was extremely confident and wanted to kill her father, Al Demon, her body was trembling at this moment, her will and body were facing a huge test. After all, the other party was at the peak of Gu Masters, a rank 9 Gu Immortal, she was the legendary Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who she had heard of since young. He Lulan's legs turned soft, while Star Lord Wanxiang was already kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The aura of rank 9 was genuine. Fang Yuan, however, gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with a fierce light. This feeling? This feeling. It is actually a corner of the dream realm? He could only scream in his mind, he could not make any sound. He could not move, under the envelopment of the 9 revolutions aura, he felt like a mosquito sealed in amber. At the moment of life and death, an intense sense of danger filled Fang Yuan's mind. I need to leave the dream realm quickly, otherwise, my rebirth plan will come to a halt. My plan for eternal life will stop here. True solid bat wings, detonate. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, at the crucial moment, he decisively sacrificed himself to save himself. The bat wings that he had painstakingly formed self-detonated under Fang Yuan's decision. Intense pain assaulted his mind, turning into a formless force that protected Fang Yuan's body. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped lightly, looking deeply at Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie, but he is quite interesting. She had just said that when in Fang Yuan's perception, the entire scene changed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was gone, the 8th star hall was also gone. In their place was a patch of clouds, a blue-robed Gu Immortal had his back facing Fang Yuan, looking at the bright moon in the sky. He muttered, Heaven has taken pity on me, I, 7-star child, have finally merged the 7 substar spaces, forming a unified starry sky grotto heaven. I have crossed another huge obstacle on my cultivation path, I am 1 step closer to rank 9 realm, 1 step closer. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. 7-star child did not seem to sense Fang Yuan's existence, his back was facing Fang Yuan the entire time, he did not show any signs of turning around. He continued to laugh, his laughter was filled with joy, even Fang Yuan was affected, he became joyful. Fang Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart, but his body felt like it was in a world of ice and snow, he felt a chill. Oh no! There is actually a dream within a dream. I just left Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, now I am in 7-star child's dream. Oh no! A person's dream realm is filled with that person's feelings and emotions. Right now, Seven-star child's laughter is making me feel happy. This is a sign that the feelings in the dream are affecting me more and more. Inside seven-star child's dream realm, Fang Yuan felt terrible. He had his previous life's experience, he naturally knew the dangers of dream realms. If he was not careful, a Gu immortal grade expert could get lost in a dream realm and die. Right now, Fang Yuan had not fallen too deeply into the dream realm. The best way to leave was to use intense pain to stimulate himself. But he was an immortal zombie, he had no sense of pain. If not for the fact that he retained his sense of pain when transplanting the true solid bat wings, he might have fallen completely into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The encounter just now was simply thrilling to the extreme. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. He immediately realized that this was a dream realm and wanted to leave before falling in. Thankfully, he had the true solid bat wings. The intense pain from the self-detonation surpassed the power of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream. Fang Yuan was pushed out of the rank 9 Immortal Venerable dream. But Fang Yuan had just escaped the tiger's den when he fell into the wolf's lair. Seven-star child was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was not famous but had outstanding strength. Be it the previous life's Fang Yuan or the current life's Fang Yuan, he was far superior to them. Fang Yuan no longer had any pain to rely on, and for a moment, he felt a sense of helplessness, like he was waiting for death. No, there must be a way, there must be a way. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry, he clenched his fists nervously. Sensing his clenched fists, Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with bright light. He was overjoyed. There is a chance. Even though seven-star child is rank 8, he is still far from star constellation Immortal Venerable. In star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, I cannot move at all. But in seven-star child's dream, I have not completely lost my ability to move. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised his arm with difficulty. It was like a mountain was pressing down on his hand. The simple movement of raising his arm became extremely difficult now. Rise for me. Rise for me. Fang Yuan's eyes were about to split open. He stared at the arm and exerted all his strength. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally raised his arm to the right angle. Then, with great difficulty, he extended his 5 fingers and gathered a cluster of starlight in the center of his palm. Inside the starlight, there were countless tiny ice drills. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. The azure starlight illuminated the surroundings with a frosty blue. Seeing this ball of starlight, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of happiness and satisfaction. Not good, I've been evoked with the same kind of happiness. The more I'm affected by the dream, the more I'll lose my ability to move. Fang Yuan reacted and quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart. Sure enough, as he had guessed, his mobility had been greatly reduced. Originally, he could still raise his arms, but now, he could only move his fingers. The cluster of starlight that he had painstakingly condensed in his hand was his last hope. The hidden dreamscape cannot be attacked by ordinary means. But this horn dream realm is different. It has already manifested, while interfering with external objects. It will also be interfered with and destroyed by external objects. Although this horn dream realm contained the dreams of star constellation Immortal Venerable and seven-star child, it was extremely valuable and it would be a pity to destroy it. Fang Yuan would lose his life if he did not do this. He had no choice but to make this choice. Fang Yuan exerted all his strength, his 5 fingers shook as the icy drill stardust in the center of his palm slowly flew out. Carrying Fang Yuan's hope, the icy drill stardust slowly hit seven-star child's back. Ha ha ha, I succeeded, I fused the 7 stars into one. Ha 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 ha, ugh. Seven-star child's laughter came to an abrupt end. He turned around abruptly, but his body had already shattered like a mirror. Fang Yuan only saw his handsome side profile, but his entire image completely collapsed. A good chance. Fang Yuan's body suddenly became light. It was as if the invisible mountain pressing down on him had suddenly shifted away. Fang Yuan regained his mobility and immediately retreated. If he did not retreat now, when the dream realm recovered, it would be too late. But seven-star child's dream was much more fragile than what Fang Yuan expected. Not only did seven-star child's figure shatter, even the surrounding clouds and the full moon in the sky quickly disintegrated. In a few blinks of an eye, this seven-star child's dream realm completely vanished. How can this be? My icy drill stardust is not strong, it can only temporarily shatter 7-star child's figure at most, it should recover quickly. Wait, this situation, could it be? Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, he thought of a possibility. As if responding to his thoughts, a sharp roar suddenly erupted from the 8th-star hall, the sound waves created a disturbance. Who is it? Who is disturbing my slumber? In the depths of the gloomy 8th star, on a high throne, 2 bright blue eyes suddenly shone. Then, an immortal zombie with the physique of a normal person suddenly stood up and stepped out, his angry eyes swept around, then stared at Star Lord Wanxiang, He Lulan, and Fang Yuan. At that moment, Fang Yuan's heart was greatly alarmed, he mustered all his strength and continuously kicked backwards, he did not even have time to turn around, he directly rushed out of the star hall. So 7-star child did not die, but turned into an immortal zombie. No wonder the heavenly spirit did not appear. Hey Lulan, I can only help you this much. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, before leaving, he shot another icy drill stardust towards He Lulan. Reptile, you are courting death. 7-star child immortal zombie first arrived beside Star Lord Wanxiang. He raised his foot and ruthlessly stomped on Star Lord Wanxiang's back. Boom, with a huge sound, a hole was directly kicked out of the 8th-star hall, Star Lord Wanxiang's entire chest was almost stomped into nothingness. His battered body was like a shooting star as it was kicked away and smashed into the forest. 7-star child immortal zombie took large strides and walked towards He Lulan. But He Lulan had already been attacked by the icy drill stardust, under the dual stimulation of intense pain and cold, she narrowly escaped from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. 7-star child immortal zombie laughed sinisterly, when he was 50 to 60 steps away from He Lulan, he stretched out his left hand and pushed. He Lulan had not reacted yet, she subconsciously retreated while raising her arms to block. At the next moment, a huge starlight pillar shot out from 7-star child immortal zombie's hand silently. Immortal killer move, Star Billow Pillar. He Lulan's defense was easily destroyed by the starlight pillar in a few blinks of an eye. Fortunately, He Lulan obtained a crucial moment to catch her breath, she quickly changed directions. Star Billow Pillar was a straight-line attack, He Lulan narrowly escaped death, she immediately retreated after escaping from the light pillar. 7-star child immortal zombie hesitated for a moment before twisting his left hand and adjusting the direction of the light pillar. He Lulan dodged left and right, brushing past the Star Billow Pillar several times. Even if she was hit by the light pillar, it would not last more than 3 breaths of time. After dozens of breaths of time, the starlight pillar in 7-star child's hand dissipated, He Lulan successfully escaped from the 8th-star hall, she was already rapidly descending towards the forest below. When He Lulan arrived at Fang Yuan's side, she could not believe that she had actually successfully escaped and kept her life. She did not have a strong defensive method, even with her strength path extreme immortal recovery ability, she did not dare to be hit by the light pillar for 4 breaths of time. Her earlier retreat was like dancing on the zither of death, if there was any accident, she would die after 4 breaths of time. Fang Yuan grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the depths of the forest, let's go. 7-star child immortal zombie has been in the dream realm for too long, he is in an abnormal state, there are few thoughts in his mind, his thinking has become rigid, he no longer has the ability to think normally. He Lulan was dragged by Fang Yuan, their figures were concealed as they stealthily moved around trees one after another, running madly in the dense forest. She was still confused, she kept asking, dream realm. The star constellation Immortal Venerable I saw earlier was also a dream realm? What is a dream realm? Suddenly, He Lulan's words froze, she saw the traces of icy drill stardust on her body and shouted in anger, Fang Yuan. You actually attacked me? Shut up. I was saving you, without my icy drill stardust, how could you escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm? If you did not react in time, you would have already been killed by 7-star child immortal zombie's immortal killer move. Fang Yuan did not even turn his head as he replied in a vicious tone. He Lulan was stunned, but soon accepted Fang Yuan's explanation. Ambitious people were always suspicious, He Lulan did not believe Fang Yuan, but she believed in the Snowy Mountain alliance she established with Fang Yuan. The alliance stipulated that allies were not allowed to harm each other or attack each other. When one side was in danger, the allies had to do their best to save them. If Fang Yuan's icy drill stardust was an attack meant to harm He Lulan, he would have died long ago. Now that she saw him running so fast that her arm was hurting, He Lulan understood and struggled to break free from Fang Yuan's arm. I can walk by myself. After pausing for a moment, He Lulan followed closely behind Fang Yuan and continued, I will remember your kindness of saving my life. I will compensate you when we return. You will definitely be satisfied. But what is that dream realm? I am a great strength path extreme immortal. How could I fall into it without any resistance? Dream realm, is it that dream realm in? Is it related to great dream immortal venerable? Also, why are you in such a hurry? We have fixed immortal travel. Shut up. Fang Yuan scolded, but continued to move quickly. He had already lost his true solid bat wings, his speed had decreased greatly. Insects that invade my territory, you deserve to die. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie's furious voice resounded from the sky. Fang Yuan and He Lulan raised their heads as they ran, only to see that 7-star child immortal zombie had already flown out of the 8th-star hall. His attention was attracted by the rolling rock battlefield in the sky. It could not be helped, the rolling rock battlefield was too huge in the sky. It was like a giant tumor in starry sky grotto heaven. It attracted too much hatred. 7-star child immortal zombie thought for a moment before stretching out his left hand and shooting out a giant star billow pillar. The immortal level star path killer move landed on the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling stone battlefield shook violently a few times, but it was not damaged. 7-star child immortal zombie was stunned that his attack could not destroy this malignant tumor. He opened his mouth and let out an even more furious roar. He stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the rolling rock battlefield. Along with his movement, a vast and majestic starlight giant hand immediately condensed and slammed into the rolling stone battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. Under the attack of 2 immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield started to crack. From the huge cracks, the scene inside the battlefield could be seen. But it had not collapsed yet. Fang Yuan saw this and quickly retracted his gaze. He continued to run. He Lulan let out a breath of air. She let go of most of her worries. Alright, 7-star child immortal zombie is competing with Shirley. This is for the best. Fang Yuan, why are you running? To save someone. Fang Yuan's reply was simple and concise. He Lulan was even more curious. Save who? At this time, Fang Yuan happened to turn around the cliff. He stepped on a cliff and pointed far away. It's him. He Lulan took a look and saw a Gu immortal lying on a pile of broken trees and rocks. It's that star path Gu immortal. The two came to Star Lord Xianxia's side. The latter's chest had a huge hole. Not only did it go through the front and back, his entire chest was gone. There was only a bit of flesh connecting the two sides. Such a heavy injury made He Lulan take in a deep breath of cold air. This is the power of 7-star child immortal zombie's stomp. Fang Yuan squatted down. His 8 arms moved around Star Lord Xiang's corpse one after another. After a while, Fang Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, even though his injuries are terrifying, as long as he is willing to spend some money, he can recover. But his soul has already been sucked into the dream realm. Unless we break Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, this Gu immortal's soul will get lost in the dream realm, or turn into another dream realm. He Lulan was standing at the side, also using investigative Gu to search. She said with lingering fear, he can't be saved, his whole soul is mysteriously missing. Is it because of that dream realm? If I hadn't been saved by you, would I have ended up like him? What a pity. Fang Yuan murmured, his hands not stopping moving. If he's still alive, we can not only get important information from him, but we can also get it from him. Furthermore, we can use your slavery immortal Gu to make him one of us and work for us. He can even plot against Shirley. Who knows, we might be able to kill Shirley without taking any risks. We can get rid of ourselves and obtain the greatest benefits. Hey, are you listening to me or not? He Lulan stomped her feet angrily. If you are so free, why don't you help me seal the immortal aperture in his body? Fang Yuan's words immediately attracted He Lulan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. He Lulan quickly bent down and probed with her divine sense, but her divine sense could only move around the immortal aperture's periphery, it could not enter. He died, leaving behind his obsession. Right now, the blessed land has a land spirit. Fang Yuan's 8 arms did not stop moving. continuously planting all kinds of goo worms on Star-Lord Wanxiang's corpse. Star-Lord Wanxiang's injuries were healing rapidly. What can I do to help? He Lulan was once again shocked by Fang Yuan's endless and dazzling methods. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. Sealing the blessed land is very troublesome. Fortunately, the land spirit has just formed. I did not expect to encounter such a situation. I do not have enough goo worms now. You need to monitor the situation above, and also communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies to buy these goo worms. Remember, not a single one is missing. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I understand. He Lulan received the detailed list and had a solemn expression. She stood beside Fang Yuan, acting as his guard, while urgently communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies inside her immortal aperture. Not only this, she also used the moving perspective cup goo that Fang Yuan gave her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. Bam bam bam, in the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie was still attacking non-stop. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost anything. The rolling rock battlefield could not bear the burden. It was finally broken through. The battlefield collapsed. The zombie dragon was like a dead snake. It was heavily injured as it fell from the sky weakly. Shirley, who had caused such a result, was not in a good state. He was covered in injuries, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder blade to his waist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Shirley breathed roughly. His face was pale. There was still some gray-white corpse fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the heavier his injuries, the more battle intent he had. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this goo immortal expert from Combat Immortal sect laughed loudly. He did not show any fear or panic, instead his battle intent burned even brighter. Intruder, die. 7-star child immortal zombie's voice shook the sky. He pointed at Shirley expressionlessly. Immortal killer move, star finger. At the same time, Shirley smiled malevolently, his palm slamming down. Immortal killer move, earth-shattering heaven. These two killer moves were both extremely powerful offensive methods that had a short time to prepare. 7-star child immortal zombie's index finger suddenly burst out with starlight. It tore through the sky at lightning speed, piercing Shirley's chest. The huge rock also pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie's body. With a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie was smashed to the ground. He was buried under a small mountain. Blood spurted out of Shirley's chest. His body swayed violently a few times, and he almost fell down, but in the end, he still floated in the air. Shirley's heart shook. That attack just now was extremely fast. If he had not dodged at the crucial moment, his heart would have exploded. His wound was filled with countless star path Dao marks, and near his heart, blood was spurting out continuously. Ordinary mortal goo were useless, even mortal healing killer moves were useless. But Shirley still had healing immortal goo with him. Under the healing of immortal goo, Shirley's injuries were quickly healed. His blood turned from spurting to flowing slowly. He had just treated his injuries when the rock that was suppressing 7-star child immortal zombie collapsed. A giant starlight hand flew up, crushing the rock and sending the fragments flying. Roar, 7-star child immortal zombie roared. His body was covered in a bright starry robe. With a loud sound, he flew away, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. The huge force caused the ground under the immortal zombie's feet to crack, forming a circular crater. Shirley's pupils shrunk. He was shocked by 7-star child's sudden burst of speed. Shirley had just activated his defensive immortal goo, when with a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie crashed into him. The immortal goo's defense almost collapsed. Shirley spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision was spinning as he was sent flying. Oh no, this is an immortal movement killer move. Shirley heard the sound of the wind. He opened his eyes with difficulty. Whoosh, suddenly, he heard a sound. Shirley turned around with difficulty. He saw that 7-star child immortal zombie was wearing a starlight robe, piercing through the clouds, appearing beside him again. 7-star child immortal zombie flew up with Shirley. At that instant, the immortal zombie stretched out his left hand and grabbed Shirley's head. Immortal killer move, star billow pillar. Boom, a huge pillar of light pierced through the clouds, directly piercing through a mountain peak, causing a huge area to collapse. Dust was everywhere. A figure fell down from the sky like a broken sack. It was Shirley. He had been hit by the star billow pillar for 15 breaths of time, but did not die. He still had battle strength left. However, his entire head was charred black, and his originally three-dimensional facial features were blurry, like candles that had melted together. Roar! Shirley opened his eyes, his golden pupils shone with an unprecedented ferocious light. He was filled with anger. He finally used his greatest trump card. Earth Path, Transformation Path, Dual Immortal Killer Move, Wang Lei Shan Immortal Monkey Transformation, 7-star Child Immortal Zombie charged forward, but was pushed back by the sudden burst of golden light. After the sky-piercing golden radiance dissipated, a giant ape with a height of 15 feet was revealed. The ape was covered in golden fur, like it was wearing golden armor. The muscles on its body were bulging like rocks. Its huge golden pupils were emotionless, emitting a majestic aura, indifferently reflecting 7-star Child Immortal Zombie's figure. It had a pair of giant hands, with red fingernails that were sharp like swords. When extended, they looked like two sinister claws. The corners of its mouth opened, fangs grew. In an instant, the sharp fangs were exposed. It was as if a demon god had descended to the mortal world. On one side was the giant immortal monkey king, on the other side was the awakened immortal zombie wearing a star robe. The two confronted each other, but did not make a move. Hei Lulan's mind was shaken. She knew that if the two did not make a move, the battle would definitely be earth-shattering. She could not help but urge Fang Yuan, quickly, the situation is getting more troublesome. All right. But without immortal goo, I can only last for 7 minutes. Once the time is up, the immortal aperture needs to take root. Fang Yuan was so busy that his head was dizzy, his 8 arms slowly stopped their dazzling movements. He let out a breath of turbid air, looking at the sky. The majestic immortal monkey king and a starry 7-star child immortal zombie entered his sight. Immortal Monkey King's golden pupils moved, using the corner of his eyes to look at where Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were. Fang Yuan's disguise method did not deceive Shirley in his current state. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he found out. Quickly store the corpse. Hei Lulan had a solemn expression. She quickly grabbed one of Star Lord Wanxiang's legs and threw him into her immortal aperture. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie suddenly roared towards the sky. The sound of his flute spread throughout the world. Pillars of starlight shot down from the sky. Desolate beasts walked out of the starlight pillars: diamond bear, flying sword rat, star desolate hound, golden pangolin. After 7-star child immortal zombie thought about it, he finally started to display the advantage of the grotto heaven. He moved the desolate beasts from the 7 spaces in, preparing to gang up on them. Seeing this, Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel without saying a word. Immortal Monkey King's expression changed. Hei Lulan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After a few breaths of time, the two disappeared on the spot. Fixed immortal travel, immortal zombie. Fang Yuan. 3 words appeared in Immortal Monkey King's mind. 7-star child immortal zombie charged forward again. No matter how brave Shirley was, he would not be foolish enough to continue fighting. He flew down and ran towards the walking meat tree, stuffing the 2 sections into his immortal aperture. Swoosh! A starlight tore through the sky, piercing through Immortal Monkey King's huge body. It was 7-star child's immortal killer move, 1-star finger. Shirley was hit by this move, but his body only shook slightly before he charged towards the flying heavenly boar's corpse again. He already had the intention to retreat. He wanted to make one last profit before leaving. He endured 7-star child immortal zombie's barrage of attacks, running towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse and grabbing it, but he grabbed nothing. What? Shirley was shocked, looking at the crushed mortal goo in his hands. He was stunned for a moment before bursting into rage. It was definitely Fang Yuan's doing. Boom! Immortal Monkey King Shirley was hit by the star billow pillar. With a loud sound, he fell heavily on the ground, falling face first. 23WX, he roared angrily, spitting out the mud in his mouth. He quickly got up. Shirley did not care about the 7-star child immortal zombie in the sky. Thinking of the nearest star demon bat corpse, he rushed towards the location in his memory. As he ran, he knocked down trees and flattened them. In the distance, he saw the corpse of the star devil bat. It was still there, and he couldn't help but rejoice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just at this time, 3 golden lights flew in the sky. The golden lights were extremely fast and agile. they were 3 flying sword rats. Shirley snorted coldly, not willing to fight. He raised his arms to protect his face. Clang 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 clang, the flying sword rats' fingernails were as long as swords. They clawed fiercely at Immortal Monkey King's huge body, but there was no blood. Instead they were blocked by the seemingly soft golden monkey fur. Metal clashing sounds could be heard. Shirley's transformed form had outstanding defense in the first place. The 3 flying sword rats did not let Shirley go. They were small and nimble. They followed closely, clawing and slashing at Immortal Monkey King's body. Clumps of monkey fur fell from Shirley's body. Wherever Shirley went, monkey fur would fall. Damn it! Shirley cursed. He moved his monkey tail, creating a golden whip image behind him. The flying sword rats were hit by the monkey tail. After flying out, they would fly back and harass Shirley. Just as they were about to reach the star demon bat corpse, a diamond bear ran over. Get lost! Shirley was furious. He clenched his fists. He swung his arm, his fist sweeping horizontally. The huge brute force actually swept the heavy diamond bear away. The diamond bear flew a short distance in the air. It smashed halfway up the mountain, growling, its body trembling. Even though cracks could be seen on its diamond-like body, it stood up as if nothing had happened. Desolate beasts mostly had strong life force, thick skin and thick flesh. Shirley did not want to waste time with the diamond bear. He only wanted to get his spoils of war back. He endured the harassment of the flying sword rats. Finally, he reached the star demon bat corpse, grabbing with his hand. The star demon bat corpse shattered. He grabbed nothing. Shirley quickly reacted. He cursed angrily, Motherf asterisk cur, what kind of trick is this? The simulation was so realistic. Flying bear, right, there are other flying bears nearby. He was hoping for a fluke. The golden-furred monkey turned around. Continue to charge. Along the way, he encountered many desolate beasts that tried to stop him. He used his brute strength to force a path out. During this period, 7-star child immortal zombie in the sky continued to attack, bombarding the golden-fur giant monkey. Even with his outstanding defense in the Immortal Monkey King form, his flesh was torn apart by the explosions. Shirley finally arrived near the flying bear's corpse. 5 flying bears were circling the flying bear's corpse, some of them wailing. Some licked the blood on the ground. There was also one that used its head to nudge the flying bear's corpse, causing the image to fluctuate. When Shirley saw this, he no longer had the slightest bit of hope. His hope was completely destroyed, and immediately after, his anger soared to the sky. Looks like these desolate beasts that I killed were all stolen by that cunning and treacherous little thief, Fang Yuan. These are my things, my spoils of war. You actually dare to steal my Immortal Monkey King's goods. How long has it been since something like this happened? Shirley's huge body immediately attracted the attention of the flying bears. Roar roar roar, the eyes of the 5 flying bears turned red. They pounced at the golden-fur giant monkey. Shirley did not have the mood to fight them. At this point, he already knew that he could not get any benefits. He immediately wanted to escape. Even though Star Lord Wanxiang was killed, Shirley also lost the method to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But he knew the location of the Grotto Heaven crack. As long as he found that location and used brute force, he would be able to create an even bigger hole and connect to the outside world of Central Continent. Shirley immediately changed his direction, but saw that 5 flying bears were charging at him from the front, and 3 scarlet flame immortal steeds were approaching from the left. On the right, a huge ghost-faced tortoise floated, and behind it was the 7-star desolate hound. In just a short while, he was already surrounded by the desolate beasts. Shirley wanted to charge into the sky, but when he looked up, he saw the Iron Crown Eagle, 9 Palace Crane, and Chi Ground Lion, these 3 desolate beasts circling above his head. Other than that, there was also 7-star child immortal zombie waiting to attack. Forget about the 3 desolate beasts, the crucial thing is this immortal zombie. The golden-fur giant monkey's huge golden eyes flashed with a hint of wariness. He lowered his head and looked around, deciding to break through to the right. On his right, there was a ghost-faced tortoise. It was the size of 3 mountains, floating in the air leisurely. Its body was the largest, and also had difficulty turning. If 7-star child immortal zombie continued to bombard him, Shirley could instead use the ghost-faced tortoise's body as a cover. Shirley made up his mind. He immediately strode forward. charging towards the ghost-faced tortoise. The golden fur giant monkey that he had transformed into was 1.5 times the size of Feng Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie. But in front of the ghost-faced tortoise, it was like a marble in front of a wolf. The ghost-faced tortoise whimpered, countless spirit beasts came out from the holes on the tortoise's back. The dark blue spirit beasts formed an army of spirit beasts, densely packed, filling the sky as they charged towards the golden fur giant monkey like a tidal wave. Shirley charged forward, his fists flying everywhere, sweeping away all the spirit beasts that blocked his way. The golden fur's defense was extremely strong, the spirit beasts looked ferocious, but they were all massacred. Shirley used the spirit beast army to avoid the pursuit of the desolate beasts. Only the 3 flying sword rats kept harassing Shirley, causing countless small wounds. This immortal zombie seems to have a problem with his brain. He clearly has strength, but he is affecting each other, unable to use it. If it was me, I would have attacked long ago. Why would I care about the life and death of the spirit beasts? Shirley had rich battle experience. After bypassing the ghost-faced tortoise, he had an idea and purposely slowed down. Under the encirclement of the spirit beast army, he continued to move forward. The other desolate beasts could only watch from afar. Even 7-star child immortal zombie was in a daze, as if he did not want to harm the spirit beast army. Finally, Shirley came to the grotto Heaven's Gap. He let out a breath of turbid air. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly grunted. Blood splattered from his back. These 3 damned rats. Shirley growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fists. He sent the flying sword rats flying one by one. Initially, the flying sword rats could not cause much damage, but as time passed, the small injuries became huge. The wounds on his back were already filled with metal path-down marks. The flying sword rats crashed to the ground, but soon flew towards Shirley. While chirping, Shirley's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He used an immortal killer move, Mudworm. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the mudworm. It was like they were stuck in a swamp. They could not free themselves. Shirley used Earthroot again. Countless earth spikes suddenly shot out from the thick mud mound and swarmed out. They stabbed towards the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced by 100 earth spikes. They died on the spot. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. The spirit beast army was lured away. The desolate beasts charged forward without fear of death. It's too late, fool. Shirley breathed in deeply. The sticky mud worm on his body moved, quickly leaving his body and covering the grotto Heaven's Gap. Shirley placed his hands on the mud worm. He mobilized a large amount of immortal essence. He injected it. Immortal killer move, earth disintegration. The mud centipede instantly exploded and flowed horizontally. The original crack of the heavenly abode. The grotto Heaven's Gap was destroyed by this attack. Shirley could see the sky on the other side through the hole. He laughed heartily. He took a large step and forced his way out. Because it was a forceful breakthrough, he did not have Star Lord Xianxia's methods. Thus, in the process of passing through, an immense pressure pressed down on Shirley's body from all directions. Fortunately, Shirley had transformed into a golden fur giant monkey. His defense was dozens of times stronger. He resisted the pressure and passed through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially his back that was injured by the flying sword rats. It was badly mutilated. Large amounts of blood were being squeezed out. Shirley gasped in pain. He screamed in his mind, "Who dares to block my path? I am out. Damned immortal zombie, I will beat you up sooner or later. And Feng Yuan, you thief, stole my prey. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie, you don't know your limits, you dare to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly. I will let you know the terrible consequences of offending me." Thoughts flashed in Shirley's mind. At this time, he heard the roars of flying bears. Shirley quickly looked around, only to see 5 flying bears pouncing towards him from 5 different directions. What's going on? He raised his head, only to see that there were still 6 round stars in the sky. Why am I still here? Shirley's shock was no small matter. He was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him and sneered, "Little monkey, do you think my 7-star space is so simple? But I still need to thank you. If you did not wake me up, I would have died in the dream realm." As a token of my gratitude, I will bury your corpse under my most beloved mountain peak. At this time, Seven-Star Child regained his rationality, he could think normally. This is bad. Shirley's heart sank. The 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden fur giant monkey. Get lost. Shirley was about to explode, but starlight flickered around him, his body sank and his movements became extremely slow. Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was extremely good. It was even more effective than the immortal offensive killer move earlier. At once, bear paws flew and attacked from all directions. Shirley blocked left and right, he could not protect himself. When he finally broke free from the restraints and rolled away from the 5 bears, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen and covered in bruises. Although he didn't break any bones, he was in excruciating pain all over his body. Seven-Star Child regained his rationality, the danger level increased by several times. I have no choice, I can only seek help from the sect. Humph, to think that I, the Grand Immortal Monkey King, would need to ask for help at this moment. Where would I put my old face? Fang Yuan, this is all your fault, after I am saved, I will teach you a lesson. Shirley screamed in his heart, he was about to vomit blood from anger. Fang Yuan not only stole his battle spoils, causing him to suffer a huge loss, he even kidnapped Star Lord Xianxia, causing Shirley to be trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Woof woof woof, 2-star desolate hounds flew over, while the ghost-faced giant tortoise silently floated in front of them. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie, if you have the guts, let's fight for another 300 rounds. Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie smiled proudly, sure, come up. The golden fur giant monkey roared angrily, bursting out with dazzling golden light, forcing Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie to squint his eyes. When the golden light faded, Shirley returned to his human form, charging into the forest and running rapidly. But, he escaped, Immortal Monkey King Shirley, who was famous for his arrogance and bravery in Central Continent, actually chose to escape. If this scene was shown to the public, it would definitely shock many Central Continent Goo Immortals. Seven-Star Child Immortal Zombie was dazed for a while before reacting, shouting furiously, you actually dared to trick me? I thought you were an unyielding hero who would fight to the death without retreating. Escape, go ahead and escape, I want to see where you can escape to in my grotto heaven. This is the place. Fang Yuan looked around, nodding in satisfaction. Where is this? Hei Lulan came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The two used fixed immortal travel to retreat from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and came here. Hei Lulan looked around, she found that this was an underground cave, or the hollow interior of a mountain. There was little light, it was dark, there were jagged rocks, it was very humid, but the space was quite vast. This is Earth Abyss. Fang Yuan said plainly. Earth Abyss? Hei Lulan looked at Fang Yuan in surprise. She was not unfamiliar with Central Continent, she knew that this Earth Abyss was located in the extreme west of Central Continent, it was a huge underground world. Earth Abyss was divided into dozens of layers, each layer had an area of hundreds of millions of km2. The space was huge, it was deep underground, there were all sorts of caves and tunnels, some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. In Earth Abyss, there were countless life forms, it was full of vitality, its unique ecology was different from the surface. This is a good place indeed, the earth chi in Earth Abyss is dense, it will shorten the time needed for the blessed land to be placed. Hei Lulan nodded, changing the topic, however, above this Earth Abyss is the headquarters of Ancient Soul Sect. Ancient Soul Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects, they are like a giant beast, they have dominated the extreme west for thousands of years. They have occupied Earth Abyss and treated it as a forbidden area. If you want to place a blessed land here, it will be like planting flowers in someone's garden, are you not afraid of being discovered? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, don't worry, Earth Abyss is extremely deep. Ancient Soul Sect spent thousands of years but only managed to explore the 18th layer, reaching the 27th layer. From the 28th layer to the 36th layer, only Ancient Soul Sect Goo Immortals enter occasionally. As long as we planted below the 40th layer, no matter how big the commotion is, we will not be afraid of being discovered. 40th layer? Why do I remember that ancient soul sect only explored the 36th layer? He Lulan had a surprised expression. Fang Yuan chuckled. That is because they are useless, Earth Abyss is deep and eerie. It was beyond the imagination of the world. More than 36 levels? At this point, he couldn't help but think of his previous life. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan was rank 5, he created an endless beast tide from Earth Abyss. Counterattack the ground and bring chaos to Xianxia state. The ancient soul sect bore the brunt of the attack and suffered heavy losses. After the beast tide rushed out of the abyss, they kept driving away the beasts on the surface of Xianxia state. Gradually, it led to an unprecedented scale of terrifying beast tide that spread throughout the entire Xianxia state. In those years, the people of Xianxia state were plunged into misery and suffering. Countless small sects were like stones falling into a flood. After a few waves, they disappeared. The leaders of the 10 great ancient sects were busy fighting the beast tides everywhere. It took several years. After clearing the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent, they invited Gu masters of both righteous and demonic paths. Together, they entered the Earth Abyss. Because of this, Fang Yuan snuck into the Earth Abyss to kill wild beasts and obtain resources for his cultivation. Layer by layer, they went deeper and deeper. After reaching the 36th level, the Gu masters found a new tunnel. As they went deeper, it was an even larger underground world. There were countless beast groups, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and all sorts of danger zones. Even after Fang Yuan self-detonated, the exploration of Earth Abyss did not end. Just the 107 levels were discovered. The 36th level that ancient soul sect occupied was only a small portion that was closest to the surface. Fang Yuan naturally would not tell He Lulan about the details, he only said, "Just follow me." He Lulan saw that Fang Yuan was very confident, as if he was confident, she followed him deeper into Earth Abyss. The place they entered was only the 8th floor. Along the way, the two saw many ancient soul sect Gu masters. These Gu masters were mostly in groups, some were hunting wild beasts, some were collecting underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer people there were, but their cultivation level increased correspondingly. From a rank 2 Gu master to a rank 3 and then to a rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to sense Fang Yuan and He Lulan's traces? Even in the narrow paths, when they passed by some Gu masters, these mortals did not react at all. At the 30th level, there were no more mortal Gu masters. The surroundings were dark, their vision was greatly restricted. But thankfully, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were Gu immortals, they had all sorts of investigative Gu. At the 35th level, a rank 6 Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect was being chased by an ancient desolate beast and 4 other desolate beasts, he was in a sorry state. But this Gu immortal helped Fang Yuan and He Lulan got past the desolate beast camp and arrived at the 36th level. Next, Fang Yuan went to the crucial location according to his previous life's memories. After setting up the 6 Gu formations, Fang Yuan pointed at his feet, saying to He Lulan, "My offense is not strong enough, I need you to activate your immortal Gu and attack this muddy ground." He Lulan obeyed, she barely turned into a strength path phantom giant and punched the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and rocks flew, but they did not reach the periphery of the Gu formation. The sound was like thunder, but outside the Gu formation, there was no sound at all, it was quiet and peaceful. The muddy ground was not punched through, there was only a deep pit that was about 70 to 80 feet deep. "Continue, quickly," Fang Yuan urged, jumping down first. He Lulan breathed in deeply, jumping down as she punched. Like this, the huge pit became deeper and deeper, after a few thousand feet, a hole was formed. Thus, Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered the 37th level. He Lulan was sweating profusely, she raised her head and looked back, only to see that the hole above her was rapidly recovering with the help of the Gu formation. This is the 36th level, the weakest area. Even so, it is about 3,000 meters thick. Fang Yuan explained in a timely manner. "How did you find this place?" He Lulan was full of doubts. Fang Yuan chuckled. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie, he could only keep it a secret. He Lulan saw that he did not answer and snorted, but wisely did not continue asking. After entering the 37th level, the path was much more rugged and dangerous. After all, this was the original environment. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were outsiders who had entered for the first time. When the two finally reached the 40th level, the time limit of sealing Star Lord Wanxiang's immortal aperture was also up. Your estimation was quite accurate. He Lulan placed Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse on the ground. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Fang Yuan willed, hundreds of mortal goo flew out of Star Lord Wanxiang's body, like a group of locusts, they flew into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the final layer of suppression, Star Lord Wanxiang's body started to shine with starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter, the ground started to shake. Several breaths of time later, countless amounts of earth chi appeared, it was like a layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. The starlight stabilized, the piercing light was comparable to the sun at noon in summer. A formless suction force burst out. The surrounding earth chi was being absorbed continuously. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had already retreated far away, maintaining a distance from the starlight. What's going on? Earthquake, another earthquake. Leave quickly, the magnitude of this earthquake is very strong. If we don't leave now, we will be buried alive. The goo masters in Earth Abyss covered their heads and fled. They screamed in fear, trying to escape from Earth Abyss. They were not surprised. Earth Abyss structure was not stable, earthquakes or collapses occurred frequently. Precisely so, even though ancient soul sect controlled this place, they did not spend any effort to explore it. Large numbers of rocks fell from above, the most dangerous ones were those spear-tipped stalactites. As long as one was hit, even rank 3 defensive goo would not be able to block it. In fact, not only goo masters, the living beings living in Earth Abyss were also in dire straits, many were crushed to death or buried alive. In order to create the blessed land, Fang Yuan caused the death of at least 100,000 lives. About 15 minutes later, the starlight stopped absorbing earth chi, forming a square door. The door was completely made of starlight, it floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door, on it were the words, Star Form Blessed Land. He Lulan let out a breath of air, we finally succeeded, it seems our luck is quite good. Even though the commotion was huge, the wild beasts here did not attack. Let's go. Fang Yuan took the lead, pushing open the starlight door. He Lulan followed closely behind, the two finally entered Star Form Blessed Land. It seemed to be late at night, the sky was dark and filled with countless stars. Starlight shone brightly, shining on the blessed land's surface, it was not dark and gloomy. The entire Star Form Blessed Land was a huge basin. In the middle, there was an indented slope, and at the periphery of the blessed land, there was a continuous mountain range, forming a circle, like a wall. So many star fragment grass. Fang Yuan looked at the ground, there were actually star fragment grass growing everywhere. Star fragment grass was supposed to be planted in cloud soil, but the star fragment grass in front of him was planted on black soil, they were growing even better than Fang Yuan's patch in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan praised, this is the benefit of Star Form Blessed Land, planting related plants is not only easier, it also guarantees a high harvest. He Lulan's gaze was attracted by the spine-fin star dragon fish that were flying leisurely in the night sky. From what she could see, there were 3 spine-fin star dragon fish. These huge dragon fish were the size of normal whales, but they looked like carps. On their backs, there were bony spikes growing out of their bodies, extending towards the outside. Its scales were blue in color, its dead fish eyes were as large as carriages, shining with starlight. But under the sharp observation of Fang Yuan and He Lulan, they soon discovered some clear traces of battle. Not far away, a large patch of grassland was still burning, black smoke was rising. The 3 spine-fin star dragonfish had injuries on their bodies. At the end of their vision, those connected mountain ranges also had unnatural gaps, like cheese that was eaten by rats. It seems that this Gu Immortal had an intense battle. Fang Yuan said. That's right, if not for my main body being heavily injured by Song Zixing, both my body and soul would have suffered hidden injuries. How could my main body, the Grand Star Lord Wanxiang, die so easily in the 8th Star Hall? A boy suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Star Lord Wanxiang? It's him. Hearing the land spirit introduce himself, Fang Yuan's face flashed with realization. Land spirit, do you still remember me? Shortly after, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I am the one who bought star fragment grass and the killer move spring star rain from your main body. Star form child's gaze flashed. He sized up Fang Yuan again, his expression softening. So it is you. I have some impression of you. Land spirit, you alone cannot take care of the blessed land. Do you want to join one of us? Fang Yuan asked directly. He Lulan stood at the side, showing some nervousness as she stared at the floating star-form child. Star-form child nodded his head, showing a sorrowful expression as he said, I want to protect this foundation, I need to remember the help of others. But I have my conditions. Although star-form child originated from Star Lord Wanxian's obsession, he had already assimilated with this blessed land, he was the representative of the blessed land's will. Without the help of other Gu immortals, the blessed land would experience calamities and earthly tribulations, eventually perishing. All living beings had the instinct to survive, even the land spirit was no exception. Please speak. Fang Yuan quickly said. Starform child frowned, he pouted and said angrily, the reason my main body died in the 8th star hall was because of Song Zixing. He injured my main body, forcing me to expose my secret and cooperate with immortal monkey King Shirlei to explore the grotto heaven. If you want to become the owner of this blessed land, bring me Song Zixing's head. Song Zixing's head? He Lulan heard this condition. She smiled bitterly. Even though she was not a central continent person, she had heard of Song Zixing's name long ago. Song Zixing was a disciple of Myriad Dragon Doc, he obtained the Blood Sea True inheritance. He did not want to hand it over and chose to defect. To exterminate him, Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Gu immortals one after another. 5 rank 6s and 3 rank 7s, but Song Zixing killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. The Myriad Dragon Doc suffered a great loss. From then on, he no longer dared to casually attack Song Zixing. Song Zixing was currently at large and was a top expert of the Middle Continent's fiendish Dao. He had rank 7 cultivation level and blood path, he was extremely proficient in fighting. Everyone in Zhongzhou State acknowledged that Song Zixing's combat ability was similar to Shirlei's and slightly weaker than Feng Jiuge's. It was all because many years ago, Song Zixing met Feng Jiuge on the road. Feng Jiuge made 3 moves, and Song Zixing was no match for him, fleeing in defeat. Alright, I'll try my best. Fang Yuan's expression didn't change as he agreed. You guys have to hurry up and do your best. Starform Blessed Land's earthly calamity is about to arrive. If I can't hold on, the blessed land will be destroyed. Even if you meet the requirements, it's useless, Astrology Boy warned. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, if that's the case, I can help you resist the earthly calamity first. Astrology Boy immediately shook his head like a rattle drum, I will not let external Gu immortals stay in Starform Blessed Land for more than 7 minutes. The human heart is unfathomable, only my master can help me pass the tribulation. Not long later, I will use jewel yellow skies to spread this news and let more people deal with that damned Song Zixing. He Lulan's heart sank, but she was shrewd and maintained a calm expression. She deliberated over her words before saying, Land Spirit, you have to be careful. The human heart is unfathomable, greedy wolves might attack your blessed land. Astrology Boy smiled, don't worry, I am not an idiot, I won't tell them the location of this place. You can only enter Starform Blessed Land if you fulfill my conditions. You guys can leave, remember not to tell anyone else about the Blessed Land's location. The land spirit chased them away, Fang Yuan did not force them to stay, he took his leave and returned to Earth Abyss with He Lulan through the Blessed Land's entrance. They had just stepped out of Earth Abyss when the entrance behind them vanished completely. The Blessed Land was a small world, even though it was underground and absorbed Earth Qi, as long as the entrance was not opened, it was extremely well hidden. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were silent, after clearing all traces of their surroundings, they used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The surroundings were safe, the first thing the two had to do was to split the loot. This time, I entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven without any mishaps, my gains are huge. I am regretting it now, if I knew this, I would not have agreed to a 40-60 split. He Lulan sighed as she took out the loot from her immortal aperture. Why are there so many desolate beast corpses? This pig seems to be an ancient desolate beast. There is still a lion desolate beast that is not dead. At once, little Hu Immortal's attention was attracted. She looked at the desolate beasts on the ground in shock. Scarlet Divine Stallion, Flying Bear, Star Demon Bat, Chestnut Yak, a total of 7 desolate beast corpses. There was also a yellow jade lion that was on the verge of death, hanging on to its last breath. Other than that, there was also the astral wind flying heavenly boar, this ancient desolate beast corpse. There were also hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil dug out from the diamond bear's cave. And finally, there were close to 10 mysterious trees. These trees formed a forest. When they first entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had once trapped Feng Yuan and He Lulan. The two could not tell the origin of these trees, so they collected some into their immortal apertures. Later, a star desolate hound attacked and disrupted the two's collection. A desolate beast corpse could be sold for about 40 immortal yuan stones. And ancient desolate beasts were sold for even more, 10 times the price of desolate beasts, that was 400 immortal yuan stones. Hearing this, the price of ancient desolate beasts seemed to be unreasonably high. But the truth was, ancient desolate beasts were hard to kill. Not only did they have battle strength comparable to rank 7 Gu immortals, their bodies were covered in Dao marks. Ordinary mortal killer moves were useless against them. Even immortal killer moves would be difficult to deal with. Ordinary immortal killer moves used rank 6 immortal Gu as the core. Against ancient desolate beasts, it was like using a small dagger to stab an elephant. Although it was effective, it needed to accumulate injuries. Only immortal killer moves that were formed using rank 7 immortal Gu could be effective against ancient desolate beasts. This way, immortal killer moves that involved immortal killer moves would expend immortal essence. The cost of killing ancient desolate beasts would be high. They would often need to expend hundreds of green grape immortal essence beads, or dozens of red date immortal essence beads. As a result, the true net profit was often only about 100 immortal yuan stones. Although it was much higher than killing desolate beasts, there were still 2 factors to consider. First, the huge risk of fighting with ancient desolate beasts. Second, not every Gu immortal could deal with ancient desolate beasts. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals would often choose to retreat when facing ancient desolate beasts. Only a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shirley, and an expert among rank 7 Gu immortals, had the confidence to kill ancient desolate beasts. 7 desolate beast corpses. A total of 280 immortal yuan stones. The dying yellow jade lion was worth 80 immortal essence stones for the time being. Astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, 400 immortal yuan stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. About 30 immortal yuan stones. I don't know the origin of these mysterious trees, I won't count them for now. This way, I have a total of 790 immortal yuan stones. He Lulan calculated the result she obtained. Even she was somewhat tongue-tied. Close to 800 immortal yuan stones, undeniably, this was a huge windfall. He Lulan's breathing became rapid. Ever since she ascended to Gu Immortal, she had been calculating her expenses one by one immortal yuan stone. But now, she suddenly had close to 800 immortal yuan stones in her hands. Feng Yuan's situation was better than He Lulan. Using Wisdom Gu's unlimited brilliance, he transacted with Land Spirit of Xianxia. He had more than 10 immortal yuan stones. Dozens of immortal yuan stones. But even so, facing the wealth of 800 immortal yuan stones, Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Even in his previous life, he did not have such an experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the most immortal essence stones he had on hand was no more than 60 pieces. According to the 40 to 60 split, Feng Yuan could obtain 474 immortal yuan stones. This is a huge harvest, mainly because we did not expend any immortal essence because of the battle. Feng Yuan calmed the waves in his heart and said, "Hee, that arrogant monkey is probably going to explode from anger. Will he attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" He Lulan asked worriedly. After all, this involved such a huge profit. "He won't." Feng Yuan shook his head. "To us, this is a huge profit. But to a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shirley, he would have thousands of immortal yuan stones. Normally speaking, rank 6 Gu immortals would have hundreds of immortal yuan stones. Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals would have thousands of them. Strength and wealth were directly proportional. Feng Yuan and He Lulan were new Gu immortals, They had just stepped into the world of Gu immortals and were working hard with new identities. They had started from scratch and were poor. As for Feng Yuan's previous life, he was short of money. One reason was because Blood Path was not good at managing and was good at fighting, the other was because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The battles were frequent and the expenditure was huge. Feng Yuan continued to analyze. Moreover, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent are famous righteous sects. They have a longer history than almost every super force in the other 4 regions. These great sects need order and stability, they need face and reputation. Shirley will definitely take revenge on us, but he will not do it forcefully, he will use righteous path methods to suppress us. After all, we have the reputation of Crane Gate. He Lulan nodded, agreeing with Feng Yuan's point. She showed a look of pity on her face. It is a pity that we did not get that walking meat tree. It is an ancient desolate plant and a legendary item, its price is even higher than the astral wind flying heavenly boar. Feng Yuan said, I don't think so. At that time, compared to the walking meat tree, Starform Blessed Land was much more important. Then how are we going to split Starform Blessed Land? He Lulan looked at Feng Yuan, her expression turning solemn. This involved huge benefits, she would not be so kind as to give it away. These desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses were easy to split because they could be valued. Starform Blessed Land was not easy to value, because immortal Yuan stones could not express the true value of a blessed land. A blessed land was a treasure trove. Not only could it produce resources endlessly, after annexing it, the Gu Immortals' cultivation level would be greatly boosted. It could be said that a blessed land or grotto heaven was the greatest achievement of a Gu Immortal's lifetime of cultivation. Feng Yuan frowned and thought for a while before saying, Starform Blessed Land is not easy to split, how about this, we will compete fairly. Whoever meets the land spirit's conditions will obtain Starform Blessed Land. The other side will have to accept the result without any compensation. Starform Blessed Land was obtained by the 2 of us, only the 2 of us can participate in this competition, we cannot interfere with each other. Other than us, even if Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunqing want to snatch Starform Blessed Land, we will work together to stop them. What do you think? Central Continent, by Qing Blessed Land. Bright sunlight shone on this small world. Mountain streams flowed, ancient trees reached the sky, and lush greenery formed a shade. As the wind blew, the sunlight shone through the gaps of the leaves, causing it to sway beautifully. Feng Jin Huang lay down on the green grass with her back against a big tree. She took a deep breath as the breeze blew past her. The fresh air was mixed with a hint of the pleasant smell of grass. Was beautifully framed, quietly lying in Feng Kim Huang's hands, it was already at the last few pages. Feng Kim Huang's bright eyes were like water, staring at the pages without blinking. Although she had heard of Renzu's stories since young, because of the wondrous experience in the dream realm, and after reading with an inquisitive mind, Feng Kim Huang had many new and different feelings. As final words were, Renzu's 10 sons died one after another, even Renzu himself was about to die of old age, about to reach the end of his life. Before his death, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons and sacrificed himself, throwing them into Derivation Gu's stomach and being eaten. A large number of dream realms followed the smell of the food and entered Derivation Gu's mouth. Derivation Gu's stomach burst and exploded, countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. Because of the dream realm's derivation, the newly born mortals will have dreams during their sleep at night. People are often immersed in their dreams, like Northern Dark Eye Soul, unable to extricate themselves. As Feng Jin Huang pondered, she stretched out her slender hand and closed. Then, she stood up. Mother, send me back to the house, I am a little tired. She called out softly. All right. In the next moment. At the next moment, Feng Kim Huang heard Fairy Bai Qing's gentle reply. Feng Kim Huang suddenly vanished on the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in her own room in splendid building. In her room, Fairy Bai Qing was already waiting. Feng Kim Huang's eyes lit up, happily saying, Oh, mother, why are you free today? Why didn't you go and harmonize the earth chi? When a Gu master reaches rank 6 and becomes a Gu immortal, their aperture can absorb heaven, earth, and human chi. When it became an immortal aperture, it would be a small world. Gu immortals manage their immortal aperture and raise their cultivation level. But as the immortal aperture world carried more things, gradually, there was not enough heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Just like that. As the tree in the pot grew taller and taller, the original pot became smaller, and the soil became barren. At this time, the Gu immortal would place the blessed land on the ground and absorb earth chi, or place the grotto heavens in the sky and absorb heaven chi. The chi of heaven and earth was absorbed. It would stabilize the blessed land and grotto heaven, and increase the foundation of the immortal aperture. His cultivation stabilized. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating faster and more steadily. Fairy Bai Qing's current situation was that she had managed the blessed land for a period of time, it was no longer stable. She planted the blessed land on the ground and lived in it, absorbing and harmonizing the earth chi of central continent's large region every day. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her adorable daughter with a loving gaze, praising, "Huang Er, it seems that your dream realm experience this time has greatly strengthened your mental state. If it were in the past, you would have made a fuss and asked me to accompany you. But this time, I harmonized the earth chi for 3 days and 3 nights without accompanying you. You quietly read books and refined Gu. Your mental state is much more mature than before. I am very pleased." Of course. Feng Kim Hong smiled brightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. She raised her head slightly, the phoenix coronet on her head jingled as she said proudly, "Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood, how can I embarrass you too?" Her smile infected Fairy Bai Qing, the latter also laughed. Ever since the first batch of mortals were born, they could dream. Almost everyone has dreams. Over the years, countless geniuses, even immortal venerables and demon venerables have their own dream realms. These dream realms condensed into one, forming an unprecedentedly huge secluded realm. Huang Er, your dream wings immortal Gu allows you to freely enter dream realms. It is a movement immortal Gu that allows you to enter dream realms freely without being affected by them. This is a huge fortuitous encounter for you, you need to grasp it well. I understand, Mother. These last days, I have been trying to refine Gu. I found that my refinement path attainment level has already reached quasi-master. The benefits of dream realms are too great. I have always lacked interest in refinement path, I have never practiced it before. But after traveling through the dream realm, my attainment level has increased by leaps and bounds. I have left many people in the sect far behind. Feng Kim Hong sighed. When you traveled through old immortal Kong Ju's dream, you unintentionally obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But this is also because old immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path great grandmaster to begin with, you benefited from it. There are too many dream realms, you might not be so lucky next time and encounter the dream realm of someone like old immortal Kong Ju. Fairy Bai Qing analyzed. Feng Kim Hong did not mind, he laughed, if I can't encounter it, so be it. I have no interest in refinement path to begin with. If I encounter the dream realm of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable next time, that will be fine. Sigh, but it is a pity that I walk metal path, none of the 10 venerables in history have cultivated this path. Fairy Bai Qing's heart jumped, she said solemnly, Huang Er, don't let your guard down. You escaped unscathed this time because you were lucky, the dream realm you encountered was not dangerous. If you really encounter a venerable's dream, you need to leave immediately. The strength of a venerable is not something you can imagine. Feng Kim Hong stuck out his tongue, he quickly said obediently, yes, Mother, I understand. Fairy Bai Qing's expression softened, she took out a letter Gu. This is a letter from your father, he has already successfully broken through the regional wall, after entering northern plains, he found a place to rest. He does not know that you have awakened yet. But since he has already sent a letter, we will use this letter Gu to reply. You can also say a few words, that will put your father's mind at ease, he can focus on this mission to enter northern plains. Father's letter? Feng Kim Huang's eyes brightened, he jumped over and snatched the letter Gu from Fairy Bai Qing's hands, he inspected it with his mind. But he could not read it. Feng Kim Hong pouted, so it is father's information path immortal Gu, messenger green bird, I am still immortal, I cannot read it. Fairy Bai Qing smiled as she rubbed her head, your father is currently in northern plains. Without using an information path immortal Gu, how can he pass through the regional wall? Why are you so anxious? I just praised you for being more mature. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing injected a will into Feng Kim Huang's mind. Feng Kim Hong was familiar with this, thoughts appeared in his mind and converged with his will. He instantly saw the contents of Feng Jioge's letter. Father. Feng Kim Hong saw Feng Jioge's letter. He was very concerned about him, his eyes turned red. I really want to see father immediately. I want him to see my current refinement path cultivation. He has always been brooding over my refinement path attainment level. Feng Kim Hong muttered. Don't worry, mother will tell your father in the letter. Don't say it, don't say it. I want to give father a surprise. Alright. Fairy Bai Qing took out another letter goo. It was still messenger green bird goo. But it was a rank 5 mortal goo. This is also a letter for you, it is from Feng Yuan. It was sent over earlier. Take a look. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong heard this name. She immediately gritted her teeth in anger, her brows furrowed and her beautiful face flushed with anger. She grabbed the letter snatch goo and inspected it. Feng Yuan wrote a lot of content in the letter. He first praised Spirit Affinity House, his words hinted that he was going to join them, then he agreed to Feng Kim Hong's challenge and apologized for replying so late. At the end of the letter, it was this sentence: I have appeared in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the door is open. I respectfully welcome Fairy Feng Kim Huang's arrival. I have long heard of Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea. If I can enjoy tea after exchanging pointers, I will naturally be very happy. Humph. He is very leisurely and elegant, he still wants to drink Qingpu tea? He still wants to enjoy tea? Evil thief. Perverted thief. I wish I could cut you into 8 pieces and feed your bones to the dogs. Feng Kim Huang's eyes seemed to be spewing fire. She exerted strength in her hand and squeezed the letter, sending green bird goo until creaking sounds could be heard. Fairy Bai Qing quickly saved this letter goo. Huang Er, this is what mother is going to tell you in detail. I have to say, Feng Yuan has surpassed our expectations once again. He is no longer the same as before. If you want to spar with him, you will only lose, there is no chance of winning. What? Feng Kim Hong stared with wide eyes, looking at Fairy Bai Qing in astonishment. Fairy Bai Qing told her that Feng Yuan had become an immortal zombie, and that the force behind him was mysterious and strong, even repelling Crane Gate's attack to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal zombie? He actually became an immortal zombie? Feng Jin Huang muttered to herself. If it wasn't for the fact that it was her own mother who said this, she wouldn't have believed it. How long has it been? He has already advanced to an immortal. He is about the same age as me, how can he have such a deep foundation to charge to Gu Immortal Realm? Feng Kim Hong was extremely puzzled. Fairy Bai Qing answered, our 10 great ancient sects also have many speculations about him suddenly becoming an immortal zombie. Raising one's foundation, although difficult, is not impossible. There is one example in front of us, that is the Dream Realm. Other than this, we are guessing that the force behind him has a special immortal ascension method that can raise a Gu master to an immortal zombie. But after becoming an immortal zombie, one's cultivation will stagnate and cannot continue to advance. Feng Kim Hong frowned. That is indeed the case. But think about it, a rank 5 mortal Gu master, compared to a rank 6 immortal zombie, the latter is naturally much stronger. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Kim Hong showed a disdainful expression. Regardless of whether he is eager for success or was forced to do so, he will not be my match in the future. He is in a hurry to challenge me now. It is likely that he wants to use this limited time to bully me, and in the future, it will be my turn to bully him. This cowardly mouse, a shameless and despicable guy. Huang Er, don't be blinded by the hatred in your heart. Fairy Bai Qing's expression became solemn. Feng Yuan is not simple. This challenge letter was written before the attack on Crane Gate. His true intention is to establish a relationship with our Spirit Affinity House. It is a ploy to drive the tiger away. He is now sitting on Danghun Mountain and wants to do business with our 10 great ancient sections. His name has spread throughout Central Continent, almost every Gu immortal knows of his existence. Mother, I was wrong, I was a little agitated. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm. How are you going to respond to this letter? Whether you ignore it or reply, it is up to you. Fairy Bai Qing purposely tested him. Feng Kim Hong said without hesitation, of course I have to reply. Since this challenge letter was written by me, he has already responded. If I avoid the battle because of his immortal zombie status, it would make me look weak. But... She rolled her eyes. The enemy is strong while I am weak, only a fool would fight him head-on. Humph, coincidentally, our Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention is about to begin. I will use Refinement Path to defeat him in front of everyone's eyes. Let me vent my anger first, then we'll talk. Mother, do you think this is okay? Fairy Baiqing nodded in satisfaction. This is a good move. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with bright light. In the following days, I will use Dream Wing's immortal goo to find Refinement Path Goo Master's dreams and rapidly accumulate my Refinement Path foundation. I can use him as an opponent to temper myself and raise my cultivation level. Fairy Baiqing smiled, patting Feng Kim Huang's head. That is my good daughter. Northern Plains, Xianxia blessed land. Land spirit, I have brought you a living desolate beast, take a look at it first. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture and activated more than 10 goo worms, taking out a lion and placing it on the ground. This lion was as large as a giant elephant. Its body was brownish-yellow in color, its thick mane covered almost half of its body. It was sleeping and snoring. It was a yellow jade lion. Its injuries were severe and it was on the verge of death. But as long as it was alive, with Fang Yuan's current abilities and resources, it would not be a problem to heal it. Land Spirit of Xianxia stroked his beard as he walked around the yellow jade lion. He could move freely now, the chi path seals on his body were completely undone. Good lion, even when sleeping, it still has a fierce expression. Not bad. Saying so, Land Spirit of Xianxia stretched out his hand and pried open the yellow jade lion's mouth, revealing its closed teeth. Good teeth. Land Spirit of Xianxia praised. His hand moved down to the middle of the lion's hind legs. Throughout the process, Land Spirit of Xianxia had been activating goo worms. After inspecting it, he said in satisfaction, not bad, it is full of energy and can breed. But unfortunately, my blessed land is a refinement path blessed land, it is not proficient in raising these fierce beasts. Land Spirit of Xianxia had raised 12 desolate beasts. He had already gained some experience in raising them. Looking at his experienced appearance, he was not a novice. But Xianxia blessed land was a refinement path blessed land, there was a higher chance of success when refining goo worms here. But it had no supplementary ability in raising beasts. And who immortal blessed land was an enslavement path blessed land, it was proficient in raising foxes. The fox groups in who immortal blessed land had a higher chance of raising desolate beast foxes. Blessed lands and grotto heavens were all different, they had their own specialties. This was because blessed lands and grotto heavens were goo immortals' immortal apertures. When goo masters undergo immortal ascension, they absorb heaven and earth chi, and according to their own understanding of heaven and earth, they use goo worms of all sorts of paths to create an immortal aperture world. Xianxia Land Spirit was very satisfied with this yellow jade lion. He straightforwardly handed 88 immortal essence stones to Feng Yuan. At the same time, he also gave the details of unfamiliar face. In front of the Land Spirit of Xianxia, Feng Yuan immediately browsed through it. This killer move had an extraordinary origin, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, this is truly an ingenious idea. Feng Yuan sighed in admiration. There are only over 300 goo worms here, but they are related to Transformation Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and so on. Some goo worms were rather rare. It seemed that to recreate this killer move, he would have to wait for a period of time and gather all the goo worms. Xianxia, do you have these related goo? Land Spirit of Xianxia shook his head and chuckled, why would I keep these goo in my hands? I can't use this killer move. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, these 3 killer moves are from the same series. What you obtained is a mortal killer move that can transform into someone that others do not recognize. If you recognize them, you will be exposed. As for the other 2, they are immortal killer moves, you can disguise as someone you know without being exposed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable seemed to have also left behind this inheritance. If you have the opportunity, you might be able to obtain the other 2 killer moves in your lifetime, who knows? Feng Yuan smiled bitterly, how can I be so lucky to obtain the other 2 immortal killer moves? This inheritance might have been obtained by someone else long ago. Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. He thought of the inheritance regarding thieving heaven demon Venerable and Luopa Valley that he obtained in Northern Plains. He had already refined the keys to enter the inheritance, open door goo and close door goo. But he did not move. Goo master inheritances were not so easy to obtain. Especially demonic path inheritances, they were often much more difficult and dangerous than righteous path inheritances. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance was simply a tiger's den. The situation was unclear, and myriad self-killer move could not be used. Fang Yuan would rather wait for a while and not take the risk. Fang Yuan did not have high expectations for this, because he had already guessed it. The inheritance clue that I obtained is not the only one. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was not willing to bury the inheritance, thus he gathered a large number of people to catch the fish. This inheritance has been in the past for so long, someone might have already visited it. Not to mention others, especially Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He seems to have used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance is related to Luopa Valley. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might have already entered it. He might have already taken Luopa Valley. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan took out 3 complete Immortal Goo recipes and handed them to Land Spirit of Xianxia. This is the transaction. Land Spirit of Xianxia received the Immortal Goo recipes and inspected them. After confirming there were no mistakes, he could not help but praise Fang Yuan's talent. Rascal, I rarely admire others, but your talent in deducing Immortal Goo recipes has truly made me look at you in a different light. Land Spirit, I was about to talk to you about this. Fang Yuan said, regarding the transaction of Immortal Goo recipes, I want to change the details of the transaction. Oh? I have already deduced the Immortal Goo recipes with high completion degrees. Now, only those with low completion degrees are left, 60, 70, and even below 50%. I want to deduce these Immortal Goo recipes. Although I can complete them, it would take too long. It would take me a month or 2, I would not have time to do anything else. I suggest that we change the details of this transaction. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Land Spirit of Xianxia shook his head. No change, no change, why should I change it? I spent so many Immortal Yuan stones, didn't I want you to deduce Immortal Goo recipes? You are a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal and so skilled in deducing Immortal Goo recipes, why don't you continue? At most, I will raise the price and pay you more. Land Spirit of Xianxia, don't be in a hurry to reject me, listen to me first, you will definitely be interested. Fang Yuan smiled confidently. My suggestion is this, in the future, you will be in charge of deducing Immortal Goo recipes. Every time you encounter a problem that you cannot proceed with, I will help you deduce a step and overcome this difficulty. I will only charge you 2 Immortal Yuan stones each time. What? This transaction? Land Spirit of Xianxia fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan's suggestion had indeed moved him. After all, he was Long-Hair Ancestor's Land Spirit, his refinement path attainment was at quasi-great grandmaster level, he was also very skilled in deducing Immortal Goo recipes. The reason why these Immortal Goo remnant recipes could not be deduced successfully was because they encountered obstacles. If they could not figure it out, they would not be able to walk out. If they could pass this obstacle, many Immortal Goo recipes might be completed smoothly. This way, Land Spirit of Xianxia only needed to pay Fang Yuan 2 Immortal Yuan stones. It was much cheaper than before. Of course, if the Immortal Goo remnant recipes had more difficulties, Fang Yuan might be able to earn more Immortal Yuan stones. But Land Spirit of Xianxia was confident that with his refinement path attainment, he would definitely be able to solve more problems than before. This way, Fang Yuan lad, your income is going to be low. Ah, I almost forgot. You are selling Guts Goo now, your business is booming, are you not interested in this little bit of money? Land Spirit of Xianxia suddenly realized. Fang Yuan smiled, Land Spirit, this transaction is also beneficial to you. You obtained so many Immortal Goo recipes and regained your freedom, you can refine Immortal Goo. But refining Immortal Goo has a high chance of failure, the success rate is too low, the resources consumed are endless. I am helping you save on Immortal Yuan stones. Aren't you going to thank me? Humph, I knew you would say that. Land Spirit of Xianxia rolled his eyes, nodding, I can agree to this, but I have a condition. What condition? This is a long story, do you know about that auction that Qin Baixing organized? Although land spirit of Xianxia could not leave the blessed land, he was very clear about the situation in northern plains. Of course I know about it. Fang Yuan nodded. Land spirit of Xianxia continued, you know that some time ago, a mysterious force attacked my Xianxia blessed land. They all failed, and I also captured many Gu immortals during this process. I plan to sell them all, or more accurately, sell their blessed lands. Sell blessed lands? Fang Yuan looked at land spirit of Xianxia in astonishment. He did not expect him to be so generous. Is this business good? Fang Yuan said with a solemn expression, it is thousands of times more popular than my Guts Gu business. Gu immortals buy these blessed lands and annex them. Not only would their cultivation level rise, they would also be able to avoid many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But why don't you keep them for yourself? Land spirit of Xianxia shook his head. To completely annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needs at least master attainment level of the corresponding path. To completely annex a rank 7 blessed land, one needs grandmaster attainment level. And to annex a rank 8 grotto heaven, one needs great grandmaster attainment level. Even though my refinement path attainment level is high, I do not know much about other aspects. Of course, the main reason is that I do not want to annex. My Xianxia blessed land has already reached the peak of a blessed land. If it advances another step, it will become a grotto heaven. A grotto heaven's calamities and tribulations are much greater than a blessed land's. Back then, Xianxia grotto heaven was meticulously reduced by me and turned into a blessed land. How can I raise it again? Fang Yuan realized, that's true. Wait, don't tell me your condition is for me to represent you and sell these blessed lands in the auction? Land spirit of Xianxia gave a thumbs up and said with a flattering tone, you are so smart. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes, are you trying to kill me? No way, I definitely won't do it. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will immediately become everyone's target. It is too eye-catching. Who has the ability to capture these Gu immortals alive? Moreover, if that mysterious force finds out that I am in cahoots with Xianxia blessed land, they will definitely think that I am in cahoots with Xianxia blessed land. In the future, when they attack your land, they might even attack my land. Northern Plains Inkman City Lord Mo Tan saying, isn't he your good friend? Just let him go. Sigh, he is an Inkman immortal, his background is not good, he has always been ostracized by humans. Moreover, he has a family and Inkman City to take care of. He is even more unsuitable. Land spirit of Xianxia shook his head. Oh. You don't want him to die, you want me to die? Don't make it sound so bad, don't you have the killer move unfamiliar face? As long as you have this killer move, other Gu immortals will not be able to recognize your true appearance. Land spirit of Xianxia said in a submissive tone. Fang Yuan sized up the land spirit, I was wondering why you were so generous to give me this precious killer move, it turns out you had planned it long ago. Land spirit of Xianxia could not endure it anymore, he stared with wide eyes. And raised his voice, rascal, do you think I don't know you? You are extremely daring, when have you ever been afraid? Even Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed by you, even 88-point Xinyang Tower was toppled, as long as there are enough benefits, you will be a fugitive. Are you afraid of such a small matter? Tell me, how much do you want? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, we will split the gains from selling the blessed land, no matter what, it should be at least 40 to 60%. 40 to 60? You are too greedy, you actually want 40% right off the bat. Land spirit of Xianxia shouted. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light, his expression was grim, you misunderstood, land spirit, what I meant was 60% for me and 40% for you. Land spirit of Xianxia was stunned, even though he had lived for a long time, he was shocked by Fang Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply and stared at Fang Yuan's face, you have the cheek to say such words? Why would I? Fang Yuan's face was as thick as a city wall, I am risking my life here, I will not do it if there are no benefits that move me. This price is already the lowest I can offer, and it's a friendly price since we're old acquaintances. Friendship price, I think you are trying to scam an old acquaintance? That means there is no room for discussion? Think about it again, this is my price, there is still some time before the auction, I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan opened a stargate. Hu immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, concentrating on the pair of bat wings in front of him. In front of him, a pair of large bat wings floated in the air. The bat wings were covered with tiny scales. These dark blue scales were only the size of a pinky finger, and they constantly refracted light with the light, looking like specks of starlight. After Feng Yuan returned from Langya Blessed Land, he started to deal with the star demon bat's bat wings. After 9 days and 9 nights, it was the crucial moment now. Whether I can repair this pair of bat wings completely depends on this. Feng Yuan willed, taking out a mortal goo from his immortal aperture. He flicked his finger, throwing the crucial mortal goo out. The mortal goo turned into a drop of jade green liquid. After hitting the bat wings, a layer of green light appeared. The light flowed like water, the green light spread and soon covered the entire bat wings. After a while, the green light faded, the entire star demon bat wings were covered in a layer of fine green fur. Feng Yuan observed carefully, his 10 fingers moved in turns. Following his movements, the green-haired bat wings rotated in the air, displaying from all angles for Feng Yuan to observe. Feng Yuan opened his fingers, the 2 contracted star demon bat wings also unfolded. Feng Yuan saw that the inside of the bat wings was also covered in fur. He nodded in satisfaction. When Shirley killed this star demon bat, he did not hold back. The bat wings that I obtained were greatly damaged. Now that I have spent so much effort to repair them, I do not have much confidence in whether I can repair them. Feng Yuan sighed, standing up. He waved his hand, hundreds of goo worms flew out, circling around the green-haired bat wings and protecting them. Next, Feng Yuan walked around the bat wings, walking out of the secret room. He closed the secret room's door. The green-haired bat wings were shrouded in the darkness of the secret room. Feng Yuan stood outside the door, lightly stomping his feet, calling, "Where is the land spirit?" "Master, Master, you called for me." Little Hu Immortal immediately appeared beside Feng Yuan. Her large eyes were shining. She had an expression of seeing Master again on her face. "I asked you to pay attention to the Jewel Yellow Skies business. How is it going?" Feng Yuan asked as he walked. Little Hu Immortal followed behind, answering, "Master sold all the desolate beast corpses in Jewel Yellow Skies. These last days, only 1 desolate beast corpse was sold." Since Immortal Monkey King Shirley had already discovered Feng Yuan directly sold these desolate beast corpses in Jewel Yellow Skies. He had discussed with He Lulan, they would each take what they needed. Feng Yuan took the yellow jade lion and the star demon bat wings, while He Lulan took the flying bear corpses. And Feng Yuan was in charge of selling these beast corpses. No matter what the result was, he would give 40% of the profits to He Lulan. He Lulan was not afraid of him going back on his words. After all, the Snowy Mountain Alliance was there. Under normal circumstances, these desolate beast corpses were highly sought after. They were rare and sold in Jewel Yellow Skies within 4 to 6 hours. It was very easy to earn Immortal Yuan Stone. But Feng Yuan did not want Immortal Yuan Stone this time. He arranged a will to announce to the other Gu Immortals, "If you want to buy these beast corpses, you have to exchange for them with specific items." First was the method to turn immortal zombies into humans, or information or clues. Second was the Gu recipe of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, or Goo worms, or related information or clues. Third was the wings of the desolate beast bat. Fourth was the top-tier mortal killer move, the more outstanding the better. Fifth was Battle Bone Wheel Goo, a bone path goo worm that could be used to form the killer move White Bone Chariot. Last were Wisdom Path Inheritances, or information or clues. Of these 6, the higher the ranking, the cheaper it would be to buy the beast corpses. Feng Yuan's Guts Goo business was extremely prosperous now. He did not lack Immortal Yuan Stone for the time being, thus he wanted to barter. Precisely because of this, the desolate beast corpses that were in high demand and easy to sell in the past were now so hard to sell. More than 10 days had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but only 1 desolate beast corpse was sold. "Oh? You sold that beast corpse, what did you get for it?" Feng Yuan asked with interest. "I sold an entire chestnut yak for a pair of desolate beast bat wings, as well as an investigative killer move called 100 Liai. Little Hu Immortal answered. The price of mortal killer moves in Jewel Yellow Skies normally did not exceed 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. There were detailed differences. Mortal killer moves that sold half an Immortal Yuan Stone were all at the bottom, but it was better than nothing. Mortal killer moves that sold 1 to 2 Immortal Yuan Stones were ordinary, but if used properly, they could be of some help to the Gu immortal. For example, the spiral star drill spear that Fang Yuan had seen before but did not buy was worth 1 immortal yuan stone. There was also Spring Star Rain. Star Lord Wanxiang sold it for 1/2 immortal yuan stone. And the poison breath technique that Fairy Li Shan gave to Fang Yuan could be sold for 2 immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan's previous defensive killer move Hair Armor was worth 2 immortal yuan stone. It was at the peak of ordinary killer moves. There was also Tai Baiyunxing's defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring. It could absorb a certain amount of the opponent's attack and counterattack. It was worth 2/2 immortal yuan stone. Mortal killer moves that sold 3 immortal yuan stone belonged to middle tier. It was a trustworthy method. For example, Western Desert Mo Clan's Gu Immortal Plump Lady's killer move Hidden Dragon Sand Coffin was worth 3 immortal yuan stone. Mortal killer moves that sold 4 to 5 immortal yuan stone had outstanding power and could not be underestimated. They were powerful methods that could change the situation to a certain extent. Fang Yuan's Icy Drill Stardust, because it was mixed with Do Min Jun's inheritance, its price was raised to 4 immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan's modified lion fur armor based on hair armor was worth 4.5 immortal yuan stone. And mortal killer moves that could be sold for 6 immortal yuan stone belonged to the peak of ordinary killer moves. They were rarely available in the market. Fang Yuan's newly created movement killer move, True Solid Bat Wings. If he had 3 pairs of bat wings, its effect would be at this level. Killer moves were one of the 4 main factors that influenced a Gu Immortal's battle strength. When Fang Yuan had Icy Drill Stardust, Hair Armor, and Light Illusion Bat Wings, his battle strength had already reached upper tier rank 6. In his previous life, before Fang Yuan self-detonated, he had more than 10 mortal killer moves. Most of them were at the peak of 6 immortal yuan stone. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 6. But with rank 7 cultivation, it was different. Immortal killer moves that consumed green grape immortal essence became common methods. As for those immortal killer moves that consumed red date immortal essence, they were not used often, they were used as trump cards. Most Gu immortals did not have immortal Gu, they were rank 6 Gu immortals. But there were even fewer Gu immortals that could cultivate to rank 7, they had gone through countless calamities and tribulations, their aptitude, temperament, and foundation were the cream of the crop among those rank 6 Gu immortals. If they did not have immortal Gu, it would be unjustifiable. With immortal Gu, there were immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves were also modified from the foundation of mortal killer moves. Like Hei Lulan, she was trying to modify her strength path killer move into an immortal killer move. Often, an immortal Gu could form different immortal killer moves depending on the other mortal Gu. Thus, many Gu immortals had offensive killer moves even if they did not have offensive immortal Gu. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self was an offensive killer move, but its core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was only a supplementary immortal Gu that helped Gu immortals cultivate soul path. 100 Li I. Hearing little Hu immortals reply, Fang Yuan nodded, evaluating, this mortal killer move is worth 6 immortal yuan stone, it can allow Gu immortals to observe the surroundings within 100 li like looking at the lines on their palm. Not bad, I lack such an investigative killer move. Of course, I am even more satisfied with the pair of desolate beast bat wings. Saying so, he asked, did anything happen in the blessed land these last few days? Little Hu Immortal shook her head, reporting to Fang Yuan that everything was normal. Such peaceful days were too rare for Fang Yuan, especially after his rebirth. But Fang Yuan did not dare to slack off. Ever since his trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, when he saw the manifestation of the dream realm, he felt a sense of urgency, he could vaguely sense the change of the era. In the next few days, Fang Yuan started to deal with the newly obtained bat wings. At the same time, he arranged for the old hairy men in the blessed land to refine Gu. Air sac Gu that could store guts Gu was naturally the main refinement project for the hairy men. Other than this, Fang Yuan also split up the refinement steps of group strength Gu and small family Qi Gu, teaching them to the hairy men and letting them practice it first. These 2 Gu recipes were not like others, they were ancient Gu recipes, the materials were scarce and hard to find in the current era. Thus, Fang Yuan first used other similar materials and Gu worms to raise the hairy men's proficiency. Only when Fang Yuan was satisfied with their proficiency would he start refining these 2 Gu. Fang Yuan's aim was not to raise idlers, since the hairy men had already been purchased, he would squeeze out every bit of value from them. 3 days later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was still no movement in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had only processed less than half of the newly purchased bat wings. But the star demon bat wings were ready to be refined. Fang Yuan opened the secret room's door and entered again, standing in front of the green-haired bat wings. At this time, the green hair on the bat wings was already very dense and lush. Success or failure will be revealed now. Fang Yuan used immortal goo, snapping his fingers as sparks flew out. The sparks landed on the green-haired bat wings, and with a soft sound, the sparks ignited the green hair, forming a green flame. The flame appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the green hair on the bat wings that were floating in the air had already been burned, revealing a pair of black bat wings. The tiny blue scales on the bat wings were completely gone, replaced by a thick layer of ash. Fang Yuan saw this and his eyes flashed with disappointment. I failed. He let out a breath of turbid air. The weak air flow landed on the bat wings, causing them to shatter on the ground like charcoal. The earlier bat wings were too heavily injured. In order to kill the star demon bat, Shirley first destroyed the star demon bat's wings. Because of the severe damage to the wings, the star demon bat could no longer display its flying advantage, and was eventually killed by Shirley. Because of his previous refinement experience, Fang Yuan was very familiar with refining the desolate beast bat wings this time. After half a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he transplanted this pair of desolate beast bat wings to his back. According to his excellent tradition, Fang Yuan still preserved the pain sensation of his bat wings. On this day, Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, testing his killer move. 100 Li Eye. With a single thought, his crimson eyes suddenly shone brightly. Looking around, all the grass and rocks within 100 li could be seen clearly, as if they were placed in front of him. Beyond 100 li, his vision became blurry, but it was still much clearer than before. When he reached 400 li, his vision reached its limit. He could only see some colors and shadows. 100 Li Eye is the foundation of 1000 Li Eye. The latter is an immortal killer move, but it needs the relevant immortal goo to be used. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This killer move was worth 6 immortal yuan stones. It was very effective. But his vision could not see through concealment. Once his vision was blocked by an obstacle, he would not be able to see what was behind him. This was the weakness of 100 Li Eye. Fang Yuan memorized the pros and cons. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. He continued to activate 100 Li Eye while flying around, observing the sky and the ground, experiencing a clear vision. Lion Fur Armor. He willed as he activated a defensive killer move. Soon, his body was covered in a layer of bronze armor, a lion's head helmet. Even the wings on his back were covered in a thick layer of armor. His defense increased greatly. But following that, his speed became slower. Lion Fur Armor and true solid bat wings are not a perfect match. Once I activate the Lion Fur Armor, the speed of true solid bat wings will fall. If I do not use it, even though the speed is fast, I will not be able to balance my defense. Fang Yuan frowned. This problem was beyond his abilities. Being able to modify a movement killer move like Lion Fur Armor and balancing the Dao marks of 3 paths was already the limit of Transformation Path Master attainment level. But he still had to balance the Lion Fur Armor. This was too difficult for Fang Yuan. If he was a Transformation Path Grandmaster, it was still possible. However, in order to reach the level of a Grandmaster, it usually required a lot of time and accumulation. This was not a few decades, but 100 years. Several hundred years. Currently, Fang Yuan's highest attainment was Blood Path and Strength Path. The Blood Path Grandmaster realm was the accumulation of 200 to 300 years of Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience. It could be seen from this point. It was difficult to raise one's realm. It was difficult to accumulate. His Strength Path was also at the Grandmaster realm. Other than a small part of it being accumulated in his previous life, the majority of it was due to the reckless savage demon Venerable's infusion of true meaning from Fang Yuan. Otherwise, it would take 200 to 300 years to reach the Grandmaster realm. At Gu Immortal level, they had the strength to search for and control lifespan Gu, or other methods to extend their lifespan. Ordinary mortals had a lifespan of 100 years. But as long as Gu immortals worked hard, they could live for hundreds of years. Even thousands of years old. The long lifespan and time made the word accumulation even more significant. Why couldn't Fang Yuan and He Lulan defeat immortal monkey King Shirlei? Because after Shirlei became an immortal. With combat immortal sect behind him, he accumulated for close to 300 years. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had just ascended. How could they compare to his 300 years of accumulation? It was normal to lose. Then, why did Fang Yuan and He Lulan have above-average battle strength among rank 6 Gu immortals even though they had just become Gu immortals? Fang Yuan relied on the support of the predecessors of 88-point Xianxia Tower, while He Lulan relied on her mother's inheritance, as well as the help of her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. In other words, they were relying on the support and accumulation of their predecessors. If I want to increase my strength rapidly, it will take a long time and the efficiency will be very low. In my previous life, I walked the blood path and spent over 200 years to comprehend more than 10 mortal killer moves and create hundreds of new blood path Gu. I have to learn from this lesson. In this world, there are many capable people, geniuses, and heroes are everywhere. In the long river of history, there are dazzling stars and pinnacles everywhere. If I want to stand out and advance bravely, I can only use the legacy and accumulation of predecessors to absorb their essence into my own body. As the saying goes, the sea can contain all rivers. It is great to be tolerant. By gathering the strengths of all paths, I can lead the masses and even surpass all living beings, achieving supreme achievements. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his gaze flickered as he sighed internally. When people are young, they often think of themselves as extraordinary. They feel like they are the main character of the stage. But after experiencing some things, they will understand and accept that many people are not inferior to them in terms of talent. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you in the world. A person's lifespan is limited after all, like a lone boat. And this profound principle of heaven and earth is like a vast and boundless ocean. Since ancient times, there were only 10 people who could reach the peak of heaven and earth in a certain principle. But even for them, they couldn't do everything at the peak of the sect. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to ask Long Hair Ancestor for helping Gu refinement. It was recorded, Renzu stepped on the path of his life, his surroundings were dark and his feet were covered in dirty mud. Renzu asked Self-Gu, "Where is this?" Self-Gu replied, "This is the lowest level of Ordinary Abyss, the ordinary quagmire." Renzu knew about Ordinary Abyss. His eldest son, Verdant Great Son, had once been trapped in the abyss. Renzu said excitedly, "Since this is the bottom of Ordinary Abyss, doesn't that mean I have already left the door of life and death? I have returned to the world? Doesn't that mean I have been reborn?" "You can say that." Self-Gu said. "But how is that possible? I have not passed Luopa Valley or Reverse Flow River." Renzu said in disbelief. Self-Gu, "Oh human, you need to know, you are talking about the path that Fate Gu walked on. And you have already walked on a new path. This is a completely new path that was created by you. Wherever this path leads to, it is all according to your will. I have said it before. The path is under your feet, as long as you want to walk on it." Renzu realized at once, so that's it. But he was puzzled, then how did I get here? Self-Gu said, "Humans are born ordinary. Even though you are the spirit of all living beings. You do not have the claws of a tiger. Unlike grass that can absorb nutrients from the earth, there are no changes. What is so strange about you coming to the ordinary quagmire? You're not the only one. If you look carefully at the mud under your feet, you'll find many footprints." Renzu lowered his head, getting close to the ground. Only then did he see clearly, like Self-Gu had said, the ordinary quagmire was filled with all sorts of marks. There were the claws of wild beasts. There were also traces of plants taking root, traces of water flowing, and traces of stones rolling over. "Why are there so many marks?" Renzu asked curiously. Self-Gu answered, "This is Ordinary Abyss. All living beings will enter here for all sorts of reasons. All living beings will enter here. All living beings are ordinary. But most living beings, their entire lives are trapped in Ordinary Abyss. Only a small portion of living beings, through their own hard work and trekking, walk out of Ordinary Abyss. I do not want to be trapped here my entire life. There is nothing here, the stench is overwhelming, I want to leave too. Renzu frowned. Self-Gu laughed loudly. If you think ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think ordinary is heaven, then it is heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave. Use your own 2 feet to walk out of the ordinary quagmire, and become extraordinary. Renzu took a step forward. Suddenly, his body tilted. His front foot had sunk deep into the quagmire. It was not easy to walk in a quagmire, one step deeper than the other. The surface of the road looked the same, but some were more solid, while others were softer. Renzu walked a few steps before his eyes brightened. He thought of a trick. He walked towards the places with the claw marks. Since there were traces left behind in these places, it meant that the soil was more solid. Thus, Renzu's walk became smoother. Compared to before, he was walking like he was flying. He said emotionally, so in the ordinary quagmire, walking in the footsteps of the former is much faster than exploring alone. After testing true solid bat wings and lion fur armor, Fang Yuan descended from the sky, casually landing on a grassland slope. Unfamiliar face. Fang Yuan activated this newly obtained mortal killer move. The goo worms used to form this killer move were all purchased by Hu Immortal Land Spirit from Jewel Yellow Skies. A small portion were refined by his own hairy men. Under the effect of the killer move, Fang Yuan retracted his bat wings, and only a pair of his 8 thick arms were left. The fangs in his mouth became much smaller, his red eyes also turned slightly red. Eventually, Fang Yuan's 6-meter-tall body also shrunk to a normal person's size. His appearance had changed greatly. But his immortal zombie body was still an immortal zombie body, it was not concealed. Even so, Fang Yuan could not help but praise, amazing. This is only a mortal killer move, but it caused such a huge transformation to my immortal body. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable. Fang Yuan could imagine that if he was still immortal, he could transform into any appearance, even from male to female. It would be extremely realistic. But he had an immortal body now, his body was filled with strength path Dao marks. As a mortal killer move, it was not easy for it to transform so much. Most importantly, this transformation was not an illusion, it was a real transformation, it even involved a slight change in his aura. All in all, even if Fang Yuan stood in front of Tai Baiyunqing right now, he would not be able to recognize this immortal zombie as his junior brother within a short period of time. Master, you've become prettier. Oh, this letter just arrived. Right at this time, little Hu Immortal Land Spirit appeared with a flash, holding a letter Gu and handing it to Fang Yuan. Oh? Letter sending green bird Gu. Spirit Affinity House finally has a reply? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he took the letter Gu and entered his mind. After a while, he came back to his senses, a pondering expression flashed across his face. Feng Kim Hong actually wants me to participate in the Refinement Path convention and compete in Refinement Path? I remember that in her early years, she had no interest in Refinement Path, her foundation in this aspect was like a blank piece of paper. Why is she so confident that she wants to compete in Gu Refinement with me? Could it be that she has already discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Dream Wings, Dream Path. Fang Yuan's gaze was like smoke, he thought of his previous life. End of chapter 739. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.